Chapter 291. Crack, crack. As soon as the voice fell, a mycelium head in the corner was strangely expanding, and the terrifying face was constantly twisted, puffing up like a balloon. Lin Xian immediately felt bad and said to Kiki, "Kiki, wrap it." "Okay." Kiki immediately used the telekinesis shield to wrap the swollen mycelium head. Sure enough, the next moment, the mycelium head exploded, and the blue-white rotten brain was sprayed with a thick brown-yellow spore mist, which was tightly wrapped by Kiki's telekinesis shield. So disgusting. At this time, other mycelium heads also began to expand continuously and rolled towards the crowd quickly. Go! Realizing the trouble, Lin Xian made a prompt decision. Kiki no longer reserved and directly grabbed everyone with telekinesis and flew into the air, flying away. Bang, bang, bang. The dull explosions continued, and the center of the street where they were just now was instantly covered by a thick spore mist. What is this? Spore bomb? Ning Jing looked a little scared. For her, it was not that she was afraid to face the terrifying monster, but this spore mist that could parasitize and devour people made her feel powerless. Fortunately, there was a telekinetic system like Kiki in the team, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Go directly to that car city, 2 streets away from here, hurry up. After realizing the trouble of these things, Lin Xian could only venture deep into Yijin City. He didn't want to stay in this place for a second. Hoo-hoo, above the city of Yijin City, the air was full of a damp and moldy smell. Kiki held up a transparent telekinetic shield, covering the 7 people inside, and then quickly went in the direction of the car city. Not long after, a low street appeared in front of us, and a large parking lot appeared behind. Countless abandoned and damaged cars were piled up in this open space of the car city. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of cars. At this moment, those cars were covered with fungal carpets and luminous mushrooms. It was very dreamy to look at. If you didn't know that there was a rotten brown and yellow fungal carpet under the fungus. I guess all the cars that can be driven away have been driven away. Luo Yang frowned when he saw this scene. It's okay, I don't want a car. Ning Jing saw that Abai's face was gloomy at the side, and couldn't help asking, Abai, what's wrong? Sister Ning. I always feel that there are monsters everywhere, all staring at us. Ning Jing looked around when she heard the words. In the dead silent city night, there were mycelium carpets everywhere. Except for the human fungus on the street, there was no moving living thing. But she knew that Abai's perception was not wrong, and immediately looked at Lin Xian and signaled to him. Lin Xian nodded. We just need to make a quick decision. There must be some strange body in this place. If we are marked, we must find a way to kill it with all our strength, otherwise we will definitely not be able to escape this polar night. Yes. Ning Jing nodded. The human fungus and mycelium head just now did not mark everyone, including the giant rat that appeared in the darkness before, so although it was strange, Lin Xian and others still came in to find devouring materials. Hey Lin Xian, look quickly. At this time, Kiki pointed to the center of a large parking lot in the car city. That seems to be a convoy camp. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, they saw that in a pile of chaotic cars, there was an area surrounded by a circular formation, which was obviously used as a survival camp. There were more than 20 heavy trucks outside as a defense line, and various large and small life vehicles inside, off-road vehicles, trucks, buses, tankers, solar power generation vehicles, etc. It seemed that there were at least more than 50 vehicles, which could be regarded as a medium to large convoy. However, the convoy campsite was now devoid of any life or lights. It was completely covered by mycelium carpets and luminous mushrooms, like a circular mushroom flower bed, located in the center of the parking lot. This convoy should be gone. There is no heat source at all. Ding Junyi, wearing a black eagle armor, said at this time. Kiki controlled her telekinesis and slowly fell from the air. At this moment, the red phoenix orders on Lin Xian and Ning Jing suddenly made a sound. Beep beep. The two reacted immediately. Someone left a firebook information package. Is this convoy a phoenix order convoy? Not necessarily. It could also be left by a night walker. Lin Xian immediately took out the red phoenix order, opened it, and found that it was a piece of radio wave audio signal left behind. Squeak. Here. This is the Night Blade team, Squeak. I'm the Deputy Captain Lu Zhong. We can't evacuate anymore. Squeak. There's a large-scale fungal spore infection here, all the zombies. Squeak. The spores will quickly invade the brain, causing hallucinations. Firepower strikes are ineffective. Squeak. Those parasitic things will be attracted by sound and light. Don't fire. Don't get off the car. Don't turn on the lights, squeak. We can't get out at all. The fungi in the entire city are alive. Alive. We were forced to stay here for 3 days. The captain led the exploration team to discover a secret research institute underground in the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group. They were studying polar night and this mycelium. They demolished the roads and destroyed the bridges to make it impossible for those entering the city to go, and then captured the survivors as experimental specimens for mycelium experiments. Our people fought with them, but it was too late. Survivors or members of the Phoenix Society who received this message must wipe them out. This mycelium is more terrible than the virus, and will bring a devastating crisis to mankind. We can't leave anymore. We can't. Break into their research institute. It's in the basement of that building. Ah! Something is growing in my head. Ah! Ding! The Firebook radio signal disappeared, and everyone suddenly felt the atmosphere cold. Crimson Pharmaceuticals? It's them again? Ning Jing frowned. Lin Xian asked, "Do you know this organization?" Ning Jing nodded and looked at Abai. Behind this pharmaceutical group is an Adventist organization called Crimson World, which is very mysterious. Abai and Shaoqing were captured by them before. She swallowed her words and looked at Abai. Everyone looked at Abai and found that his face was full of fear and terror. On the other side, Lu Xingchen looked at Abai, his face also slightly gloomy. Deep Red Pharmaceuticals. Kiki quickly searched with her phone, and immediately found the target. Oh really, it's at number 223, Nanda East Road, the Eugene branch of Deep Red Pharmaceutical Group, which used to be the leading scientific research enterprise here. It turns out that the tracks and bridges were destroyed by them. How abominable. Lin Xian immediately tried to transmit the information back to the train with a heavy face using the communicator, but suddenly found that the signal had been completely interrupted. The signal poles he reserved along the road were now covered by various hyphae and completely scrapped. Trouble. What should we do, Captain Lin? Should we retreat? Luo Yang said cautiously at this time. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at the human bacteria in the shadows around him. It's useless to retreat. Without the tracks, we can't leave Eugene at all. Once those human bacteria are entangled on the train, no one can escape. This group is one of the best in the global pharmaceutical field. It is not only financially powerful, but also has very authoritative research in the field of genetics and cancer control. Ding Junyi said at this time, according to the information revealed in this fire book, they can continue to conduct research here, which proves that they have means of protection, and they must have done some basic research on this kind of mycelium. We may find a solution if we find this group of people. Makes sense. Lin Xian nodded immediately. He looked in the direction of the joint train track and said in a deep voice, "Wait until I get enough materials for the track here, and then we will go to the Crimson Pharmaceutical to investigate. If this group of people is still there, we will either kill them or find a way to isolate the mycelium through them. I have a hunch that even if the track is repaired, it will not be so easy for us to leave. Repairing the track must pass through the city, and it is a slow process, and the movement cannot be small. Even if Lin Xian, who has mechanical abilities, quickly manufactures the track along the way and lets the track-laying machine lay it, it is a distance of more than 20 kilometers, and obstacles must be considered. It is almost impossible to completely avoid the attack of mycelium." After realizing the current situation, Lin Xian immediately prepared to adjust his strategy. "You mean we should go to this pharmaceutical group and get a solution to the mycelium from them?" Ning Jing asked. "Is it possible that people from this organization are also monitoring us?" Luo Yang said at this time. "Strictly speaking, the mycelium network has the ability to transmit information and hunt. From a biological point of view, it can be understood that the entire bacterial community is a whole. The largest organism in the world is actually fungi, so your worry is not unreasonable." Ding Junyi said at this time, "Our train must have been targeted by some kind of creature in the city. Then we should take the initiative." Lin Xian said anxiously, "And we have to be quick. Once these things attack our train, we have no strategy to deal with them." He pointed to the heavily armored Doomsday truck in front of him, and said, "This convoy was not defeated by guns and artillery." Looking at the dozens of survivors' vehicle camps wrapped in mycelium blankets, everything inside was rotten, and Lin Xian realized the seriousness of the situation. For Infinity, there was almost no defense against these fungal spores and human bacteria, and they didn't even dare to fire back. Ning Jing and Luo Yang nodded solemnly when they heard this. That makes sense. With such a long train line, once a chain reaction occurs, the situation may get out of control immediately. Luo Yang said. "Then let's go meet this group of people." Lu Xingchen said coldly. It's also a good deed to eliminate harm for our human race. Ning Jing's eyes flickered, and she took a deep breath. I didn't expect these things to be so difficult to deal with. Now it seems that they are much more troublesome than the attacks of strange bodies. Don't be so pessimistic, Ding Junyi said at this time. At least for now, these hyphae have not shown great aggressiveness. As long as we keep quiet, there are still many things we can do. Yeah. Lin Xian and his companions landed in the parking lot at this time. He wasted no time and immediately began to devour the large trucks in this convoy. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 20, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 10. Decomposition. Obtain high manganese steel * 10, hot rolled forged steel * 10, cold rolled dual phase steel plate * 5, ordinary carbon steel * 20, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 15. While Lin Xian was swallowing, Kiki and Ding Junyi looked around the convoy and found that there was not a single corpse in such a large convoy. Why is there no one left? They should have all turned into human fungi. Ding Junyi looked at the huge parking lot. In the darkness, there were many dark shadows standing densely. They had different shapes and strange mycelium on their bodies. The mycelium vines on their legs were connected to the ground, and the roots were connected together. Ding Junyi looked at the dense mycelium network under her feet and couldn't help saying, I remember there was an experiment that used the fission network of the multi-headed physalis to design the urban subway network. This kind of fungal root system is like a real information network that can transmit information. Now the Holy Gene City is covered like this, just like what I said. Aw, you mean? Each of these human fungi may be a sensory terminal, like a monster's tentacle monitoring us? Luo Yang was the first to react, and said with a somewhat ugly face. If the mycelium has consciousness, yes. Ding Junyi replied calmly. As soon as this was said, others suddenly felt a little creepy. Lu Xingchen impatiently stepped on a mycelium vine. He always felt that there was some kind of energy flowing in it. He said with a grieved expression, I really want to burn it all with fire. Hey! Do you want to blow us all to death? Kiki spat at him immediately after hearing this. I asked you to come with me not to cause trouble, don't move. Hey brother was shook his head helplessly. At this time, Abai suddenly stepped back a few steps and leaned against Ning Jing. What's wrong, Abai? Abai pointed at the abandoned cars around. They are all looking at us. Several people looked up immediately after hearing this. At this time, everyone strangely discovered that there seemed to be a lot more human fungi around, and accompanied by a crackling sound, as if they were moving slowly. Are they surrounding us? We didn't turn on the lights. Not just the lights, we have heat and bioenergy. They have already regarded us as prey. Mycelium? It's better. Ding Junyi frowned slightly and said, if it is the instinct of this kind of mycelium, it would be simpler, but if not, then we are in big trouble. Lin Xian, who was speeding up the time to devour, said at this time, don't move, if they continue to approach, we will devour them in the air. Crack, 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 as time passed by, the time came to 2010, and the atmosphere around began to become weird. More and more humanoid ghosts stood in the dark. They moved slowly, and their joints made extremely strange and subtle sounds, slowly surrounding the convoy in the middle. The team members surrounded Lin Xian in a defensive formation, looking at the human fungi around them with a vigilant look. Wow, wow, cars disappeared one after another under Lin Xian's long-range swallowing, and a large amount of debris on the cars fell to the ground, leaving behind an empty fungus framework. During the swallowing process, Lin Xian found that all the internal components of these survivor tanks that had been running well seemed to have aged for 10 years, but the information in the Firebook information package was no more than 10 days, which made him more wary of this kind of mycelium. If the infinity was climbed by this kind of thing, it would be a disaster. They are getting closer, Kiki said anxiously at this time. Let's go up. Lin Xian shouted immediately, and Kiki immediately took 7 people to fly more than 10 meters in the air. Not long after, the place where they had just stood was filled with people and fungi from all around. At this time, Lin Xian had already devoured more than half of the vehicles in the convoy. The materials in the decomposition center were constantly expanding. At the same time, his mechanical source points and devouring proficiency were also rapidly improving. Lin Xian finally realized his wish to devour the parking lot. It had been a long time since he had devoured so many vehicles. If the situation was not really strange at this time, he could have completely devoured all the cars in the parking lot with this remote devouring. Lin Xian! Kiki shouted at him at this time, looked down. Lin Xian, who was concentrating on devouring, looked at the parking lot below and found that under the feet of the densely packed human fungi, the roots of the tangled fungus blanket seemed to be glowing slightly, and there was a kind of light red halo flowing from it like blood. Everyone noticed this phenomenon at this time. The red flow gradually became brighter and clearer, and the red light became more and more intense. The fungus network on the entire ground was like blood flowing, as if the entire area was breathing rhythmically. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also realized that something was wrong. He immediately stopped the swallowing action in his hand. Just when he wanted Kiki to raise everyone up just in case, in the corner of his sight, a floating luminous fungus suddenly fell slowly from his shoulder. The luminous fungus emitted a white and pink agile light, and the mushroom cap was as light as goose down or dandelion. Lin Xian's eyes immediately condensed. At this time, Kiki saw it and screamed immediately. "Lin Xian, be careful!" As soon as the voice fell, Kiki immediately propped up a large telekinetic shield to wrap everyone up. The floating mushroom cap was instantly shaken by telekinesis, and burst into thousands of white tiny light spots in the air, like a dreamy sand mist. Above our heads, everyone looked up and found that countless white and pink small mushroom caps were floating down from the black cloud. They were shaken open by the telekinetic shield. The whole top of their heads was covered with sand mist, and then quickly slid down and fell on the human fungus below. In an instant, the human fungus began to mutate violently. A large number of white mycelium emerged from the human fungus crazily, and then quickly broke through the body and proliferated. The body and limbs burst and fell off, leaving only the head rolling down. Then the whole human fungus turned into a strange mushroom more than 1 meter high, with terrible tumors all over its body. Countless mycelium from the neck grew into a mushroom cap that looked magnificent. With the wind, a large number of spores fell everywhere. Lin Xian and others' faces changed drastically when they saw the scene. The white mushroom cap spores had not fallen for a minute, and they had directly split and proliferated to this extent. How strange, it seems that only this thing is floating above our heads. Luo Yan looked at the sky and shouted in surprise. Lin Xian looked and saw that only this area was floating, so he immediately said to Kiki, "Quick, let's get out of here." Wow! Kiki immediately led the team to fly towards the distant airspace. After flying a few kilometers, the number of mushroom umbrellas floating around obviously decreased a lot. At this time, Lin Xian looked back and found that the sky above the car city was like a heavy rain with glowing mushroom umbrellas, while other places were as quiet as before. Ding Junyi looked at the breathing network of fungal blankets on the ground of the city and said, "Sure enough, the fungal community of this entire city is a large biological network, and we stayed in one place for too long just now, so this fungal community network responded to us." Soon, the mushroom caps floating in the sky seemed to have located their position, and began to fall from above their heads. What should we do now? Let's go directly to the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group. If we go back to the train now, we will just wait to die. Okay. After swallowing the 20 or so heavy trucks, Lin Xian's decomposition center had already obtained a lot of materials, which might be a little short of the track materials he estimated. So while flying towards the direction of Crimson Pharmaceutical, Lin Xian asked Kiki to grab some abandoned cars on the road and swallow them in the air. Lin Xian's premonition was correct. At this time, the mushroom carpets all over Yijin City seemed to come alive. As their team flew in the air, the mycelium roots on the ground kept flashing blood-red light. At the same time, in the darkness, in the shadow corners, a large number of mycelium heads began to roll, and the mushroom caps growing on the ground of the city streets swayed in the wind, and began to continuously spit out spore mist. In an instant, the city that originally looked clear and lively under the night-light mushrooms seemed to be filled with brown-yellow spore mist. These mists continued to expand and rise, gradually shrouding Yijin City in the mist of spore mist. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian immediately said to Kiki, "Quick, take us over." Okay. These fungi have begun to spray spore mist. Will there be any problems on the train? Luo Yang said nervously. There is no point in worrying. I hope they can hold on, and not make any sound or light source. On the other side, Shi Diyuan and Chen Sichuan on the joint train saw the sky full of brown-yellow spore mist rising from the sky above the city, and immediately sensed the danger. Quick, turn on all the air circulators, and find something to block the gaps at the car connection. Use a wet cloth. Also, the ventilation ducts and sewage ducts in the bathroom. Never let the spores enter the car. The communicator can no longer contact Team Lin and his team. What should we do? Shuqin said. They will have a way. We must follow Lin Xian's request, and must not make any noise, and the whole car will be powered off. Okay. Everyone put on their gas masks, and no skin should be exposed. Chen Sichuan looked solemn, and she and Xu Qin checked everyone's protection one by one. Even if there was a train as protection, the people on the train did not dare to take it lightly, and even put on the winter clothes they had worn in the snowfield before. For a while, more than 4,000 people quietly took action, and everyone found various things that could be used to start blocking the gaps and loopholes that might exist in the car. The hatches of each car on the infinity side were closed just in case, and the joint train was completely quiet, as if the air was frozen, and fell into silence. A few minutes later, a thick, dim yellow spore fog began to cover the train like a tsunami, and soon completely submerged the train. A thin layer of yellow spores began to cover the windows. On the other side, as mushroom caps continued to fall from the sky, Kiki led Lin Xian and others to fly quickly in the sky, and soon saw a triangular single building with a large area in the industrial zone of Yijin City. The original building wall was now transformed into a high-wall electric grid, covered with thorn iron nets, and there were machine gun sentry towers every few dozen meters. It seemed to be built to deal with the zombie crisis. At this time, the sandbag bunker outside the wall had already collapsed, and the sand and the fungus blanket were glued into a honeycomb-like tumor. The barrel of a heavy machine gun was twisted into a twist by the hyphae, and the unfired bullets on the ammunition belt grew black fungus caps like wood ears. The huge triangular main building was covered with glowing fungal carpets and various fungi, like a huge tumor hatchery. Countless purple-black mycelium tumors were scattered around the building. The glowing tumor skin was translucent. When you looked closely, you could actually see the human outline inside. There were also security zombies wrapped in mycelium, and some staff members in research uniforms. On the roof of the building, only the two words crimson were vaguely visible. What kind of fungus is this? It can actually eat people. As the group approached from the air, Kiki frowned immediately. The scene in front of her looked extremely grotesque and terrifying. These mycelium networks were like some kind of internal organs, extremely disgusting. The mycelium here is more densely covered, which means it should be very close to the core of the fungus. Ding Junyi looked at the brown-yellow spore mist rising around and said, "These spores are also flammable. We must be careful." The whole city was covered with spore mist. If an explosion was triggered at this time, the power would be unimaginable. Looking at the overwhelming spore mist, Lin Xian frowned deeply. Even if he had a defensive means such as the force field, he was not sure that he could survive such an explosion. At this time, he suddenly discovered something. "Kiki, come closer." "Where?" "There." Lin Xian pointed to the main building of Crimson Pharmaceuticals. At this time, Lin Xian saw several special black experimental vans lying horizontally in front of the building. They were already wrapped in fungal blankets. Kiki took Lin Xian and others to fly over, and then Kiki tore off the fungal blanket, revealing a symbol on the van. It was a triangular symbol. Lin Xian and Kiki had seen this symbol before. It was the symbol on the special metal box that Uncle Wu from the Big Eagle team gave him when he just left Tingshan Pass. Chapter 292. It's this logo. Kiki remembered immediately after seeing it. So the scientific research team that Uncle Wu and the others met before was from this Crimson Pharmaceutical? It should be the Crimson World. Ning Jing said at this time, "This is not the logo of Crimson Pharmaceutical, but it is definitely this organization." Director Ding, scan it. Abai, see if there is any problem? Lin Xian pointed to the direction of the main building and said to the two, "No, the fungal blanket outside is too thick, and there is no way to detect what is going on inside." Ding Junyi said at this time, and Abai also shook his head. "This place has been parasitized like this. Is there really still a living person?" Ning Jing frowned and said, "The whole building was completely wrapped in fungal blankets. If it weren't for the shape of the building, it would have almost become a giant mycelium plant, covered with various mushroom spores and fungal tumors, which looked very weird. Be careful." Clang, clang, clang. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly made two drones. He could now control them remotely. The small drones he made did not need to be controlled by remote control equipment at all. Lin Xian immediately let the drones rush in front, and he led a group of people to follow behind and walk towards the main building. Above the sky, a large number of white feather mushroom umbrellas kept falling, accompanied by the brown and yellow spore fog covering the surroundings. The vision gradually became blurred. The revolving door of the main building was completely blocked by mycelium, and the automatic glass door was opened by the mycelium. Kiki immediately grabbed it with telekinesis and pulled the whole door down with a bang. "Go in quickly, don't touch those mushroom umbrellas." Wallalalel. Just as everyone rushed into the dark main building hall, There were continuous hissing sounds on the ground behind them. The mushroom caps fell on the mycelium tumors clinging to the building, and the white mycelium began to spread instantly. The zombie corpses wrapped in the mycelium seemed to come alive suddenly, making a shrill roar, with tumor-like fungus bags growing all over their bodies, and the skin peeling off inch by inch. As soon as he entered the outer door hall, Lin Xian directly made a large lighting lamp and raised it to the hall, illuminating the main building hall at once. The originally magnificent hall was now in a mess, with human fungi everywhere. Some were running and some were climbing. At this moment, they were parasitized by mycelium and solidified in place. When the light appeared, these human fungi began to shake constantly and came towards the direction of the light. Find their laboratory and make a quick decision. Okay. Lin Xian didn't care whether he would alarm these human fungi at this time. He kept making lighting lights to clear the way. At the same time, 2 drones quickly passed through the corridor to investigate suspicious targets. This kind of pharmaceutical company usually has a core laboratory that includes many subjects. It may take a lot of time to find it. Ding Junyi followed Lin Xian. Many corners of the dust-free corridor were covered with fungal blankets, and there were signs of mold everywhere. She used the visual system of the Black Hawk armor to quickly capture the area map of the building, and then after a partition test, she said, "It's in Building C, you can go down through the central elevator." This is easy. Lin Xian's palms were surging with electricity, and the lights in the entire corridor kept flickering in the direction of the team's movement, forming a temporary lighting system. The deeper we went, the more mycelium roots attached to the parasites, and even some corridors were completely occupied. Bang! Ning Jing punched a mycelium wall and cleared the passage. In order not to cause an explosion, the work of clearing the road could only be handed over to Ning Jing and Kiki. Abai and Huiga's abilities were both flammable and explosive, so they could only follow silently at this time. Something is coming. At this time, Abai and Ding Junyi said almost at the same time. Lin Xian and others stopped immediately. At this time, everyone was passing through a narrow corridor. Under the urging of Lin Xian's mechanical ability, only one area was brightly lit, and the other areas were hidden in the mycelium and darkness. Time and time again, a sound of extremely fast climbing kept coming from the empty corridor. When Lu Xingchen heard it, he immediately held the fire in one hand and prepared to attack, but was blocked by Lin Xian's hand the next moment. Don't act rashly. There are mycelium everywhere. If we light it, none of us can escape. Let me do it. Ning Jing stepped forward, looking straight at the darkness in front of her. In the whole team, only she and Kiki were more suitable to take action. At this time, she heard something approaching rapidly in the darkness, and immediately clenched her fists. But who knew that just when the sound was about to break through the darkness, it suddenly stopped, and the whole corridor suddenly became quiet, leaving only the mycelium twisting under the light. Run away? Gurgle. At this time, a rolling sound was heard behind him. Lin Xian directly stretched out his hand and waved. 2 drones flew one after another into the darkness in front and behind. Then soon, everyone saw the source of the sound. They saw a large number of human head fungi rolling in the distance in the corridor behind them. All of them had green and rotten faces, and mycelium was entangled. It looked extremely terrifying. Hurry up! Lin Xian immediately led everyone to run forward. The lights of the drone attracted large groups of human-headed fungi and human-jointed fungi that gathered in the building. Fortunately, these things were slow and did not pose any threat to everyone. Just as the group was about to cross a laboratory area, Luo Yang, who was running, suddenly saw a black shadow approaching him quickly in a corridor beside him. The next moment, a strange fungus corpse with claws, hunched over, and wearing a laboratory dust-free suit suddenly jumped out of the darkness and rushed directly towards him. This zombie was extremely fast, clawing on the ground and rushing forward like a beast, with a strong smell of laboratory disinfectant all over its body. Luo Yang's pupils immediately condensed, and he subconsciously prepared to use his supernatural power. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian suddenly stood in front of him and shouted, "Be careful!" Buzz! A translucent force field unfolded in front of Lin Xian, and the monster corpse that rushed out crashed into the force field head-on. A large amount of black ash-like substances instantly burst out of its body and sprayed on the wall. Upon closer inspection, the black ash was actually still wriggling, and it continued to split into slime molds like spiders, and soon attached most of the wall, which was extremely weird. Hey! Kiki immediately launched a telekinetic wave to directly blast the monster corpse out, and a large amount of black fog was crushed out with a bang. These things can't be touched, Sister Ning, don't do it. Lin Xian saw the scene, his face was a little ugly. He brought so many powerful people out, but the things he encountered were weirder and weirder, and he had no idea where to start. Ning Jing frowned when she heard this. Look at the clothes on this monster corpse. It should be an experimental product imprisoned in the laboratory. There are too many types of mycelium characteristics that we are currently exposed to. With the information we have, it is best not to act rashly. Ding Junyi looked at the abnormal information of various air parameters in the holographic vision and said, it is recommended to find people from the Crimson World as soon as possible. They must know a lot of relevant information. In this situation, it is uncertain whether there are still people alive. Lin Xian looked at the scene, and he ran towards the atrium of the building with everyone without stopping. From the regional map, it can be seen that the upper floors of the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group are mainly some administrative areas and business areas, while the core freezing laboratories are underground and need to go down through the vertical elevator in the atrium. Except for there is basically no valuable search area in the whole building. It's just in front. Kiki, use the telekinesis shield to protect it, and don't care about anything you see on the road. Lin Xian made arrangements while running forward, but something strange happened. The closer he got to the atrium, the fewer mycelium around him, as if they were suppressed by some special force. At the same time, the lights gradually became brighter. He didn't need to use mechanical powers to light the lights. The originally dirty floors and walls became spotless. A high-end and luxurious pharmaceutical company interior scene began to appear in front of Lin Xian. The spacious and bright floor, the holographic advertising screen in the corridor displayed the corporate culture of Deep Red Pharmaceuticals. A bald middle-aged man in a suit and smart glasses appeared in the picture, talking with full emotions. Deep Red Pharmaceuticals is committed to reshaping the infinite possibilities of life from the perspective of genetic technology. We let CRISPR gene scissors transcend the dimension of editing. Through AI-driven quantum-based folding technology, it can not only repair faulty genes. Professor Vallon, a leading figure in federal biology, once said that humans are the top biological template in biological reproduction. Diseases, viruses, and defects are the inevitable process of biological evolution, even including external factors such as natural disasters. Some people ask, has gene editing crossed the forbidden zone of life? My answer is when a mother saw her daughter with congenital metabolic defects run for the first time because of our mitochondrial regeneration therapy, when cancer early screening AI reduced the mortality rate by 90%, saving tens of millions of families from terminal illness. What we touch is not a forbidden zone, but the glory that civilization should have. Lin Xian walked through the corridor. At this time, a huge and bright atrium hall appeared in sight, like a large science and technology building. Woo! Countless administrative drones shuttled in the air, as if they were very busy. The cylindrical central elevator was located in front, surrounded by a circular consultation desk. Surprisingly, there was a young woman in uniform standing in front of the consultation desk, like a lobby manager. Apart from that, the entire atrium hall was empty, and Lin Xian could only hear his own footsteps. The woman was extremely beautiful, looking like she was in her early 30s, and she was looking at Lin Xian with a polite smile. Hello. The woman seemed to be saying to Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He looked at the surrounding environment, then looked behind him. A familiar feeling came over him. Everyone disappeared, leaving only him and the woman in front of him. Click, click, click. Lin Xian's eyes immediately condensed, and his mechanical heart quickly unfolded, capturing useful things to determine his current situation. The woman in uniform just looked at Lin Xian calmly and smiled. I understand you. You are exhausted physically and mentally after escaping all the way. You are surrounded by dangers, and may lose your life at any time. Now you see such a clean, bright, modern scene without any doomsday scenes. You must think you are in the wrong place, or have entered an illusion. Click, click, click. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with supernatural light, and the mechanical heart began to expand to a larger range. Have you ever thought that your understanding of death might be wrong? The woman looked at Lin Xian's movements and continued, as long as what you see, touch, sense, and smell is not doomsday and death, what does the form of life exist have to do with it? As soon as the voice fell, a noisy sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the atrium hall. Lin Xian looked up and saw that a large number of people came out of the passages in all directions. These people were men and women, all naked, and both men and women had beautiful facial features and bodies, like perfect human creations. These white bodies walked towards him, and Lin Xian immediately began to retreat. As his eyes changed, Lin Xian found that the men in the crowd began to decrease, staying in place and leaving, and all those rushing forward were only women. These women were also tall, short, fat, thin, with different skin colors, different hair colors, and even different body shapes and chest circumferences. As these people approached, as if they were being quickly screened, those women with slim figures and fair skin gradually became the mainstream, and their hair, bones, and hair color gradually became the types that Lin Xian liked best. The most bizarre thing was that the appearance of the screened women gradually changed towards Chen Xishuan, Kiki, Ding Junyi, and even Monica, who impressed Lin Xian. Soon, hundreds of beautiful Chen teachers, Kiki Monica, had come to Lin Xian and surrounded him. These beauties were naked, and their skin was full of the seductive breath of reproduction and sex. They looked at Lin Xian with clear eyes, smiling, serious, cunning, or shy, almost invading all of Lin Xian's senses. At the same time, the crowd began to open up, and the naked beauties, who came up from behind, were holding all kinds of delicacies in their hands: steaks, roast duck, hot pot, fresh fruits, tempting desserts, and exquisite and mellow wine. They didn't say a word, but kept offering all kinds of delicacies, or posing all kinds of desire postures, or expressing their loyalty to be dominated. Instantly, more men began to appear, crawling and kneeling on the ground toward Lin Xian outside the beauties, as if expressing submission and respect. For a while, Lin Xian was filled with all kinds of delicacies and fragrances, the beautiful women who kept twisting their bodies, and the men who knelt down to him densely, like a weird human desire field, affecting all senses and psychology, pulling wildly. Click. At this time, Lin Xian's mechanical heart finally caught something. He immediately took a deep breath, raised his left hand to cast the force field shield, and at the same time, he clenched his right hand. Nothing. A huge strange sound echoed in the hall. The uniformed woman in the distance suddenly twisted her face. Then, a chain reaction occurred with the women around Lin Xian, who were twisting and begging for peace. Some postures twisted too much and turned into anti-joint movements, which broke people's normal cognition and made the originally erotic picture become weird. And these women didn't seem to notice that as Lin Xian's supernatural power tore, these women's movements began to become more and more weird, like an abnormal AI drawing. Some people silently had an extra arm, some women grew 7 or 8 fingers on their hands, and some even had a horrible scene of genital dislocation, like a female hell. The eternal living body is the ultimate solution to the reproduction of life. Hello. I understand you. You must be tired physically and mentally after escaping all the way. Don't be afraid. The woman in uniform was still speaking incoherently, and with strange logic. Chi-chi. Lin Xian's superpowers surged rapidly, and the elevator door of the central elevator behind the woman began to open under the restraint of superpowers. The elevator door seemed to encounter a great obstacle, and the opening process became extremely slow. Lin Xian pushed it with all his strength, and the elevator motor made a humming sound. The next moment, the elevator door seemed to tear something apart. At this time, all the twisted female hells in front of Lin Xian disappeared, and the picture reflected in the retina began to gradually become clear. Instantly, the smell of rot and mold churned in his nose. In the realization, his 2 drones were falling on a strange fungus mountain in front of him, which was like a small hill. The lighting was flickering. In Lin Xian's side at this time, the vertical elevator in the central hall was covered by a huge fungus blanket. The fungus blanket showed a charming color and grew strangely, like an exposed human internal organs, looking like a living thing. At the same time, a large amount of white mycelium had spread from his feet to his body, and began to cover his lower body. Various stimulating energies continued to come, and the alarm sound of the TRP armor in his ears gradually became clear from blurry. Beep beep beep, driver heart rate abnormality warning. Driver brainwave signal abnormality warning, this thing can cause hallucinations. Gas masks are useless. Click. At this time, Ding Junyi, wearing a Black Hawk battle armor, came over and pulled off the mycelium vines on Lin Xian's feet. She saw Lin Xian looking back at her and immediately said, "Are you awake?" "How long?" Lin Xian asked immediately. 2 hours. So long? Lin Xian was surprised. Why do I feel like only 5 minutes have passed? Ding Junyi responded immediately. Just now, the brain has been overloaded by 200%, and all the senses and dopamine happiness information in the body have been mobilized, so you will see the real-life images, which are all rendered by your brain. How do you know? The Black Hawk Armor's vital sign monitoring system told me that it is normal if you feel dizzy and incontinent, but we don't have time to change pants now. After Ding Junyi finished speaking, she immediately turned around and walked towards Kiki and the others behind her. At this time, these people were standing in the same place as Lin Xian just now, with a lot of white hyphae covering their bodies. When did you get infected? How come you have no memory of it? Lin Xian was a little scared at this time, and rushed over to rescue several people with Ding Junyi. At this time, Kiki, Ning Jing, Abailuo, and Yang Wuj all closed their eyes, and kept moving their eyeballs. It was obvious that they were trapped in some strong hallucination scene. Lin Xian took the lead in tearing off all the mycelium on Kiki's body, and checked her body, and found that there was no injury. He breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to wake up the girl, he found that the girl's mouth opened and closed, as if she was shouting something in the illusion. Lin Xian frowned, and hurriedly leaned over to listen. Yes, kneel down for me, and say you are wrong. Lin Xian, sing a song for me and perform a show. Don't laugh, slap your mouth. Did you call me the girl? You should call me Queen. You dare to touch me, come here. Sister Chen is not here, let me kiss you. Come on, take off your pants, let me. Wake up. Lin Xian felt something was wrong the more he listened, so he reached out and pinched Kiki's nose to wake her up. Kiki suddenly felt pain and opened her eyes immediately. Seeing Lin Xian in front of her, she blinked in astonishment. After a long while, she finally reacted and said hurriedly, "How can this illusion be so real? Haven't we returned to the car and escaped the polar night safely? Why are we still here?" Lin Xian glanced at her. "Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine." Ouch! Seeing Lin Xian's eyes, Kiki suddenly remembered something, her face turned pale, and she quickly covered her head and looked around. "Ouch, my head hurts." Seeing that Kiki was okay, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The situation of the other people was similar. The illusion caused by the hyphae would constantly generate strong desires for himself, thereby activating the human body's happiness factors, and continuing to develop, and eventually making people completely solidify in place, and covered by hyphae. In just 2 hours, the hyphae almost covered most of himself, which was extremely terrifying. Oh my god, what's wrong? Luo Yang kept scratching his head, and felt a splitting headache. Ning Jing and the others also had strange expressions, but Brother Hua frowned slightly at this time, with an expression of aftertaste and self-blame. This illusion is really abominable. It made me go all the way to become a god in vain. Alas, it seems that I am too obsessed. Lin Xian took a look and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone pay attention, we have to speed up. There are some things that our gas masks can't prevent. We must be more vigilant. Is this thing alive?" Kiki was very angry at this time. He looked at the huge fungus above, gritted his teeth, raised his hands, and used telekinesis to tear it apart, and actually tore the huge fungus apart directly. In an instant, the fungus on the ground seemed to be involved and vibrated. Gurgle, at this time, the sound of mycelium heads rolling came from the corridor. In addition, there was a rustling sound of some mycelium roots spreading continuously. Countless human head fungi began to roll in from outside the hall. Hurry up, this thing also has a sense of territory. Kill the big one and the small one will come. Kiki, tear open the fungus carpet in front. Seeing more and more mycelium heads rolling in the corridor behind him, Kiki immediately obeyed Lin Xian's words, and used his superpowers to tear off the thickest mycelium. At this time, this huge mycelium aggregate seemed to tremble in pain, and a large number of spores continued to spray out. At this time, Lin Xian directly used the mechanical heart to open the elevator door. Hurry in! Everyone rushed into the elevator quickly. At the moment the door closed, a tide of mycelium heads had already surged into the hall outside, and all the mycelium had a constant flow of scarlet light inside. Chapter 293. Boom! The moment the elevator door closed, the entire elevator shaft was shaken. Lin Xian used his supernatural power to control the locked elevator to start moving downward, and a smell of annihilation mold buried deep underground rose to the sky. What on earth was that just now? Why did we all have hallucinations all of a sudden? Luo Yang asked with fear on his face. Several people in the group were all people with strength above the violent level, but no one reacted just now, and they were all hit. It seemed like a moment, but in fact it was more than 2 hours. If those human head fungi and fungus corpses rushed in at this time, they would have been wiped out. The purpose of this mycelium is to parasitize. Killing is not the first purpose. Ding Junyi analyzed at this time, and it seems that these mycelium's enthusiasm for living things exceeds mechanical energy. Lin Xian's face was solemn. Even you wearing a full covering battle armor will be hallucinated. How can we prevent those parasitic spores? Ding Junyi looked at him and said, I have checked the brown-yellow fungal spores just now. The particle size is about 2 to 5 microns. Our gas masks are completely resistant to it. At present, the air circulation system of all Federal Standard train carriages can intercept 0.3 micron particles. Unless the circulation system is damaged or there is a rupture in the carriage, you don't have to worry too much. On the other side, Ning Jing also nodded after hearing this. Many trains have modified the air tightness and air circulation system of train carriages in order to deal with the invasion of darkness. Ours also has it, but if it is ruptured, this cannot be guaranteed. Liu Yang was worried. It was their first time to use a train vehicle. They had just come out of the battle in Shilin City. This problem really made him feel uncertain. That's right. How can we defend against this thing? Kiki frowned at this time, worried about Chen Sichuan and the others. It's useless to worry. We can only hope that the organization in this Crimson World has some useful methods. Otherwise, we can only go back and retreat to Shilin City, Lin Xian said. Although he said so, it was unlikely to think about it. How could he run back after finally clearing the mark from Shilin City? Isn't it a dead end? At this time, Lin Xian was under great pressure. The track defects of the Doomsday train were exposed at this moment. If it was a car, it could have been diverted and bypassed long ago, but now nearly 4,000 people on the 22nd train were trapped in the spore mist, in a dilemma, and once again fell into a dead end. Woo! Lin Xian controlled the elevator to descend quickly. Along the way, his mechanical heart could feel that the elevator car was constantly breaking a large number of mycelium roots, and he felt a sense of stagnation from time to time. Finally, the elevator arrived at the core test area on the 5th floor underground. Ding! The elevator door opened, and it was dark outside. Lin Xian immediately turned on the lighting on the drone. In an instant, what came into view was that the entire external passage and corridor were covered with mycelium vines. Even the floor and walls were no longer visible. If it weren't for the vaguely visible shape of the corridor, everyone would even think that this corridor was the esophagus of some monster. Why are there more and more underground? Kiki said. There is no one. This research institute should have completely fallen. Liu Yang also said. Lin Xian was operating the elevator just now, while scanning the mechanical feedback in the building below through the mechanical heart. He originally thought that the people from the Crimson World in the Fire Book would hide below, but he did not detect any movement. At this time, the elevator door opened, which also confirmed his guess. Are we in the wrong place? Probably not. Lin Xian said. The deputy captain of the Night Front team mentioned that there was a battle with the people from the Crimson World underground. It should be here, but we should be late. This place is completely covered by mycelium. What should we do? Lin Xian looked solemn at this time. The light on the drone made the mycelium in the corridor seem to be undergoing some slight changes. He knew that he would not stay in this place for long, so he said, Kiki, take us to search here and see if there is any harvest, and then we will leave immediately. Yes. Kiki nodded. Everyone get closer. After that, she immediately grabbed everyone and flew into the corridor. With the help of the drone lights and scanning array, the group quickly shuttled through the underground core laboratory. The entire underground core laboratory area has been covered with a large amount of mycelium. The ground and walls are occupied by various mycelium vines, and various tumor mushroom spores are hung in a string. Everyone searched all the way, but found everything. In the laboratory, except for the human bacteria adsorbed on the mycelium wall, no one was seen. At this time, everyone searched all the way to the last area, which was a special passage corridor. The corridor was extremely long, as if it extended to a special area. A large-scale battle took place here. Ding Junyi's Black Hawk armor scanned, and immediately found a lot of abandoned weapons under the mycelium on the ground. Lin Xian also found it at this time. His mechanical skin covered the mycelium carpet, and quickly swallowed dozens of weapons. These weapons are of mixed standards. Most of them should not belong to such a large organization. They should be the team of survivors. After finding the clue, several people immediately searched deep in the corridor. It didn't take long to reach the end. Under the light of the drone, a heavy radiation-proof door appeared. The door was covered with a lot of mycelium. Confidential area. No entry. Kiki pulled off the mycelium vines, and everyone saw the biochemical logo on the alloy door at this time. It seemed that there was some special research inside. Captain Lin. Just as Lin Xian was about to use his mechanical ability to open the door, Ning Jing pulled him back. This passage is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The survivors' team should be trapped here. Be careful of an ambush. I know. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly held up a force field shield in front of him, and immediately operated the mechanical heart to operate the explosion-proof door. The sophisticated protective lock was useless in front of Lin Xian's ability. In less than a minute, the mechanical scan was completed. Under the drive, the alloy latches inside were retracted and rose, and then the circular explosion-proof door slowly opened. Squeak, just when the explosion-proof door was opened, a slight wind sound came from the back, as if there was a large space behind. Lin Xian immediately controlled the drone to fly out, and found that there seemed to be a huge underground space behind. No biological heat source was found, but there are a lot of mycelium covering here. Everyone walked out of the passage, and Ding Junyi immediately scanned the area with the radar system of the Black Hawk armor. What is this place? It looks like an underground platform. As soon as Kiki walked out, she immediately saw a control panel not far away. She immediately walked over and connected it with a mobile terminal, and lit up the lights of the entire platform in a few seconds. When the lights were turned on, everyone immediately found that this was a small underground rail platform. The platform was filled with protective wooden boxes of various large experimental instruments, as well as various equipment and materials. There was also an area with many metal cages stacked. When the lights were shown, they immediately saw various dead creatures, cats, dogs, humans, zombies, and even the snow monster seen in Shilon City before. In addition, a small white rail locomotive was parked on this rail platform, dragging 3 well-protected high-tech carriages, quietly parked on the track, and the surrounding walls were covered with a large number of mycelium vines. Lin Xian, this track leads directly to a place called Zero Element Center, 5 kilometers away, which may be the secret underground research base of this organization. At this time, Kiki obtained the path information from the terminal system, and said to Lin Xian, in addition, this track actually directly connects the subway line 1 in Yijin and the sightseeing train track in Yin Marsh. She looked up at Lin Xian, with a bit of excitement in her eyes. In other words, this underground track can directly pass through the Yijin Canyon and leave the city. Lin Xian's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately came over to take the mobile terminal in Kiki's hand to check the distribution of this secret track line. The more he looked, the more eager he looked. You are right. If you leave the city from here, there is no need to build a 22-kilometer track. You only need to transfer from the open-air subway line of Jinkui Street to the underground track line, and then go here. Jinkui Street? Ning Jing was also surprised at this time. I looked at the map. It seems that it is less than 2 kilometers away from us. Then what does this mean? Luo Yang looked strange. We have to drive the train into the city streets, and then turn into the subway track? Why not? Lin Xian looked serious, thinking in his heart. Anyway, it's just a temporary track. 2 kilometers is easier than 22 kilometers. At this time, are you still worried about the traffic law? Then the only thing we have to worry about now is whether the track is unobstructed. Ding Junyi said at this time. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go to this place called Zero Element Center to take a look. Look, judging from the situation of the Underground Research Institute being eroded by mycelium, perhaps the organization of this Crimson World has already evacuated. If so, we will split into 2 groups, check the track line, and then drive the joint train out of the city through the underground track line to avoid the spore fog. Yeah. Ning Jing agreed at this time. This plan is good, it can save a lot of effort. Then let's act quickly. Woo woo, the 2 drones with lights constantly searched the situation around the entire platform. The group walked down the platform with full attention. Lin Xian began to scan and control the train, and soon started the long silent rail train and opened the door. Swish, the door opened, and the inside was bright and clean. As soon as everyone got on the train, they found that the design of this underground rail train was very strange. The first carriage was a luxurious business seat. Each seat was like the first-class cabin of an airplane. There was also a holographic screen in front of the seat. As Lin Xian started the train system, the corporate technology advertisements inside began to play again. The 2 carriages at the back were not for riding. They contained separate isolation cabins and transport equipment frames, etc. They were empty at this time, and the ground was also in a mess. As soon as he got on the train, Kiki was operating the mobile terminal and said, Lin Xian, I can't find any information about the Zero Element Center here, and I can't connect to the system over there. I don't know where it is. Well, I guess it may be the same as the Underground Research Institute in Qingshui Town before. Judging from the fire book left by the Night Front team, there must be people from that organization here. Everyone be careful. Empty. Lin Xian directly operated the rail locomotive to start moving. The wheels rolled over the mycelium roots and vines clinging to the track, making a tearing sound, and then slowly accelerated towards the depths of the track. These hyphae should have spread underground in the last few days. Ding Junyi looked at the hyphae vines in the passage outside the window, and said, there was a large-scale battle in that corridor before. If there were these hyphae, it would definitely cause a huge explosion. Luo Yang looked at her and said, "Then Professor Ding, do you mean that those people may not dare to fire at us? At least it is a hidden danger." Ding Junyi said, "If there is a firefight underground, if these hyphae burn and explode, we will not even have a chance to escape." Wow! The rail train continued to accelerate. There were track lights in this special underground passage. Through the window, a little slope could be clearly felt. It seemed that the depth of the track was slowly increasing, and as the train moved, the hyphae in the passage also decreased a lot. At this time, the passage ahead began to open up, revealing a spacious and luxurious special platform with a white signboard with the words, "Zero Element Center." The entire platform had extremely high protection standards, with automated loaders, personnel disinfection rooms, defense posts, etc. It looked like it had to go through layers of inspections, but as the train drove into the platform, Lin Xian and the others did not see any figures. It was empty. The huge platform has a very long loading and unloading line. As the train stopped, Lin Xian's team got off the train, and a hollow negative pressure suddenly hit the eardrum. All the inspection areas were empty, and the lights on them were flashing green, which was as strict as some kind of underground nuclear defense facility. How did this pharmaceutical group build such a large track platform and underground facilities underground? Luo Yang looked curious. "You are surprised too early. Kiki has seen the Qingshui Town test site, an underground research institute of the Foundation, and is now immune to this." She pointed to an automatic explosion-proof door at the end of the platform and said, "Do you believe that there must be some weird laboratory or something behind this?" Lin Xian looked solemn, and his eyes kept checking the silent platform. At this moment, he suddenly found that as everyone walked onto the platform, countless surveillance cameras on the platform began to follow them and turn. "Someone!" Lin Xian's eyes immediately condensed and shouted to everyone, "Be careful! She!" Sure enough, before he finished speaking, more than a dozen small automatic machine turrets suddenly appeared from the surveillance cameras in several corners and behind the pillars. The red laser dots quickly captured the target, and the next moment, they opened fire directly. Bang 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 bang. Instantly the reaction. Kiki, who came over, immediately used telekinesis to push everyone away from where they were standing. The next moment, a violent metal jet bombarded the place where everyone had just stood. The floor exploded instantly, stray bullets flew everywhere, and the huge sound of gunfire rang out in the empty underground platform. "Get out of the way!" In an instant, everyone was facing a great enemy. Kiki immediately used telekinesis to block the brick debris and stray bullets that exploded in front of him. He raised his hand and tore down all 3 automatic machine guns in the process. Brother Hua, who flew backwards, was no longer restricted by the mycelium. He shot out several rapid-fire beams with his sword fingers. At the same time, Ning Jing and Luo Yang both took action. Lin Xian's mechanical ability had been deployed at this time, quickly covering all the machine guns and surveillance around him, and directly short-circuited and shut down. Almost at a glance, more than a dozen automatic machine guns were all shut down. Just when everyone thought the problem was solved, the automatic door at the end of the platform suddenly opened. Lin Xian's high-speed mechanical heart immediately noticed the sound of mechanical switches in the dark passage. His face changed, and he immediately rushed forward and raised his left hand to protect everyone. The transparent at force field light shield had been deployed. Swish! In an instant, for plasma arc pulses ejected from the inside of the passage and directly bombarded Lin Xian's at force field shield. Sparks flew and a current of energy vibrated on the platform. Is there an ambush? Wait! At this time, Lin Xian heard a very subtle engine sound, which seemed to be the same as that of the PX-05 robot. His mechanical heart moved immediately, and the mechanical skin covered the passage, and surprisingly captured 4 fast-moving targets flying out of the passage. Buzz buzz buzz. The next moment, 4 black spherical drones quickly flew out of the passage. They formed a 4-corner formation in the air, and reacted very quickly. As soon as they rushed out, they immediately captured the direction where Lin Xian and his men were avoiding. They turned their positions, and aimed the weapon-grade plasma pulse cannon in the center directly at the men. The sound of energy gathering sounded, "Woo! Be careful!" Seeing this, Kiki used her telekinesis to capture the 4 drones. When she was about to crush them, she heard Lin Xian shouting at her. "Wait, leave it to me." Lin Xian interrupted Kiki's move. His mechanical ability had already covered these drones. The scanning and driving were running at the same time, and the main control core of the drones was immediately captured. Woo! The next moment, the weapon energy gathering of the 4 spherical drones was all cancelled. The engines made a humming sound and fell to the ground quickly, as if they had lost their energy. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with supernatural light, and the mechanical heart was activated. In just a few breaths, the 4 drones were subdued. Mechanical scan successful. Lei Falcon 2000 attack drone obtained. Done. Lin Xian said to Kiki, check if there is any useful information, and help me copy the control program directly. Okay. Kiki directly grabbed a drone with telekinesis, forcibly disconnected the connecting data cable, and then used the mobile terminal to invade the program. Soon, she shook her head. It's the command of the Intelligent Defense System, nothing else. She pressed the confirmation key, directly copied the drone program, and restarted it. In this way, these drones can be directly controlled by Lin Xian with mechanical supernatural power. After completion, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and controlled the 4 Lei Falcon drones on the ground. At this time, they started again, slowly took off, and flew in front of Lin Xian. This flying drone is only the size of a basketball, covered with a certain amount of armor, equipped with a Hall flight propulsion engine, and the plasma arc pulse cannon in it looks very threatening. From the blueprint just scanned, it can be seen that the extreme energy capacitor used by this thing is very advanced, and the pulse cannon it fires is much more powerful than ordinary rifle bullets. It should be that the intelligent defense system here has been activated. We have been identified as invaders. Ding Junyi said at this time while looking at the drone. Huh, it's a close call. This thing is so fast. I almost got ambushed. Luo Yang took a long breath, walked forward at this time, looked at it, and exclaimed, this drone is so sophisticated. It can actually use plasma arc pulse cannons. The energy storage system must be extraordinary. It seems to be much more advanced than the Interstellar Army's Falcon. Thanks to Captain Lin's mechanical ability. Ning Jing's face was serious at this time. It seems that the people here have already set their sights on us. There may be more defensive measures than these. Lin Xian raised his hand and waved, directly controlling 2 reconnaissance drones to fly into the passage behind the automatic door. Instantly, the sensor system inside detected the motion picture, and the lights in the passage began to light up layer by layer. Lin Xian pushed the force field shield to look into the passage. At the same time, the drone sent back the scanning information inside, and no trace of living people was found. The design of the entire passage is very strange, with light on all sides, and it does not look like an ordinary passage at all. This passage is so deep. Kiki leaned over to check inside. I think there must be an ambush. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly noticed a surge of energy and immediately pressed Kiki back behind him. Back off. As soon as the words fell, the channel that was transparent on all sides suddenly emitted a high-frequency light flash. Dozens of blue ultra-high temperature plasma beam line cutting arrays suddenly appeared from the end of the channel, and then cut through the entire channel at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Lin Xian's 2 reconnaissance drones were immediately cut into pieces, falling to the ground and constantly emitting sparks, and the cuts were still red and melting. Hiss! What is this? Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed immediately. The attack happened too quickly, and there was not even 1 second of reaction time. If Lin Xian hadn't let the drone explore the way first, I'm afraid everyone would have been cut into pieces. This is not an ordinary channel, Lin Xian said with a heavy face. His mechanical abilities scanned directly in the channel, and as the scan unfolded, Lin Xian's brows immediately twisted up, and his face was full of disbelief. In a short time, his mechanical abilities scanned the vital signs/gate scanner, infrared thermal detector, vibration sensor, and thousands of monitoring origins. At the top of the channel, Lin Xian also found 16 Thunder Falcon drones lying dormant, all activated and in attack mode. The most important thing is that this channel is equipped with an ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array, and explosives are also laid outside the channel. Below the channel is a bottomless suspended area. Good guy. Lin Xian couldn't help but said in a deep voice. There are at least 5 deadly traps and self-destruction programs in this channel, not including drones, plus various scanners inside. The defense level is comparable to the highest military level. Ah! Luo Yang widened his eyes when he heard this. Why does a research institute need such a high defense level? Everything must have a cause. Lu Xingchen crossed his arms and said calmly, It's so troublesome, I guess there must be something wrong. There must be something extraordinary on the other side. Ning Jing nodded. This kind of defense should not be used to deal with zombies or strange bodies, right? No. Ding Junyi said at this time. The purpose of this level of scanning is generally to verify the identity, and illegal personnel are absolutely not allowed to enter. If there is a self-destruction program, it should be used to keep very important things. While the few people were discussing, Kiki and Lin Xian had already acted tacitly. Lin Xian directly used his mechanical ability to find the hidden data pipeline in the channel. The remaining 16 drones were covered and scanned one by him, and then forcibly controlled to fly out of the channel, and then connected to the mobile terminal by Kiki for program replication. At the same time, Lin Xian's mechanical heart continued to cover the entire channel, and began to shut down sensors and scanners, offline explosives, and directly shut down the ultra-high temperature plasma beam line cutting array at the back. Although the passage was full of high-tech and lethal weapons, and had a self-destruction program, it was not a problem in front of Lin Xian. His mechanical ability was the nemesis of all mechanical devices. After only 20 minutes, all the defense programs of the entire passage had been offline, and the weapons were directly destroyed by Lin Xian. This defense detection passage, that was built with a lot of money, and was almost foolproof, just went silent. However, Lin Xian was still not at ease. After he was completely done, he made 2 more reconnaissance drones, and flew them in. After confirming that there was no problem, Lin Xian led everyone to quickly cross the passage. When the automatic door at the end opened automatically under Lin Xian's control, a large monitoring hall came into view. Not only were various high-tech instruments stacked inside, but most importantly, the inside of the hall was a spherical screen that was half the size of a football field. The entire laboratory was built around this hemisphere. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the hall. On a high mechanical arm, a robot head with a female face was connected at this time, looking at everyone with a smile. The binocular focusing module of the robot head focused on Lin Xian, and then a holographic projection began to cover the robot head, presenting a beautiful human face model. The next moment, she opened her mouth and said to Lin Xian in a voice with ionized magnetic sound, "Hello, Lin Xian." Instantly, Lin Xian's eyes froze. Although this face had been holographically digitized, he immediately recognized that this face was the mysterious woman he had seen many times in his dreams. Chu Yin. Chapter 294. Zero Element Center, Central Monitoring Room. The air seemed to be silent in a strange atmosphere. When the beautiful mechanical head called out Lin Xian's name, not only Lin Xian, but also Ning Jing and others felt their hair stand on end. Wu, Lin Xian's 2 drones had circled the entire circular central monitoring room in a very short time. Under the photoelectric scanning, no living people were found, except for the 7 members of Lin Xian's team. There was no one in the monitoring hall, and all terminal devices were running automatically. "Lin Xian, how did she recognize you?" Kiki said immediately. "Not sure." Lin Xian frowned, staring at the mechanical head high up, his heart full of doubts. For the sake of caution, he subconsciously prepared to use mechanical supernatural powers to explore. "I suggest you not to attack me physically or with supernatural powers. If the intelligent brain fails, I will not be able to operate the system of the Zero Element Center, and I will not be able to communicate with you in a friendly manner." Grace's eyes focused on Lin Xian. Her words made Lin Xian's face change slightly. He immediately stopped the mechanical covering action and spoke. "Then please answer me, who are you and where is this place?" "I am the offline version of the Crimson No. 3 intelligent brain in the Aijin Zero Element Center. You can call me Grace. I am responsible for protecting all 1,623 Crimson members of the Zero Element Center. All the defensive weapons of the current system are offline, and my 4th basic agreement has been triggered, that is, to protect all Crimson members. I formally initiate negotiations with you." At this time, the intelligent brain spoke. "Negotiation?" Lin Xian looked at the robot brain that was almost identical to the woman named Chu Yin in his dream, and forced himself to suppress the doubts in his heart, and got straight to the point. "What do you want to talk to us about?" "According to the content of the agreement, I can provide you with including but not limited to 1. Member survival supplies in the permanent warehouse of the Zero Element Center. 2. 1,000 sets of interstellar level 3 individual weapon sets in the weapons and equipment warehouse. 3. Safe evacuation routes. At the same time, I need to inform you that this Zero Element Center does not have other content that is strongly related to survivors. Destroying the Zero Element Honeycomb Cave or killing Crimson members will not be of any benefit to you." "It seems that this is a robot butler," Ding Junyi said at this time. "I sensed a large amount of human heat source in the curtain wall behind it." "Oh really, Lin Xian, look." Kiki immediately flew into the air, looking down at the curtain wall, and said with surprise. Lin Xian looked at the intelligent brain on the high ground, and then walked towards the transparent spherical ceiling. When he got closer, he found that under the ceiling, there was actually a huge deep hole pointing vertically downward. On the edge of this deep hole, Countless elliptical survival capsules were neatly arranged, embedded in a hexagonal honeycomb grid, like a large underground storage pit. But upon closer inspection, there was actually a person lying in each survival capsule. All the survival capsules had blue lights flashing. Looking around, there were actually thousands of survival capsules in this huge pit, which means that there were thousands of people lying in this vertical honeycomb pit. At the same time, there were countless flying robots and a large suspended crane working in an orderly manner, like some kind of medical management robot, constantly checking the status of each survival capsule and taking care of it. What is this? A hibernation chamber? The team and others also followed forward, and Luo Yang said in surprise. This amazing sci-fi underground facility made everyone change color. Are all the people in this organization lying here? Ning Jing also frowned. Maybe they want to escape from suffering. Lu Xingchen rarely spoke. Sleeping for 100 years is also an option. 100 years? Kiki crossed her arms and looked at the bottomless honeycomb pit below. In this polar night, darkness is everywhere. It is a problem whether you can survive for a year. How can you sleep for 100 years? Yes, Ning Jing said at this time. Could it be that this organization has already found a way to block the invasion of darkness? Maybe you all guessed wrong. At this time, Ding Junyi's Black Hawk armor sighting system automatically zoomed in and scanned those elliptical high-tech survival chambers, but found some clues. She pointed to the nearest survival chamber below and said, "Look, besides the sensors, there are also some white mycelium on the heads of those people." Mycelium? Are these people dead? In the biological definition, the Crimson members here are not dead. The voice of the intelligent brain Grace came from behind everyone. Chi, at this time, the head on the high ground slowly descended, and a power cabin below seemed to rise up. A silver-black robot body with perfect female body curves was supported by a bracket, and then the head and body were connected, and several pipes behind the head began to detach. She stood on her toes, like an elegant ballerina. Snap, snap. Grace walked in front of several people with smooth steps comparable to human coordination, and the holographic face said without emotion, "They are in a perpetual living state. It is a survival continuation plan, secretly developed by the Crimson World based on the characteristics of mycelium. This mycelium that survives in the polar night tides is named Xingyuan fungus by the Crimson World. Through human experiments, it was found that this mycelium will erode the human body and cause vegetative fibrosis of human tissue, but it will not erode the brain. Instead, it will release a special substance to transmit and connect human consciousness through the mycelium network to form a brain network." Brain network? Kiki frowned. What does it mean? Brain network can be simply understood as uploading human consciousness to the internet. The only difference is that this transmission method is through the mycelium network. Grace answered in a mechanical voice. So what? What's the point of doing this? Ning Jing asked. It sounds like a different way of living. Lin Xian said solemnly. So, do you think this is a kind of immortality? I can't understand the concept of immortality. Grace looked at him. Take Grace as an example. My consciousness exists in the storage medium and quantum processing unit. As an industrial product, the processor does not have the concept of immortality, but compared with the lifespan of humans, Grace can live longer, and the brain network exists in the fungal organism of Xingyuan mycelium. At present, Crimson has not yet conducted a definite study on the lifespan of this dark creature. It is just that compared with the rapid death in the polar night, this may be a way of immortality. In addition, through research, it is found that after accessing the mycelium network, the dopamine secretion of the human brain can be maintained at more than 5,000 for a long time. This is the main factor that can make people feel happy. The highest pleasure experience that humans can get is a high-quality sex, which can temporarily obtain 400 to 500 dopamine factors. This means that after accessing the mycelium network, humans can maintain 10 times the pleasure of sex for a long time. This is also one of the reasons why Crimson members are willing to avoid natural disasters in this way. In this miserable doomsday, surviving in the mycelium network with a consciousness of 10 times happiness, Grace's words made Lin Xian and others more and more frightened. Kiki reacted at this time and exclaimed, "So those human fungi outside and the heads on the ground are living people? Ning Jing, isn't that equivalent to turning yourself into a plant? It's inhumane," Lu Xingchen said angrily. Ding Junyi said at this time, "After being parasitized by hyphae, the body has already been irreversibly fibrotic. How did you keep all these people alive?" "By cooling down." Grace responded quickly. "After being invaded by hyphae, there will be 2 stages. The first stage is to connect to the hyphae network, and the second stage is to complete the upload of consciousness and enter the HiFi network forever. Before completing the second stage, the brain will enter a state of high heat load. The zero-element center monitors this characteristic information and cuts off the HiFi connection within a safe period of time and maintains the body's normal metabolism. Therefore, the Crimson members are not sleeping in the hibernation cabin, but in the survival cabin with metabolic capabilities. Lin Xian heard this and said, I understand. Once the consciousness is uploaded, the body is useless, which is equivalent to being completely dead. I have a different view on death. The consciousness of humans and the consciousness of the intelligent brain are essentially the same. The only difference is the carrier. Just like Grace's Crimson Online version has been iterating, the carrier of Crimson members has been changed to the Xingyuan mycelium network. This is also alive, isn't it? How can this be the same? Kiki wanted to say something, but found that she didn't seem to know how to refute it. Lin Xian looked back at the densely packed survival capsules in the deep pit honeycomb and asked Grace, these Crimson members should not be your researchers, right? Crimson members are from all over the world who highly recognize the strategy of the Crimson world and have significant financial resources. They have been strictly screened by the Crimson world and have entered the zero-element project with a clear intention. Oh, I see. Lin Xian thought of the luxurious carriage and couldn't help but sneered. It turns out that a group of rich people who want to pursue immortality use this place as a sanatorium. Not only that, Ding Junyi also understood at this time. They want to sleep here underground until the polar night disappears. I guess this center must have set up some kind of agreement. If they can't wait until dawn or encounter a major accident, these robots will stop cooling down. Let these people give up their bodies and upload to the mycelium network forever, becoming immortal consciousness. Wow, awesome. Luo Yan was stunned. This time I really learned a lot. Ding Junyi looked at Grace and immediately said to Lin Xian, if their consciousness is connected to the mycelium network, they will not be attacked by the dark invasion force, so they will not be alienated. This should be the reason. Lin Xian snorted, his eyes burning, and said, mycelium has grown in the brain. What's the difference between this and alienation? After that, he walked up and said to Grace, the last question, in fact, is also the first question. How do you know my name? Grace turned her head mechanically and looked at Lin Xian. From your tone, I judge that your question should have a deeper meaning. It seems that you think I shouldn't know you or know your name, so you want to get a more traceable answer, but I'm very sorry, as an offline version, I can't retrieve the answer you want. Your facial features and personal information are stored in my known personnel information database, and you have P3 level permissions. The above research information on Xingyuan mycelium is also open to P3 level personnel. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know when he had been connected to the Crimson world. Hearing this, his face suddenly darkened. Since I have such authority, can you tell me what kind of organization the Crimson world is, and where did all the people here go? Grace replied, sorry, my database does not have this kind of information. My basic protocols are all written to manage the zero-element center, so I can't answer your question. It should be for confidentiality. Information about the Crimson World organization has not been compiled into this intelligent brain. Ding Junyi said at this time, from the design of the passage just now, it has been prepared to prevent any living people from entering. Then how can there be survival supplies and weapon cabins? Lin Xian said directly. That's right. Kiki crossed her arms and said, preparing these things shows that these powerful people are not all ready to turn themselves into vegetables, but they still want to wake up again one day when the darkness recedes, so they have made preparations. After this, the other people nodded. Your analysis is completely reasonable. Grace said at this time, not only that, but also based on other security considerations, this part of the supplies will be exchanged with the invaders as a negotiation condition. Hearing the words of this intelligent brain, Lin Xian understood the current situation of several people. It seems that the members of the Crimson World organization who exchanged fire with the Night Front convoy have either been annihilated by the mycelium or have completely evacuated, and this zero-element center is defended by intelligent robots. As for the passage just now, if it weren't for his mechanical ability, no one could break in casually. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said to the intelligent brain, why should I accept your negotiation? I can take all the supplies and weapons here directly. Lin Xian pointed to Grace, including you. A quantum intelligent brain that can manage such a large underground base. Lin Xian has always wanted to find one to manage the train. Grace in front of him is indeed a good choice, but he didn't expect that an intelligent brain would appear in this form. Judging from Grace's movements, She has extremely high coordination and athletic ability, and can definitely achieve a certain combat capability. So from the beginning to now, his mechanical heart has been conducting a comprehensive scan of Grace, and found the extremely precise mechanical component structure inside. His scanning progress is extremely slow. Even so, he can directly force Grace's joints and drive units to move. If the robot has any movements, it is difficult to escape his control. Kiki on the side smiled slyly upon hearing this. Yes, what is there to negotiate about? You don't have any means of defense, and if your organization hadn't destroyed the track, we wouldn't be trapped here. You also captured survivors for human experiments. You are simply a group of rapists. Why should we let them go? Kiki's words touched Bai, who was standing next to Ning Jing, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Lu Xingchen looked at the zero-element honeycomb cave and said, "This place is similar to the oven for baking naan. It will burn for a long time if it is lit." Grace heard Lin Xian's words, and there was no change in the expression on the holographic projection's face. She said in a flat tone, "The permanent warehouse is not in the zero-element center. You may be able to find it, but you can't take it away. Didn't we come in here as well? Why can't we take it away?" Lin Xian asked. "Because you don't have the time to destroy the zero-element center, search the permanent warehouse, and complete the safe transfer." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he said seriously, "Time? What do you mean?" Grace said, "The Aijin City area where the zero-element center is located is currently covered by polar night. According to the observation of the Crimson Aijin Observatory, every other day, the Xingyuan fungus network will enter an active state due to the dark tide and last for 9 hours. After the active state ends, the Tiangyu Tower will release a large amount of unknown energy hyphae, attracting a large range of strange bodies into Aijin City. We identify this phenomenon as a kind of dark creatures eating behavior, and the hyphae network has been in an active state for 6 hours and 15 minutes. That is to say, you only have 2 hours and 45 minutes left." As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed. "What? Strange bodies entered Aijin City on a large scale?" Lin Xian frowned and said, "So your negotiation conditions just now said that there is a safe evacuation plan. Is this what you mean?" "Yes, but the feasibility of this plan is decreasing." Grace finished speaking, and her eyes projected a large holographic screen, which contained the content and data observed by the Crimson Observatory. It did show that after a period of time, the fluctuation of the soul value of Aijin City had reached a terrifying level, and it was like a strange siege. Lin Xian stared. "Are you putting pressure on us?" From Grace's perspective, you have no better choice, and Grace's request will not affect any of your interests. The destruction of the zero-element center and the Crimson members has no meaning except to allow you to vent your emotions. If you want to take action, it is recommended that you can quickly return to the ground through the backup passage outside the platform," Grace said. "Captain Lin." Ning Jing looked at Lin Xian at this time, with a questioning look in her eyes. Lin Xian nodded slightly. At present, Grace's conditions were completely for him to get benefits for free. The lives of those people in the survival capsule had nothing to do with him. However, the more this was the case, the more cautious Lin Xian became. "I accept your conditions, but how can I make sure that you are not lying to me, or that the permanent warehouse is not a trap?" Lin Xian said at this time. Woo! At this time, a drone flew from a distance and stopped in front of Lin Xian and others. The hatch opened, and a device similar to a code generator rose from it. "Here is the guidance direction and joint key of the permanent warehouse, as well as the safe evacuation plan. You can transfer through this special route." Kiki took it with telekinesis and connected it to the mobile terminal. At this time, a holographic blueprint of Aijin City was projected, showing an underground rail system with many connections in all directions. One of the secret routes is the one that leads from the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group to the Zero-Element Center. Along this line, there is a secret underground entrance leading to a loading and unloading workshop of a freight station outside the city. I said that if this kind of underground project is to transport large instruments, it must not be a subway line. It turns out that there is indeed a separate entrance line hidden in the freight station. Ning Jing's expression changed immediately, and she looked at that location and said anxiously, "If we reverse and enter the underground from the freight station, we can leave Aijin City directly without repairing any tracks." "That's right." Kiki's eyes lit up, and suddenly she thought of something, looking at Grace with a suspicious face. "No, how do you know we are a train group?" Grace said, "In my database, Lin Xian, the captain of the Infinite Train Team, and the underground network of the Crimson Observatory have also learned your information." "So that's it? It means that there are people from your Crimson world in Aijin City?" After the Zero Element Center entered the hibernation plan, all field staff and researchers have evacuated, Grace said. Luo Yang looked at Grace and couldn't help but whisper to Lin Xian, Captain Lin, could this be a trick? She handed over the chips so easily. Isn't she afraid that we will go back on our word? I also feel something is a little strange, Lu Xingchen said. It's not that simple. Lin Xian took the code device from Kiki, walked over and patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder, and then whispered something in his ear. Lu Xingchen was puzzled at first, and then his eyes lit up. I know, he responded, then stepped forward and prepared a fire fist to shoot at the glass curtain wall. Squeak! The next moment, a silver-black figure flashed by, jumped out swiftly, grabbed Lu Xingchen's wrist, and pulled it back. Boom! In an instant, a huge fire burst into the monitoring hall. Lu Xingchen looked up, and saw that the intelligent brain Grace rushed to him at a very fast speed. After removing his fire fist, she immediately raised her mechanical arm, and the wrist mechanism raised a plasma beam pulse gun similar to that of the plasma beam pulse gun, and quickly began to gather energy. Protocol 2. Any creature is prohibited from destroying the hive and harming the members of the Crimson. Your behavior has caused a threat, and I will. Click. Before the voice fell, the joint drive of Grace's whole body was suddenly controlled, and the plasma beam pulse gun in her hand was directly turned off. Mechanical control. Bang! Just when Grace was puzzled about why her mechanical components suddenly betrayed, Ning Jing had already rushed out and punched Grace in the face. The huge force directly brought a muffled explosion, and sent Grace flying like a cannonball, and directly smashed through a large instrument. Sparks flew in an instant. Chapter 295. Sure enough, this is not a simple housekeeper. Kiki landed from the air, and stood next to Lin Xian. Before Kiki finished speaking, Grace had already stood up from the thick smoke. The holographic projection above her head kept flashing, and soon formed the appearance of Chu Yin, and her tone was still cold and indifferent. You have agreed to the negotiation and obtained the conditions. Please leave immediately. The zero-element hive is connected to the mycelium root system of the Tiangu Tower. Once a fire occurs, it will cause uncontrollable explosion. According to calculations, your survival rate is 0%. It seems that the defensive shell on Grace's face was slightly sunken and cracked due to the impact of Ning Jing's punch just now. However, Lin Xian and Ning Jing frowned when watching the scene. Lin Xian knew how powerful Ning Jing, the Queen of Power, was. She could even smash the head of the winged demon directly, but she could not cause too much damage to the face of this robot. How terrible is the hardness of this material? The mechanical light in Lin Xian's eyes slowly extinguished. He had just controlled all the power components of Grace's body, leaving only the most complex quantum computer brain control core. He tried it. As soon as he touched it, the mechanical scan was like a stone cow entering the sea, and he felt powerless. Sure enough, the most powerful productivity is not the engine, but the processor. Lin Xian sighed in his heart, but as long as he can control Grace's whole body power components, the threat of this robot has been reduced a lot. He is now very curious about the manufacturing process of this robot. It seems that it is not a product of the Interstellar Army. Tell me your basic protocol 4, and I will leave. Lin Xian certainly knew that the people in the survival capsule were connected to the root system of the mycelium, so he deliberately let Brother Hua test it. Seeing Grace's reaction at this time, he immediately said. Grace turned her head mechanically, and seemed to look at Lin Xian with a puzzled look, and said, Protocol 4. When all the defense means of the zero-element center fail and the invader is a human, activate the compromise program, provide all materials through negotiation, and strive for survival opportunities for Crimson members. Brother Lin, it seems that you guessed right. Lu Xingchen clapped his hands and walked over. The compromise process is actually the final begging process. Ding Junyi said at this time, the security of this place is so tight. She must have attacked us outside just now. However, the heavily guarded gates and passages here were directly solved by you using mechanical abilities. From the judgment of the intelligent brain, there is no other way to stop us, so she has no way. Lin Xian nodded. It's always right to be cautious. It seems that this should be a secret sanatorium. Don't waste time, Sister Ning, Abai Luo Yang. He looked at Ning Jing. We split into 2 groups. Sanlu, the 3 of you drive the transport train and check along this route. Kiki, Brother Hua, you go up from the backup passage outside, go back to the train, let the joint train reverse, and then enter from the entrance of the freight station to buy time to leave Ejin City. Otherwise we can only hide underground and wait until the next time the mycelium is active before we can leave. Staying in the polar night for 30 hours, anything can happen. Leave here early to avoid more trouble. Ning Jing nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." "Ah, what about you?" Kiki couldn't help asking after hearing Lin Xian's arrangement. "Director Ding and I will stay here and keep an eye on Grace, so that we can help you," Lin Xian said. The situation of this underground facility and the intelligent robot butler with a mysterious woman's face really made Lin Xian worried, so he planned to stay here, first to scan some of the available equipment here, and second to use mechanical supernatural powers to detain Grace and see how to get this butler to the infinity. Kiki nodded seriously. "Okay, then be careful, I go find Sister Chun and the others right away." After making the plan, Ning Jing set off immediately with the Bai and Liu Yang. Ning Jing took the code device and prepared to solve the problem of the access to the secret track first, and then confirm the location of the permanent warehouse along the way. If the joint team was trapped underground, the materials in these warehouses would be just right for supplies. Kiki and Brother Hua went up all the way through the special elevator guided by Grace. Unlike going down to the 5th floor underground at the pharmaceutical group before, the elevator went up more than 10 floors before reaching the ground. There was a round ground automatic door above their heads that slowly opened, and a lot of sand and soil fell. As the elevator rose, the two realized that this was actually the inside of a bank vault. It's just that the vault was already in a mess, with discarded and rotten banknotes mixed with mycelium mud. Even the bolts of the vault door were pried away, but no one cared about the banknotes on the ground. Kiki held up the telekinetic shield and took Brother Hua out of the bank in the brown-yellow spore fog. As soon as they got out of the street, they saw a dim yellow. Such a strong spore fog. Yijin Bank. Kiki looked at the bank's dilapidated sign, then looked at the map on her phone and said, "This should be Puzhong Square, the center of Yijin. I remember there should be a very tall TV sightseeing tower here." Looking at the thick fog, Kiki's face was full of worry. In order to see the direction clearly, she simply took Lu Xingchen all the way up and rushed into the sky. As the surrounding buildings disappeared, a majestic black tower appeared in sight. Kiki flew over, but as the two got closer, she felt something was wrong. In the center of Puzhong Square, the 468-meter-high Yijin TV tower, built of steel structure, was completely entangled by mycelium vines. The steel frame was covered with brown-red mycelium, pulsating like blood vessels, releasing a fluorescent pulse wave every few breaths, transmitting bioelectric signals to the city's mycelium carpet. From a distance, it looked like a strange giant tree from another world. Kiki and Lu Xingchen looked down at this time, and their faces changed drastically. What is this? On the original square, more than 100,000 human fungi covered with mycelium were tightly stacked into a human mycorrhizal seat. Their lower spines merged with the ground mycelium carpet, and the mycelium of their whole bodies intertwined into a root network. Countless root networks gathered upwards and densely entangled on the TV tower, like the roots of a tree that had been rotten and solidified. "It's just like the demon world," Lu Xingchen said with a heavy face. "This must be the sky mushroom tower that Grace mentioned. Maybe it's the core of Xingyuan mycelium." Kiki saw this scene and hurriedly went up. Soon, the surrounding spore mist gradually became thinner, but the higher they went, the darker their vision became, and they could hardly see the TV tower. "Why can't I see it?" Kiki looked around, and the original glimmer of the nightlight fungus had disappeared. Logically, the higher you go, the more you can see the outline of the whole city. She turned her head, and saw Lu Xingchen looking down at the sky with an ugly face. Kiki also looked up quickly. The next moment, her pupils shrank sharply and her face changed in shock. Hundreds of meters above, it was not dark clouds, but a huge mushroom cap that covered the sky. Looking up, the huge mushroom cap extended a diameter of at least 2 kilometers. The brown-red folds under the umbrella cap were like waves, and there were ripples in the wind. The folds had billions of spores, and they sprayed down the sky with spore rain in rhythm with the ripples, making strange buzzing sounds. The crown covering the sky. Kiki looked at this horrifying scene with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open. What a big mushroom. This is a man-eating mushroom, using humans as its roots, like a monster. Lu Xingchen was also surprised. Kiki looked at the spore mist below, and recalled the dense human fungus. He immediately grabbed Lu Xingchen and flew towards the infinity, saying, "They have all become nutrients. Those crimson members still want to parasitize the mycelium network and enjoy eternal life. They are really stupid." When the two flew out of the range of the huge fungus cap, Lu Xingchen looked back, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. Ning Jing, at this time, also drove the underground rail train with the Bai and Liu Yang, and quickly moved towards the secret route. The train hummed in the tunnel, and the tunnel was dark. Only the lights of the train kept piercing the darkness. The deeper the underground, the fewer mycelium roots there are. It seems that the only way is to evacuate from the underground track. Ning Jing's face was solemn. If they hadn't learned about the mycelium active cycle from Grace, they would have been courting death by using a large number of manpower to clear obstacles and lay tracks. Not only would it alarm the Xingyuan mycelium network, but once a large number of strange bodies surrounded them in the polar night, the entire joint train would have almost no chance of survival. Fortunately, these mycelium will not release dark marks, otherwise it will be more troublesome. Luo Yang nodded and said, "You are right. I guess these mycelium should be a form of half plant and half organism in the dark, and can also produce substances for strange bodies to eat." Ning Jing said seriously, "From this point of view, it is a huge lighthouse in itself." After saying that, she looked back at Abai, and now she understood why Abai said that he could feel the breath from all directions. It turned out that the entire Yijin city was a huge mycelium network. At the Zero Element Center, Lin Xian asked Ding Junyi to check the useful information in the monitoring center at this time, while he controlled Grace and began to investigate the surrounding situation. My mechanical motion components seem to be restricted by external forces. This seems to be an unknown control ability. Grace stood in place, her body shaking, and her high toes constantly controlled her balance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with mechanical supernatural light, and he turned back to observe this mechanical butler that looked like a work of art. In 2035, the Blue Star Federation signed the Humanoid Robot Control Regulations. Based on ethical and social risks, it was stipulated that all service robots were strictly prohibited from being anthropomorphic. After the regulations were issued, all the stocks of simulated humanoid robot companies plummeted, a large number of factories went bankrupt, and all kinds of butlers and service robots were recycled. From then on, all types of robots on the market, except for the prosthetic industry, were designed in the form of pure industrial machinery. Whether it was various mechas or power armors, they were all based on functionality. But Grace in front of him was a thorough humanoid robot, and even a carcass mechanical torso designed with the graceful figure of a ballerina. The design of the buttocks, waist, and padded feet was unnecessary from the perspective of mechanical function, so this robot was designed entirely based on artistic considerations, and did not comply with the control regulations. But the problem is that, through the attack just now, this machine housekeeper has a very strong combat power. The material of its body is also a material that Lin Xian has never seen before, called super solid carbon condensed alloy. Not only can it be forged into such a flexible curve, but it also has a strong energy absorption rate and rigidity, which is simply terrible. Who made you? And does your image have a prototype? Lin Xian asked Grace. I don't have this information, and can't answer your question. If you think my holographic image is inappropriate, you can authorize me to change the display image or cancel the holographic display. Then how many people are there in this underground research institute? Who are they, and what the plan is? Sorry. Grace's joints kept pulling, resisting Lin Xian's mechanical control. I can't tell you the relevant information. My duty is only to protect the Hive Center and Crimson members. Lin Xian looked at her and said, what if this place is gone? As the offline version of Crimson number 3 Brain Hole, my quantum volume is 8,192 computing power, but I have not performed human in the loop. Learning, I don't have much judgment on human emotions, lies, sensibility, games, and other categories. I judge that you seem to want to take me away as a trophy, ha, ha. Lin Xian was a little confused when he heard this. So, how are you going to deal with me? Grace's mechanical eyes focused on Lin Xian. Since you entered the Crimson Pharmaceutical Building, I have taken the following measures against you, including but not limited to, opening all available access control, releasing laboratory cages, electrifying and stimulating the giant bacteria in the atrium, and the zero-element center defense system. These have not been successful. Through my judgment of you, my success rate in completing the measures of protecting the zero-element center and clearing intruders at the same time has been infinitely less than 1%. Your act of taking me away will be regarded as a violation of my basic agreement to protect the zero-element center and Crimson members. I will resist this. If the zero-element center and Crimson members are destroyed, that is, my duties have been lost, I will enter a dormant state and wait for recycling. Good fellow, it turns out that you did it all. Lin Xian's eyes swept over Grace coldly, and he was a little at a loss at this moment. He couldn't scan and control the quantum computing brain of this intelligent brain housekeeper. After thinking about it, it seemed that he could only see if Kiki could override its system and then bring it on board. Such a powerful computing power could completely help him solve most of the train problems, and it also had a very strong combat power. This kind of good thing would interest him more than materials. Lin Xian. At this time, Ding Junyi's voice suddenly came. Come and see. Lin Xian walked over after hearing the words, and saw Ding Junyi operating a computer in the monitoring center at this time. She used the Black Hawk Armor's connector to directly connect, and quickly called up a lot of information. Look! Ding Junyi pointed to the screen, which showed the personal information of each survival capsule, and the current status signs. About 60% of these people are already in a state of brain death, but their bodies are still maintaining body temperature and metabolism, because they are still carrying out external cardiopulmonary blood oxygen circulation. Brain death? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Is it the state she said after the consciousness is uploaded? I don't know whether the consciousness has been uploaded, but their brain tissue has already undergone protein denaturation. Ding Junyi's tone was flat. She wanted to put her hands in her pockets as usual, but because she was wearing a Black Hawk armor, her hand slipped around her waist twice, and she didn't react, so she simply put her hands in Lin Xian's pockets. What is protein denaturation? Lin Xian asked. Ding Junyi looked at him. It means the brain is cooked. Lin Xian, The human brain is like a sophisticated biological processor. The higher the intensity of the operation, the more likely it is to overheat. Do you remember that hallucination we had in the hall before? The faster the brain operates, the more realistic the scene rendered is, and you will feel that time passes quickly. Ding Junyi said, 2 hours is enough to overload the brains and mental power of several violent-level psychics to a painful level. You can imagine? Lin Xian looked at the honeycomb pit under the glass curtain wall after hearing this. So these people want to use the characteristics of mycelium to enter the illusion and hibernate, but in fact, they may burn their brains? Ding Junyi shrugged and said meaningfully, if the brain maintains a high-intensity pleasure operation of 10 times that of sex for 5 seconds, you will be very happy, but if it lasts for 5 minutes. Lin Xian couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Ding Junyi's description made him feel a chill in his back for no reason. Immediately, he turned back to look at Grace. Is this the security you are responsible for? The people are already dead. Grace's face was still calm, and she said in a mechanical female voice, I said that I have a different view on death. Consciousness is the core of life, and any body is just a carrier. The human brain, as a carrier of consciousness, cannot perform higher power calculations. Replacing the carrier is essentially the same as me replacing the hardware of a quantum computer. My responsibility is to protect the physical safety of the Crimson members. As for their consciousness cores in the Xingyuan mycelium network, they are not within my supervision. Strictly speaking, they are intruders. Ah? Lin Xian felt a little confused when he heard this. You mean, as long as the bodies of these people lying here are still alive? You can understand it this way. The protocol program I was programmed with is like this. Ding Junyi pulled her hand out of Lin Xian's pocket and said in a deep voice, I understand what she means. Logically, there is no problem. She looked at Lin Xian. The so-called digital life uploaded by consciousness is essentially a copy rather than a resurrection. In our biological field, which has always been controversial in social ethics, any research on digital life is strictly regulated. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because if you upload your consciousness to another body before you die, you are actually dead to yourself, and you will not open your eyes and come back to life. The consciousness you upload is just your successor. Let me give you an example, so you can understand. If I copy your consciousness to a clone body that is exactly the same as you, but you are not dead, there are 2 of you in the world now. Is the copied person the successor of your consciousness, or a new person? After Ding Junyi finished speaking, she looked at Grace. So from her point of view, the logic that the copied consciousness does not belong to the Crimson members under her supervision is completely correct. Yes. Grace responded mechanically. Lin Xian nodded with a look of melancholy. He quickly understood what Ding Junyi meant. So those people lying there don't know whether they can come back to life. The Crimson world actually doesn't know the feasibility of this plan. They just studied the characteristics of these mycelium, and then packaged a concept of eternal life, and deceived these rich people to be guinea pigs. It should be. Ding Junyi said, perhaps their consciousness really exists in the mycelium network, but this form of life existence. The body is weak, and the consciousness ascends. If it is true, it is also a way to escape the end of the world. Lin Xian said. Okay, you are right. Lin Xian took a deep breath and chuckled, but if it were not for the trouble of the mycelium, I would definitely burn it all with fire. Maybe I could burn out a few fake relics to serve as nutrients for the hell-black chrysanthemum. Rumble. At this time, there was a faint vibration in the center of Zero Element. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, And he immediately said to Ding Junyi, "It should be the joint train coming. Let's go out and take a look." After that, Lin Xian took Ding Junyi out. But just as he took 2 steps, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. "Lin Xian, you must not leave the city at this time. I suggest you stay underground and rest until the next mycelium active cycle." Lin Xian stopped and turned around suddenly. Intelligent Brain Grace was standing 5 meters away from him. Chu Yin, who was projected on his head, stared at him and said, "The corpse chaser from Star Abyss number 5 appeared in this area during the last tidal cycle. If you act rashly, you will be marked with darkness and attract the corpse chaser. You will not be able to escape." "What did you say?" Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. It was not only about the information about the corpse chaser that the other party said, but more importantly, Lin Xian felt that Grace was. Lace doesn't look like a robot at all. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Grace looked at him with a puzzled expression, and returned to the mechanical and cold female voice just now. "I don't understand what you mean. Do you need me to repeat my views on death? Didn't you just tell me about the corpse driver of Star Abyss number 5? Grace was silent for a moment, and then said, "I retrieved a keyword in the system circuit that triggered a voice command. The command was generated 6 hours and 12 minutes ago. The information has been destroyed, and it is judged to be a malicious intrusion. In order to ensure the safety of the system, I need to restart the system. Chi-Chi." As soon as the voice fell, Grace's facial holographic transparency quickly extinguished, and the mechanical units of her body also stopped. Lin Xian's mechanical ability detected that she should have entered the restart command. "What's the matter? What did she say just now?" Ding Junyi also came over at this time, and asked in confusion. Lin Xian frowned. His mind was running fast. 6 hours and 12 minutes ago, someone implanted a trigger command into Grace, and this voice command clearly informed the target was Lin Xian, indicating that this message was prepared for him. In other words, someone knew that Lin Xian would come to this place 6 hours ago. And 6 hours ago, Lin Xian was still sleeping in the infinity carriage under the night sky. Chapter 296. Lin Xian's first reaction was that this voice message was from the woman named Chu Yin. After all, Grace also had a holographic face of Chu Yin. But the problem was that in her dream, if the time was not misplaced, Chu Yin should be in Yubei City, which was covered by polar night after the nuclear explosion. How could she appear in the underground of Yijin thousands of miles away at the same time, and leave such a warning message to the tightly guarded intelligent brain Grace? Instantly, Lin Xian felt that he was trapped in a huge shadow, which made him a little uncertain for a while. From Lin Xian's cautious point of view, after learning the evacuation route, his first choice must be to evacuate in a hurry. After all, in the polar night, this Yijin city was full of dangerous mycelium, and there was no means to fight back. As long as he didn't see the dawn, Lin Xian was not at ease. And if according to the information Grace told him just now, there may be corpse chasers near Yijin city, then they must not risk leaving the city under such circumstances. The best way is to hide in the tunnel deep underground, and wait for the next mycelium active period before leaving. The reason why Lin Xian was undecided was that he could not judge the authenticity of this information. Ding Junyi saw the solemnity on Lin Xian's face at this time and said, "Are you worried that this may be her trap?" Lin Xian looked at Grace, who had shut down and was restarting, took a deep breath, and nodded. "We are very passive now. I know that the evacuation route was provided by her, and she also said not to evacuate. All the cars are staying in the underground tunnel. If it is a trap, we will lose any chance to escape." Rumble, the sound of the rail shaking was getting closer, and Lin Xian's mind was also running at a very fast speed. Finally, Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he walked forward and grabbed Grace. The power armor on his body quickly transmitted torque, lifting this seemingly petite, but actually nearly half-a-ton humanoid robot. The mechanical heart ran quickly, cut off Grace's energy line, turned it off directly, and then walked out of the passage. "We can only take a gamble. Everyone rest in silence underground." Ding Junyi took a deep look at Lin Xian, and then followed him. Wah wah, the joint train was like a steel dragon, going straight into the ground along the secret underground track of the freight station maintenance workshop in the thick spore fog, and was picked up by Ning Jing all the way deep into the underground tunnel. The huge movement caused a large number of active hyphae to begin to roll, and countless human fungi gathered around. At the freight station, Kiki teamed up with Ning Jing and a group of superpowers to block the human bacteria and human head bacteria outside the passage. From time to time, there were violent explosions. Soon, the entire freight station was already a sea of fire. The situation is almost out of control. Kiki looked at the dense human bacteria in the spore fog in the air, and shouted anxiously in the communicator. We can't care about so much. We must completely block the intersection. Ning Jing shouted, throwing a piece of container steel plate in her hand. Woo! The steel plate broke through the air with violent potential energy, and chopped countless human bacteria, like cutting melons and vegetables. A large number of wet and rotten organs were accompanied by mucus spray, but there was no blood, colorful like plants. The combined train was too long. As a large number of carriages poured in, the sound of wind pressure in the underground tunnel continued to whistle. It took more than 10 minutes for more than 500 carriages to enter the underground tunnel. At this time, the entire freight station had almost been bombed into ruins. The spore mist and the strong wind were like a sandstorm. Let's go in quickly and seal the entrance. Quick! Instantly, dozens of superpowers rushed into the underground tunnel. Ning Jing shouted to Abai at this time, Abai, it's your turn. Kiki worriedly said, will such a large explosion trigger a chain reaction? No, this is not in the main urban area, and we must clear most of the hidden dangers. Okay. Kiki heard this and immediately put up a large telekinetic shield. Hurry up, I blocked the road. Abai nodded, and immediately stood up and raised his sunglasses in a critical situation. In an instant, the dark red laser light swept across the ruins of the freight station like a windshield wiper, directly chopping up the spreading mycelium and human fungi, and the next. Instantly, a red explosion lit up in the human fungus, like some special energy shock, and the giant rats that came from the shadows were all annihilated. The whole freight station was shocked by the explosion within several kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, the yellow sand rolled, and a powerful shock wave came. Kiki and a group of people who were responsible for the rear were blocked at the entrance of the tunnel. They were directly rushed into the tunnel below by this shock wave. The flying stones and dust in the sky buried the tunnel entrance like a tsunami, and the entrance collapsed. A group of people rushed hundreds of meters inside, and the earth-shaking momentum gradually subsided. This secret track entrance was completely buried, and it also directly prevented those human fungi from invading. The huge movement caused a shock in Eugene City. There were countless strange howls in the dark alleys, and the polar night outside the city. The whole city seemed to be awakened at this moment. Those horrors in the dark, and all kinds of indescribable creatures rushed towards the direction of the freight station. The 15-kilometer-long joint train is now roaring and running on the track dozens of meters underground. Turn on the spray system in all carriages and clean the attached spore mist. Use the disinfector. Quick, quick, quick! Instructions came from the infinity. Everyone prepare to put out the fire. Put out the fire? Wawa wawa. In the dim tunnel, Lu Xingchen squatted on the high-maintenance rack, looking at the front of the Longshan No. 1 that was about to rush over, ready to go. Hey, Brother Luo, are you sure this method is really feasible? Brother Hua asked Luo Yang in the communicator. Brother Lu, it must be possible. These spores are not very explosive. I have asked Captain Chen and Brother Shi to notify all teams to prevent fire. Only in this way can the spore dust outside the train be cleaned up to the greatest extent, otherwise there will definitely be hidden dangers. Luo Yang said confidently in the communicator. Good. In ancient times, there was the water gate ceremony. Today, there is the fire gate cleansing of evils by the immortal god of fire. Lu Xingchen wore a gas mask, chuckled, and flames ignited on his fingertips. He shouted in the communicator, pay attention, it will be very hot next. God, fire wall. Lu Xingchen put his hands together and pushed forward. A huge fire rushed directly towards the joint train, instantly plunging the entire tunnel into a sea of fire. He controlled the fire only to burn the mycelium spores attached to the outside of the car as the last link of multiple disinfection. In an instant, all the carriages rushing at high speed were washed by a heat wave, and the spores outside the carriages ignited tiny flames, like sparks, like fire sand, and burned clean all the way. Some of the exposed devices outside the carriages were ignited, but they were quickly extinguished by the prepared team members using fire extinguishers or sprinklers. The long steel dragon rushed along the dark track, and after being disinfected by fire, it finally arrived at the area where the zero-element center was located. Lin Xian and Ding Junyi were standing on the platform with Grace, who had turned off her phone. They watched the joint train passing by with a scorching smell of wind pressure. They arranged in the communicator, stop in front of the subway connection section, just the right distance from here. The last trains, Ocean and Parrot, are responsible for blocking the road and setting up a sentinel system for monitoring. The first train, Brother Shi, Sister Ning, and Teacher Chen, you will lead people to clean up the subway line. at least 1 kilometer away from the north and south lines, and arrange people to take turns. Other teams, arrange team members with protective equipment to leave the car for the final cleaning. Other relevant personnel are prohibited from getting off the car. No problem. Received, Captain Lin. Okay, I know, I arrange it right away. At this moment, above the ground, the entire city of Eugene City, which was covered with mycelium, was surging, and underground, the joint train with more than 4,000 people was intensively arranging defense lines. All team members wearing protective equipment left the cabin and began to do the final cleaning of the outside of the car. Standing on the platform, Lin Xian looked at the endless Doomsday trains and said with deep emotion, I never thought that one day so many trains would go underground for shelter together. What are you going to do with this place? Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian looked back at the passage of the Zero Element Center. First, empty the things in the permanent warehouse, just in case, and then clean up here when we leave. Clean up? Do you want to empty this place? Otherwise, Lin Xian said, there are small nuclear energy devices here, various instruments you need or don't need, a large amount of precious metal materials, robotic arms, and robots. It would be a pity not to take them away. If that's the case, then those Crimson members here will definitely die. Ding Junyi said. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, they have antennas in their brains. It's good that they died. I'm going to take away their coffins. No, I take away their survival capsules. I feel like a good person if I leave a screw. What a joke. The Underground Research Institute of the Advent Sect plus a group of powerful members, who are possessed by demons, and want to live forever, and run to fight against the parasitic dark creatures. Lin Xian didn't burn them with fire, mainly because he was afraid of burning himself. Lin Xian. Infinity and Longshan No. 1 are about 1 kilometer away from the Zero Element Center. Kiki quickly brought Chen Sichuan and others to this side. At the same time, Longshan No. 1, Sun, Joker Fleet, Queen Mo, and others also gathered here. Lin Xian raised his hand and waved, woo woo woo, 20 Thunder Falcon drones flew quickly and gathered behind him, like a ring of mechanical dharma. Girl, help me set up a patrol program for these drones. I arranged them to patrol at the subway docking station. The subway docking station is the only direction for trains to evacuate. Now more than 4,000 people are resting underground. Lin Xian is really worried, so he has considered multiple preparations. No problem. Kiki immediately took out the mobile terminal. At this time, she suddenly saw Grace, who was not turned on next to Lin Xian, and was immediately surprised. Hey, did you deal with this guy? No, she restarted herself. I took this opportunity to shut it down and take it back to the car first. When we get out, you can find a way to override its system, and we will have an extra butler robot. Kiki's eyes lit up when she heard this. Wow, that's great. Finally there is an intelligent robot. I can be liberated. At this time, Chen Sichuan, Xu Qin, Sasha and others also looked at this robot that looked like a female body art, and they all showed surprise. Oh my god, what is this, a robot? So beautiful. Sasha came over with eyes wide open. It seems that you have discovered something incredible. Chen Sichuan said. How are you? Did you encounter anything strange? Lin Xian asked. No. Xu Qin shook her head. In addition to sealing the gaps between doors and windows, we have been silent. Several convoys have had accidents, the cars have been invaded by spores, and some people have been infected. Brothershire has already notified them in advance. In this case, we can only abandon the car and seal the carriage. Chen Sichuan said. How many people are there? About, more than 100 people. Chen Sichuan's tone was slightly heavy. Lin Xian nodded. It's good that the situation has not spread. Captain Lin. At this time, Monica and her group of men also walked along the passage beside the track. At the same time, there were Qian Deli and his group, Luo Yang of the Sun Team, Li also followed behind wearing a large gas mask, and Shi Diyuan, with a bandage, followed Ning Jing and led people to gather on the platform of the Zero Element Center. What's the situation now? Do we have to stay here underground? Monica did not wear her mink coat, but a red full covering armor. This is a lightweight armor. At first glance, it looks like some kind of leather combat uniform. Because of her tall figure, this armor not only reveals her amazing figure, but the fully covered mask also completely blocks the spore mist. It is obviously a valuable private design. I don't like staying underground. It's moldy and damp here, and there's no maintenance. If there's a landslide, we all be buried alive. Qian Deli said in a muffled voice wearing a gas mask. It's good to have a place to stay. Shi Diyuan came from behind and said in a loud voice, "It's better to stay here than to be surrounded by those vegetative people who are neither human nor ghost and are more powerful than explosives." Captain Lin. Ning Jing asked Lin Xian at this time, "Are you sure we want to wait here for the next mycelium active cycle?" Lin Xian nodded and looked at everyone. "The plan has changed. We have to rest here for 30 hours. There are some other situations, so hurry up and convey them." After that, Lin Xian led everyone into the monitoring hall of the Zero Element Center and told everyone about the previous situation and the information of the corpse driver. To be honest, I'm not sure about this information, but we should be safe underground now. As long as the road is clear, we can move immediately if we encounter any problems. Corpse driver? Xian Deli crossed his arms and said, "Every time I hear this name, it's not a good sign." Ning Jing looked at her. "Have you seen one?" Xian Deli shrugged. "I haven't seen one, but when I escaped from Star Abyss number 4, I encountered a very large strange tide. I was the only one who escaped among the dozen or so teams I met along the way. It is indeed a disaster star. I heard that the corpse chaser is the gatekeeper of the polar night tide." Monica also spoke at this time. "Every Star Abyss has one. We are now at the northwest edge of the number 5 Star Abyss. It should not be surprising that this thing appears." "Yeah." Shi Diyuan also nodded. He looked at Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, let's do as you say. After all, we only have one life. It is better to believe it than not. It is better for you to find an escape route than for us to repair the track. At most, you will stay underground for a day. It won't kill you in a hurry." "I agree," Luo Yang said at this time. "We will follow Captain Lin's arrangements in everything." Li stood aside and said with a strange look, "Then Captain Lin, should we all stay in the car?" Lin Xian nodded and said, "This deep red world has set up several secret permanent warehouses along the Aegean underground track. There are a lot of supplies. In addition, everyone has been traveling all the way from Shilan City. We just took some supplies. We will rest in this tunnel today. However, for the sake of safety, each team must have a rotation personnel. Those shallow areas have already been infiltrated by mycelium. We should avoid light. All carriages should be kept as quiet as possible. We may set off at any time." "Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's inform the dozen or so teams immediately. When there are too many people, it will be difficult to dispatch. It is difficult to turn around a large ship. So many people have to be cautious," Shi Diyuan said. After that, Lin Xian's arrangements were quickly conveyed, and the teams began to act. In the monitoring hall, Xian Deli, Monica and others came to the side of the glass curtain wall and looked at the honeycomb pit below with surprise. "Upload consciousness, eternal life and illusion? Isn't this a digital life plan that has long been banned?" Xian Deli crossed his arms and said, "Uploading your consciousness to those disgusting mushroom hyphae is disgusting to think about." Monica also smiled. "What stupid people, once infected by hyphae, even if you are still alive, you are neither human nor ghost. What's the point of living like this? I heard that after connecting to hyphae, you will maintain a dopamine factor state that is 10 times higher than the happiest state of humans." Luo Yang came over and said, "These people are really brave. I dare not let those weird hyphae get into my brain. They all want to escape the reality of the end of the world. The polar night is already unavoidable. If we can avoid the invasion of darkness, it may be a way of gambling." Li came over with a big belly. She had seen all kinds of tragic scenes along the way, and she had also seen many people who were not even invaded by darkness, but chose to end their lives to escape reality because of the collapse of their inner beliefs. In the battle at Shilan Airport, many people she knew died, and her husband Liang Lei was still in a coma. If it weren't for Uncle Wu risking his life to fight, she would have become a pregnant widow at the end of the world. Compared with others, Li Yi's situation was much more difficult, so after merging with Luo Yang's team, the two of them had the idea of joining Infinity. Li looked at Lin Xian, who was busy making arrangements in the distance, and her face was very complicated. Luo Yang was okay. A team of young people, full of vigor, good brains, and good combat power, but Liang Lei, the strongest combat power in their team, was now missing. Not only did she bring a car with more than a dozen children, she was also pregnant, which sounded like a complete burden, which made her not have the courage to talk to Lin Xian. "Hey!" At this time, Sha came over and asked curiously, "Why do these people's survival capsules look like batteries?" As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at the honeycomb pit at the same time. In the honeycomb grids that went down in circles, the lights of the elliptical survival capsules kept flickering, looking like neat rows of battery compartments, connected by hyphae to transport energy. "Good guy. Sure Diyuan finished communicating with Lin Xian at this time, and a group of people came over together. I heard that someone in Dawn City also built a hibernation capsule and sealed himself in it, waiting to wake up again after 100 years, but the end of the world has passed. What a nice thought. Xian Deli sneered. Unless we can develop a technology to shield the invasion of darkness, the hibernation cabin is nothing more than a zombie incubator in the polar night. Okay, forget about this. At this time, Lin Xian came over and said to everyone. It caused quite a stir just now. Let's go back to the carriage first. There are still 40 minutes before the active period of mycelium ends, and then it will attract countless strange bodies. We will remain silent in the carriage now. If it is safe, we will arrange for people to move the materials in the permanent warehouse first. In the remaining time, we should rest and prepare the train. If there is a landslide underground, no one can escape. If it is safe, as long as there is no mycelium invasion, the strange body cannot get in. Yes, let's act quickly. Qin Sichuan also said at this time. As soon as Lin Xian said this, everyone started to act immediately. Lin Xian blocked the passage of the zero-element center with a mechanical door, and then returned to the infinity with Qin Sichuan and others. Kiki had already configured Lin Xian's 20 Thunder Falcon drones, and all flew to the dark area of the subway docking station at the front of the joint train to start patrolling, and everyone on the infinity finally returned to the car at this time. The underground tunnel is very humid, and with the mycelium infiltration, everyone should pay more attention. As soon as he got on the car, Lin Xian said to everyone, non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. At this time, the light curtain in front of him lit up again, and Hell Black Chrysanthemum actually converted 1,000 mechanical source points for Lin Xian again. This S level is really fat, and it has obtained so many improvements. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian thought to himself, you should know that there are nearly 40,000 survivors in the entire Shilin city. Even if there are individual differences, these people must have achieved unprecedented huge improvements. However, problems also come with it. Such a large amount of dark energy also puts great pressure on the body. As far as Lin Xian knows, many people in the team have not recovered from the tragic battle. Anxiety, worry, fear, and various negative emotions are constantly growing. For this reason, Lin Xian specifically instructed each team, because in the deep polar night, the dark invasion plus the mental pressure of the team members themselves, it is necessary to provide psychological counseling for all team members and improve their confidence. Otherwise, once alienation occurs, the original strong combat power will become the source of bad luck, triggering a chain reaction infection, and then the more than 500 train carriages underground will become 500 sealed cans. Soon, under Lin Xian's arrangement, after completing the cleaning of the carriages and the garrisoning of the front and rear of the train, the joint train entered a silent state, waiting for the end of the mycelium active period. In the number 1 carriage of the Infinity, the lights went out, and the entire tunnel was dark. The united train was like a giant steel dragon buried deep underground, and it was extremely quiet at this moment. On the surface, the cycle of the active period of mycelium is about to end. The spore fog in the city is getting thicker. The fungus carpets and various luminous mushrooms on the streets and buildings are swaying in the breeze. Countless human fungi stand quietly in the dark alleys of the street corners. The mycelium vines connected to their bodies are connected to the fungus carpets on the ground, and there is a constant flow of scarlet energy. In the center of Yijin City, the 468-meter TV sightseeing tower covered with billions of mycelium vines stands in the center of Puzhong Square. The countless folds of the sky-covering mushroom cap with a diameter of 2 kilometers above the sky make bursts of wrestling tremors. From a distance, it sounds like thousands of monks chanting underworld scriptures, which is extremely strange. At this time, the mycelium vine energy under the huge sky-covering crown continued to gather, and the entire cap seemed to emit some kind of ancient disaster breath, which became heavier and heavier. Finally, at a moment, the huge sky-covering cap began to leak out black sticky fog like a torrent, pouring down directly, as if a huge hole appeared in the sky, and black clouds fell to the ground. The sticky fog was like a wave, and it continued to dissipate from the center of the city, flooding the streets, flooding the buildings, and filling the streets and alleys. Soon, the entire Yijin city began to be covered by this sticky fog, and in this sticky black fog that could not be seen or touched, countless indescribable creatures emerged. Weird whispers sounded in the dark alleys, and piercing roars echoed in the darkness. Terror is coming, and weirdness is coming. Chapter 297. 2100 Hours. In the underground secret track of Yijin City, the 15-kilometer-long joint train with more than 500 carriages quietly stopped in the darkness, silent, and all the lights were off. More than 4,000 survivors hid in the Doomsday carriages, nervously waiting for changes outside. The entire underground tunnel was filled with a damp atmosphere, and the sound of water seeping from the ground echoed from time to time in the depths of darkness. The survivors in each carriage hid in the darkness, mothers covered their children's mouths, and men held weapons in their hands and waited for battle. All information was transmitted through communicators. At this moment, everyone seemed to have their hearts in their throats. Infinity, Carriage 12, the weapon station is the base of the 1130 close defense gun and the YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun. Lin Xian sits cross-legged on the ground. In the darkness, only the red indicator light of the weapon station equipment is glowing. A silver-black ballerina robot stands quietly in the darkness a few meters away from him. The red light reflects a robot full of mechanical and human beauty. Grace is motionless after turning off the phone. The beautiful face of the simulation reveals a bit of weirdness. Lin Xian looks at the robot, the earphone communicator keeps flashing, and listens to the information outside the car with a solemn expression. This feeling of being in the underground tunnel is very strange. Facing those zombies, such an environment gives people a stronger sense of security than an open environment. However, after experiencing various weird attacks, Lin Xian is worried that such an environment is not conducive to evacuation, and there are some contradictions in his heart. But at this point, he can only calm down and wait quietly. In the communication frequency band, there were more than 20 team captains or leaders. At this time, everyone was afraid to make a sound. All the sounds and movements on the ground were difficult to be transmitted to the underground several dozen meters deep, but the slight tremor from time to time still made people nervous. This shows that the one making the noise must be some kind of huge thing. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Xian looked at his watch while looking at the monitoring on the mobile terminal in front of him. It was the Sentinel probe and some sensors that Lin Xian placed outside the bank vault through the special elevator of the Zero Element Center. Because of the urgent time, he could only temporarily deploy such a device to observe the real situation on the surface. The line graph of the vibration sensor slowly passed in front of him. The 3 Sentinel probes were almost pitch black, covered by a lot of dust and spore fog. If it weren't for the outlines of some buildings and ground ruins that could be seen through the infrared observation lens in the picture, Lin Xian even thought that these devices had been swallowed and damaged by hi-fi. A low-frequency sound like the vibration of a shell sounded in the earphone. Lin Xian's eyes focused and found that one of the surveillance images was suddenly covered by a thicker black, which seemed to be some huge creature of the night. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian took a deep breath, took off his earphones, and began to listen to the sound above the tunnel. The information obtained should be correct. Many strange bodies appeared on the ground. I'm not sure what level they are. Lin Xian whispered in the communicator. Captain Lin, the audio capture device I placed in the subway tunnel also captured many strange frequencies. It should be in the upper subway platform, but I have checked that subway station, and it has been sealed. The tunnel should be safe for the time being. Luo Yang's voice also came at this time. That should be true. Shi Diyuan lowered his voice, and said, It seems that a lot of strange bodies have come to hold a party above our heads. Good guy, this is the first time we have been treated like this. Will so many of us really not be discovered? It was Monica who asked the question. After all, we started to make such a big noise. The entrance to the freight station has completely collapsed and blocked. I checked and nothing caught up. Ning Jing spoke at this time. Monica, I'm not panicking. Why are you panicking? Lin Xian has already said that there are no marks on us, and we are hiding so deep underground. If they were discovered, they would have discovered it long ago. It's impossible that there is no movement now, don't you think? Qian Deli's tone sounded more relaxed. That's right. We are in the polar night. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. If we were targeted, we should have been attacked long ago. Luo Yang said. Lin Xian looked at the time, pressed the communicator and said, Wait another 20 minutes. If there is no abnormality, we will prepare to open the permanent warehouse and start moving things. All teams should pass on the message, don't send too many people, and don't make too much noise. We don't need to be too anxious for 30 hours. Once the things in this underground deep red world are emptied, we should rest and recuperate. As time passed, Lin Xian's heart gradually calmed down. It seemed that his choice this time was correct. If he rushed out in a hurry, he would not only fail to escape from Yijin City, but also be targeted by various strange bodies hidden around the city. Once one person on the joint train was marked with darkness, their lighthouse would be completely lit up, And it would definitely snowball and grow bigger and bigger. It is very likely that the terrifying situation of the strange siege in Yubei City will appear. At 21:30, the joint train, which had been waiting in the dark for nearly an hour, finally opened its door. With a whine, the abrupt sound of the door opening was extremely harsh in the quiet tunnel. Lin Xian started to get off the train with a cold night light and several core team members. Kiki followed behind him, staring at Lin Xian's patrol drone information on the mobile terminal. According to the coordinates in the code device given by Grace before, the group found the hidden code door of the permanent warehouse behind several emergency maintenance areas on the secret track. After unlocking it with the code device, the large explosion-proof automatic door slowly opened, and the sound of inert gas decompression rang out. After a burst of white smoke, the lights of the backup energy inside lit up layer by layer, and everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Behind the automatic door, there is a large 3-defense warehouse, like a wartime material storage warehouse. The area is very large. Once you walk in, the bright lights make the internal warehouse division suddenly clear. Rice, noodles, oil, sugar, freeze-dried compressed food, canned food, synthetic protein gel, and other high-quality and high-standard food materials are neatly stacked on prefabricated shelves, and there is even a separate freezing area for storing meat. The food partitions inside are strictly divided according to storage standards, from the 1-year standard to the 30-year standard to the neat and uniform list of materials. Going further in, there are even special chocolates, red wines, seafood frozen in special cabins, steaks, hams, cheeses, caviar, etc. In addition, there is a special medical material area, which displays various broad-spectrum antiviral/antibacterial agents, surgical emergency modules, anti-radiation agents. The high specifications are breathtaking, especially those red wines, all of which are expensive collections from all over the world, and ordinary people have never even seen luxury items. A group of more than a dozen people walked in this clean and white warehouse, all with wonderful expressions on their faces. Some were surprised, some were happy, and some were wry smiles. Romani Connie 2025, it tastes good. Xian Deli walked to the wine cellar area and raised his hand to pick up a bottle of red wine packaged in a special sealed container, and chuckled. These guys are quite good at enjoying themselves. They have attracted so many wealthy members, and come up with these horrifying plans. Shi Diyuan, who was wearing a bandage, looked at the warehouse shelves that were comparable to luxury all the way, and couldn't help saying, it seems that this deep red world is really not small. Monica walked to Xian Deli, picked up a bottle of wine with a smile on her face, and fumbled with the triangular logo on the corner of the container with her fingers. She took a deep breath and said, this deep red world, I seem to have come into contact with it a few years ago. A few years ago, I was very happy. Years ago? Ning Jing couldn't help asking, do you mean before the apocalypse? Monica nodded. I only know that their people once told me that they are an organization that studies human genetic defects and is committed to allowing humans to enter perfect evolution. Many people in the circle have joined. I had a brief understanding at first. It's nothing more than some medical beauty, cancer prevention, and offspring gene screening. It's not uncommon. They have approached me many times, but I think it's the same routine as those who sell the Doomsday Fortress gimmick to the rich, so I'm not interested. She looked at the red wine in her hand, with 3 parts of joy and 7 parts of regret in her eyes. It seems that this organization has some foresight. Lin Xian and Kiki couldn't help but move their hearts when they heard the words, and their eyes met. Why does it feel so familiar? Kiki stood beside Lin Xian and whispered. Are you thinking of Qinshui town? Lin Xian said. Kiki nodded. Lin Xian was silent. He remembered the previous underground city number 9, which was built by the Federation after the Apocalypse Day, with trillions of dollars, and the most advanced automated engineering power. The Foundation organization and the Crimson World certainly could not compete with the Federation power that was not dissolved at that time. Now it has been less than 100 days since the Apocalypse Day, but from the situation found by these two organizations, they seem to have a strong foresight. Lin Xian remembered that he had asked Hua Shaoling this question before, and the other party answered him that it was a transformation of the original cooperative fortifications, but the underground permanent warehouse of this Crimson World seemed to be completely prepared for the end of the world. Is this just a coincidence? Do you think this Crimson World has any relationship with that foundation? Kiki asked doubtfully. Lin Xian pondered and said, these organizations are more mysterious than each other. We always know about them later. If we want to get the answer, only the people in the Crimson World can know it themselves. In the bright warehouse, Monica's words made everyone a little stunned. You mean, this organization has known that the Apocalypse Day has come? Li said with surprise. It must be, otherwise this warehouse, this underground hive center, can't be built in 1 or 2 months. Luo Yan also frowned and said. Monica shrugged and said non-committally, I just happened to think of this matter. Speaking of the facts, I don't believe this judgment, because to build such underground fortifications, as long as the money is in place, it is not difficult for the current mechanical productivity. You are too suspicious. Xian Deli also said at this time. How can a pharmaceutical group know the coming of the Doomsday earlier than the Federation before the apocalypse? Didn't you see how hastily the Federation's underground city plan was built? If humans really knew the disaster in advance, the current situation would definitely not be like this. That's right. Sure Diyuan also nodded. This place is newly built at first glance. As for the supplies, these are the storage standards for reserve supplies. The military and regional cities also have them. It's not rare. It's just that the things here are more high-end. There's no point in guessing. Since the things are delivered to our door, it's just right for us to take good care of them. Resupply. Lin Xian stood up and interrupted everyone's discussion. The supplies here are reserved for thousands of people. It is definitely a big harvest for us. Let's divide it up here. That's right, with so many good things, we're going to make a fortune. Kiki laughed and said, I haven't eaten steak rice for a long time. I suggest that we empty this place. Haha, that makes sense. Sure Diyuan said proudly, and then looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, the place was discovered, and you are the leader. You tell me, how do we divide it? As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. It's not easy. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The number of people in our several teams has exceeded half, but we have made the greatest contribution, so it's no problem to take 70%, and the remaining 30% can be distributed according to the number of people in the remaining teams. Hee hee, your infinity has so few people, wouldn't you suffer a loss if you divide it this way? Qian Deli looked at Lin Xian, and said with his hands on his chest. Besides, you discovered this material, and I don't like taking advantage of others. That's right. Sure Diyuan totally disagreed with this method of division. There are more than 1,000 people on my car. Although Lanshan number 1 will benefit the most according to this method of division, I am not so shameless. I take more than 1,000 people's supplies, and you, Brother Lin, take more than 30 people's supplies. Aren't you embarrassing me? Ning Jing also nodded. This distribution method is indeed not very reasonable. You, the infinite team, should take more. Li nodded in agreement at this time. I think we should divide it by team, and let Team Lin arrange the distribution ratio. That's fine. Luo Yan also said. If it is divided equally by team, it will be the most cost-effective for Infinite. There are fewer people and more supplies, so the per capita supplies will be higher. Captain Lin, I have a suggestion. Just as everyone was talking about it, Monica came over with a bottle of red wine in one hand, and a box of frozen steak in the other and said, there are many kinds of supplies here, and each team has different needs. For example, my team is not short of supplies. Just let me take some wine and steak, nothing else. So I suggest that your infinity can first select the supplies you want, and let everyone distribute the rest according to needs. Isn't there a weapons warehouse? That's perfect. If you want medical supplies, take less rice, flour and oil. If you want to eat meat, take less equipment. Isn't that enough? As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes lit up and agreed. Hey, this is okay. That makes sense. Brother Lin chose first, and I feel at ease, haha. It is true that several teams are currently in short supply of medical supplies, and food is not the first problem. Yeah, that's right. Lin Xian looked at Kiki after hearing this, and then nodded and said, okay, let's do it this way. I asked Teacher Chen to bring people to count the supplies here, and then let each team make a request, and simply neutralize it. Faced with everyone's suggestions, Lin Xian did not shirk. He was not a polite person. If the 22 teams here did not come out of Shilin City together, there was only one possibility that he could give out 10% of the supplies to others, and the Infinity could not fit it. Another point is that the survival supplies on the Infinity are now very sufficient. With the full effect medical cabin, the demand for medical supplies has also decreased a lot. Only some surgical emergency modules, stem cell gel, and antibacterial agents are needed. So Lin Xian is actually more interested in those frozen meats, seafood, and red wines like Monica, to improve the living standards of the Infinity. After coming out of the Yongbei warehouse, everyone immediately rushed to the weapons warehouse, while Ning Jing and Li Yi stayed here, waiting for Chen Sichuan to bring people, and the people from Lanshan number 1 to come over to count the supplies together, and then distribute them. Lin Xian had always been curious about the Interstellar Level 3 individual weapon set that Grace mentioned. There were actually 1,000 sets, which was absolutely a big deal. Therefore, Lin Xian was more interested in the weapons warehouse than the daily necessities. The group walked to the depths of a maintenance tunnel and activated a special switch through the code device. Soon, the door hidden in the wall began to slowly open. Empty! 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 The headlights of the huge air defense warehouse lit up in rows. On the black fireproof paint ground, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a row of all-terrain armored vehicles. These armored vehicles are well equipped and covered with standard outer armor. There are 10 of them at a glance. And further back, it makes everyone gasp. In the center of the warehouse, there are 4 Night Star 3 Super Cruise aircraft parked neatly. This is an advanced aircraft with strong maneuverability. It can carry 2 or 3 people at the same time. It uses the Hall electric propulsion engine as vertical lift and the plasma pulse engine as the main power. The cruising speed can reach Mach 5. It also uses a nuclear battery array of plutonium-238 isotope, and the wings can be folded. Except for the lack of weapon system, all aspects are top technology. Wow, there are trucks and airplanes. This Crimson World has configured a lot of things for their members. Sure, Yuan looked surprised. It seems that they are all equipped for the Zero-Element Center, so that those people in the survival capsule can use them to escape. Qiandeli said. Lin Xian was a little surprised, because these 2 vehicles were not included in the negotiation information revealed by Grace at the beginning. This intelligent brain, Butler actually has a hand. Kiki also thought of the same thing as Lin Xian at this time. Lin Xian glanced over. Maybe she thought these things were useless to our train team, so she didn't mention it. It's also possible that these things are left for those who want to live forever to run away, and they may not want to trade them. That makes sense. Lin Xian and his group walked quickly into the warehouse, saying as they walked, "Those trucks are good things, but even if there is a helicopter here, we really can't drive it away." "What about the aircraft?" Kiki asked. "I see the size after folding, if the carriage is modified." Lin Xian frowned and thought for a while. "There is a mecha hangar in carriage number 11, and we can use a 6-axis robot arm to load one up." Kiki nodded. "Yeah, with this, our actions will be much more convenient." The group walked past the aircraft and walked in. At this time, rows of black tactical display cabinets appeared in front of him. The lights were turned on, and a set of black exoskeleton power armor appeared in the display cabinets, including a silver main weapon that seemed to be some kind of arc pulse gun, and 2 secondary weapons. In addition, there were power packs, holographic night vision head mirrors, small medical kits, and a lot of individual tactical equipment. Such an Interstellar Level 3 individual weapon set, looking at it, can't see the end at a glance, giving people an extremely arrogant feeling. Wow! So many power armors. Seeing this magnificent scene, Kiki couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Crimson World is too rich. Not only her, but everyone else was also shocked. Luo Yang walked forward with a surprised look on his face, and pressed the switch. The door of one of the tactical display cabinets opened automatically. He looked at the parameters and couldn't help but say this. This is the Lone Wolf S military type rapid response power armor. It should be the latest model of tactical grade power armor. Now many interstellar military frontline soldiers have not used this latest model. Seeing this scene, Monica couldn't help but hug her chest and sighed. My men are all using Lone Wolf A. I didn't expect them to have used the latest Lone Wolf S. Well, don't be modest with us. They are all tactical grade. How big is the difference between the newer and the older? Qiandeli said with interest. But with so many sets, it is enough for us to equip 1,000 ordinary people with combat power above the King Kong level. Haha, this time we hit on a big treasure. Sure, Yuan pulled off the bandage hanging on his neck, and said excitedly while moving his hands. With this, the strength of our team can be greatly enhanced. Lin Xian stared blankly at the rows of tactical cabinets that were neatly arranged like dominoes, and couldn't help laughing. He was originally planning to equip everyone in the Infinity with TRB power armor, but he didn't expect that a pillow would come when he was sleepy. A full 1,000 sets of professional tactical grade power armor individual suits were placed in front of him. The level of power armor was formulated by the original Federation based on combat purposes, functional coverage, output power, intelligence, and power level as standards. It is divided into 3 levels, namely Tactical Level, Iron Hunter/Phantom Wolf level, and Interstellar level. Strictly speaking, there is actually another category before the Tactical level, called Industrial level. As the name implies, this type of power armor is used in civilian industrial scenarios, and has no tactical role. For example, the TRV power armor that Lin Xian obtained from Ding Qing is a special industrial type. It is just because Ding Qing asked someone to upgrade this power armor illegally, installed an intelligent tactical computer, radar, and situational awareness system, and lifted the safety restrictions of all power motors, so it can basically be regarded as a semi-military tactical level. The Lone Wolf A equipped by Monica's team is a serious military tactical level, which is much more advanced than his, and the functions configured on it are also more complete. The Lone Wolf S in front of him is an upgraded version of this type. It should be stronger than the Lone Wolf A in various technical parameters, but as Qian Deli said, even if it is upgraded, it is still in the tactical level. Because the Iron Hunter/Phantom Wolf class is no longer a power armor, but a war armor, which is a full cover armor like Iron Man. The most basic standard of full cover armor is amphibious combat, land, low altitude, and water. It is very comprehensive, like a small humanoid mecha. Because of its extremely high agility and tactical characteristics, it is often used in special operations. The difference between the Iron Hunter and the Phantom Wolf here is mainly a tactical difference. The former is a hard armor that takes into account firepower attack, while the latter is mainly based on high mobility. From the level standard, Mr. Chen's current Black Hawk armor and Monica's red soft armor should belong to the Phantom Wolf class in this level. Chapter 298. Xiaoming. At this time, Qian Deli called a female assistant, who had always been taciturn beside him, try on this power armor and see the detailed parameters. By the way, see if there is any information recognition. Qian Deli's words reminded everyone at once. Monica said, yes, if these power armors are encrypted according to the personal information of those Crimson members, it will be troublesome. Yes, Kiki also said at this time, this level of power armor generally has permission settings. Even if we can crack it, there are 1,000 sets here. I don't know how long it will take. Then let's try it first. By the way, there is also this pulse gun. As long as it can be used, our ammunition pressure will be much less. Sure, Diyuan said. With less ammunition pressure, the power pressure will go up again. Lin Xian couldn't help but say at this time, but as long as it can be used, it is indeed much better than using a submachine gun. Qian Deli's female deputy Xiaoming is a tall woman. When she heard Qian Deli's words, she immediately nodded and walked forward. Regardless of everyone's eyes, she took off her outer clothes directly, leaving only thin underwear and pants, revealing her beautiful figure. Immediately, she began to wear the power armor in front of everyone. At the same time, she also installed the main weapon, secondary weapon, and holographic night vision head mirror, and completed the startup. In an instant, the image of a female mecha warrior appeared in front of everyone, looking full of technology. Woo, a slight sound of the motor engine starting sounded, and the black power armor's whole body motor system began to self-check, and a series of mechanical sounds sounded. No need to unlock permissions, you can match directly. The woman named Xiaoming said to everyone at this time, and then she turned to the opposite direction of the crowd, toward the open space of the warehouse, and bent down slightly to prepare for the attack. At this time, the hidden white energy lines on her power armor lit up, and the power drivers of her ankles, knees, waist and joints automatically began to release the limit, and only a chi-chi sound of mechanical components could be heard. In the next moment, as Xiaoming exerted force on her toes, the power armor on her body almost instantly output a powerful torque synchronously. She only heard the sound of mechanical explosion and rushed out like a cheetah, and her speed was still accelerating. It took only a few seconds to rush to the end of the warehouse, and then she stepped directly on the wall to relieve the force, and squatted down like a cannonball and leaped out dozens of meters. What a strong explosive power, Lin Xian said in amazement. Judging from this performance, it is more than one level stronger than the power armor on his body. Wow, it's amazing, Kiki said excitedly. I want to wear it too. Let's try one set. Hey, we got a great bargain this time. Sure, Diyuan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Xian eagerly and said, Brother Lin, such a large weapons warehouse, we must empty it all. Old Sure, you are confused. How do you move the trucks? Qian Deli said faintly at this time. You forgot that we are a trained group. These cars and aircraft seem to have nothing to do with us. Lin Xian immediately said, they can all be moved away, they can all be used later. I can get some flatbed trailers, use metal closures to make simple transport compartments, and take all these trucks and aircraft away. How could he bear not to take away such a precious special Doomsday truck and the aircraft that Lin Xian had been coveting for a long time? With this hypersonic aircraft, Infinity will have a pair of high-altitude eyes, and the most important thing is that it can carry people, which is definitely very useful. Hey, this is a good idea. Sure, Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard it. That's right, tow it away first. It would be a waste of such a good thing. Qian Deli looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and then reacted. I almost forgot about you, the master of mechanics. Sorry, this is my first time driving a train, and I don't have much experience. After hearing what you said, I really want to keep 2 of these trucks for my fleet maneuvers. Monica also looked at Lin Xian eagerly, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have a light that wanted to eat Lin Xian. She slowed down, and then she looked at Qian Deli said, I said my vision is never wrong. If we follow this Captain Lin, no matter how big the trouble is, it will become an opportunity. Hey, how can you praise someone like that? Isn't it corny? Kiki was choked by Monica's words, and immediately frowned and responded, You don't have any thoughts about him, do you? Unexpectedly, Monica just smiled charmingly, and said to her loudly, Yes, I told your Captain Lin before that I want to join your unlimited team. Little sister, do you agree that your sister and I can join your train? Kiki didn't expect Monica to react like this. Hearing Monica's slightly magnetic voice, she rolled her eyes and said, Aren't we connected now? How do you want to join him? Ahem. As soon as these words came out, Liu Yang, Shi Diyuan and other men felt as if they were choked, and their faces turned strange. Lin Xian felt his forehead go dark, and quickly returned to the topic and said, Okay, let's discuss and divide these things. The rest should be dismantled and moved. There are still many things to do in the car, and it is not completely safe yet. It is safer to return to the car as soon as possible to rest. Brother Lin is right, let's get this done first. There is a weird party going on above our heads now. Don't waste time. Shi Diyuan also said quickly. Monica smiled, glanced at Lin Xian, and without saying anything, she began to seriously join the discussion. After some discussion, Infinity took away a total of 40 sets of Lone Wolf-S military-type rapid response power armor suits, which also included weapons and power packs. Originally, everyone wanted Lin Xian to distribute more, but there were only more than 30 people in Lin Xian's car, and now everyone had a set, so the extra ones were useless. In the end, due to the support of all parties, he asked for 40 sets, and the extra ones were used for maintenance and rotation. Although Lin Xian had the mechanical ability, they didn't need maintenance at all. In addition, Lin Xian also asked for a Night Star 3 Super Cruise aircraft and 2 Doomsday armored trucks, which were enough for him, because Lin Xian's biggest gain this time was still the intelligent brain Grace. At the same time, he also planned to split a batch of maintenance robots and various instruments available in the zero-element center to each team before evacuating, and he would swallow them up as much as he could, as long as there was enough time, and try to ensure that not even a screw was left. In the final overall plan, Infinity took away nearly 50 people's food supplies, as well as a lot of red wine, frozen seafood, steak, caviar, frozen chicken, duck, pork, and various canned rice, flour, oil, sugar, etc., which can be said to be a great harvest. Monica also said the same thing to her. Except for some high-end foods such as red wine, nothing else was taken. Most of the basic foods such as rice, flour, oil, etc. was divided by Longshan No. 1, Joker Team, and Sun. In the weapons warehouse, there were 1,000 sets of Interstellar Level 3 individual weapon sets. Lin Xian took away 40 sets, Monica took away 10 sets for internal updates, Joker Team and Sun Team each took 100 sets, and 1 truck and 1 aircraft, and Longshan No. 1 took away at most 350 sets, 2 armored trucks, and 1 aircraft. Finally, there were 400 sets of Interstellar Level 3 individual weapon sets for the remaining 17 teams, and there were 4 trucks that Lin Xian had not yet allocated, so they were counted as Infinity's assets and prepared to be towed away together. After hearing the news, more than a dozen team leaders, who followed the joint train, were all excited. They thought they were hiding underground for refuge, but they actually got a lot of supplies. The most critical power armor actually greatly improved the strength of each team, and a large number of main combatants were equipped. Wow, it's the latest Lone Wolf power armor, and there are plasma pulse guns. There are so many high-end foods. I didn't expect that one day we can eat rice. Captain Lin and his men are so powerful. It's so safe to follow them. Are these equipment and weapons really not charged for by us? Nan, be good, we have medicine to take. You will not feel any pain soon. Lowly, you guys should keep quiet when repairing the armor. We should always pay attention to whether there is any movement in the dark. The captain announced that there will be canned fruit to eat today. For a while, the 15-kilometer train carriages were filled with a positive atmosphere. Countless people in the underground tunnels lined up with cold light lamps, and began to move supplies from the warehouse to their own carriages. In each carriage, many survivors who had just put on armor were extremely excited. The entire underground tunnel was full of busy figures moving materials, like ants moving. After receiving instructions from leaders such as Lin Xian, the people in each team began to prepare their own trains and weapons after completing the material handling, repairing the damage in the Battle of Shilin City, encouraging the team members, and boosting their confidence. Many logistics personnel of the team began to light cold light lamps in the dark to prepare long-lost hot food. In this dark and lonely underground tunnel tens of meters deep, this 15-kilometer-long, 500-car Doomsday Union train carefully started its rest time. Each carriage was filled with low-pitched conversations and laughter, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. On the Infinity, in the number 6 dining car, the faint light of the cold light lamps made the carriage look a little dim. On the table were steaming steaks, king crabs, fresh vegetable salads mixed with caviar, and simple desserts made of flour and canned fruit, which looked extremely rich. Cheers! Lin Xian raised a red wine glass and whispered, "For our repeated escapes from death, for every partner who fought for his life. Cheers!" Kiki, Chen Sichuan, Shu Qin, De Lu, Lu Xingchen, Sha Sha, Ding Junyi, Miao Lu, Lu Cheng, all the Infinity team members raised their glasses excitedly at this moment. Cheers to Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan looked at Lin Xian eagerly at this moment. Yes, to Lin Xian. Kiki also laughed. Cheers to Brother Lin who drove the big mecha to beat the monster hard. Sha Sha looked over excitedly. Brother Xian. Brother Lin. Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Thank you, Captain Lin. The injured Xia Yuan stood not far from Lin Xian, raised the wine glass in his hand high, looked at Lin Xian with excitement and eagerness, and the whole person was full of surging vitality and motivation. Lin Xian smiled, raised his glass silently, and drank with everyone was surging and sighing in his heart. Cheers! To life. 030. The underground tunnel gradually became silent, with only the engineering and maintenance personnel busy and quietly working, trying to make adequate preparations in this short rest time and solidify the defense of the train. Hundreds of engineers and maintenance personnel on Longshan No. 1 occasionally had sparks from welding guns flashing in the passage. Occasionally, the sound was a little louder, and the personnel in an area would tacitly stop their work, look up and listen and observe quietly, and continue working after confirming that there was no abnormality. Although such careful preparation was not very efficient, everyone knew that they were in the polar night, and such an opportunity was very rare, so even if there was only a minute or a second of opportunity, they had to seize the opportunity, especially in this strange area full of spore fog. Every armored steel plate repaired could save the lives of a carriage. Scan completed. Obtain Lone Wolf S military type rapid response power armor, blueprint. Scan completed. Obtain Phantom Light Annihilator plasma pulse beam energy gun, blueprint. Inside the car, Lin Xian completed the scan of the newly acquired power armor set. In the latest blueprint, the parameters of this new type of power armor are indeed extremely precise. Lin Xian has already assigned a set to everyone in the car. Everyone in the Infinity is very happy and began to wear the latest armor and began to adapt to the battle mode assisted by intelligent computers. For Infinity, this is a huge strength improvement. Even Xiao Yuan, whose power evolution index is only 260, can reach the combat level of diamond level after wearing it. However, there is one person who is not very interested, Ding Junyi. For Director Ding, all her current work is to do research in the car, and Lin Xian does not need her to join the battle sequence, so unless the situation requires it, Ding Junyi does not need to wear power armor at any time. Lin Xian put it on to get familiar with it. His original plan was to make a Black Hawk armor to wear. After all, it was more advanced than the Lone Wolf S. However, he now needed to make a trailer to move the truck and Nightstar onto the track, and also to upgrade and repair the air circulation system of the Infinity. There were many things to do. Lin Xian had a good sleep before, so he asked Chen Sichuan and the other guards to sleep and rest first, while he continued to work in carriage number 12. There was another important thing, that was the intelligent brain Grace. For this reason, Lin Xian called Kiki, who had also rested, and the two of them studied together how this mysterious robot could complete the program replication. In the dark carriage number 12, there was only a cold light on the ground, and several metal boxes of munitions were filled with ammunition that Lin Xian had made. At this time, Lin Xian was sitting in the shadow at the side of the carriage, with an angry girl hanging around his neck, her legs tightly wrapped around him, pressing Lin Xian down, and her little mouth constantly biting Lin Xian's mouth. Although Lin Xian was secretly happy, he was a little speechless. After kissing for a while, he pushed her away. Hey, is this what you said about keeping watch for me? Kiki snorted, put her arms around his neck again, and pressed her fresh little mouth against him again, and said in a commanding tone, "Don't move, I'm just applying lipstick for you, don't think wrongly." Lin Xian felt Kiki's awkward and wolf-like biting strength, and thought to himself that your reason was too far-fetched. You didn't apply lipstick yourself, and besides, is there a way to apply lipstick like this? The two kissed for a while in the shadows, and Lin Xian pushed her away again, saying seriously, "Okay, I still have a lot of things to do, and our current situation is not suitable." Before he finished speaking, he was bitten again, and then the girl hugged him tighter and tighter, with a tough attitude. "Hey!" Lin Xian's heart sank, and he pushed the little wolf-like girl away for the third time, saying loudly, "Didn't I tell you that our place is not safe now, and it's not the time to relax our vigilance?" Although there were no dark marks in the convoy, and no enemy situation for the time being, Lin Xian was in this dark underground tunnel at this time, and the Yijin city above was like a terrifying vortex, which made him feel uneasy. So he had to hurry up. First, he had to collect all the spoils distributed by the permanent warehouse. Second, the Zero Element Center still had a lot of resources waiting for him to go. Third, although the robot Grace had been forced to shut down by Lin Xian was still not at ease with this intelligent butler, who had the appearance of Chu Yin and acted strangely. Finally, the current situation of the joint train. 30 hours is neither long nor short. Unlike the rest in the past, this mode of facing disaster is difficult to make people feel completely at ease. The whole team must be on edge at all times, and prepare to escape. Lin Xian was worried, but when she pushed Kiki away again, she found that the girl suddenly became quiet, sitting on his lap with her head down, and didn't know what she was thinking. Lin Xian looked down, and in the weak light, he seemed to see a little water in Kiki's beautiful eyes. She bit her lips tightly, raised her head, and looked at him with some complaints. "Why are you so stupid? You want to be a hero everywhere, and you don't take me with you. What if I die?" Lin Xian was inexplicably stopped by her words. "For the sake of our survival, I can't do anything." "Then can't you worry less and let others go? We can all help you." Kiki suddenly raised her voice. "You have helped me, Teacher Chun, Shu Qin, De Lu, Brother Hua, Sha Sha, Lu Chong, Miao Lu, Director Ding, including Xiao Yuan and you. Didn't everyone fight for their lives together? Then do you know that everyone is worried about you?" "I know." "Then why don't you put on lipstick? Do you know that cracked lips are prone to infection with zombie viruses, which will make you grow red hair, green nails, and mushrooms on your butt?" "I don't want to." "Then stop talking nonsense to me." Kiki became more and more anxious, and threw herself at Lin Xian, and her little mouth came up again. Lin Xian only felt a warm and smooth feeling, with a bit of heat, a bit of stubbornness, and a bit of cool. Just like that, he closed his eyes, and accepted the serious consolation from Kiki. Lin Xian put his arms around Kiki's slender and flexible waist, feeling the pair of soft legs wrapped around his waist, and he became a little anxious. He couldn't help but move his palms holding the waist down. Who knew that before he reached the right position, he felt the girl trembled as if she was electrocuted, and directly lifted his hand up again. When Lin Xian moved down again, she grabbed it again, and slapped the back of his hand to show the punishment for the dirty hands. "Don't move." Kiki bit Lin Xian's nose and whispered in a warning tone. Lin Xian sneered, leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. "Don't blame me, you did it yourself." "Humph, I didn't." Lin Xian shouted innocently. "Hey, who is hanging on me like a koala and kissing me?" "Yeah." Putting lipstick on me? There's nothing wrong with putting lipstick on. Why are you thinking of something dirty?" Lin Xian responded seriously. "No, in fact, this is a normal process. If you don't believe me, ask others. I follow the standard movements." "Bah, guess whether I believe it or not." "If you don't believe it, I can't help it." Lin Xian opened his hands and said helplessly, "Men have switches on their bodies. If you continue this process, the next process will definitely come." "I don't believe it." Kiki leaned forward, looking tentative, and was ready to kiss again. Lin Xian's hand also moved downwards, and this action seemed to touch her itchy spot. The girl's face became hot, and her body trembled. As Lin Xian's hand got closer and closer to her little butt, even her breathing seemed to stop. In the end, the little wolf was no match for the big devil. Just when Lin Xian was about to succeed, Kiki gritted her teeth and let go, using telekinesis to fly away from Lin Xian's arms, cursing, "You wish, you rascal." Lin Xian smiled, feeling relieved, and stood up to change the subject. "Let's go. I'm going to go to the Zero Element Center to devour some materials. You come with me. Now? Kiki rubbed her hot cheeks, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze, and said, "Didn't you say you would go last? If you shut down all the instruments now, there will be a large-scale death inside. They are almost dead, and the rest don't look like they can survive." Lin Xian recalled the Crimson members, whose heads were connected by white mycelium, and said in a stern voice, "But I will definitely start with some unimportant places first. And there are Crimson people inside? How can I feel at ease if I don't keep an eye on them?" Kiki nodded when she heard this. "Okay, I go with you." After saying that, she remembered something. "By the way, I think that Monica should not be the first time to talk about wanting to join our team. What do you think?" Lin Xian said expressionlessly, "I don't think much of her. I can only say that my impression of this person is okay, not annoying. Her superpowers and team strength are not weak. Although her temperament is still a heroine, this person is smooth and has a strong desire for control. She doesn't seem to like to listen to others. I just listened to what she said casually, and don't take it to heart." Kiki frowned slightly when she heard this. What if she really has this idea? Let's talk about it later. Lin Xian didn't think so much. Anyway, we are all on the same road now, whether it is a human or a ghost. Let's observe first. Chapter 299. Swish, in the dark underground track, the automatic door of the Infinity train opened, and Lin Xian walked to the door in the black Lone Wolf S power armor. The night vision system and intelligent target search system were automatically activated to help him observe the situation at both ends of the dark tunnel. This power armor has very good overall coordination and good protection capabilities. When he was in Shilon City before, Lin Xian had seen similar power armor soldiers in a mecha wing of the 7th Survey Corps, but the paint and model were slightly different, but the overall look was similar to that of Monica's men. Soldiers who can wear such power armor generally belong to special operations units, which are one level higher than the ordinary exoskeletons equipped by the entire interstellar army. In addition, with the physical evolution brought about by the dark energy, these soldiers should also have at least the combat power of the evolution level, or even the diamond level. However, combat power assessment is one thing, and actual combat is another. The human body is still very weak compared to those monsters. Even an ordinary snow monster may die under its sharp tail needle, if it is not careful. Lin Xian has studied the tail needle of the snow monster. It is extremely dense, comparable to high-strength hard alloy. It is hard to imagine that carbon-based organisms can grow such biological limbs. With these Lone Wolf S power armors, the ordinary members of Infinity have been strengthened as a whole. Not only are they more flexible and have higher protection, but with the latest arc pulse guns, they can already match the individual combat power of the interstellar army. However, there is still some gap compared to the tactical literacy of professionally trained soldiers. Another point is the effect brought by the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, which can be regarded as a cold dark reagent converter for all members, which will allow the members of Infinity to take a step further in evolution, and the heterogeneous magic cube can provide a shielding effect on the power of dark invasion, which makes the evolution of the Infinity member safer. "Hey, Lin Xian." Kiki followed behind Lin Xian and whispered to him, "Do you think Brother Hua has been a little strange from the beginning to now?" "Why? This guy is usually the most active in drinking and tea, and he loves to show off, but since we went down to this underground tunnel, he seems to be a little taciturn, and he has put on several more clothes." Kiki frowned. "Don't you think it's weird?" Lin Xian pondered after hearing this, and then said, "I remember when we went to the Underground Research Institute of the SID Foundation last time, he said he didn't like going underground. Maybe this is the reason." Kiki nodded. "Oh, I remember, okay." Lin Xian and Kiki got off the car together. He had built several vehicle track trailers on the vacant tracks outside the weapons warehouse, which were specially used to store all-terrain armored trucks and Nightstar aircraft. The people from Longshan No. 1 carried them on the car. Lin Xian also built a simple external carriage outside. When the train departs, the last car will be used to mount the cable and then tow it away, which can save a lot of trouble. He planned to devour some valuable targets in the Zero Element Center first, and then return to the car to take time to build a new electromagnetic railgun to enhance firepower. The two of them walked along the tunnel to the platform of the Zero Element Center, and walked in through the passage that had been cleared of danger. As soon as the automatic door opened, Luo Yang and others who were guarding inside turned around immediately. "Captain Lin." Lin Xian looked around and found that in addition to Luo Yang, there were also the injured Li Guangwen and Amin Luoluo. They were all wearing black Lone Wolf power armor, and were guarding the hall and talking quietly. When they saw Lin Xian coming in, they immediately came to greet him. There is nothing abnormal. Those robots are all automated. However, because the main brain is offline, the fault alarm sounded many times, but it didn't have any effect. Lin Xian nodded. After all, there were more than 1,000 people lying here. In order to ensure that there would be no problems here, he asked Luo Yang to arrange people to guard here. Unexpectedly, he came here in person with several injured people. Captain Lin, Li Guangwen, Luo and Amin, several young people, also greeted him actively. How are the injuries? Lin Xian looked at several people. He knew that these people were seriously injured. Although they had undergone emergency repair of external injuries in the full-effect medical cabin, the human body was not as simple as mechanical repair. Several people had walked on the line of death. Even Liang Lei, who was as strong as an ox and had the ability of metal skin, had not yet woken up. It's much better now. Luo and Amin looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Yes, thanks to Captain Lin's medical cabin. Huh? Kiki flew to the row of control terminals, looked at the fluctuation data on it, and said, the brainwave activity of these people seems to have collectively weakened a lot. Yes. Luo Yang said at this time, we found it as soon as we arrived. I checked the detection period. After the end of the active period mentioned by Captain Lin, the brainwave consciousness signal fluctuations of everyone here have all decreased by at least 98%. Among them, more than a dozen people have already shown a state of brain death. Lin Xian walked to the side of the glass curtain wall and looked at the center of the honeycomb below. The hexagonal honeycomb cabins were still flashing blue light. Everyone seemed to be sleeping peacefully, and the white mycelium had been cut off again by a special blocking instrument. It seems that this system should be set with the same cycle as the active frequency of the mycelium, active access for 9 hours, and then cut off for 30 hours. So, half of the dead people didn't die at once. Kiki crossed his arms and looked around. Those who couldn't last for 9 hours died. I thought these people were in this state 24 hours a day. How is it possible? If they are always connected, wouldn't they be the same as those human bacteria? Lin Xian said, but this blocking method is too simple. I thought there was some high-tech technology. So, isn't it not life-threatening? They are all healthy. How can they die after just 9 hours of happiness? Luo, who was standing by, was obviously curious and came over to ask. Happy for 9 hours? Lin Xian smiled speechlessly. In 17th century Europe, in that period, in addition to cruel physical torture, there was also a kind of laughing punishment for dealing with crimes. This kind of laughing punishment was completely bloodless, and used a seemingly harmless way to execute the punishment, that is, to tie the prisoners tightly, and then apply honey or salt on the soles of their feet, and then let the goats lick them. How long do you think they can last? Lick the soles of the feet? Is this also a punishment? Yes. Luo Yang also said at this time, I know this, people will not be able to bear it in half an hour, and only 1 to 2 hours is enough to cause cardiac arrest or suffocation. Yes, but this kind of damages the body's functions. While they only damage the brain, there are still some differences. Lin Xian said, but the trauma caused by the high-intensity calculation of the brain is irreversible. After speaking, Lin Xian turned his head and began to scan the monitoring hall, thinking about where to start. Lin Xian had no interest in those operation and maintenance robots, because they were all designed specifically for the Hive Center, and were far less practical than his PX-05 maintenance robots. Now he already had the Thunder Falcon 2000 as an attack robot, so these things were only worth swallowing up. However, he planned to finally deal with these robots, the large suspended mechanical arms inside, and the energy system here, starting with the instruments and equipment and the various detectors in the channel, etc. The most important thing was the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array. Lin Xian had just thought of this in the car. If this thing replaced the electric blade armor system on the train, and was densely arranged, and then combined with the arc pulse string vibrator, if it encountered a strange tide like the snow demon before, wouldn't the Infinity become a large cutting machine, and it would be smashed and cut up? Of course, this plasma beam cutting array could not be opened for a long time with the current material technology. Even if it could, this power usage would definitely be stronger than the electromagnetic railgun. With the current power supply of the Infinity Gemini, Lin Xian estimated that it was a bit difficult. But food can be eaten one bite at a time. Just like the electric blade armor system, Lin Xian can build one first. As long as Grace's intelligent brain system can be used for train design and transformation, many of Lin Xian's blueprints will have the opportunity to diverge and extend. Without further ado, Lin Xian arranged Luo Yang and several others to help patrol various areas, and Lin Xian began to prepare for swallowing. Kiki, as a bodyguard and assistant, was bored and followed Liu Yan around. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 15, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 10. Lin Xian first swallowed the energy conversion cabinet of Grace's body, and prepared to take Grace's power cabin directly. This power cabin can be charged and partially repaired. Lin Xian was too lazy to scan and manufacture, so it was convenient to use it directly. After entering Yijin City, Lin Xian has been swallowing a lot. With the convenience of remote swallowing, his efficiency has also improved a lot. In a short period of time, his swallowing proficiency has increased by hundreds. Mechanical swallowing. For 1316/2000, he estimated that after he could get this zero-element center, and then find a nuclear power device to swallow, he could upgrade to level 5. At that time, not only would the swallowing efficiency be improved, but he could also meet the conditions for the mechanical amplification of the surge. Click. Lin Xian dismantled the inspection port of the passage, found the plasma beam device inside, and started scanning immediately. Scan progress 2%. Although this device is relatively sophisticated and complex, it is not large in size. Lin Xian estimated that it should be scanned in about an hour, and then swallowed. On the other side, on the Infinity, some members of the living compartment have rested, and the rest of the members are on guard duty. They all put on power armor for the first time, and they are extremely excited, and keep studying the various functions inside. Although Xiao Yuan's injury has not yet healed, she has also learned how to operate and use the power armor from her teammates, hoping to master and improve her abilities as soon as possible. When passing through Shilin City, she deeply felt the danger faced by Lin Xian and the core team members. After being rescued from the mouth of the abyss worm by Lin Xian, Xiao Yuan secretly vowed in her heart that she must quickly improve herself, keep up with Lin Xian's pace, and help him share some of the burden. Carriage number 5. Building. Looking at the size of the power armor in front of him, he looked worried. This power armor has the function of automatically extending and adapting to the user's body, but the problem is that he is nearly 2 meters tall, and even if the power armor is open to the maximum, he can't wear it at all. Give up. Sasha manipulated the parameters on the power armor and said to her brother, "This thing is for people of standard body shape in the army. You are too tall and I am too short. Neither of us can use it." Delu took a deep breath. The monsters we encounter are getting more and more troublesome. My ability grows too slowly. I am worried that I can't help you and Brother Xian. What are you talking about? Sasha punched her brother's arm. You are much stronger than before. You held a knife against such a scary monster tied for several hours. It is more powerful than my Sally. You also call it slow growth? Besides, didn't Brother Lin tell you that he would make a set of power armor suitable for your body shape for you later, so don't worry about it. Delu nodded when he heard it. He knew that his ability was much better than when he was in Bay 1. He has improved a lot, but the monsters he encountered along the way are getting more and more fierce, giving him a feeling that the more he grows, the more powerless he becomes. He thought of Liu Yong who died beside him. A hero cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Xiaoxiao looked at the lonely look on the building's face, knowing that her brother was under a lot of pressure, so she said, "Brother, the problems of Shilin City cannot be solved by superpowers. There are so many planes and cannons, and Brother Lin also drove such a large mecha, and so many people were sacrificed to win with difficulty. This shows that facing these dark creatures, it is difficult to defeat them with our current personal means. Don't think too much. In addition, didn't the people of the Nightwalker teach us during the superpower test? The development of superpowers has great prospects. You should study more in this area." The building frowned when he heard this. "You are right." He immediately stood up and walked to Lu Xingchen's room, wanting to ask him for advice on developing superpowers. After all, this kid usually likes to study superpowers. In the defense of Shilin City this time, the new skills he used were several times more powerful than before, and he obviously benefited from it. Who knew that when Delu just walked to the door, he saw Lu Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged and drinking tea, secretly pulling up his sleeves, looking at him with a somewhat unnatural expression and said, "What do you want to ask me?" "Oh, I just..." Delu scratched his head, looking at Lu Xingchen's thick clothes, and suddenly felt a little strange, but he didn't say anything but stated his purpose. "I just want to ask you about the direction of developing my blood superpowers. Isn't there a suggestion in the manual given by the Phoenix Club?" Lu Xingchen said lightly with a slightly depressed look. Delu opened his mouth and noticed that Lu Xingchen seemed to be a little depressed, so he quickly said, "Oh, okay." After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. After thinking for a while, he added that, "Brother Lu, if you have any unpleasant things, relax. Brother Xian gave me a bottle of white wine before, and I have been saving it. How about we have a drink? No need. Lu Xingchen shook his head and refused. Okay. Seeing Delu turn around, Lu Xingchen's complex expression showed a bit of reluctance, and suddenly said, the characteristic of your blood energy ability is that you have a strong self-healing ability. The stronger the blood energy, the greater the power. This shows that your body's vitality is very strong. In other words, your resistance to the environment, dark invasion, and nerve paralysis will be stronger than other people with abilities. Then you think that your resistance to black smoke and blood essence toxins may also be stronger. Of course. This is all my guess. Delu was stunned when he heard this. He understood what Lu Xingchen meant. The black smoke after the death of the strange body, including the dark invasion power carried by the blood essence, is very destructive to the body and mind. Most people need to pursue balance appropriately, but for abilities like Delu, the threshold of resistance may be higher. This shows that although the physical system seems to have little potential, the survival rate in the dark should not be low. Thinking in this way, it seems to understand why there are more physical system ability users, and the degree of enhancement through combat will be higher. Delu nodded, turned back to look at Lu Xingchen again, and said, okay, I remember. After that, he left. Seeing Delu leave, Lu Xingchen sighed faintly. At this time, he lifted his wrist cuffs again. In his sight, his wrist was covered with dark blue lines, and there seemed to be a lot of hyphae spreading on the skin, which looked very weird. It seems that my cultivation path in this life has come to an end. He immediately looked up at his extremely tidy room, the makeup mirror, the small tea table, the tea maker made by Lin Xian, and the doll given by Sha Sha, and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, I'm sorry. Scanning successful, obtaining the ultra-high temperature plasma beam line cutting array, blueprint. Swallowing successful, mechanical source points plus 120, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 40. At the entrance of the Zero Element Center channel, Lin Xian spent more than an hour to finally get this set of equipment. Strictly speaking, this set of equipment was designed for this channel alone, and the scanned blueprint was also a slide rail array with a very strange configuration, so if it really needs to be used on the Infinity, Lin Xian must transform the blueprint. Looking at the time, it was already 2 a.m., and according to the time calculation, there should be more than 20 hours before the next mycelium active period. After getting a few more unused equipment, we can go back to get equipment. The materials for the decomposition center are almost ready. Lin Xian plans to start manufacturing electromagnetic guns after getting Grace. In addition, there is still one mechanical arm for carriage number 11, and another bullet punching machine. Lin Xian thought in his heart that after rushing out from here, he would merge the Sun team into the Infinity. Luo Yang and Li Yi are both good people. Uncle Wu and Uncle Liao, a group of retired veterans, tried their best to protect them. Then Luo Yang and his team replaced their entire team with trains in order to follow Lin Xian. With such sincerity, Lin Xian had no reason to refuse. In addition, Lin Xian must also expand his power. The darkness swallowed the dawn, and the road ahead became more and more difficult. He also felt more hopeful when these people gathered together. Lin Xian had learned about the Sun team. It had an engineering-grade nuclear-powered locomotive with a power of only about 200 megawatts, far from the intercontinental level. However, for the Doomsday escape, a nuclear-powered locomotive could be said to be extremely precious. If it weren't for the Sun team's desire to follow the Phoenix team to avoid entering the polar night, Luo Yang and Li Yi's two teams' combined supplies and vehicles would not have been exchanged with him. It was also because of this that Qian Deli's Joker team was able to get one. In addition, the Sun team had a total of 11 carriages. Although the armor was not as good as the current Infinite Mecha composite armor, it was also considered strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to cross the snowfield to Shilin City. In terms of firepower, each carriage was equipped with a machine gun tower and a Gatling gun. In addition, the original Sun team had taken away all the other weapons. Luo Yang and Li moved all the light weapons of their own team up to use, and the supplies were also their own. The original Luo Yang team had 34 people, the core of which was the Captain Luo Yang. His ability was similar to Abai's, belonging to the category of strange eyes, and his pupils could accumulate energy and detonate at a long distance. Then, there was the core of the combat force, Li Guangwen, a Thunder Fist ability user. He and Luo Yang were both ability users who had reached the violent level. There were also two excellent genetic evolution physical skills masters, Amin and Luo Luo, plus a boy named Zhang Xiaobai, who was mainly responsible for the technical support of the team. Luo Yang's team was mainly composed of several student survivors from the original university town. They were all about the same age, and most of them were from the engineering department and the sports college, so they had strong execution and had developed many defensive weapons and traps. The team of Li and Liang Lei had a lot of people. Excluding those who died in Shilin City, there were about 110 people left, and the leaders were Liang Lei and Li. Liang Lei's ability belongs to the rare category of physical system. His skin can be metallized and can be enhanced. He has a sturdy body similar to that of a building. Especially after the whole body is metallized, he is like a metal war bear. His ability evaluation index is 1100, and the building is 1120, which is similar. Li is also a superpower, but her ability is relatively useless because she can hardly use it. It took her a long time to know that she can breathe underwater and fly quickly. In addition, she is pregnant, so she basically has no chance to fight, but serves as a team strategist and logistics manager. In addition, almost half of the Pao Yuaning team are Liang Lei's former engineering team workers, all of whom have families. This group of people are kind-hearted and rescued many survivors along the way. The team is constantly expanding because they rescued those who are not strong in combat and have no resources. Many of them brought children. You must know that in the Doomsday, children can't help much, so all the way down, the whole team has more than 20 children, ranging from 3 to 10 years old. So in general, the strongest combat force of this team is Liang Lei and the more than 30 strong workers, who have various machines and construction technology, as well as some adult men who joined later. There are about 60 people in the 110 people who are capable of combat. The rest, except for children, are basically women, responsible for logistics. Now these 144 people have moved into the train of the Sun team. The environment is much better than living in the big car before, like a mobile family. Lin Xian is thinking that this team plus the original members of the Infinity will have about 180 people. This time, the overall combat power of the combatants has been improved by the armor. There are 140 sets of power armor on both sides. Almost all of them can be equipped except for children and some logistics. It can be said to be strong, Lin Xian was thinking while swallowing the gate scanner. Suddenly, Liu Yang's voice came from the communicator. Captain Lin, there's something going on here. Lin Xian immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up, and woke up Kiki, who was dozing off behind him, and then the two of them quickly ran to the other side of the circular passage. Not long after, they saw Liu Yang, Amin and Luo Luo surrounding a woman in a white hibernation suit, who seemed to have come out of a survival capsule elevator next to her. The woman had disheveled hair, but was very neat. She was lying on the ground, trembling mechanically. She was twitching and looking at the three people in horror, shouting, "Grace! Grace! Butler! Butler!" Lin Xian walked over, and saw that there were still some broken mycelium on the woman's cheeks and head. His eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to kill her. But before he could make a move, Kiki on the side suddenly called him. "Lin Xian, don't do it yet." Lin Xian turned his head, and found that Kiki had a strange look on her face at this time, frowning and staring, and spoke after a while. "I know her." Chapter 300. Wu, in the center of the huge hive, countless life support robots flew slowly. Above, a high-tech mechanical arm painted white was driven by an automatic program, rotating along the partitions of each layer and stopping to operate. In the circular monitoring room, in the cabin elevator, a woman was trembling all over like a drug addict, shivering on the ground. Some broken hyphae were shaken off by her and fell to the ground. They were smashed into pieces by her head and seemed to no longer be active. Kiki's words startled several people, including Liu Yang. Lin Xian looked at her. "Do you know her?" Kiki nodded, frowning. "If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be called Teng Yuan." She looked at Lin Xian and said with a somewhat unhappy look, "She is the wife of my father's brother." Lin Xian heard, "Real brother?" "Yes." "Then is your aunt?" Lin Xian said. Kiki shrugged. "I guess so. I don't have much impression of these people, but this person is okay." Because of her life experience, Kiki has no feelings for the Wen family and doesn't like to interact with them. The people of the Wen family also speak coldly to her, the illegitimate daughter. Because the second aunt in front of her is quite kind, Kiki has a slight impression of her and doesn't hate her. After hearing this, Lin Xian understood. He knew Kiki's background. Her biological father was the chairman of Linglong Group, the head of the largest consortium in Zhihai. Before the Apocalypse Day, Linglong Group was one of the largest real estate companies in Longhua, and also one of the top 10 shipping groups in the world. Strictly speaking, although she was an illegitimate daughter, if there had been no Apocalypse Day, Kiki would definitely be considered the most upper-class daughter in Longhua. If the woman named Tang Yun in front of him is Kiki's aunt, then she should be the core figure of the Wen family. Such a person's appearance here cannot help but make people suspicious. The woman was twitching and shaking on the ground. She was wearing a white dress. It was better to say that it was 2 pieces of cloth like a lab coat. It couldn't cover anything. She was almost naked and twitching on the ground. At this time, Kiki beside him suddenly poked Lin Xian with his elbow, glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Lin Xian looked serious and gestured to Kiki. There are still some hyphae on her head, so she may have been a human fungus. Then, "Kill her?" Kiki said directly. Lin Xian observed for a while, and found that although the woman was twitching, she had normal signs. In addition, a relative in the end of the world suddenly appeared here. Lin Xian kept some thoughts, and said to everyone immediately, "Stay away from her first." Then Lin Xian raised his hand, and waved it. The mechanical light in his hand flashed, and he quickly created a mechanical transparent isolation cabin, and said to Kiki, "Put her in." Kiki understood what he meant, and directly used telekinesis to put Tang Yun in. Then Lin Xian pressed the communicator, and called Ding Junyi over. After doing everything, Lin Xian said to Kiki, "Your father joined the Dawn Project, but your second aunt became a member of the Advent Crimson World and ran here to become an eternal life. Don't you think it's strange?" "It's a bit strange, but I'm not interested in them." Kiki turned to look at Lin Xian, with a cunning look in her eyes, "But I know what you mean." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He, Qin Sichuan and Kiki had already discussed that if they could successfully escape from Star Abyss number 5 from Yijin City, his next plan would be to separate from the joint train and transfer to Jihai, because he had to make many preparations before entering the ocean track, among which the train drive was a very important part. Although upgrading the all-terrain drive would increase energy consumption and reduce speed, it could allow the Infinity to break away from the track restrictions and move more freely. If he wanted to enter the ocean track, he might have to consider the surface, underwater, or even flying, because there were only 2 ways to go to the polar regions. The Dawn Center would go through the Kianga Strait and pass through several North American continents, and then go to the polar regions from the Black Ocean. Here, a strait and an ocean would be crossed. Lin Xian estimated that if the track was damaged, it would definitely be transported by giant ferries. Another way was to directly take the ocean track across the Pacific Ocean. The cross-ocean range was wider, and the risk was relatively greater. After all, no one knew what the situation was with the lack of maintenance of the ocean track. Jinhai is one of the world's largest production bases for the Star Ring train, and it is also the area of the Longwen Nuclear and Atomic Physics Research Institute, and it is also Kiki's hometown. The headquarters of her father Linglong Group is also located here. Whether it is to upgrade the train drive or to complete the money-grabbing couple plan with Kiki, he has to go here. Soon, Ding Junyi followed. For safety reasons, the well-rested building and Shu Qin also appeared in the monitoring hall together. It just so happens that I went back to study the information of this monitoring center and found some problems. Ding Junyi walked quickly and decisively. When she heard Lin Xian talking about the mysterious woman who left the cabin, she immediately took the mobile terminal and a set of brain nerve wave detectors in the full-effect medical cabin, while the building behind her was holding the hell-black chrysanthemum. "I brought this with me, just in case." "What's the problem?" Lin Xian asked immediately. Ding Junyi walked directly to the isolation cabin made by Lin Xian, picked up a multi-frequency bioray lamp in her hand, and swept it over the woman's head, then put away the equipment, opened the isolation cabin, signaled Shu Qin to hold her down, and immediately began to install the brain nerve wave detector on the head of the woman named Tang Yun. It was also Sasha's words that gave me inspiration. When I observed the brain wave data of these surviving people, I found that when their brains generated excited and stressed states of gamma brain waves exceeding 200 Hz and 70 microvolts, there was a very high-frequency interference phenomenon, which is somewhat different from autonomous fantasy. "I don't understand." Kiki pursed her lips and blurted out. "If this person can have a little clear thinking, he will know why," Ding Junyi said. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. "Then you guys take care of her, I do other things first." After that, Lin Xian called Luo Yang and the other 2 to the side, not to disturb Ding Junyi's work, and prepared to tell Luo Yang his thoughts directly. "Really, Brother Lin, can we really join your team?" Lin Xian got straight to the point, and Luo Yang was surprised when he heard it, and said excitedly and eagerly, "I've always wanted to find a chance to tell you about this, but I didn't expect." "Oh great, we are all willing to join your team, Brother Lin." Not only him, but Luo Amin behind him was also very happy at this time. "Captain Lin, we have discussed it for a long time." "Yes, yes." Originally, Our 3 teams proposed it when we passed Shilin, and we all joined together. After Luo Yang finished speaking, he suddenly thought of the Dang team, and a bit of sadness flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian took a deep breath and patted Luo Yang on the shoulder. I know that we have survived the disaster, and we will be stronger together. When we escape the polar night from here, we will combine the trains together, and I will re-equip them at that time. The Infinity now has 16 carriages. If the 11 carriages of the Sun are added, the total will exceed 27. By then, the length of the Infinity will exceed 800 meters, and the number of people it can accommodate will also increase greatly. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luo Yang's face was full of excitement. He raised his glasses and immediately said, Brother Lin, I will tell them this good news now. But he stopped just as he raised his foot and looked at Lin Xian with a twinkling look. By the way, Brother Lin, there is. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian interrupted him, including Li Yi and others. I will tell her directly. Lin Xian's words made Luo Yang's eyes light up, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. I understand. Although it was temporarily combined with Luo Yang's team, Li Yi's team was an independent team after all, and there were many people. Lin Xian felt that no matter what the other party thought, it was better to talk about it face to face to avoid any grudges between partners. The Sun is a yellow and black armored train with a huge size. It uses the Huanqing 10A electric locomotive, which is more advanced than the Huanqing 7F, and a Linglong small nuclear electric locomotive as the main power of the Doomsday train. Except for 2 power cars, a material car, a military car and a dining car, the remaining 6 cars are all living cars. Compared with the Infinity with too many functional cars, the living area here is larger. As soon as Lin Xian got on the train, he felt a strong atmosphere of life. Many materials that had just been moved from the convoy to the train had not been completely collected. The members of each carriage were still quietly tidying up their safe nests, just like when the Bigfoot convoy first got on the train. The first 2 carriages of the living carriage were occupied by young people from Luo Yang's side. There was a separate carriage for men and women. The style of tidying up and summarizing was very distinctive and full of lively atmosphere. Many people in the boys' carriage were wearing new power armor and were excited to study and gesture. On the girls' carriage side, more people were helping to sort out and summarize the materials they had obtained, clean up, and there were also several girls studying and researching firearms, giving people a full of positive atmosphere. After walking through these 2 carriages, the 4 carriages behind were all occupied by the original Pao Yuan camp. The corridor of the first carriage was very open, and all the living cabins were blocked and closed, which was convenient for personnel to pass quickly, and at the same time, a lot of materials could be placed. Just when Lin Xian was wondering how the living area of this living compartment was compressed so small, a little head suddenly popped out from the upper partition of the living cabin in front of him. Under the weak cold light, a pair of big watery eyes looked at him, blinked, and then asked him in a tiny breath. Big brother, who are you looking for? Lin Xian was stunned. The little girl in front of him looked only about 4 or 5 years old. She had short bob hair and a dirty face, but it couldn't hide her clever face. At this age, she should have been enjoying a happy childhood, but her little face was full of traces of fleeing all the way. Lin Xian sighed in his heart and smiled at her. I'm looking for Shu. Before he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly pressed a finger on his mouth gently, and then continued to whisper to him. Mother Li Yi said to speak softly. Okay, Lin Xian smiled, and imitated her tone. Captain Lin. At this time, Li Yi's voice suddenly came. Lin Xian looked up, and saw that Li Yi was holding a repair box in his hand, which contained various wrenches, screwdrivers and other tools. There was also a big gun on his back. Seeing Lin Xian coming, he couldn't help but show surprise. Captain Lin, are you looking for me? Mother Li Yi. Li Yi's voice attracted a lot of attention in the carriage. In an instant, little heads popped out one after another in the rows of living cabins, looking over here curiously. Lin Xian nodded. He looked at the children in this carriage, and gestured to Li Yi. Li Yi nodded, put down the repair box quickly, wiped the oil on his hands, and shouted to the little girl on Lin Xian's head. Duo, it's time to go to bed. Okay, the little girl called Duo smiled and shrank her neck, glanced at Lin Xian quietly, and then quickly and obediently got back in. Lin Xian came under the car, and Li Yi behind him hurriedly said, We arranged a separate carriage for the child, placed in the middle section, so that it is easier to take care of him. But this train is much more spacious than our bus, and there are a lot of sundries in the empty space. It hasn't been cleaned up yet, so I'm sorry to make you laugh, Captain Lin. How is Liang Lei's injury? Lin Xian asked. Better. Li looked at Lin Xian gratefully. At first, Captain Chen took someone to send Lei Zi to your medical cabin for a re-examination. Everything is recovering. He has thick skin and flesh, and his ability recovers relatively quickly. Lin Xian nodded, and then went straight to the point and told her about the invitation to Luo Yang's team to join. Luo Yang and the others have already agreed. I came to you because I hope your team can also join our Infinity. Li Yi's expression froze when she heard this. She looked at Lin Xian in shock, opened her mouth, and said in disbelief. Lin. Captain Lin, are you serious? Are you reluctant? Lin Xian asked. No. No. Li was surprised and happy. For some reason, tears flashed in her eyes. Lei Zi, Luo Yang and I have discussed this matter a long time ago, but... She looked back at the carriage, and then looked at her big belly helplessly. I'm just worried that I will hinder you, Captain Lin. Lin Xian looked a little stern, and said seriously, I heard that you rescued dozens of survivors along the way. Li smiled bitterly. It's not easy. Everyone can help each other, which can be regarded as an extra way to survive. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, It's my luck to meet a team like you. If I were a survivor struggling to survive in the Doomsday, I would dream of meeting you. How could I think you are hindering me? At the beginning, Lin Xian had a very clear purpose for adding more people to his train. Loyalty and usefulness. He believed that this was the character that must be possessed to survive in the Doomsday. That is an absolute egoist who can be used by anyone. But as the Dawn journey approaches, Lin Xian finds that only those who sincerely unite as a team, those who do not lose their humanity in the Doomsday, lend a hand to their compatriots, and jointly resist the disaster, are qualified to cross higher mountains, pass on the torch, and rush out of the dawn. The children in that carriage may not have fighting power, and may not provide much help in the Doomsday, but aren't those young hearts what humans need to protect in the end? Captain Lin Lin Xian's words made Li Yi a little unsure of what to say. Lin Xian said to her directly, You will join us in the future, and we will protect this big family together. Li Yi subconsciously pursed her lips when she heard Lin Xian's words, and then immediately covered her mouth. Her eyes were a little wet. She looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Okay, thank you, Captain Lin. Take care of Lei Zi and the children first, and the other guys should adapt to the new equipment. We will rush out of the polar night next, and there will be trouble. Understood. After Lin Xian communicated with Luo Yang and Li Yi, a stone in his heart fell. If there is no problem, his Infinity will undergo a major upgrade next, not only in terms of weapons, but also in terms of intelligence and drive upgrades. After checking the time, it was already past 5 a.m., so Lin Xian immediately returned to the Zero Element Center and began to seize the time to continue swallowing items. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 10, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 5. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 15, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 6. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 20, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 8. In the monitoring hall, Lin Xian picked and picked, and he did not let go of anything that could be used, and turned them all into his own materials and mechanical source points. After finishing the monitoring hall, Lin Xian directly operated the mechanical arm, and began to transfer the dead survival capsules over, and then he completed the swallowing directly through the glass curtain wall. Successful swallowing, mechanical source points plus 3, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 1. After a survival capsule was swallowed, it turned into brown ash. In an instant, the people inside, along with a few strands of broken mycelium, fell directly to the bottom of the center of the hive. There were men and women among them. Almost all of them were over 40 years old, and their bodies had almost all been transformed into plants. If they were not careful, their internal organs would fall out of their cracked chests with a plop, but there was no trace of blood, which looked extremely strange. This type of survival capsule can obtain few source points, but the advantage is the large number. It took Lin Xian about 6 or 7 hours to complete hundreds of survival capsules, and his own mechanical source points increased by nearly 2,000 points. It is absolutely a large amount. Current mechanical heart level LV.5, 4340/20,000, mechanical devouring, 4, 1760/2000, improved devouring efficiency. Sure enough, coming to a large base, with plenty of time, it really increases quickly, and the devouring is almost level 5. By then, it will probably take only a few minutes to swallow an ordinary car. After a busy time, Lin Xian felt that he had gained a lot. This was also the first time he felt the sense of security in the underground. If it weren't for the problem of dark invasion and dark mark that was difficult to solve, otherwise the dungeon seemed to be a solution. Thinking about it, Lin Xian sighed again, thinking of the unknown creature underground in the number 9 dungeon, and hurriedly shook his head again. I almost forgot about that thing. The dungeon is really stupid. At this time, Kiki's voice suddenly sounded in the communicator. Lin Xian, come here quickly, this woman is awake. Lin Xian stopped what he was doing immediately after hearing this, and ran to the other side of the monitoring hall. At this time, Kiki, Liu Yang, Ding Junyi and others were all gathered around the isolation cabin made by Lin Xian. The woman seemed to have regained some consciousness at this time, slowly crawled out of the isolation cabin and crawled to the ground, raised her head, and kept scanning the faces of Lin Xian and others, then began to panic and shouted nervously. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! As she spoke, her face turned pale, she trembled in pain, her eyes kept rolling, and then she suddenly got up from the ground and knelt on the ground like crazy, with her back raised high to flatter everyone, and kept shouting. Don't kill me, come quickly, I'm willing to do anything, I can't stand it, come quickly, come quickly. The woman's sudden strange behavior immediately. Lin Xian and the others' faces changed, because the hibernation suit she was wearing was actually 2 pieces of white cloth like surgical gowns, covering nothing, and inside was completely naked. She suddenly made this move, with all her private parts straight and facing everyone. How ridiculous the scene was. This made Liu Yang, Liu, Xiaomin and others look at each other in bewilderment. De Lu Shuqin also had a strange look on her face. Kiki on this side also frowned, and quickly covered Lin Xian's eyes with one hand, and immediately used her other hand to wrap him with the hibernation suit on her body, and then grabbed him out of thin air. Ah! The woman named Tang Yan screamed and struggled in the air. Lin Xian noticed that the woman's skin was pale, but her eyes were full of bloodshot, and she looked very sick. Ding Junyi looked at this scene calmly with her hands in her pockets. It should be a stress response formed by long-term hyphy hallucinations, similar to drug addiction, but it has been confirmed that she is still alive, and not parasitized by hyphy. It should be some kind of isolation technology. Tang Yun. Kiki suddenly spoke after controlling her. When the woman heard her name, she seemed to tremble, her rapid breathing began to slow down, and the confusion in her eyes gradually became clear. She looked at Kiki, her face gradually changed from panic to confusion, and then her pupil shrank again, and she began to be surprised. You are? Yes, that one. When she... Kiki's face was cold. It's me, how come you are here? Tang Yun stared at Kiki, her face kept changing, as if she had been thinking for a long time, and as if she had finally found some rationality. She glanced at Lin Xian and the others, and then said in a nervous tone. Now? Yes. When is the world safe? Kiki heard this and said unhappily, You are in good time, it is now polar night outside, and monsters are having a party above your head. What? Tang Yun exclaimed, seemingly unbelievable. She looked around fiercely, and then looked at the center of the hive, muttered, No, they said that we will wake up only when everything is over. It's just a blink of an eye. Even if we die, we will die in a dream. Why? She looked back as she spoke, and suddenly looked back at the survival capsule she came out of. She immediately struggled excitedly. No, I shouldn't wake up. No. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at each other. Kiki understood what Lin Xian meant and said directly to Tang Yun, Hey, answer my question. Why are you here? Tang Yun came back to her senses and realized that she was caught in the air by a strange force. The people around her were all wearing armor and carrying guns, looking like they were not easy to mess with. She finally reacted and shouted to Kiki nervously, Wen Qi, I am your aunt, save me, don't let them kill me. Kiki let go of her hand, and Tang Yun fell directly to the ground, but she couldn't stand firmly, and sat on the ground with a plop. Wen Qi, please save me, I am your aunt, have you forgotten? At this moment, she was completely dominated by fear and panic, and had no time to care about her exposed body. She rolled and crawled towards Kiki. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand, and caught the black gun flying from a distance. He immediately pointed the gun tip at Tang Yun's face, blocking her from moving forward. If you ask us to ask for the 3rd time, then I won't ask, Lin Xian said coldly. Chapter 301. I tell you, don't kill me. I tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. Lin Xian's momentum immediately made Tang Yun's face pale. She seemed to realize her situation at this moment, and said quickly, It was the organization called Crimson World that brought us here. They said. They said that we can access digital life here, and we can. We can't be affected by the invasion of darkness. We can. We can hide safely and happily in the polar night and wait for the end of the world. You? Lin Xian's eyes fixed. Who else but you? And my husband? She finally remembered something as she looked around the center of the hive and murmured, Husband, where is my husband? Tang Yun's mental state seemed extremely unstable. She couldn't control her emotions at all. She kept searching frantically. Fortunately, her survival instinct allowed her to maintain her remaining sanity and communicate partially. The long sleep almost made her body lose the coordination of her limbs. She tried to stand up, but she kept struggling on the ground and even lost a lot of her sense of direction. From the other party's intermittent explanation, Lin Xian learned that Tang Yun participated in this project with her husband, Wen Cheng, and several other collateral relatives of the Wen family. As senior members of the Crimson World, they enjoyed extremely high treatment. They came here to receive the Crimson World's introduction to the Mycelium Network and the Zero Element Project, and personally participated in the experiment of being briefly invaded by the illusion spores, and experienced the joy and magic of entering the illusion consciousness. The purpose of the Zero Element Project is to use a survival capsule and a special biological isolation device to temporarily access a tenderized hyphae here, so that consciousness can enter the hyphae network, while maintaining happiness and consciousness ascension, and avoiding infection from the underground polar night darkness. The entire Zero Element Center remains unmanned. The purpose is to ensure absolute secrecy and safety. The isolation device can block the hyphae network at a fixed time according to the active time of the hyphae network, to avoid long-term brain overload and the unstoppable growth and spread of hyphae. But the problem is that even if the brain is overloaded for only 9 hours, it is not something that ordinary people can bear. The life support device in the survival cabin can't save them at all. People keep dying in every cycle. The Crimson World has foreseen this situation, but in the words of these Adventists, such death is not real death, but the consciousness has been uploaded. So even if the body dies, it can still exist in the mycelium network as eternal consciousness. When the darkness is over, it is completely possible to reverse the consciousness through gene cloning technology to achieve rebirth or even return to youth. So for these Crimson members, whether it is rebirth after avoiding the disaster or eternal consciousness, it is an excellent way to escape the Doomsday. This is also the reason why the members lying here are basically over 40 years old. Their people said that the mycelium here is a very special life form, more than one level higher than human life. If the brain is connected to the mycelium network, it will not be affected by the invasion of darkness, nor will it be attacked by strange bodies. Therefore, no staff are allowed to exist here. The purpose is to maintain cleanliness and create a safe environment, and the mycelium network. Tang Yun looked nervous and scared, and kept looking at Lin Xian, and live in harmony. Live in harmony? Lin Xian laughed when he heard the word. Does anyone believe this nonsense? Tang Yun wrapped herself in the blanket that Luo Yang had found for her, sat on the ground and whispered, They have made multiple plans, saying that consciousness will not be completely separated, and the intelligent brain will regularly cut off the mycelium network so that we can rest and survive. And the second plan is that even if we die, our consciousness will enter the mycelium network, survive in an immortal state, and be very happy. She looked at the ground with her pupils dilated, and seemed to have some yearning on her face. We have all tried it. In that consciousness, we have everything we want: wealth, freedom, sex, power, delicious food, fragrance, touch, all the good feelings, everything we want is there. That kind of happiness is not the nerve stimulation of drugs, not a false fantasy. It is so real, as if that is a real world. That's not. Is it still a fantasy? Kiki frowned. I'm still lying there. Nothing has changed. No. Hearing Kiki's words, Tang Yun suddenly retorted loudly. This is different. They are right. They are right. If the essence of life is consciousness, then what is the difference between all the feelings of my body here and all the feelings I have in the mycelium network? There is no difference. The ups and downs of 60 or 80 years of life can be felt in the mycelium network, and you can have everything alive. If so, why do we still have to worry about the end of the world and fear the night coming? Even if the world is destroyed, I will live forever in that world of consciousness, but other people are really dead. Then you tell me, who is alive, and who is dead at that time, which side is reality, and which side is false. But you know that it is an illusion created by the brain, and these are not real. Luo Yang couldn't help but respond after hearing this. Is this world necessarily the real world? Unexpectedly, Tang Yun responded immediately. There is a saying in Buddhism, a grain of sand is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi, our blue planet, our Milky Way, may be just a neuron point of a certain cosmic creature, and our life is just a flashing conscious neuron signal, right. Tang Yun spoke faster and faster, and her thoughts seemed to be clearer and clearer. Her blood-red eyes began to bleed, and black and red blood flowed out of her nose, and soon dyed the blanket in front of her red. Seeing Tang Yun's current state, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little chill in his heart, thinking of the great shock caused by the mighty ban on digital life many years ago in the scientific community, which triggered a tsunami-like ideological debate around the world. Countless people have different views on the concept of being alive, and those who support digital life have the same idea as Tang Yun at this time, believing that the essence of human survival is ideology, and the body is just a carrier. As long as the consciousness can be maintained, the body can be replaced by a robot, a terminal computer, or the internet, and it is essentially the same. The Digital Immortal School believes that consciousness uploading is the ultimate form of life continuation, and it may even transcend the limitations of the body. However, the key to the introduction of this prohibition bill lies in its philosophical dilemma of defining life, that is, it is impossible to determine whether the consciousness existence simulated by data is the same as the consciousness iteration of the human brain itself and has the ability to iterate, so it cannot be regarded as real life, but a kind of AI, whose logic is completely contrary to human morality. He originally thought that this Crimson World was just a gimmick to fool some rich people who still had resources in their hands during the Doomsday, but he didn't expect that they actually combined the theoretical logic of digital life with the characteristics of the mycelium network, and had their own perspective on the Doomsday, and they were determined to do so. Oh, there's no hope. Kiki shook her head, and looked at Lin Xian speechlessly. Lin Xian, what do you say we should do? No. No. Tang Yun was confused at this time, and kept trying to struggle to get up from the ground, but because her limbs had not been moved for a long time, she didn't know how to stand at all. She began to say, I want to go back, my son, my husband, they are also in there, I can't wake up now. You still want to go in? 70% of the people in here are dead. You are lucky to come out alive without your head being swallowed by mycelium. Lin Xian looked at the mycelium fragments on Tang Yun's head and thought to himself, I don't know what technology this deep red world uses to isolate the mycelium from physically invading the brain, but can also access the mycelium network. This is really bizarre. Her situation is rare among this group of people. Her mental strength is very strong, so her body has always maintained its vitality. Ding Junyi walked over with a mobile terminal and said, others with weak resistance, if they allow their brains to overload, they can't last too long. Lin Xian heard this and said, it seems that this deep red world did not tell them this. They did. Shu Qin also said with a complicated expression at this time, death means uploading consciousness and becoming eternal life. Wow. Luo Yang raised his glasses. There is a perfect logical closed loop. These people are really amazing. Kiki stood beside Lin Xian with her arms crossed. Of course, otherwise how could they fool these rich people? Tang Yun, who was listening to the conversation, was shocked and said in disbelief, impossible. As she said that, she suddenly thought of something, stood up and rushed towards the glass curtain wall. My husband, my son is still in there. What are the names of your husband and son? Luo Yang asked. Tang Yun immediately responded, my husband is Wen Dong, my son is Wen Jiaqing, and he is the same year as... And Wen Qi. She looked at Kiki. Found. Wen Jiaqing, cabin 0912. Luo Yang, who was standing by, held a mobile terminal and had already connected to the monitoring center. He frowned and looked at Lin Xian and others and whispered, the vital signs show that he has been dead for a long time. What? Tang Yun was shocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When I was in there, he was also there, he couldn't be dead. Tang Yun's words made Lin Xian have some doubts. At this time, he looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, do you think that the consciousness upload has been completed? Yes, it must be like this, it must be like this. Tang Yun shouted hysterically. Ding Junyi, however, was calm and responded in a flat tone. The information I found in the Zero Element Center is not enough to prove that this mycelium network has the data transmission and storage properties similar to the distributed cloud network, so it cannot be confirmed. Even if it is not logically feasible. How do you say it? Ding Junyi said, first of all, as a dark species, we don't know its biological logic at present. To give the simplest example, the original digital life plan is to simulate neural networks through the supercomputing power of quantum computers, compress consciousness data into iterative quantum bits, and realize consciousness upload and eternal life. The underlying operation logic is quantum bits, that is, 0 or 1, while traditional computers use binary bits, that is, 0 and 1. But no matter which one it is, this is the operation logic designed by us humans. So if we really want to realize this mycelium network, then the operation logic of this mycelium network must also be compatible with the neuron operation logic of the human brain. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. This is not simple. It means that these alien creatures have different operating systems from us humans. Kiki understood it directly. Yes, but this is my logic. My thinking is limited by my human identity and education. My superpowers may cover higher life forms, so my logic is not necessarily correct. However, from a practical point of view, there is another guess, that is, the sun she saw was an illusion simulated by her brain through calculation. We have experienced this before, so we should understand it. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. I roughly understand it. At this time, Luo Yang, who was searching with a mobile terminal, said again, No, I have searched several times, and there is no other surname Wen except this one Jiaqing. The name Wen Dong has never appeared at all. What did you say? Tang Yuan, who was in a state of confusion, didn't know where she got the courage from when she heard this. She climbed up from the ground and rushed over to grab the mobile terminal from Luo Yang. She kept searching. She looked through all the information of everyone in it, but she couldn't find her husband's information at all. Instantly, her face became paler and paler. The movement in her hand slowly stopped. She sat down on the ground powerlessly. Her mind was blank, and she kept muttering, Impossible. Kiki's mind moved and took the mobile terminal back from her. Lin Xian took it and looked at it, and seemed to understand something. It seems that your husband doesn't completely believe in such a perfect immortality plan. Tang Yun turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with trembling. What do you want to say? As soon as this was said, others immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. One guess is that Wen Dong was afraid and fled at the last moment and didn't dare to enter. The second is that Wen Dong planned it and deliberately sent his wife and children here, but for what reason, it is intriguing. Tang Yun was not a fool. Although she was groggy at the moment, she clearly remembered everything that had happened since she came here. She recalled her husband's lukewarm state, which was completely different from her and others' doubts, joy, and fantasies after learning about the immortal consciousness plan. Now that Wen Dong's name was not on the survival capsule list, she finally came to her senses. Instantly, her panic and nervousness disappeared in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, not caring about her private parts being exposed in front of everyone, her eyes full of disbelief and despair. Lin Xian saw this scene, sighed in his heart, turned to look at Kiki, and whispered, This is also an acquaintance of yours. What are you going to do? I listened to you. From what Kiki said before, this woman should not be a bad person. Now she has a miserable end of lying in a coffin and becoming nutrients for mycelium. Miraculously, she survived and even dreamed of eternal life. She can be regarded as a pitiful person. If she was just a stranger, Lin Xian might just plan to let some other convoys that were going to turn north to the Dawn Center take her away. Life and death are determined by fate, but this person can be regarded as a relative of Kiki's family, so Lin Xian decided to ask her what she thought. Kiki nodded after hearing this, but glanced at Lin Xian, as if she had some ideas of her own. It's easy to save her, but aren't you curious about why they came here, and what happened to the Wen family in Jihai? Lin Xian's heart moved, thinking why his brain suddenly didn't work, and it had to be Kiki, who was always thinking about her family's property for Lin Xian. If it was in peacetime, she would definitely be a good daughter-in-law picked out of a million. After the episode, Lin Xian asked someone to bring some hot water and clothes to Tang Yun from the car. After Luo Yang and others solved the problems here, they went out to patrol the tunnel, leaving Lin Xian and Kiki behind. Tang Yun was in very poor physical condition at this time, and did not accept the clothes and hot water handed over. Kiki looked at her, took a deep breath and walked over. Hey, we are still in the polar night now, and danger can happen at any time. If you want us to save you, at least cooperate. It's so embarrassing to be naked. Her hair was messy, and her face was dejected. She buried her head, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She murmured, What's there to hide about a few pieces of meat? Men and women are lying there all the same. After that, she raised her head and looked at Kiki for a long time, then said, We all thought you and your father were dead. There is nothing your aunt can do to help you. I just suggest you be careful of the Wen family. My surname is not Wen, it's Chow. Tang Yun looked at the clothes and hot water in front of her, her eyes changed, and she said, I know you don't have much affection for the Wen family, but you can survive from that plane, maybe this is God's will. Kiki frowned and said vigilantly, What do you mean? Tang Yun took a deep breath. I don't know much, but from your aunt's actions after you and your father got into trouble, judging from the reactions of the people, may have known that something would happen to you. Lin Xian, who was standing by, became interested when he heard this and came over to ask, "You mean, his father was killed by a scheme?" Tang Yin shook her head. "Is it that I am not sure?" After the apocalypse, Wen Qi's father took over the power and decided the life and death of the entire family in the Doomsday. He used the resources of the construction business and the shipping business to bet on both the Federation and the Phoenix Society. In addition to the underground city plan, he also planned to give 3 500,000-ton bulk grain commodity cargo ships directly to Dawn City to exchange for a Dragon Whale, deep-sea aircraft carrier originally under the Federation, and an entire escort fleet for sea escape. In addition, he also cooperated with Silent City to plan to transform an Eternal-class Doomsday train at the Ji-Hai Train Industrial Center for family members to catch up with the Dawn Center along the land route. Oh my god, underground city sea route, land train, put all your eggs in so many baskets. Lin Xian was a little amazed when he heard this. It must be said that Linglong Group is also the chosen one, because after the apocalypse, the assets of most of the world's top 500 companies have become nothing in a short period of time, because money is no longer money. But some companies are different, such as Jian Shui of Finger Group on the Silver Star. As a technology group, Finger Group controls transportation, machinery, manufacturing and energy. The assets of the group can be said to be the most popular in the Doomsday. Linglong Group is the construction industry and shipping. The former is relatively simple. There must be a place for Linglong Group among the contractors of the Federal Underground City project, and Linglong Group also has a security company with armed forces, which gives it a very high cooperation value and weight in the dialogue with the government. Not to mention shipping, the shipping business of bulk commodities is often 500,000 tons per ship, and Linglong Group, as one of the top 10 shipping companies in the world, has more than 410 large and small shipping ships under its group. In the Doomsday turmoil, there must be food or energy ships being transported. These things are very valuable. In the Doomsday, food is gold and energy is money. Kiki's father can mobilize these resources in a short period of time and quickly use them to exchange interests with the government or other organizations before the civil unrest, rebellion, and large-scale population extinction in the world. From this point of view alone, Kiki's adopted father can be said to have some decisive means. Although the dragon whale that Tang Yin mentioned sounded a bit outrageous, Lin Xian knew that the strategic direction of the former Federation, which is now the Dawn City, was to build underground cities, and some of the surface aircraft carriers separated from the interstellar army were basically useless and could not fly. 1.5 million tons of food could at least feed 10 million people for a year and a half, and even for 2 years if it was the minimum living needs. It made sense for the former Federation to use the unused surface aircraft carriers to exchange food with the Linglong Group. Oh, I understand what you mean. Kiki perked up. You mean your Wen family now has an Eternal-class Doomsday train fortress under construction, a dragon whale chasing Noah of the Phoenix Society, and a quota for the Underground City project. All the Wen family resources have been divided into 3 directions, right? 4. Lin Xian spoke at this time, and gestured to Tang Yun, who was sitting on the ground. She is not here. Tang Yun shook her head and said, These plans were arranged by your father, but after your father was gone, your Aunt Wen Hui was the main person in charge. She immediately cancelled your father's plans and prepared to donate all the resources to Dawn City, so that, in exchange for a seat in the federal parliament, she thought that in this way, the entire Wen family would not have to be torn apart, and the Wen family could continue to maintain its upper-class status in Dawn City. Ah? Lin Xian couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Good fellow, the main goal is to kill everyone, right? Oh my god, Kiki jumped up in anger when she heard it, gritting her teeth, and said, What a pig brain, the Doomsday has come, and she still wants to be a parliamentarian and a superior person. I just heard about the Eternal Train and the Dragon Whale, and was excited for a while, but she destroyed them all? I don't know the specific situation, I only know that the Eternal Train has been transformed halfway. The rest? Tang Yun said. So you guessed that she and her father were set up based on this? Lin Xian asked. Tang Yun shook her head upon hearing this. No. The reason I have such a guess is because I found that my husband, including Kiki's Aunt Wen Hui, had long been secretly in contact with this Crimson World. It is even possible. Before the day of apocalypse. Chapter 302. Tang Yun's words surprised Lin Xian and Kiki. They naturally understood what she meant. This indirectly explained why Tang Yun and the others were here. In essence, they participated in part of the Crimson World project and must have paid a considerable price for it. How much do you know about this Crimson World? Lin Xian asked at this time. Don't know much. My husband brought me here. This organization is very mysterious. The highest-ranking person here is a white man named Julius Litt, who is in his 40s. He told us about the characteristics of the mycelium network here and took us to experience the illusion spores. The rest? Tang Yun is not a person with a strong opinion. Everything is done by her husband, Kiki's second uncle Wen Dong. So what is a little puzzling is why Tang Yun's husband sent his wife and children here and ran away. Wen Qi, it's great that you are alive. Tang Yun. Looking up at Kiki, he said dejectedly, although your aunt took away your and your father's assets, the underground city quota your father exchanged for you cannot be replaced. Regardless of whether she becomes a counselor of Dawn City, you have the status of the heir of Linglong Group and a senior member of the Dawn Project. You can go to Dawn City, which should be the safest place besides the headquarters of the Phoenix Society. You can survive there. Kiki turned back and looked at Lin Xian. That's right. I heard that Dawn City is now overcrowded, and the cost of entering the city is getting higher and higher. My identity is useful. Lin Xian said, but your aunt and the Wen family probably won't like you. It doesn't matter to me whether they like me or not. Do I need them to like me? Kiki flew up on the spot, crossed her arms, and looked proud. Lin Xian smiled and thought that this girl was right. Now she can crush a truck with her bare hands. This super rare telekinetic ability is much more valuable than wealth and status in the Doomsday. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Tang Yun. Put on your clothes, get in my car, I take you away from here. Tang Yun didn't show any emotion when she heard this, but kept silent, as if it had been a long time before she said, I don't want to leave. Kiki frowned when she heard it. Hey, what else do you want to do if you don't want to leave? You've seen so many people die. Do you want to die? No. Tang Yun looked sad. Her eyes were red, and she kept shaking her head. No, they are not dead. My son is not dead. He is in that world. We are in it every day. Together, that's not fake. Lin Xian glanced at her, not sure whether she couldn't accept her son's death or was completely lost in the mycelium illusion, so he could only say, after we leave, this place will be completely powerless, there will be no more robots to maintain it, the survival cabin will no longer work, and your bodies will completely die and begin to rot. Are you sure? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Tang Yun's eyes flashed with fear, which was quickly replaced by obsession. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she said, no, after I enter that world, I will live in that world. After that, she suddenly knelt down to Kiki and begged, Wen Qi, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel that I am no longer alive in this world, so let me go back. Kiki looked at this scene, and a rare anger appeared on her face. She shouted, I told you that it was all fake. Fake. You escaped with great difficulty. As long as you follow us, you can survive. Isn't it good to be alive? Kiki's words made Tang Yun's face dim. She was silent for a while, lowered her head, and her messy hair covered some of her well-maintained. With a sad face, she said, my son is over there. He will be sad if I am gone. He is still looking for his father over there. I want to accompany him. With so many strangers, he will definitely be lonely and sad. Wen Qi, just because I am your aunt, please help me this time. Tang Yun knelt down and begged. She seemed to have lost all her life. She was neither happy nor sad. It seemed that this world was a nightmare for her. As long as she entered the survival capsule again, she would wake up again in that happy and free world. Kiki was a little angry. When she heard Tang Yun's words, she felt inexplicably irritated. Although it was just a relative she had not been in contact with for a long time, she did not want to see Tang Yun choose to die like this. Just when she wanted to continue speaking, Lin Xian suddenly grabbed her. He found that the blood red in Tang Yun's eyes gradually showed some black threads, which was a sign that she was about to change due to the invasion of darkness. Forget it. She has already lost the courage to live. In this situation, even if she stays, she will soon be invaded by the darkness and turned into a zombie. It is better to fulfill her wish. Her psychological defenses were completely broken, her body was weak, and her mental state was extremely unstable. In this polar night, it would not take long for her to become a zombie, unless she was forcibly tied back to the infinity and protected by the heterogeneous cube. But Lin Xian did not want to do that. Tang Yun's worldview had completely collapsed. Even if Lin Xian and Kiki kindly took her in, it would be useless. She would only spend her days in sorrow and bring negative emotions to the team. In this case, it would be better to let her enter the illusion and die in the joy of reuniting with her son. Lin Xian thought about it. Maybe he could leave a small robot and a raid battery alone for Tang Yun's survival cabin, as a reward for her providing Lin Xian with this information. Kiki heard Lin Xian's words, and a bit of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Seeing that Lin Xian and Kiki didn't say anything, Tang Yun slowly stood up and tried to stand steadily. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xian and Kiki's faces. She wanted to say something but gave up. She just looked at the two with gratitude. Then she turned around tremblingly, took off her hibernation clothes, walked to the side of the open survival capsule in the most primitive posture, then climbed in, lay down, and closed her eyes. Delu and Shuqin, who had been silent all the time, also looked at this scene with complicated expressions. For some reason, Tang Yun's choice made people feel more complicated than seeing the survivors die directly. Buzz low-frequency startup sound, identity authentication passed, Tang Yun, 0 element number, 0403, survival capsule has been activated, current body temperature, 36°C, heart rate index 62, life support system ready. The survival capsule sounded, and the hatch slowly closed, completely isolating her. Then the survival capsule entered the transport channel, descended into the honeycomb, was caught by the huge mechanical arm, and placed in a vacant hexagonal mycelium access area on the lower level. On the upper level, Lin Xian, Kiki and others watched this scene and sighed slightly. Do you think her consciousness has really been uploaded to the mycelium network? Kiki said at this time. Maybe, Lin Xian said, but the problem is that humans only have one way to defeat darkness. Either humans perish, or we destroy these dark creatures, so for us, they are all dead. Papa papa, papa papa papa. Lin Xian turned around and saw Ding Junyi operating the mobile terminal seriously at this time, and the monitoring screen showed the picture inside Tang Yun's survival capsule. I added an extra EG theta band neural connection electrode. If mycelium connection really occurs, it may be possible to capture some changes in brain wave interference phenomena. Ding Junyi heard Lin Xian's footsteps and explained to him without raising her head. Lin Xian was about to speak when she heard her say, I didn't find this item in the previous monitoring content. Normally, such a research institute cannot fail to monitor this frequency band. I think there is a problem, so I want to pay more attention to it. Lin Xian was about to ask when he was blocked by Ding Junyi. He scratched his head and could only say, Okay, then you are busy. Ding Junyi's personality in the laboratory is like this, concise, straightforward, never wasting time. This point is fully reflected in every aspect. In the entire hall, all the equipment that can be swallowed has been basically swallowed by Lin Xian. Now the materials in his decomposition center are completely full. Originally, they were intended to be used to lay 22 kilometers of tracks. Now it is easier, and he can use them directly to make arms. Looking at the time, the active period of mycelium has passed for more than 10 hours. Lin Xian asked Delu and Shuqin to look after Ding Junyi here, and he and Kiki returned to the train first to prepare to deal with Grace. In the number 12 carriage, Grace stood quietly in the middle. Because it was not turned on, Lin Xian had to use a support frame to keep her standing. At this time, Xia, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu and others surrounded Lin Xian, and everyone looked at this beautiful humanoid robot curiously. Oh my god, this robot is so beautifully designed, like a perfect ballerina. Miao Lu said in amazement. Lu Cheng was amazed. Her mask is obviously very beautiful, but I don't know why I always feel a little creepy when I look at it. Me too. Sasha reached out and touched Grace's leg. The cold touch made her tremble all over. She couldn't help but frown. It feels like a bad robot that breaks down and kills people in a horror robot movie. Go away, you are so brave. Don't you like mechas? Why do you get scared by a robot? Kiki came over and pinched Sasha's little face. This robot uses holographic projection, and there is no facial system designed, etc. After turning it on, you will know that she is actually quite pretty. Lin Xian heard this and said, only household service robots in the past needed facial systems, all for communication and service, but this thing was built to manage the zero-element center, and it also has good combat performance, so there is definitely no need to design those useless functions. Although the scan was not completed, in the process of scanning Grace's torso, Lin Xian found that Grace's motion components were very strong, and she was also equipped with a plasma beam pulse gun. Coupled with her almost indestructible body material, her combat power is estimated to be at least comparable to that of a violent-level mutant. Kiki, is it troublesome to overwrite the system? Lin Xian asked. Kiki nodded. It's quite troublesome. She looked at Lin Xian with big watery eyes, looking at Lin Xian with a face full of embarrassment. You know, this thing is not accessible to ordinary people. Traditional hard disk overwriting can eliminate data through multiple overwriting. but the superposition of quantum states may cause information to remain in the environment through quantum teleportation, and I can't just delete all her movements and intelligent logic. If that happens, she will become a piece of iron and can't even stand up. Unless I rewrite it, I can't do it. Even if I can do it, I still need to do a lot of logic training. Okay. Alright. Lin Xian glared at her and said unhappily, "Don't fool me, ordinary people can't get in touch with it. Are you an ordinary person? Tell me what you want." Kiki's cheeks suddenly swelled up when she heard this. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled at him with cunning eyes. "I can't fool you. Of course I can do it, but you have to change the voice package to mine." "Aw, Sister Kiki, don't you think it's scary?" Sasha turned her head and looked at her with horror when she heard this. A robot with your own voice talking to you. "You know shit." Kiki immediately gave her a head slap. Lin Xian still thought it was something else, and said directly, "It's up to you. I only need her computing and service functions. Even if you change to Sasha's voice, I have no objection to the holographic face of the building." "Ah!" When this was said, everyone was shocked. Sasha was even more terrified when she heard Lin Xian's words. When she thought of that picture, she felt goosebumps. "Don't do that, Brother Lin." Kiki put her hands on her hips, and said to Lin Xian provocatively, "Okay, that's what you said." Lin Xian cleared his throat and coughed, saying, "That. I'm just talking, let's not do this. I really can't sleep." After saying that, he walked towards the number 5 carriage, preparing to set up a new set of G3 rail electromagnetic guns there. Hee. Kiki, who made Lin Xian speechless, smiled triumphantly. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, she suddenly followed him and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, "Hey, I heard that the previous service robots had very complete functions and companion functions. Do you want to add some extra kits for you?" This girl was pushing it too far, and liked to see Lin Xian's face. Who knew that Lin Xian stopped when he heard this, turned around with a smile, and stretched out his hand to her. "Kit? You know I need a blueprint scan for mechanical manufacturing, right? Show it to me." The smile on Kiki's face froze when she heard that. She immediately realized that what she said was definitely not the same as what Lin Xian said. Her face immediately turned red, and she immediately exploded. "Lin Xian. Let's see it later. I have something urgent to do." Seeing the little girl getting angry, Lin Xian ran away. After running all the way to carriage number 5, Lin Xian immediately began to clear the space and began to prepare to make electromagnetic guns. He planned to make 2 1130 and electromagnetic rail guns on the Infinity, so that the firepower would be doubled. With the addition of the YJ3 anti-aircraft gun, the 16-car train of the Infinity would be much more powerful. After the sun is connected, the carriage may need to be readjusted. Lin Xian found an open space and sat down, raising his hand to start making the energy capacitor for the electromagnetic rail gun. When he was in Shilon City before, the integrated circuit system of the whole vehicle had been upgraded, so now he only needs to install the energy capacitor and connect it, and there will be no problem. Now there are 2 nuclear-powered locomotives, one Gemini 11 R290NW, one Linglong industrial grade 200 megawatts, 3 electric locomotives, 2 Weyland-class locomotives, one Huanqing 10A, and my giant Whale 03 gas turbine locomotive. There are 6 optical locomotives. Electromagnetic rail guns, 1130, YJ03, electric blade armor, arc pulse string vibrator. There are also scientific research carriages, mecha carriages, hundreds of power armor charging, plus the ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array that Lin Xian is going to load later, fully automatic bullet punching machine, and drive systems that require more power. All of them are big power consumers. The power generation of 2 nuclear-powered energy carriages is no problem, but multiple electric carriages are indeed needed to store electricity to maintain voltage balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian basically no longer needs to drive the train through the mechanical heart, so he doesn't worry about the need to fully control these 27 carriages. Then put the Huanqing 10A at the front, behind the gas turbine like before, and the traction will be enough. However, what gave Lin Xian the most headache was the 2 nuclear-powered locomotives. The problem was that the front of the 2 locomotives could not be connected, so they could only be placed at the end of the train. However, Lin Xian wanted to separate the 2 locomotives to reduce the risk of damage to the energy car. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only one plan left: 2 nuclear-powered locomotives, one at the head and one at the tail, equipped with the Weilong class and Huanqing 10A respectively for energy storage traction. In that case, Lin Xian can only give up his original giant Whale 03 gas turbine locomotive. Ah, I really don't want to give it up. This locomotive was repaired bit by bit using the most basic materials, when he was only at level 1 in Jiang City's mechanical heart. It helped him break through the heavy tide of corpses, climb up the number 9 underground city tunnel, rush up the climbing elevator, and roll over the storm snowfield. Although the power output of this locomotive has been much smaller after Lin Xian stopped using the mechanical heart, Lin Xian is a mechanical superpower after all, and he is somewhat reluctant to let him devour this old friend with outstanding merits. After thinking about it, he thought it would be better to wait until he broke out of the polar night. At that time, at most he would hang it at the end and use it as a backup power locomotive. Anyway, he is not short of those mechanical source points now. Lin Xian kept manufacturing while thinking, because his mechanical manufacturing level has reached level 5 now, and the manufacturing speed has increased a lot compared to when he was in Hengshangwen. After more than 2 hours, most of the extreme energy capacitor unit has been assembled. It took another hour and a half, and a new G3 electromagnetic railgun began to slowly rise on the roof of carriage number 5. Just when Lin Xian finished manufacturing the main gun of the electromagnetic railgun and was about to do a system self-check, he suddenly found that he seemed to be the only one in the entire carriage number 5. Where is Brother Hua? Lin Xian was a little surprised, got up and walked to Lu Xingchen's room, and found that there was no one inside. The room was clean and tidy. On Lu Xingchen's private tea table, there was an old-fashioned message machine. He immediately sensed something wrong, raised his hand and waved it. The mechanical ability was activated remotely. The answering machine pressed the power button. There was a rustling current inside, and soon, Lu Xingchen's message sounded. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, all friends and partners of Infinity, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I was poisoned by mycelium. I know I can't harm my partners, and I know I can't continue this journey to the east, so I left alone, guarding the peace for you outside the passage, to do my last bit of strength. Hearing the words in the answering machine, Lin Xian's face suddenly sank. Lu Xingchen was infected by mycelium? How is this possible? There was no sign along the way, and Kiki's telekinesis shield protected the whole journey. In addition, Lin Xian thought about it, and it seemed that only when the joint train entered the tunnel did Brother Hua, who was responsible for disinfection, act alone. The sudden situation immediately made Lin Xian feel confused and angry. He was about to contact Brother Hua with the communicator, but who knew that at this time, Ding Junyi's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Lin Xian, there is a situation here. In the zero-element center, Ding Junyi looked at Tang Yun, whose head was covered by mycelium. The data of the theta frequency band of brain waves kept transmitting a very strange peak line graph. Ding Junyi's eyes were slightly condensed. She didn't expect that her cautious moves seemed to allow her to detect the true secret of the mycelium network. Speak. Lin Xian on the other end of the communicator was very anxious at this time, and shouted immediately. Tang Yun's brainwaves in the theta frequency band and the connected hyphae show the same frequency interference phenomenon, which shows that being connected by hyphae is fundamentally different from our previous encounter with hallucination spores. Although the brain is constantly generating self-conscious hallucinations, the hyphae are interfering with all brain neurons at the same frequency. Let's get to the point. Ding Junyi raised her glasses, stared at the huge center of the hive, and said, this mycelium network seems to be able to access everyone's consciousness, but the problem is that everyone's brain neurons are being mobilized in a regular manner. This regularity does not conform to the changes in individual consciousness. It is very likely that this mycelium network is using these human brains as computing processors. In other words, the entire mycelium network is very likely to be able to recognize human thoughts, including Tang Yun's consciousness. Boom! As soon as Ding Junyi finished speaking, the underground tunnel suddenly began to tremble slightly, and smoke and dust rolled in an instant. This tremor instantly awakened everyone who was resting and sleeping on the joint train. Many awakened people immediately picked up their weapons, and the internal communication bands began to be noisy. What's wrong? What happened? Earthquake? On the other side, Chen Xishuan, who was still resting, also woke up at this time. Out of caution, she immediately put on the Black Hawk armor and began to contact Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what's wrong? I don't know. Lin Xian had already rushed down the infinity, and was heading towards the zero-element center with Kiki. At the same time, he said to Chen Xishuan, Teacher Chen, notify all teams to be ready to evacuate at any time. Okay. Brother Sure, Sister Ning, check the subway line passage quickly, we may have to evacuate soon. Lin Xian contacted Longshan number 1 at the same time. For a moment, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing, Qian Deli, Xiaoming Monica, Liu Yang, Li and the leaders of more than a dozen other trained teams on Longshan No. 1 received urgent news, and everyone entered the emergency preparation state at the first time. Figures began to run busily in the corridors of each carriage. The motor engine of the electric power station began to hum, and the sound of countless limiters being released on the 15-kilometer-long joint train was quietly heard. Quick, get ready for action. Remove the limit. The reactor is heating up. Prepare to increase the power. Weapon station, the machine gunner will be in place soon. At the side of the subway tunnel, Lin Xian and Kiki were rushing towards the zero-element center. Sister Ding means that those hyphae use the human brain as a processor for calculations, and can also spy on human consciousness? Kiki was pulled away by Lin Xian before she finished overriding Grace. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she subconsciously understood. So the hyphae may have known the news that we are hiding underground through Tangyun? Lin Xian's face was solemn. He picked up the mobile terminal and looked at the surveillance he set up in the vault of Yijin Bank and the street. It was still very quiet at this time, so he said, "It's not completely certain, but since it is Director Ding's judgment, we must prepare for the worst." The vibration just now was also very unusual. "Then where are we going now?" Lin Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "Looking for Brother Hua." At this moment, on the top floor of Yijin Bank, Lu Xingchen leaned on the edge of the building, his eyes swept across the streets around him in the dark night, and his ears were filled with all kinds of strange whispers. Those street corners and dark alleys seemed to hide many indescribable existences. In the dark clouds in the sky, strange tentacles appeared and disappeared from time to time. The black sticky fog in the city had dissipated for the most part. Lu Xingchen could see the huge Tiangu Tower and the sky-covering crown in the sky as soon as he raised his eyes, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. There are evil spirits everywhere, and filth everywhere. He lowered his head and pulled down his collar, and lit the fire with his fingers. Seeing that there were large areas of green mycelium spreading on his chest and neck, he couldn't help but sigh. Lu Xingchen picked up a communicator, confirmed that the signal was connected, and continued to burn a gold bracelet he picked up from the vault with the flame of his fingertips. The bracelet was full of mud, and he wiped it clean and burned it with fire for fun. After talking to the building, Lu Xingchen was afraid that the mycelium spores on his body would affect other people in the car. In addition, he was a violent level mutant, so he was worried that his mutation would bring unimaginable troubles to the Infinity team members. So he quietly left the Infinity and came to the roof of the bank above the zero-element center alone, ready to help the Infinity keep watch while waiting for himself to be swallowed by the mycelium. Cluster, cluster, on the dark rooftop, a tiny flame kept flickering. It is said that real gold is not afraid of fire. I have been burning this thing for so long, and it still won't melt. It seems that my cultivation is about to be wiped out. Lu Xingchen looked at the golden bracelet in his hand that could not be melted, and murmured in a rather self-deprecating tone. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in the air, and immediately sat up and looked at the huge black shadow of the sky mushroom tower not far away. At this time, it seemed that there were billions of energy beams climbing along the complex root system of the mushroom tower, like blood vessels, causing the mushroom cap with a diameter of 2 kilometers in the sky to tremble suddenly. Lu Xingchen stood up, his eyes cold, and said softly, "Interesting, I actually feel that I am being stared at by a mushroom." Chapter 303. "Brother Hua, where are you?" Lin Xian's voice rang out in the communicator. Standing on the roof of Yijin City, Lu Xingchen heard Lin Xian's voice, and sighed deeply. He then picked up the communicator and said, "Brother Lin, I noticed some unusual movements in the city. It may be related to the changes in the mushroom tower. This is an ominous sign. You should be prepared. I'm afraid that the day will change." Both Kiki and Lin Xian, who were in the elevator, looked solemn. What is this guy doing? Why didn't he tell us earlier that he was parasitized by hyphae? He wanted to be a hero by running out? Although he usually liked to tease Lu Xingchen's second-year syndrome, Kiki's expression was full of anxiety and worry when he heard the news. Lin Xian's face was heavy. Director Ding said that the survival cabin of the zero-element center has a mycelium isolation device. If it's in time, perhaps this is the only way to save Brother Hua. Yeah. Kiki nodded. He is a superpower, so he should be more resistant than ordinary people. These are just her guesses, but in this situation, there is no other way. The two of them can only take the risk to bring Brother Hua back first. Clang. The floor of the vault opened again, and Kiki took Lin Xian and flew out without saying a word. My communication relay is only deployed near this building. He should not be far away. Okay. The two flew quickly, and just after leaving the bank gate, Lin Xian's lone wolf-s power armor's human body heat source sensing radar immediately captured the direction of the roof. He's there. Wow. The two immediately climbed all the way up, and soon came to the top of the tall building of Yijin Bank, and saw Lu Xingchen standing on the edge of the building. At this moment, his proud expression was somewhat desolate, as if he had already prepared to sacrifice himself. When Lu Xingchen saw Lin Xian and Kiki coming, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately raised his hand to stop them from approaching and said, "Brother Lin, don't come close. The mycelium on my body is pervasive, and I am not afraid of fire. If I implicate you, I will die and rest in peace." "Hey!" Kiki took the lead and stood up, angrily scolded. "Don't you have the lofty ambition of becoming an immortal? Why do you want to end your life when you encounter a problem? Don't you ask us, don't you ask Director Ding, maybe we have a way, we still have a full-effect medical cabin. What's going on? How serious is it now?" Lin Xian also asked immediately. Lu Xingchen sighed slightly upon hearing this, and stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I am not a coward. I have seen the miserable condition of people infected by mycelium. There is no cure. Rather than being covered with mycelium and rotting like a dead tree, it is better to." "Better than what?" Lin Xian frowned and said, "Just now, in the zero-element center, a woman connected by mycelium survived the mycelium infection. She is just an ordinary person. Could it be that you are not as good as a woman?" "That's right. Hurry up, come back with us. Sister Ding may have a solution," Kiki said anxiously. Lin Xian's words made Lu Xingchen's eyes move slightly, but he soon said with a face full of defiance, "No need, I checked. The mycelium on my body grows from my body. Even if I use the fire power, I can't eradicate it." As he said this, he looked at the crown of covering the sky in the distance and said, "I already know about the crisis just now. There have been some unusual movements in this city. If I am connected by the mycelium, our infinity's location and escape route may be discovered by that strange monster. I don't want to see that happen, so..." Lin Xian looked at him. "What do you want to do?" Lu Xingchen's eyes fixed, and he said loudly, "I have a perfect plan." "What perfect plan?" Kiki frowned. Lu Xingchen pointed at the mushroom tower in the distance, and said with a heroic look in his eyes, "Brother Lin, you can lead the convoy away without worry. When you evacuate Yijin City, I will burn the demon tower with the fire of annihilation and completely detonate the entire filthy city. It can not only attract the strange bodies within the radius to help you evacuate, but also kill the fungus network that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. With the fire of my death, I can lead the sky flame to destroy the demons. Isn't it great?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Xian's expression moved when he heard the words, and he looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Have you really decided?" "Lin Xian." Hearing Lin Xian's tone, Kiki thought he was going to give up Brother Hua like he gave up Tang Yuan, and he was immediately anxious. Lu Xingchen nodded, turned around and looked at Lin Xian and Kiki, then his face darkened slightly, and he spoke to Lin Xian in a rare serious tone. "Brother Lin, this journey with you is the most peaceful and comfortable time I have ever had since the end of the world. No matter how many times I encounter life and death situations, as long as someone who needs me is there, I feel that I am ready to die. So I am very grateful that you let me get on your car, treat me as a partner, respect my habits, and even build a tea-making machine for me. To be honest." Lu Xingchen looked at Lin Xian and said with a moving expression, "There is a secret that I have never told anyone else. In fact, I also escaped from the supernatural laboratory of the Underground Research Institute in the Crimson World, just like Shaoqing and Abai. I don't know how many floors I was imprisoned in, maybe 100 meters or 200 meters underground, and I don't remember how many days I was imprisoned. Those experiments are more terrifying to me than the end of the world, so since I escaped, I don't want to enter any confined space or underground again. Now, I am really going to die. I just hope that I will not be buried underground after I die. Maybe after this darkness burns out, I can still see the sun." Lin Xian listened with a heavy expression. He finally understood why Lu Xingchen liked to bask in the sun, why he was unwilling to enter the Underground Research Institute in Qingshui Town, and why he behaved so abnormally after the joint train entered the underground tunnel. He drove the RV alone and risked escaping from Liming. It turned out that he himself escaped from the laboratory. "Brother Lin, please apologize to Brother Lu for me. I can't be his roommate anymore. Actually, I really don't mind the noise of him packing weapons at night that disturb my sleep. Please also apologize to that girl Shasha for me. Brother Lu can't find a new mecha for her. And Captain Chun, Sister Shu Qin, Director Ding. And..." Kiki, Lu Xingchen said, as he looked at Kiki, with tears on his face. He said unyieldingly, You are a powerful opponent. It is my honor to fight side by side with you, but my fire will never be defeated. Speaking of this, Lu Xingchen changed his usual attitude and began to cry, but he still straightened his chest and looked determined and unyielding. When Kiki heard this, her expression was very complicated. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly heard Lin Xian shouting at her in a low voice while Lu Xingchen was crying. Kiki, quickly restrain him. Kiki didn't think twice after hearing this. She and Lin Xian had already reached 100% tacit understanding. She used her supernatural power without hesitation the moment Lin Xian spoke, and then restrained Lu Xingchen, who was crying not far away. Lin Xian immediately activated his power armor, shot out on the spot, and rushed to Lu Xingchen in a few steps. Before Lu Xingchen could react, he directly tore off his clothes and used the power armor's biological scanner to detect him. As expected, Lu Xingchen's entire upper body and arms were all blue and black, looking very scary. Brother Lin, be careful of infection, don't get close to me. Lu Xingchen's eyes were bloodshot, and he cried. Who knew that after Lin Xian finished scanning, he looked at the clothes he tore off, and thought for a long time. Your autumn clothes are faded? Lu Xingchen, who was crying and struggling to sacrifice himself, heard this, and his tearful expression on his face slowly froze. Ah! Kiki, who heard this, also jumped over and took off a piece of clothes from Lu Xingchen's body and looked at it, and couldn't help frowning. Yes, where did you find this autumn clothes? It's the supplies we found before. Lin Xian picked up the autumn clothes and studied it. It should be because the underground tunnel is too human. I reminded you yesterday, but the quality of this thing is too poor. That's right, what a tattered piece of clothing, it fades so much, the whole person is dyed like a cucumber. Kiki said, stretching out her hand to pinch Lu Xingchen's shoulder, and sure enough, a large piece of blue-black dye was wiped off. No way, wear whatever clothes you have. I remember that Brother Huo likes this one very much and thinks it's very handsome. If you are handsome, you won't wear autumn clothes. The quality is too poor, and the style is not very good-looking. The two of them studied his autumn clothes in front of Lu Xingchen. At this time, Lu Xingchen only felt that a nuclear bomb exploded in his brain, and his whole body began to turn red and hot, and he was about to split on the spot. Kiki, can you let me go first? Lu Xingchen said with tears on his face, and an extremely trembling voice. Kiki put her hands on her hips and asked, Why let go? Are you going to blow up that mushroom tower? Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and tried to say something with a decisive tone. In the face of a disaster, if we have to withdraw now, for the livelihood of thousands of people, detonating this mushroom tower is definitely the best way. Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, Good idea, but is there a way that doesn't require sacrifice, such as, I build a time bomb? Yes. Kiki's eyes lit up, and she immediately approved this plan. Lu Xingchen, Boom. For a while, with the changes in the mushroom tower, the mycelium carpet in the entire Yijin city seemed to be transmitting information, and in the darkness, the movement of a large number of unknown creatures began to sound in the streets and alleys. There were also some tall giant shadows that appeared and disappeared in the hazy fog, and every step caused a huge tremor in the street. At this time, Lin Xian and his friends were already under the Yijin Bank, and a lot of roars had begun to pour in. The strange body is coming, and it cannot be marked with the dark mark. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian immediately signaled to Kiki, and Kiki immediately used his telekinesis to lift the three people into the sky. Lin Xian's face changed. He found that the torrents in the darkness seemed to be rushing towards the direction of the subway entrances everywhere. He immediately thought that it was not good. It seemed that Director Ding's guess was correct. After the mushroom tower connected to Tang Yun's consciousness that day, it noticed the existence of Lin Xian and his group, and attracted the monsters of the entire Yijin city to start searching for them. At this moment, he no longer had the energy to think about the theoretical issues. He only knew that if he didn't run now, it would definitely be too late. Brother Shi, Teacher Chen, everyone set off immediately. Okay. Shi Diyuan's voice came immediately. Lin Xian, where are you? Qin Sichuan, who received the notice, immediately shouted in the communicator. Lin Xian looked at the Tiangu Tower at this time, and said to Kiki, It's too late to go back. Let's detonate the Tiangu Tower, and then chase the train from the air. Kiki nodded immediately after hearing this. Immediately Lin Xian said to Qin Sichuan, Just run out quickly. We will meet you at the intersection of the Salt Marsh Canyon Scenic Railway and the main railway. On the Infinity, Qin Sichuan heard Lin Xian's words. Her face changed suddenly with worry, and she gritted her teeth immediately. Okay, I understand. After that, she immediately notified Ding Junyi and others to return to the car. Ding Junyi had copied the information of the Zero Element Center in advance, and used a plant isolation cabin to take away some of the active mycelium connected to the heads of the Crimson members, and then immediately returned to the car with Shuqin building. Let's go, get ready to go. Everyone keep quiet, no firing without notice. Lights off, remove the tunnel fence. Everyone pay attention, everyone must obey the command of the Infinity. Woo, the engines of the electric locomotives began to roar, and with a huge power output, the connected carriages began to be pulled together, and this 15-kilometer-long underground joint train started in advance. Boom boom boom, swish swish. At this time, the subway platforms everywhere, the vault outside the Zero Element Center, and the building of the Crimson Pharmaceutical Group were full of various threatening black shadows. These strange creatures seemed to have received some kind of guidance, smelled something, and began to drill underground frantically, ding ding ding. As the train began to roar and speed away underground, all the mycelium carpets of the Tiangu Tower began to vibrate violently. In the empty Zero Element Center, the lights flickered, the glass curtain wall began to shatter, and a large number of fragments fell towards the hive. In the number 0403 survival capsule, Tang Yin lay peacefully inside. The band light in her brain kept flashing, and finally went out. At the last moment, she seemed to be smiling, all her breathing and heartbeat stopped, and she left this desperate world peacefully. On the other side, in the sky, Lin Xian and Kiki continued to accelerate towards the direction of the Tiangu Tower, dragging behind them a silent brother Hua with a black face. Lin Xian looked back. This guy was obviously angry, but inexplicably felt that he seemed to have been dead for a while. After all, social death is also death. For Brother Hua, who loves face very much, the previous experience is comparable to the arrival of the apocalypse. However, Lin Xian and Kiki were not in the mood to laugh at him at this time. This guy's sincere confession before his death was quite touching. In addition, the method he proposed did give Lin Xian a good plan. He could only try it with all his might. If he detonated the Tiangu Tower, he might really be able to buy some time for the team to evacuate. At this time, he was flying with Kiki, while constantly making a large amount of high-energy explosives, while observing the situation in the streets below. Lin Xian, look! Kiki suddenly shouted at him. Lin Xian raised his head. At this time, they were already close to the Tiangu Tower. This was the first time that Lin Xian saw it so close. He couldn't help but condense his pupils. The millions of mycelium vines wrapped around the mushroom tower, like a towering tree. At this time, the mycelium on it was like a data cable, with scarlet light constantly flowing inside, and connected below were tens of thousands of human bacteria. Through Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian has realized that this may be a supercomputer with human brain as computing power. What is it calculating? What is it spying on? The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. He made a quick decision, and made dozens of high-energy explosives. Each of these explosives was enough to blow up an armored vehicle. It was already the ultimate energy conversion of Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing and preparation center. Whoosh, under the huge sky-covering crown, countless spores were floating in the wind. There was a humming sound above the head. The wrinkles under the cap seemed like kelp groups hanging down all over the sky. Looking up, it was like swimming in the darkness. An extremely oppressive feeling came, and Lin Xian immediately said to Kiki, "Hurry, I have set the time, throw it in a scattered manner." Kiki nodded, and immediately used her supernatural power to throw the time bomb made by Lin Xian to the dense root system of the Tiangu Tower. The three people threw a whole circle along the Tiangu Tower. At this time, some giant shadows in the city began to approach, and there were a large number of strange tentacles in the dark clouds in the sky. Okay, let's go! The explosives have been deployed to the limit, and whether they can be done depends on God's will. In order to survive, they must not be marked with darkness by the monster. So after throwing the explosives, Kiki immediately took the two and flew eastward at high speed. Brother Lin, do you really not need me to use Tianyan to detonate? Lu Xingchen behind him whispered at this time. No. Okay. Brother Lin. I won't tell anyone else about this. Thank you very much. Lu Xingchen's face kept changing, with anger in his eyes, gnashing his teeth and saying, I will never wear autumn clothes again. If I know the owner of the clothing factory, I will crush him to pieces. Okay, what time is it now? Kiki glanced at him unhappily, angry and helpless at this moment. This guy really scared them. Fortunately, he was not really parasitized by the hyphae, which made her feel relieved. But when she thought of his heroic state just now, crying and laughing, it turned out to be because of the fading of his autumn clothes. Kiki couldn't help but want to laugh in her heart. Brother Hua really lost face this time. It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to raise his head in front of her, and Lin Xian from now on. Goodbye, Brother Hua. Hello, Brother Zhuanglia. Rumble. The underground rail train accelerated wildly with a violent momentum and began to turn into the subway line, shuttling quickly in the former Yijin subway. The 15-kilometer-long steel stream caused a violent underground resonance. Sand and stones were flying on the streets of the entire Yijin city, sparks were flying on the subway tracks, and the dull air pressure was gushing out along the ventilation ducts. The Infinity was united and quietly paid attention to the situation outside the car. In the cockpit of the leading Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing were both in charge. On the Sun Team side, Li Yi and his men comforted the children. Liu Yang and his team members all put on power armor and were ready for battle. Xian Deli, on the other hand, had a calm expression in his exclusive carriage. This was his first time to escape by train. He could only follow the train wherever he went. Even if he wanted to worry, he couldn't find any point to worry about. Instead, he felt much more relaxed than the previous team. After all, the entire team was connected in a carriage. There was no need to disperse or control the direction. He didn't even have to consider the road conditions. If they wanted to derail, they would derail together. Monica on the Queen Mo was sitting in car No. 1 with a serious expression, monitoring all the conditions of the car and dispatching her subordinates in the rear car in a swift and decisive manner. Next to her left hand was a glass of red wine. The extremely luxurious train shock absorption system controlled the shaking in the car to be very small. The red wine in the glass was slightly bumpy and vibrating, but it did not spill. She looked at the Veyron class at the rear of the Infinity car in front of her, as if she was thinking about something. Soon, the joint train rushed into the subway track out of the city from the underground tunnel, and then rushed towards the direction of an underground sightseeing track in the original Yijin city outside the city. Lin Xian and Kiki used their telekinesis shields to withstand the howling wind and flew rapidly towards the east. They had to avoid the ground and stay away from some extremely dark places along the way. They did not dare to fly into the clouds, for fear of being discovered by some monsters and then marked. In this polar night, even if it was only a first-level mark, Lin Xian was estimated to be like a guiding light above Yijin city, dazzling. At this time, everyone's heart was tense, but fortunately Kiki's flying speed was already very fast. It didn't take long for him to move away from the urban area of Yijin city and enter a valley. The surroundings became quiet. That direction is the Salt Marsh Canyon. The track line should come from the elevated line in the suburbs. Kiki pointed to the outlines of several mountains in the dark night in the distance and said, "Why is it so dark over there? It gives people a feeling of demonic spirit." Lu Xingchen said, as he looked at the mountainous area far away from the elevated track line. "Everywhere is dark, and there are strange bodies in the dark places." Lin Xian said, "Now if the train is marked, as long as we can rush out of Yijin city, we have a chance to escape." Kiki nodded. "The premise is that there will be no more problems with the track, so that we can directly leave the range of the polar night. We stayed shorter than expected. According to the tidal expansion speed of the number 5-star Abyss, we can run into the western Gobi in about 6 to 8 hours at full speed, and then we will be not far from Quancheng," Lin Xian said analytically at this time. Lu Xingchen didn't pay attention to what they said, but continued, "I mean, isn't the sky over there a little too dark?" Lu Xingchen's repeated words finally caught the attention of the two. Lin Xian and Kiki both looked up and looked at the mountains in the northeast direction. They indeed found that there was a sharp mountain with a much darker outline than the surrounding area. But when they looked carefully at this time, they felt more and more that something was wrong. "Wow!" Kiki began to slow down her flying speed, her pupils trembled, and she opened her mouth in horror and said, Lin Xian, is that a person?" Not only her, but Lin Xian and Lu Xingchen also changed their expressions at this time, because they all saw that the sharp black shadow, like a mountain, seemed to have arms, and was slowly raising its feet and taking steps. Boom! The next moment, as the shadow took a step, a dull vibration radiated hundreds of kilometers away. In the mountains, the air trembled violently. Lin Xian only felt that a towering human-shaped mountain was swinging its arms and coming towards the three people with overwhelming power. At the same time, in the mountains and valleys below, there were dense strange tides and torrents that seemed to be driven forward all the way. They crossed mountains and ridges, crushed villages and towns, and surged forward like a mudslide in the dark night. Corpse Chaser. Chapter 304. Lin Xian first heard the term corpse driver when he attended the bonfire trade fair organized by Jiang Yun in Chuguan. After going up to the high-altitude orbit, Lin Xian never saw a corpse driver from beginning to end. But now more and more information describes that the corpse driver seems to be different from other dark creatures, but is really similar to the image of humans. But the difference is that it is a giant. Along with it, there are also a large number of strange bodies driven by him. Those indescribable unknown creatures bring infinite horror. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian remembered that when he was in Yubei City, the corpse tide and strange bodies all over the city were likely the arrival of the corpse driver. At this moment, above the mountains outside the eastern suburbs of Yijin City, Lin Xian, Kiki and Lu Xingchen looked at the huge humanoid black shadow coming towards them in the posture of a land wonder, and their faces were all shocked. What is this? Kiki widened her eyes. This scene reminded her of the horror she had seen in the sky above Jiang City, and her little face suddenly turned pale. From the looks of it, maybe it's the corpse chaser that Grace reminded me of. Lin Xian's face was solemn. He didn't need to guess that this thing was at least an unknown existence above S level. Lu Xingchen looked at the black shadow and said hurriedly, "Not good, it's heading towards us, and there's a track line out of the city below." Lin Xian immediately zoomed in, with the search mode of the power armor, and sure enough, he saw that the direction of the elevated track line went northeast along the mountains. It's over. If the joint train rushed out at this time, wouldn't it hit head-on? Brother sure, Teacher Chen. Instantly Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He immediately pressed the communicator, but the joint train was still running on the underground track. In addition to the distance barrier in the dark night, the signal could not be connected at all. What should I do? Kiki was shocked at this time. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and looked fierce. Let's go, we can only divert its attention. At this time, he had no other choice but to take the highest risk and try to attract the giant shadow, and then use the air advantage to escape the polar night. Lin Xian knew that this might be a life or death situation, but if the track broke and the joint train derailed and hit the feet of the corpse driver, that would be a real disaster. The three people looked at each other and nodded heavily. We must take risks. Okay. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath. Okay, a man should stand tall and upright, and use my fire to ignite the swans. Boom. Just before Lu Xingchen finished his passionate and heroic words, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in Yijin City behind him. The three of them looked back and saw a huge red pillar of fire rising into the sky, triggering a strange scarlet energy that began to turn into a blazing white ball of light. Then the ball of light began to expand continuously, completely illuminating the sky-covering mushroom cap with a diameter of 2 kilometers, and then the flame ball expanded layer by layer, and finally detonated the huge mushroom cap. Run! Lin Xian saw this scene, and immediately shouted to Kiki. Kiki immediately held up the telekinesis shield, and the three of them flew madly in another direction away from the corpse chaser. Boom! The second explosion sounded immediately, and the huge mushroom cap that covered the sky suddenly collapsed inward and began to explode into a sky-wide flame cloud. In an instant, a giant mushroom cloud with a diameter of 5 kilometers rose into the sky, and the instantaneous white light seemed to turn the world into daylight. After the light radiation, a giant shock wave tore the earth apart, and even the clouds in the sky were swept away in an instant. The mushroom cloud fireworks came in the shape of shock radiation, and the ignited fungus blanket of the entire city was like living magma, spewing hundreds of meters high fire pillars from the cracks in the ground. When the fire reached its peak, the net suddenly gathered and sucked out the oxygen in the entire city. Boom! The three people who were flying quickly were directly hit by this huge shock wave, and were immediately blown away like a bubble in the air for several kilometers. Kiki screamed in pain and clenched his teeth to control the three people to stabilize their bodies. At this moment, the three people felt that their internal organs were hit hard, and they almost died on the spot with black eyes and vomiting blood. The tide of flames continued to spread. With Puzhong Square as the center, Yijin City generated a huge annihilation hole of several kilometers. Then the streets and buildings within a dozen kilometers of the periphery all collapsed and burned in the direction of the shock wave. The whole city was on fire, and explosions continued. Those strange bodies in the dark night were turned into ashes in an instant. The whole Yijin City was already a sea of fire, and even the sky was illuminated. At this time, the United Train, which was rushing at high speed underground, felt a huge shock. Then the ground in the tunnel began to stir like a winding waterway, and a large amount of smoke, dust and gravel poured down. On the Infinity, more than 30 team members were shaken to the ground and hit the wall by the huge explosion. There were screams and shouts on other trains. Ah! The tunnel is going to collapse. It's over. Don't break, rush. Did the meteorite explode? Run! Just when more than 4,000 people thought the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, The train led by Longshan No. 1 had already rushed out of the ground and merged into the sightseeing track, rushing towards the outside of the city with a roar of fire. Fortunately, many people were wearing equipment, so no greater injuries were caused. The trains behind were buried by a lot of mud as the ground collapsed, but because the speed of the joint train had been fully increased, those trains were pulled out of the tunnel that was about to collapse at the last moment. On the other side, Lin Xian and his 3 companions, who were almost vomiting blood on the spot, had just stabilized their bodies. At this time, they stood in the air and looked at the huge mushroom cloud that had not dissipated for a long time. Their faces changed drastically. Lin Xian had never thought that the power of the explosion of the Tiangdu Tower was so great. You know, they had left the city, and were at least 40 or 50 kilometers away. If it weren't for the protection of the telekinesis shield, a shock wave would have almost killed the 3 violent level psychics. This power is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. In shock, Lin Xian immediately worried about the situation on the United train, and immediately looked for the direction under the flames. "Brother Lin, look!" Brother Hua, who was naked, suddenly exclaimed. Lin Xian and Kiki immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that under the huge flames, the corpse driver finally revealed his terrifying true appearance under the light. It was a tall creature like a humanoid, with tentacles like deep-sea octopus on its head, which looked extremely strange and hideous under the night. It stood between the mountains and valleys, with giant tentacles slowly rolling, and its body covered with skin like a mummy, looking like an evil god from another world. With a huge explosion in Ijin City, the giant shaped like an octopus head seemed to sense a strange signal. Immediately, it began to turn towards the direction of the explosion core. The tentacles on its body began to roll wildly, making a deafening buzzing sound, and the next moment, it raised its hundreds of meters long legs and stepped down. Boom! The corpse driver began to turn and left the track direction of the joint train. Every step was accompanied by a deafening sound, but the weirder thing was coming. With its movement, this huge dark existence began to gradually become transparent, as if it had walked into some strange space and disappeared while walking. How disappeared? Lu Xingchen was a little bit unbelievable about the scene he saw. He was just happy that the monster turned around, maybe giving the joint train a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, it disappeared directly out of thin air. Lin Xian and Kiki also stared at this scene in amazement. No one could explain all this. Lin Xian swallowed hard and felt his hair stand up. At this moment, he saw a long steel dragon rushing rapidly on the elevated track in the distance through the spreading firelight. They rushed out. "Hurry up! Let's catch up!" It was hard to explain. This strange corpse driver made Lin Xian feel an extremely heavy pressure, and this strange disappearance made people feel a little creepy. Lin Xian thought of the strange white giant monster that appeared in Jiang City, and now he had this feeling again. But he clearly knew that these monsters came with darkness and dark marks, so how to explain this corpse driver? Such a huge body, could it be invisible? Not daring to think too much, Lin Xian only wanted to rush back to the train, and then everyone rushed out of the polar night at full speed. With their current cognition, they could not understand the situation they saw, nor could they deal with this unknown existence. The only way was to run away. Clang clang, clang clang. Under the darkness and flames, the 15-kilometer-long joint train rushed at high speed. Sparks collided all the way, and rushed out of the explosion and collapsed Ijin City with an indomitable momentum. Inside the more than 500 carriages, countless people were injured at this time. All of them were caused by the shock wave of the explosion and the earthquake just now. Many people even suffered large-scale eardrum perforation and bleeding due to the underground cavitation effect, and even serious injuries caused by various collisions. For a time, each carriage was wailing, and the teammates who were not injured were eager to rescue the wounded and clean up the various debris that fell and broke on the train. On the Infinity side, all the crew members were wearing protective power armor with built-in impact-absorbing devices, which was barely better, but they were all knocked unconscious, and the living area was in complete chaos. The other Sun team, Joker team, Queen Imo, and Longshan No. 1 were in similar situations. The shocking explosion just now almost destroyed a big city in an instant, and it seemed that even the sky had been blown open. From the middle section, the subsequent trains were all covered with dust and rubble, almost like they were dug out of the ground. Fortunately, these collapsed stones did not cause too much damage to the fully armed steel train, and the expected derailment did not occur. It was a blessing in disguise. The joint train traveled along the valleys in the suburbs of the city, and began to accelerate. Kiki took Lin Xian and Brother Hua to fly rapidly in the air, and finally caught up before the train merged into the main track of the northern line. And it was because of the explosion of the Mushroom Tower that day that the corpse chasers and the strange bodies quickly disappeared in the direction of Eugene City. The joint train just avoided the tsunami-like strange body tide and rushed directly into the quiet darkness. Lin Xian looked back and could still see Eugene City with flames rising to the sky. The sound of explosions and buzzing was endless, but as they gradually went away, these sounds began to gradually disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. It was really dangerous just now. Looking at Brother Hua at this time, he didn't expect that Brother Hua's idea of detonating the Mushroom Tower would miraculously bring a chance of survival for the evacuation of the joint train. He didn't dare to think that if there was no explosion, the joint train would face the corpse chasers and the strange tide head-on. What a tragic situation it would be. At the same time, Lin Xian was also thinking, if it wasn't for Tang Yun's death, which caused the unusual movement of the Tiangu Tower, would the corpse-driving people who came to Eugene City discover the joint convoy hiding underground? Teacher Chun, Director Ding, we are in the air, ready to check the dark marks on us. Lin Xian's voice appeared in Chen Sichuan's communicator at this time, and she immediately relaxed her face and responded hurriedly. Okay, car number 2, open the roof immediately. Ding Junyi also arrived quickly with Hell Black Chrysanthemum. Kiki, who was flying at high speed, took Lin Xian and Brother Hua back to the car at this time. After the test of Hell Black Chrysanthemum and Lin Xian's heterogeneous cube, none of the three were marked with dark marks, and Lu Xingchen was indeed not infected with hyphae. Speaking of which, Lin Xian had never told the team about the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, but by coincidence, Hua Ji's blunder and Tang Yun's death gave the entire United Train almost the only chance of survival in a situation of death. It was really dangerous just now. What happened? Why did you evacuate from the air? Chen Sichuan asked with a worried look on her face. The other core members of Infinity also gathered around. Everyone saw that Lu Xingchen was naked from the waist up, with a piece of torn clothes hanging around his neck. He looked quite embarrassed, and there was a lot of blue-black dye on his body that looked like mycelium lines. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and he was already sweating coldly. It's all because of him. Kiki let out a long breath. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's face turned pale, and he swallowed nervously. Kiki glanced at him unhappily, and then helplessly helped him to make excuses. Brother Hua thought of a way to blow up the Mushroom Tower so that we could evacuate smoothly and divert the monster's attention. Really? Shasha asked in surprise. Yes. Lin Xian laughed in his heart, but he also agreed seriously. So we discussed and acted together. It was indeed a bit thrilling. Brother Hua almost died. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's almost pale face suddenly turned ruddy again, and the look he gave to the two of them seemed to be filled with millions of gratitude, and the reverence seemed to burst out of his eyes. Wow! When Shasha heard this, she immediately widened her eyes and looked at Lu Xingchen with admiration. Brother Hua, you are so amazing. It turns out that the big explosion just now was caused by you. Thank you for your hard work. You saved all of us this time. Chen Sichuan said with gratitude. Awesome. Delu gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Brother, you blew up the whole city. This is an eye-opener for us. Really amazing. Shuqin also said. Brother Hua, you actually went to blow up the Tiangu Tower alone for us. My God. Miao Lu was full of admiration, and was almost crying with emotion. When Lu Xingchen heard the compliments from everyone, his eyes seemed to be filled with infinite light, but he immediately put on a humble look on the surface. It's okay. I just made a little move, and it has turned the danger into safety. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at each other. Although he didn't do it alone, it was indeed because of his strategy that everyone was lucky enough to get to this point. So the two knew it well, so let him pretend and simply didn't expose him. Okay, the shockwave just now was too destructive. Is anyone injured? Let's check the condition of the car quickly. Now we have to rush out of the range of the polar night tide at full speed. Lin Xian immediately arranged it at this time, and also used the communicator to contact other teams, and synchronize the situation just now. What? You blew up the Tiangu Tower, my goodness, I thought a nuclear bomb exploded. In the communicator, Sure Diyuan cursed, but after hearing the danger of the corpse driver just now, he also took a deep breath in fear. Fuck. We almost fed the corpse driver's mouth? Corpse driver? Ning Jing also said in a serious tone. It seems that the previous information is correct. The corpse driver is generally active on the edge of the Xingyuan dark tide. Captain Lin, we are all fine. We are all wearing power armor. It's just that the carriage is a mess. Several armors have been smashed and deformed, and many windows have been shattered. Luo Yang said anxiously at this time. Lin Xian asked Li Yi again after hearing this. She was a pregnant woman, and there were many children over there. Sure enough, as soon as the communicator sounded, Li Yi's side was filled with noise, and many children were sobbing. In the carriages of the Sun, in the back sections, many workers from the original Pao Ben Yuan camp were busy carrying the wounded and repairing the damage. The women in the logistics department were busy collecting sundries. Li was taking care of the children in the first carriage. These children were all frightened by the huge earthquake just now. Many children had blood on their heads, but as long as they were a little older, even if they were in great pain, they all held back tears and did not shout out. Only some younger ones could not help but sob softly. The long-term Doomsday escape has taught them to be quiet, patient, and not to cry wantonly. Good boy, it doesn't hurt, don't hurt, everyone keep your voice down, or the monsters outside will hear you. Yeah. Li held her stomach while wiping the wound of a little girl with a broken head with alcohol. The severe pain made the little girl's neck shrink, and tears as big as beans kept falling, but she gritted her teeth and didn't scream. Captain Lin, I was just a little frightened, and I'm not seriously injured at the moment, don't worry. Hearing Lin Xian's concern, Li immediately reported the situation in the car. Everything is okay here. Some of my partners have been slightly injured, but don't worry about the others. After learning about the situation, Qian Deli of the Joker team took a deep breath. From his tone, he didn't sound too nervous. He had a sense of elegance and calmness that he was the child of destiny, and he would have died if he was going to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of. I knew that following you, Captain Lin, would be absolutely right. Thank you again for saving my life this time. I should buy you a drink. Monica, who was in the number 1 carriage of the Queen Mo, heard the conversation in the communicator and understood the shocking moment just now. At this moment, she was more curious and interested in Lin Xian. In the end times, people, especially women, often have fantasies of expecting the appearance of a savior. In Monica's eyes, Lin Xian is more and more like such an existence. He entered Shilon City on the eve of the blizzard, stood up during the war, and appeared in despair many times. Such a person will definitely attract the attention of countless people. Leader, savior, hero, these words have unconsciously become invisible labels, engraved on Lin Xian in the discussion of the crowd, and Monica is not surprised. She shook the red wine glass in her hand, looking at the infinity in front of her, with a bit of charm and a faint smile. After all the teams reported, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the injuries were from shock, bumps, and perforated eardrums. Some were caused by internal organ damage caused by the huge shock. Some people had vomiting and diarrhea, and many people were in coma. However, no deaths have been reported so far. It is a miracle that such a situation can be maintained under such a huge disaster, because there are many injured people. Lin Xian immediately reminded all the teams to pay attention to the dark invasion. At present, the joint train has successfully escaped from Yijin City. It is good news that must be passed on to everyone to keep confidence in rushing out of the dawn. Clang, clang. The black joint train was like a long steel dragon, running between the hills and mountains in the dark night. At this time, the train was heading north from the east of Yijin City, gradually entering the western Gobi Desert. The moonlight under the dark curtain of the polar night was cold, like a thin layer of silver sprinkled on the wasteland. The train rolled over the wrinkled areas on the hilly tracks. The undulating mountain shadows were like the sleeping backs of giant beasts, and the low-sloped tops were etched with jagged outlines by the wind. These hills had no trees, only sparse and dead camel thorns and sedge grass. Tumbleweeds rolled in the night wind, and dead branches rubbed against the stone surface, making a fine rustling sound, full of loneliness and desolation. The wind blew from the depths of the Gobi Desert, carrying fine sand across the carriages, and whimpered slightly on the metal surface. However, after the end of the world, there were no insects chirping, no water sounds, only the collision of gravel and wheels, and the whispers of wind in rock walls, weaving a silent nocturne in this eternal desolation. The joint train sped along for 2 hours, and these 2 hours were spent in the busyness, tension, vigilance, and confusion of each carriage. As the train gradually entered the Gobi Desert, the horizon became wider and wider, and a feeling of being isolated from the world came over me. There were no strange bodies, no zombies, only the whistling of night wind and gravel. Everyone became more and more certain that they had escaped. The tension of more than 4,000 people in the train finally gradually relaxed a little, and everyone also recovered from the huge explosion in Yijin City at the beginning. We checked, there are no dark marks, we are all in silent mode now. In carriage number 2, Kiki just took Hell Black Chrysanthemum and a buy from Longchamp number 1 to inspect the entire joint train from the air. After double confirmation, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Kiki, "Okay, you should rest first. The shock wave of the explosion at the beginning should have a great impact on you. Kiki stretched and said, fortunately, we are far enough away, and with my telekinesis shield, I am not hurt much. In fact, it's not just her. After the huge earthquake underground, although so many people were injured and dizzy, they were not directly killed by the earthquake. The reason is that the defense of the Doomsday train is strong, the distance is far enough and isolated from the ground. And the third point is that the more than 4,000 people in the entire joint train are more or less evolving because of the power of darkness. Even the worst physical fitness is much stronger than that of humans before the apocalypse day. Their adaptability and recovery ability have been greatly enhanced. Even Sasha, a little girl, can already pick up the roaring Gatling machine gun with one hand, which is evident. Chapter 305. The wind whistled and the gravel rubbed. In the vast Gobi Desert in the dark night, the steel train moved slowly, leaving only the sound of the iron wheels rolling. Before leaving the polar night completely, the entire train did not slow down at all, and kept running in the dark. According to our current speed, we should be able to get out of the range of the star abyss polar night in about 5 hours. But the problem is that even if we get out, according to the time calculation, we are still in the night and the dark tide. We can only wait until the tide passes tomorrow, and the dawn time should be around 9 o'clock. In the Infinity Cockpit, Chen Sichuan calculated the driving trajectory diagram and the map, and then said to Lin Xian, this is calculated according to the expansion speed of Star Abyss number 5 calculated by the Phoenix Society. The actual situation may be slightly different. Lin Xian nodded. As long as the road is unobstructed, we are in a silent state now, so we are not that worried. Chen Sichuan closed the driving log. Book said to Lin Xian, I know you are worried about the track problem, but there is no rush. In fact, the situation is much better than we expected when we set out from Jiang City. Because we are not the only ones escaping from the train. Lin Xian said, the strange bodies and zombies will not destroy the railway for no reason. We have encountered 3 track crises so far, 2 of which were man-made. In addition, it has been less than 100 days since the apocalypse day, so the track condition is not that damaged, but it may not be the case over time. 3 track crises, one was Tanghai, one was Yijin City, and the other was the one that was destroyed by the tentacles of atmospheric mica before going to the number 9 underground city. According to past experience, zombies and strange bodies use dark marks to massacre humans in the tide. Even if they destroy buildings, their target is humans. In addition, the laying standards of the interplanetary orbit and high-speed rail tracks in this era are very high, so most of the time it is very smooth to drive in. Moreover, there are more than one train running on this road, and other trains must have the means to repair the tracks. Now our train team must also be expanded. This problem will be solved sooner or later. Lin Xian leaned back with his hands on the pillow. The leading train now is Longshan number 1. They have a driving team and radar system that specializes in inspecting road conditions, and Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing are in charge. Lin Xian and the subsequent trains can save a lot of trouble. Chen Sichuan nodded. So we are going to go from Quancheng to the South Line, and go to Jihai via Luling, and then go to Shiguang City, right? It depends on the situation. Lin Xian said, Jihai has the Dragon Country CRC group, which has many train loading lines. Many Doomsday train groups will go there. I heard that many organizations are doing the Doomsday train modification business there. It is a huge profit chain. I guess there is the Linglong group. And the Finger group. Chen Sichuan said, didn't Shen Yao from the North Wind Alliance mention it last time? Jian Shiwei from the Silver Star is looking for us. After they came down from the high-altitude corridor, they should have taken the Ring Star track all the way to the direction of Shiguang City. Anyway, let's talk about it after we get there. Then we and other teams should part ways in Quancheng. Chen Sichuan said, those teams are going to take the North Line to catch up with the Dawn Center. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and said with a tired face, I know that after passing Quancheng, we should have the most daytime. After all the battles, he was exhausted physically and mentally. As long as he could pass Quancheng, only Star Abyss number 6 and number 8 would have extremely fast expansion speeds, but they were far away from Jihai and Shiguang City. As the central area of Dragon Country, there were a large number of migrating survivors gathering there, and various convoys and organizations would be a huge refugee scene. But such daytime was also the last and longest period of time for humans. When Star Abyss number 6 and number 8 began to close, it meant that the 13 star abysses of the entire Blue Star were about to cover the entire world. Until the center of the polar doomsday was covered, there were only the last 400 days left, Chen Sichuan took a wet towel to wipe the dried blood stains from Lin Xian's mouth and nose caused by the impact and shock. Looking at his tired face, the firmness in her eyes gradually turned into tenderness. She immediately lifted the hair by her ears and bent over to give him a kiss. "You should take a break." After saying that, her ears turned red, and she stood up and pressed the door-closing button of the cockpit passage. After closing the gate, she tied her hair back with a hair tie, then leaned down and gave all her tenderness to Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't expect that this former university teacher would become so proactive at this time. His heart moved, and he relaxed, feeling wrapped in warmth, and his fatigue disappeared in an instant. Teacher Chen's movements were a little awkward, but she was neither hurried nor slow, and she devoted herself to it. Her whispering breaths made Lin Xian feel numb in his ears, and the fire in his chest and abdomen rose. Just when he was about to get up, Chen Sichuan held him down, then raised her head, looked at him with eagerness and tenderness, and said, "Don't move, leave it to me." After saying that, she stood up, took off everything, bit her lower lip, and came forward. "Don't bear all the pressure alone in the future. Add me, and we will go through life and death together." Chen Sichuan held Lin Xian's face with both hands, her body undulating, and said in a gentle tone. Lin Xian's heart warmed, and he felt that the taut string loosened a lot. He couldn't help but hold Teacher Chen's waist and bury his head to breathe deeply in the breath of freedom. In the cockpit of the Infinity, there were surging waves, the tenderness of the mountain breeze, the excitement, the publicity, and the Doomsday frivolity that exceeded the dopamine of the mycelium network by 10 times. After the passion passed, Lin Xian felt refreshed. Since he saw the corpse driver, he didn't even worry too much about the appearance of any ordinary weird body in the dark night, and his mentality was much stronger. In the sleeping cabin of carriage number 1, Lin Xian took a shower, and Teacher Chen had fallen asleep quietly. Lin Xian was ready to guard this section of the polar night by himself. After the polar night, he would have a good rest and Chen Sichuan would take charge. After closing the sleeping cabin door, Lin Xian operated the 20 Lei Falcon 2000 attack robots. This time being trapped in Yijin City, this was one of his great gains. Originally, Lin Xian planned to manufacture attack drones, but he was troubled by the fact that he did not have the ability to remotely control machinery. Even if he could mass-produce small drones with some explosives, he still needed to use the control terminal for remote control. If it was not a combat state, it would be okay, but like the dangers he had encountered before, such behavior sounded like a clown. Now he not only has the ability to remotely and directly control machinery, but these Lei Falcon robots are much more powerful than the previous rotor drones. They have Hall propulsion engines, are extremely fast, agile, and have their own armor. Most importantly, each one carries an arc pulse cannon with considerable power. Lin Xian raised his hand and waved it. With a whoosh, 20 spherical attack robots instantly took off and floated in a circle in front of Lin Xian. The red light flashed like a mechanical Dharma image, which was extremely spectacular. He then waved his finger, and under his precise control, they were arranged in an S shape and AB shape at once. They were very neat, which made Lin Xian look eager and excited. If I build 200 or 2,000 units, wouldn't I become the mother of the mechanical bee swarm? Fuck. This is called mechanical deification. Imagine a swarm of drones firing at the same time. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Oh right, I can combine a few robots and modify them, and install them on my power armor, then I can fly. Genius. Lin Xian was getting more and more excited the more he thought about it. He planned to replace the Lone Wolf's power armor on his body, and build another Black Hawk Silent Hunter. This kind of Phantom Wolf level strength has been demonstrated on Chen Sichuan and Ding Junyi. It is powerful and fully covered. Even if it does not have the function of flying, it also has a small propulsion system. It can fly at low altitude and short distance, easily climb hundreds of meters high buildings, and fly across the sky. It is not a problem. After a little modification by Lin Xian, it will definitely greatly improve its mobility. At that time, he will not need Kiki to take him to fly, and his mobility will be greatly enhanced. At this time, Lin Xian opened his own R&D center again. G3 electromagnetic railgun, blueprint, under development, 16 hours and 29 minutes, new blueprints are coming out soon. Although Lin Xian is looking forward to the new electromagnetic gun upgrade blueprint, he still built a G3 railgun in Carriage 5 first. The newer it is, the more difficult it is to manufacture. Lin Xian is actually starting from the reality. Just like he can now build Black Hawk Silent Hunter, but he doesn't have the energy to give everyone on the train a set. Being able to equip the tactical level Lone Wolf S is already a big improvement over the previous one, and it is much better than the TRP that Lin Xian is going to build. There is no need to be too aggressive. Lin Xian was still planning to continue making 1130 and G3 electromagnetic railguns, but he planned to reorganize the Sun and then manufacture them according to the carriage layout, so he put aside the fully automatic bullet-punching machine and planned to repair the damage of the entire train after the earthquake and see how Grace's system rewrite went. At that time, he could give Grace the planning and design of the train, including some blueprint modifications. Another thing is his own surge skill. He must devour a 300 megawatt nuclear power device to perform mechanical amplification of this skill. However, in the entire joint train fleet, only Longshan No. 1 and Queen Mo are quasi-intercontinental nuclear power locomotives with more than 300 megawatts. Lin Xian couldn't possibly devour the survival of others. This device is very valuable. Even if Lin Xian had it, he would feel very distressed to devour it. In addition to the surge, the only skill left that has not reached the maximum level is flashback. He has not used this skill for a long time, and it is still at flashback rare, level 250%. After the Sun team is united, build a missile carriage and build the 66 Malawing Quach's roll-on cantilever missile launcher that was scanned before. Lin Xian walked towards the rear carriage while thinking, and scanned the structure of the carriage with the mechanical heart to repair some damaged details, but he was too worried. The newly modified composite armor had amazing defense, and the carriage body had basically no faults, which saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. He walked into carriage number 2. In the dark carriage, only Kiki's information center was emitting blue light. Sasha had fallen asleep in the rest cabin, while Kiki was sitting in his swivel chair, holding a lollipop in his mouth, busy in front of the computer. "How is it?" Lin Xian approached and asked in a low voice. "Not so fast." Kiki's 10 fingers were operating on the computer quickly, and she was holding a lollipop in her mouth and said, "The computing power of my computers is too low. It will take a lot of time to analyze Grace's data. There is no point in being anxious." "I know." Lin Xian nodded, "Then take your time. When there is a chance, I will update the configuration for you. You think it's beautiful. Do you know what a quantum computer with 8,192 computing power is?" Kiki kicked her calf, turned around in her swivel chair, looked at Lin Xian, took out the lollipop in her mouth, pointed at Lin Xian and said, "This level of computing power can be directly applied to the operation of the entire ocean track. Dimensional unit processing, even higher than the previous Yubei Airport's climbing elevator system by an order of magnitude. Do you think you can get it so easily?" Lin Xian smiled. "We already have one." Kiki rolled her eyes at him, then changed her tone, and said, "Speaking of which, this Crimson World is indeed quite impressive. For such a hibernation center, they actually placed an intelligent brain robot of this level, and it looks like it should be an offline simplified version, TSK. What she meant was that there must be more than one robot like Grace in the Crimson World, and there must be a version with stronger computing power." Lin Xian understood what she said, and said with a deep breath, "If it is just a center to fool people, it seems unnecessary, but didn't Director Ding say that the mycelium may really be able to upload human consciousness, and use the human brain as a computing unit to infiltrate the brain consciousness? From this point of view, the mycelium in the polar night is not simple, and the research of the Crimson World is not just to fool some rich people." Kiki nodded. "That makes sense, but you can only wait until I finish here. Don't turn on Grace, otherwise it will definitely cause trouble for us if there is no system overwrite. Don't worry about this." Lin Xian smiled. "I can just give it to you. I leave it with you. Grace's current program instructions are to protect the Zero Element Center. Now that the Zero Element Center has been destroyed, it is possible that Grace will trigger some attack instructions after turning it on. Although Lin Xian and Kiki can control her, who knows if she will activate some information transmission function and cause trouble for the team. Therefore, Lin Xian will never turn it on without completely overriding Kiki, and the energy transmission components inside are also quietly cut off by his mechanical ability. Unless it is disassembled and repaired, no one can start it." Unexpectedly, Kiki heard Lin Xian's words and waved her hands. "No, I don't want to put it here." "Why, are you afraid too?" "No." Kiki glanced at Sasha, who was sleeping not far away. "If it is put here, the little girl can't sleep." Okay." Lin Xian nodded. He guessed that Grace had not been dealt with yet. After all, she was obtained from the Advent sect, and she had extremely high intelligence and perfect human resemblance. It was normal for the people in the car to worry about this humanoid robot. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Kiki suddenly blocked his way with her calves and looked at Lin Xian. "Wait, there is something." I want to. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the words, and before she finished speaking, he immediately held up the little girl's face and kissed her fresh little mouth. It was warm and sweet, with a taste of strawberry lollipop. Okay, I give you a reward. Kiki's cheeks turned red because of this unexpected move, and she kicked Lin Xian away immediately, saying angrily and anxiously, "That's not what I'm talking about, you bastard." Lin Xian was a little embarrassed and laughed. What are you talking about?" Kiki's chest rose and fell rapidly, and she glanced at him unhappily. Her face changed, and then she turned around and tapped her fingers on the keyboard. At this time, a picture popped up on the screen. "Here, this, help me make it." Lin Xian took a look and found that the blueprint looked like a cold weapon blade, like a phoenix wing, but the strange thing was that this blade had no handle, and both ends were sharpened, and there was no grip area, which looked like a sharp blade. "What is this?" Lin Xian frowned. "Knife?" Kiki said, "I found this in the federal database I collected originally according to my own ideas. It is a pop-up rotating blade of some mecha weapon, but it should be eliminated." Lin Xian looked at Kiki in confusion, not knowing what she was up to. Kiki seemed to guess that Lin Xian would have such a look, so she patiently explained. "When we participated in the Phoenix Club superpower evaluation before, didn't that Wenjua talk about the development of superpowers? In fact, I have thought about this carefully. My superpowers are mostly functional rather than offensive. One of the uses I developed before is that large-scale shock wave, but it also consumes a lot of my physical strength, so I thought about it. Since hot weapons are not suitable for me, but cold weapons are okay, if you can help me make a blade of this configuration, and then I can control it with telekinesis, it will not only have lethality, but also be reusable, and it will consume less of my telekinesis. Isn't this killing 4 birds with 1 stone? What do you think? Is it a genius?" Lin Xian understood immediately after hearing this, but couldn't help frowning. 4? What else? Kiki giggled, turned around and clamped Lin Xian with her 2 smooth legs, looking at him with a smile. "I want you to make 100 sets for me," she said with energy, her eyes sharp, and gestured left and right like a martial arts master. "I can control 100 sets of such blades at the same time, and they are like a storm of sword blades, sweeping the monster tide, and the rules are like dragon scales protecting the body, indestructible, hee, and can also defend. Isn't this killing 4 birds with 1 stone?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Thanks to this little girl for coming up with such a plan. Her current level of telekinesis evolution is not low, and her control proficiency is also increasing. If this method is used, the lethality will indeed be much stronger, and the blades can be recycled. Even if they are broken, Lin Xian can make them again for her. This is indeed more efficient than simply using shock waves to bombard zombies before. The only problem is that the high-level weird bodies have good defense. Some of them may not be cut by him even with an electric knife. When necessary, Kiki still needs to concentrate his mind to slash and shock waves to suppress them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded and praised. "Good idea. Okay, I will build you 100 sets according to this design, and then make a separate automatic storage cabin to place on the top of the train compartment. You can take it out directly when you need it. Is that okay?" Kiki nodded immediately after hearing this. Yeah, that's right, I just want." Before she finished her words with a smile on her face, Lin Xian suddenly attacked again, hugged her face, and kissed her fresh little mouth hard, and then ran away. "Ouch. You." Kiki angrily scolded the sneak-attacking scoundrel, gritted her teeth, looked at Lin Xian's back, but there was a little joy in her eyes, and murmured, "What a bad guy." Lin Xian felt that Kiki was really likable. Although she looked willful and capricious on the surface, she was actually a serious and tough girl because of her childhood experience. Not only was she very beautiful, she was also a genius girl. Of course, the only shortcoming was but this did not affect Lin Xian's love for this girl. The two of them now had more and more tacit understanding, which was gradually developed in the life and death battles. Now his relationship with Kiki has basically broken through the window paper. Although the girl was arrogant and unwilling to admit it, she liked to find dark corners or excuses to put on lipstick, but they both knew it well. In carriage number 3, all train carriage lights must be turned off as required, including this one, but Ding Junyi still turned on a small desk lamp and used experimental instruments to observe the living mycelium she brought out from the Zero Element Center. When Lin Xian walked into carriage number 3 and saw Ding Junyi, she just stood up and looked at Lin Xian. "You look tired, you should rest. Let's talk about it, after we get out of the polar night area." Lin Xian was a little surprised. This was not what Ding Junyi would say on a daily basis. Ding Junyi put down the equipment in her hand and said to Lin Xian seriously, "The fact that the mycelium network can upload consciousness has a certain warning effect on my cognitive judgment, but it shows a problem, that is, the degree of understanding of dark creatures to humans may be higher than we expected. We are studying darkness, and darkness is also studying us." Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he murmured, "When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you." Ding Junyi raised her eyebrows slightly. "There is another point. The mycelium network and the mushroom tower, as a special life form, have the characteristics of analyzing human thinking. Logically speaking, the weakness of being easily triggered by fire is much different from its value and protection. This is very unreasonable." "You mean, this thing shouldn't be destroyed so easily?" "Yes." Lin Xian frowned slightly. "Perhaps it is because this is already the polar night area, which already belongs to the territory of dark creatures, so, if you want to explain it this way, the corpse driver you saw may be regarded as a kind of protection mechanism for them, and we belong to accidental destruction." Ding Junyi said, "Of course, it may also be that humans themselves have too little exploration content in the polar night, and there is information asymmetry. After all, in front of dark creatures, we humans are still too small to be in there. It must be a rare thing to ignite and detonate the mushroom tower on the territory of the city." "I understand what you mean. There is another question that may interest you." Ding Junyi walked to the side of the experimental cabin, where there were two plant cultivation cabins, one for the hell black chrysanthemum, and the other for the silver dragon 100,000 Kyo. But the strange thing was that the hell black chrysanthemum seemed to be a little bigger than before, and the silver dragon 100,000 Kyo had grown a lot taller from the original silver white seedling, and a white flower but had grown in the middle of it. If you look closely, it still emits a strange white light. Chapter 306. Seeing the changes in the disaster plants, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became serious. He walked over quickly and said in a deep voice, "How long has this change lasted?" "Within 24 hours. Ding Junyi said, "Obviously, the disaster plants grow very fast in the polar night." Lin Xian heard this and said, "Is this the reason why the disaster plants only appear in the polar night?" "Maybe." Ding Junyi nodded. "Obviously, the disaster plants are adapted to a certain ecological environment in the polar night, and the most direct force is the invasion of darkness. Because of these two disaster plants, I took them off the train for environmental observation." Lin Xian's heart suddenly trembled. So, wouldn't the existence of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube hinder the growth of hell black chrysanthemum and silver dragon Shiwankyo? But on second thought, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't just let the disaster plants grow without considering the safety of the entire train and expose everyone to the influence of the dark invasion. The reason why the members of the Infinity team can grow faster than other survivors and have a better mentality and enthusiasm is due to the existence of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. You know, if there was no shielding of the power of fear, when they were attacked by the taboo strange radio station before, the whole train had no means of defense. If he hadn't used the characteristics of mechanical superpowers, he would have been trapped to death in the 1542 frequency. Maybe you can try it, and put this plant in a distant car. The coverage of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube is limited. Lin Xian thought about it, and thought that as long as Ding Junyi was not studying it later, he could put it in the nuclear-powered car at the rear of the car to try it out. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. "Are there any changes in the characteristics of these disaster plants after they grow?" Ding Junyi replied, "I haven't seen the black chrysanthemum yet. Maybe it's the efficiency of dark energy conversion. After coming out of Shilon City this time, I detected that the physical fitness of all the people on the train has greatly improved. It will be more accurate when I get the Phoenix Club's peak power detector. It's just a guess now. As for this silver dragon 10,000 mistakes." She looked at the strange white flower bud and said, "Since it has bloomed, it means that there will definitely be corresponding characteristics, but it is not known yet. We need to wait until the flower is fully opened, and maybe we will find its characteristics under certain circumstances." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, full of expectations at this time. The power of disaster plants can be regarded as a huge source of treasure for the entire train. Even the Phoenix Club has listed disaster plants as a key research project. The Polar Night Department of the Nightwalker's second department is said to be dedicated to entering the polar night to conduct star abyss investigations and find disaster plants. The second department, which is also the department with the smallest number of people in the Nightwalkers, is extremely powerful and has the best configuration among all departments. It is to improve the survival rate in the polar night. The intelligence and discoveries they bring are closely related to the fate of mankind. Lin Xian looked at the changes in the disaster plants and felt more confident. Fortunately, Ding Junyi was in charge of this research and provided him with a lot of useful information, which was also crucial to improving the survival rate of the entire train. In his initial train plan, there was a planting expert in the green plant car. Although he didn't find a planting expert, this biology professor and the cold female academic master with plant-related abilities simply helped him. Lin Xian looked at the environment of the scientific research car and found that it was not damaged by the huge earthquake. Only a bunch of glassware and test tubes on the research table were broken, and he didn't have time to clean them up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was shocked. Oh no, there are a lot of plant culture chambers in carriage number 4. It's broken. Lin Xian's face changed, and he was about to run to carriage number 4, but Ding Junyi responded directly without even raising her head. 2 small glass boxes in the original laboratory were broken, which has little impact. The ones you made of polycarbonate materials are intact. Lin Xian just took a step, and when he heard this, he stopped immediately and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, okay, I thought something happened to our vegetable garden. I know, don't worry. Okay, then you can rest first. Lin Xian took a long breath and said to Ding Junyi with concern. I'm not tired yet. Ding Junyi didn't mean to end the conversation. Lin Xian turned around and found that Ding Junyi put his hands in his pockets and looked at him seriously with a subtle smile. He felt something was wrong and said quickly, You've been busy at the Zero Element Center all night, it's time to rest. It's still polar night, I just guard the train. Ding Junyi stepped forward when she heard this, looked up at Lin Xian with an intellectual look. I learned a new move. Do you want to see it? New move? Damn, why be so direct? Lin Xian's face changed, realizing that this woman's M attribute seemed to be about to explode again. He quickly said, Wait for you to rest first. I finished the weapons and equipment first. It's not that Lin Xian doesn't want to, it's mainly because he just... In addition, he really wants to quickly finish the weapons manufacturing and train repairs in the back. Although the Infinity is very sturdy, he will never feel at ease until Lin Xian has inspected all the carriages. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and walked away. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be blocked by something in front of him as soon as he took a step. He immediately stopped and looked down. He found that it was a pot of green radish placed on the workbench next to him. At this time, a tender green branch seemed to have life and quickly stretched out, gently blocking the front of Lin Xian's belly. The branch seemed to be alive and had a strong supporting force. It pressed in front of Lin Xian like a thin wire. This is the new move I'm talking about. Since Shilin City, Ding Junyi found that her plant-related abilities have been greatly improved. She can completely transcend the growth rules of plants and grow strangely, and even make plants show characteristics that exceed their own plant cell structure, such as elasticity, strength, hardness, pulling force, and so on. Lin Xian turned around with a surprised look on his face, and saw Ding Junyi looking at him calmly with her hands in her pockets. At the same time, the little flower on her head also blossomed, pink and tender, swaying, completely different from her intellectual and calm style, and there was a bit of contrast in her seriousness. If you are worried that I often ask you for sex too directly, I will reduce the frequency in the future, because at any time, any place, and any aspect, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Xian's expression was a little unnatural when he heard this, and he smiled helplessly. He knew that he had misunderstood Ding Junyi's meaning, but he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He looked at Ding Junyi's calm eyes, his breath sank, and he rushed over without thinking and hugged her hard, and then walked towards the lounge. At this time, Ding Junyi, who was obediently held by Lin Xian, still had a calm look. She raised her glasses, and a subtle and complacent smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That look seemed to say, My hero, I have prepared a heroic moment for you. Are you satisfied? In the Infinite Train, car number 5, in a train cabin named Fentian Palace, Lu Xingchen sat on the ground, looking at a tungsten crucible in front of him with murderous eyes. Inside were all his autumn clothes. He was going to burn them all at once. Does the god of fire need to wear autumn clothes? This is a philosophical question. But Lu Xingchen knew that he would never wear autumn clothes again in the future. It was not handsome, nor tasteful enough. The most important thing was, the autumn clothes faded. The devilish things disturb my Tao heart. How can I tolerate it? Lu Xingchen's teeth were clattering, and he picked up the recorder that left a message for Lin Xian and clenched it tightly in his hand. This deity today. Click. Because he pressed the switch too hard, he accidentally pressed the switch again, and a heroic message suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Brother Lin, Brother Lu, all my friends and partners, please forgive me for not saying goodbye. Lu Xingchen's face turned pale immediately, and he hurriedly found the switch and turned it back on. Then he threw the recorder into the crucible with a red fever, covered the incineration cover, and then he shouted and started to spit fire from the mouth of the incineration cover. Burn it all for me. The hot flames burned several poor autumn clothes and recorders into ashes in an instant, and a burnt smell and black smoke came out. Lu Xingchen quickly turned on the ventilation switch. After cleaning, he wiped the floor clean, cleaned the table, put it in order, and took out his treasured ancient tea-flavored air freshener and carefully sprayed it into the small cabin. Soon, his exquisite room regained the clean smell of quiet cultivation. So, the inner demon has been solved. Lu Xingchen was very satisfied. He picked up the crucible and walked out of the room, then poured all the ashes into the trash can. But at this time, a metallic sound suddenly sounded, as if something fell into the trash can. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, staring at the trash can. In the pile of ashes, a golden luster appeared in his sight. Lu Xingchen's eyes condensed, and then he pushed away the ashes with disgust, picked up the golden object with 2 fingers, and found that it was the gold bracelet he had picked up in the vault of Eugene Bank before. He actually had a sudden idea at that time, and wanted to make a golden object for himself before he died, such as a spirit tablet, a mysterious ring, etc., in an attempt to see if he could leave some of his own inheritance, last words, or something. As a result, this thing could not be burned for a long time, which made him depressed. Seeing it again at this time, Lu Xingchen felt a little bit of unbelief. At that time, I thought that my heavenly fire was only 1/10 of what it was. Now I want to see what kind of mysterious metal can resist my heavenly fire. You know, Lu Xingchen's burning flame sword has the power to penetrate and melt even the abyss worms. How can gold, which only melts at 1,000 degrees, not be burned by fire? He immediately became interested. He cleaned the crucible and the gold bracelet and brought them back to the room. Under the cold light, this gold bracelet with 9 golden flowers on the spiral hinge has excellent craftsmanship. After cleaning, it shines brightly. It is obviously a valuable property stored in the vault. However, after the end of the world, gold has almost no value. Even the general equivalent has become blood essence. This kind of thing is useless except for some industrial manufacturing. Lu Xingchen turned on the tea maker and made himself a pot of tea, then carefully observed the bracelet, drinking tea while spraying fire at the gold bracelet with his fingers, wanting to see where the melting point of this thing was. But who knew that Lu Xingchen kept burning for longer and longer, drinking cup after cup of tea for several minutes, until the bottom of the tungsten crucible began to turn red and melt, and the gold bracelet did not change at all, and even became more dazzling. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. You know, the melting point of this tungsten crucible is as high as 3,400 degrees, more than 3 times higher than gold. How could it not melt? Strange, is this some new material of the latest technology? Seeing that the crucible was about to melt, Lu Xingchen was worried that the high temperature would cause trouble, so he simply put away his curiosity and stopped spraying fire with his fingertips. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. When Lu Xingchen's flame disappeared, the gold bracelet actually began to twist slowly at the bottom of the red crucible, like a living thing. Lu Xingchen looked at this scene, his eyes trembled, and he jumped back like he was electrocuted. Monster. Carriage number 3, Lin Xian felt refreshed again. In the rest cabin, Ding Junyi's face was flushed. After rushing into the sky and landing smoothly, she did not stop for a moment. She immediately stood up naked and began to put on her clothes in an orderly manner. In addition to the simple jeans and shirts, she was used to wearing a white lab coat, which saved her time to consider the choice of clothes. But there was only one thing, that is, all her underwear must be a set, and only black and purple. This is her obsessive-compulsive disorder, and it is also a supplement to her description of her female identity and sexiness. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Ding Junyi's movements and said with emotion, "Are you going to do research again?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ding Junyi turned around and looked at him calmly. Immediately, she was about to unbutton her jeans again, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said in a tentative tone, "If you want to do it again, or hold me to sleep, I will listen to you." Lin Xian's legs almost went weak when he heard this, and he quickly reached out to stop her from unbuttoning. "Let's save some energy to deal with danger. It's still polar night now." "Yeah." Ding Junyi nodded, put on her white coat again, raised her glasses, and returned to the cold and indifferent look in the laboratory, then turned around and walked out vigorously. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi's back and sighed in his heart. The straight girl from the engineering field expressed herself simply, directly and passionately. She didn't hide anything and didn't need to guess. When she expressed herself to you, you would only feel her extreme seriousness. The suppressed madness in her heart could swallow you up instantly like a raging fire in magma. At this moment, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian, which was the warning message of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Warning, non-mechanical fear energy invasion detected. What? Lin Xian's face changed, and he immediately stood up and rushed out. Ding Junyi saw the urgency on Lin Xian's face at this time, and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian did not reply, but looked directly at the hell-black chrysanthemum. But strangely, the hell-black chrysanthemum did not change at all. Lin Xian immediately said to Ding Junyi, "Have you noticed anything unusual in the car?" Ding Junyi immediately understood what Lin Xian meant, walked out of the corridor quickly, looked at the car in front, and then turned around to look at the back car. At this time, she suddenly frowned and whispered, "Something is wrong here." Since getting close to the regional black chrysanthemum, Ding Junyi has become more sensitive to dark energy. The pink flower on her head has quickly shrunk into a bud, as if responding to this. Lin Xian immediately followed Ding Junyi without hesitation. The two rushed from car number 3 to car number 5. Delu, who was maintaining his Roro machine gun at this time, saw the two running and asked immediately, "What's wrong, Brother Xian?" "Something's going on," Lin Xian said immediately. Delu stood up when he heard the words, and alertly set up the machine gun, and immediately prepared to fight the enemy. When Ding Junyi was about to run to car number 6, her steps suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" "Not here." Ding Junyi turned back, and quickly arrived at the door of Lu Xingchen's cabin. "Brother Hua? It should be here, if my perception is correct," Ding Junyi said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xian immediately stood in front of Ding Junyi, and called others over with the communicator. Wawawawa, several core members of Infinity, including Chen Sichuan, quickly rushed over, and each of them picked up their weapons, and stood at Brother Hua's door with a stern look. "What's going on?" Chen Sichuan put on the Black Hawk armor as soon as she got up, and moved very quickly. "What's wrong with Brother Hua?" Kiki said. Even the little girl Sasha rubbed her sleepy eyes, and stood behind the crowd with a big hammer in her hand. "What happened? Is there a monster? Captain Lin?" Shu Qin looked at the closed cabin door, and looked at Lin Xian with a vigilant expression. The man in the building had a complicated look on his face. He had just rested and packed up his equipment. How come he didn't notice anything unusual about Lu Xingchen? Lin Xian raised his hands, and signaled everyone to disperse. "We have sensed the power of darkness invading at this location. Everyone, be careful." Kiki frowned and said, "This guy, could he really?" Halfway through her words, she immediately shut up and said, "You guys step back. I open the door." After that, she raised her hands to prop up a telekinetic shield to protect everyone, and prepared to open the door of Lu Xingchen's cabin. Unexpectedly, before she could make a move, the cabin door with the plate of Finshan Temple suddenly opened, and standing at the door was Lu Xingchen, who had just heard footsteps outside. At this time, Brother Hua was holding fire in his hands, with a fighting posture and a look of horror on his face. When he saw the people outside, he immediately shouted, "Everyone be careful. There is a strange thing." His words immediately made everyone's heart rise. Lin Xian was relieved when he saw that Brother Hua was fine. 20 Thunder Falcon robots flew quickly, and rushed directly into Lu Xingchen's room. "Everyone retreat," Lin Xian said loudly. But after a round of inspection, nothing was found. The companions who were on high alert all looked confused. "What strange thing? Where is it?" "It is indeed here." Ding Junyi frowned slightly. She clearly sensed some special energy fluctuations. At this time, Lu Xingchen pointed at a crucible on the floor of his cabin and shouted, "This thing is in the crucible. There are strange monsters appearing. Look!" Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Kiki immediately used telekinesis to grab the crucible. Then everyone looked and saw that there was a golden bracelet in the crucible. At this time, it was twisted into an infinite posture and quietly suspended inside the crucible. The metallic luster on it was more gorgeous than gold, as if there was an extra layer of fluorescence, like supernatural light. "What is this?" Chen Sichuan said. Shasha tooted her lips, and asked in surprise, "Why is a chain flying? It looks like a craft from our world, but the color is brighter than gold." "It's not brighter, it should be that this item has been fused with dark energy," Ding Junyi said bluntly. "Dark energy?" Shu Qin and others explained in unison. Kiki immediately reacted and hurriedly said, This can't be a taboo? You mean the same as the weird radio station before?" Chen Sichuan's face sank when she heard this. The weird radio station incident can be said to be one of the most desperate scenes inside Infinity. She still has lingering fears when she thinks about it now. Lin Xian looked at the floating golden bracelet at this time, looked up at Lu Xingchen, and didn't know what kind of evil this guy had encountered again, and actually brought back a taboo, so he asked quickly, "Where did you get this chain?" Lu Xingchen had a complicated expression, and immediately explained the whole story. "I just kept roasting it at high temperature, but I noticed something was wrong because it didn't burn. Unexpectedly, this strange thing actually moved like a living thing, and floated in the crucible." Lin Xian almost wanted to curse when he heard this, thinking, "Is your luck too good to be true? You found a forbidden object in the mud of the vault?" Chapter 307. Taboo? Shu Qin looked puzzled. Regarding the rumors and research on taboos, there was a department in the Federation called Special Item Investigation Department before. This organization is responsible for investigating strange phenomena that occur in the polar night. They are not investigating strange bodies, but a type of items that can cause specific strange phenomena. These items belong to some kind of items that originally existed on our blue star. It was after the apocalypse day that they began to cause strange events. They are believed to be contaminated by some special power and turned into extraordinary things. This kind of item is called taboo by the Angel Project, which refers to specific items that can cause regional or contagious strange/extraordinary events. Ding Junyi said at this time. "We knew this a long time ago." Kiki said at this time. "In fact, before you got on the bus, we encountered the 1542 strange radio station in Dalyua Mountain before Yubei City. That was a strange phenomenon caused by a taboo." Yes, we were all scared at the time. We thought it was haunted." Shashan nodded. Shu Qin was surprised when she heard this. She attended the bonfire party in Sichuan with Lin Xian at that time, and knew the situation of Radio 1542. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she knew that Infinity had encountered it before. At that time, 3 teams had received it at night, and people were missing. "So you, Captain Lin, encountered that strange radio station. Are there people missing?" Shu Qin said immediately. Lin Xian shook his head, and briefly described the situation at that time, and then said, "Although it is not really haunted, this thing is very dangerous. It can teleport people into a certain radio frequency, and it can invade people's minds through the power of fear, so that people can construct the most terrifying picture of themselves. So the danger of this kind of item cannot be understood by the means of strange bodies, and even exceeds the scope of the currently known supernatural system." Ding Junyi heard this and said, "This is somewhat similar to the mycelium illusion of the Tiangdu Tower. The difference is that one is terrifying, and the other is a blissful illusion. So a certain illusion in the polar night will affect some items, and turn them into taboos?" the building asked. "That's the only explanation for now. Don't talk about anything else." Lin Xian looked at the floating and rotating gold bracelet, his eyes slightly heavy. He felt a headache when he heard the 3 words taboo. This thing hurt him last time, but the heterogeneous magic cube has now become the shield artifact of the infinite number, and it can also directly transform black smoke into a mechanical source point for him, so he actually loves and hates it. He has also considered that if this kind of existence appears, he may be tempted to learn about it. But at this time, this thing suddenly appeared on his car, which made him passive all of a sudden. No one knows what harm this thing will cause. Thinking of this, Lin Xian signaled everyone to move away first, and then he raised his hand to create a simple metal long arm, and reached out to the gold bracelet. Who knew that as soon as the metal arm's clip approached, the suspended bracelet immediately began to spray extremely fine blue flames in all directions, looking like transparent air, but it was only a moment, and the entire carriage was suddenly washed by a stream of scorching air, and the temperature rose a lot at once, and Lin Xian's metal clip was instantly melted into molten iron and dripped into the crucible. Not to mention his metal clip, even the crucible quickly turned red and collapsed under this almost transparent blue flame. Instantly, the entire number 5 carriage was filled with a high-temperature atmosphere. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they retreated one after another. A wave of heat rushed directly towards the front and rear carriages. Lin Xian had already activated the force field shield defense at this time. Just this time, cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, the flames only lasted for a few seconds and then stopped. If this thing continued to erupt, I'm afraid the entire number 5 carriage would be melted by it, and he wouldn't even have time to throw it away. This thing can actually release such high temperatures. How terrible. Be careful, Lin Xian. Captain Lin, don't be careless. Lin Xian. Kiki flew over at this time. I throw it out. Wait. Just as Kiki was about to use telekinesis, Lu Xingchen, who was standing next to the crucible and had his trouser legs burned, had a change of color in his eyes. He looked at the floating golden bracelet. After the flame was sprayed just now, the fluorescence above had dissipated a lot, and its floating state became unstable. Lu Xingchen's second-year heart was activated, staring and sternly said, "This deity knows. To be frank, this is a fire treasure, and it needs to be recognized by the master with blood before it can be." "What the hell?" Kiki grabbed a can shell from the trash can and threw it at his head. "It's already this time. What if the train is burned?" Lu Xingchen looked a little embarrassed, and then said seriously, "I mean, this fire seems to be the one I just started, and then it was absorbed by it." Lin Xian glanced at him. "Are you sure?" Lu Xingchen was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, he made up his mind, bent down and reached out to grab the gold bracelet in his palm. This action of his really scared the others. Even Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but the next second, the gold bracelet held by Lu Xingchen really did not emit flames, but just like an ordinary bracelet. At this moment, everyone's breathing seemed to stop for a moment. Lu Xingchen's heart was pounding at this time, but seeing that the eyes of the people around him were fixed on him, he quickly put on a confident look, turned sideways, and said in a pretentious manner, "Look, what I said is true." After he said that, he spread his palm and let the gold bracelet float in the palm of his hand. Just when Lu Xingchen thought that he had made the right judgment and that others should be relieved, everyone looked at him with even more horror. The little girl Sasha's eyes widened, and she looked at his mouth so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it, and said in shock, "Brother Hua, you..." "Huh?" Lu Xingchen felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and looked around quickly, but what made him feel a little weird at this time was that why did Lin Xian, Kiki, Director Ding, Captain Qin, Brother Lu and others become shorter and shorter? When he looked down, he suddenly found that he had left the ground. "Brother Hua flew up?" Qin Sichuan's voice was the first to break the silence of everyone. Lin Xian and Kiki looked at this scene in surprise. At this time, Lu Xingchen was like an astronaut flying into space, floating lightly, just like the gold bracelet. This! Lu Xingchen could no longer hold back, and waved his hands as if he was swimming in the air, but no matter how he moved, he could not land. Just when his head was about to hit the top of the car, he raised his hands and landed. This strange scene made the onlookers stunned. Even Ding Junyi showed a very serious expression and said 3 words, "Anti-gravity?" Although the theory of gravity has never ruled out the existence of negative mass in the scientific community, there has never been any evidence to support the idea of anti-gravity. But seeing Lu Xingchen's phenomenon at this moment, she suddenly thought of this word. Lin Xian saw that Lu Xingchen was not only not injured by the flames, but also floated up. His heart was half relieved, and he said to Lu Xingchen, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Lu Xingchen felt that he was floating in front of everyone and had no image, so he reached out and grabbed the door panel of the carriage, barely standing, and said, "Brother Lin, I haven't found any discomfort yet." After that, he picked up the gold bracelet and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, "Brother Lin, do you want to check it out?" Lin Xian was about to reach out and take it, but he immediately gave up the idea. He was not stupid. Brother Hua had a fire ability. Perhaps it was for this reason that he was not affected. Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly started the mechanical scan in the air. Scan failed, non-mechanical energy detected. Lin Xian frowned, and now he had confirmed that this thing was indeed a taboo, so he immediately tried to use the machine to devour it. After all, his previous heterogeneous Rubik's Cube was also the product of the devouring transformation of the mechanical heart. As soon as the devouring started, the information of the devouring progress immediately appeared in front of him. Devouring progress 10%. Devouring progress 30%. Devouring progress 50%. Devouring progress 80%. Devouring is about to be completed, the item cannot be deconstructed. Confirm whether it is devoured as material. Gold asterisk 0.05. Just when the devouring was about to be completed, the light curtain in front suddenly popped up. Lin Xian frowned immediately, thought about it, and stopped the devouring process. His eyes changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Brother Hua, try this thing again, and see if you can use it. If this taboo can put you in an anti-gravity state without any other harm, then your fire breath can provide you with flying assistance." This idea suddenly occurred to Lin Xian just now. The main reason why he wanted to swallow the strange radio station before was that he could not control the invasion of the fear power, and it was a pity to throw it away. When swallowing it, it happened to touch the reaction of the mechanical heart by accident, so he got the heterogeneous magic cube. But this gold bracelet, whether it is flame or anti-gravity, can be controlled by Brother Hua. If it is only used to transform materials, it would be a waste. Lin Xian thought about it. It seems that the understanding of taboos is still too shallow. Not all items can be swallowed. Instead of this, it is better to leave it to Brother Hua to enhance his ability and keep alert to see if there are any undiscovered characteristics of this thing. His guess was correct. When Lu Xingchen heard Lin Xian's words, his eyes suddenly shone with a kind of enlightenment. He took back the hand he handed to Lin Xian, looked at the floating gold bracelet in his hand with a sharp look, and his mind was turning rapidly. Lin Xian's words reminded him at once. If this thing can keep him in an anti-gravity state, then he can fly through the sky and the earth with just a spit of fire. The god of fire is really the god of fire. At this time, Lu Xingchen's mind had already emerged with a scene of himself flying in the air with fire and appearing like an immortal. His heart was immediately surging, and even his breathing began to increase. Brother Lin is right. I try it right away. After Lu Xingchen finished speaking, he immediately reached out and grabbed the door panel and pulled it, floating towards the direction of the automatic door of cabin 5. Everyone dispersed and watched his actions with concern. Hey, is it really okay for him to do this? Kiki frowned. I think Lin Xian is right, let him try. Qin Xishuan said. Sasha pouted and crossed her arms. Look at his impatient look, I have to try it. We still have to be careful, after all, we know too little about this kind of weird things. Ding Junyi said. Delu and Shu Qin also nodded. Brother Hua, you should be careful. The car is going very fast now, so rash. Shu Qin said cautiously. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Girl, you go with him. It's best to test out all the details and characteristics of this kind of thing, otherwise it will be unsafe to leave it in the car. Kiki glanced at Lu Xingchen and sighed. Okay. Chi, at this time, the automatic door of the number 5 carriage of the Infinite Express opened at high speed, and a gust of Gobi sand rushed in, driving away the heat wave in the car just now. Let's go! Kiki flew to the door with her hands on her chest, and looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was also very courageous. He turned his palm, and put the gold bracelet on his wrist. Then he turned his left hand back, and used the fire power. In an instant, a red flame sprayed out, and Lu Xingchen was carried out by the reverse thrust of the flame, and flew out of the car at a very fast speed. Everyone quickly gathered at the door, and looked out. Lu Xingchen really did as Lin Xian said, relying on the flames in his hands to rush into the sky at a very fast speed, but he had never flown before, and he was in the Gobi Desert at night, and he felt dizzy, and couldn't tell which was the ground and which was the sky. But Lu Xingchen knew that he was being watched by all his friends at this time. In addition, the people and other convoys might have seen him, the flying god of fire, and Kiki was ready to rescue him at any time. But if he couldn't even do this, how could he call himself the god of fire? Thinking of this, Lu Xingchen's fighting spirit burst out, he gritted his teeth, quickly regained consciousness, and then gradually adapted. Although he couldn't levitate and control the direction as he pleased like Kiki, he was soon able to fly steadily by controlling his flames and posture. Above the night sky next to the west land, the jet flames with Mach rings made Lu Xingchen gradually accelerate. He got faster and faster, and began to soar straight up, breaking through the wind barrier and blasting into the clouds. Although the polar night is full of dangers, there are still many things waiting for human exploration. Ding Junyi put her hands in her pockets, looking at the ray of fire in the distant sky, and said solemnly, Anti-gravity energy, consciousness uploading plant bodies, mushroom towers, corpse drivers, and growing disaster plants, all of this is just what they encountered in less than a day at the edge of the polar night. Many of them are major discoveries that can directly subvert the laws of physics and biology on Blue Star, so it's no wonder she would sigh like this. Lin Xian also had a complicated expression when he heard this. This time they rushed into the polar night, which was a blessing in disguise. He knew that many people did not have such good luck as them, such as the Phoenix Order team and the Night Front team. Now they can only run all the way, and the only goal is to try every means to escape the polar night and rush out of the dawn. But one day, humans will be completely covered by the polar night. At that time, the only surviving humans will have to face all the dangers in the polar night. Taboo, disaster plants. Qin Xishuan sighed. We know too little about the night, but from the perspective of the Tiangu Tower, the creatures of the night may know more about us than we think. Qin Xishuan's words made everyone feel a little depressed, but Lin Xian's eyes were solemn, and he said loudly, Look at the bright side. Brother Hua can fly. Can the combat effectiveness of our infinite team be enhanced? The power of the invasion of darkness can make humans evolve, and these dangerous taboos cannot be used by humans. Lin Xian said and looked at Ding Junyi. Isn't the purpose of the Special Item Investigation Department you mentioned this? Ding Junyi nodded. Yes, our ultimate goal of studying darkness is to find a way to survive in darkness, or to defeat darkness. Woo! As soon as the voice fell, an excited shout came from the dark wilderness, resounding through the sky. It was Lu Xingchen's shout. Lu Xingchen was extremely excited at this time, with thousands of excitement in his heart ready to go. Flying in the air has long been a skill he has been dreaming of day and night. Now that it has been realized, he can't help but shout wildly. Humans yearning for flying is engraved in their genes. Under the vast Gobi night sky, Lu Xingchen flew wantonly. He was like a silver arrow that broke free from the bowstring and rushed across the sky. The wind roared in his ears, like a sharp sound of tearing silk. The airflow wrapped around every inch of his skin. Every dive was like cutting the silk of the atmosphere with flames, and every climb was like stepping on the debris of the stars as a ladder, as if even the soul was dragged into this endless carnival. He swooped down from the sky all the way, like a meteor fire line that cut through the night sky, and swept over in an instant. At this time, he kept the same speed and flew parallel to the high-speed infinity. Brother Lin. While flying, Lu Xingchen shouted to Lin Xian, who was standing at the door of carriage number 5. "Thank you for reminding me, this thing is very magical." After saying that, he glanced at the people in carriage number 5 and Kiki, who was helplessly looking at him as they flew in sync with the carriage, and smiled sternly, reciting in a heroic manner. "Everyone, when the great rock rises with the wind one day, it soars straight up to 90,000. Bang! Who would have thought that before he finished reciting a heroic poem, he crashed directly into a sandstone wall beside the track with the carriage. The sound stopped abruptly, and then disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Brother Hua. Everyone was stunned, and at this moment, they all leaned out of the carriage to look for Lu Xingchen's figure. Lin Xian just wanted to curse. Why didn't this guy fly without looking ahead? Wouldn't he be killed at such a fast speed? Who would have thought that before everyone finished speaking, a helpless voice came from the top of the carriage. "I won't die, I caught it." Kiki rolled her eyes, raised her hand and waved, and then continued to cross her chest with her hands. Then the next second, Brother Hua, who was flying with the fire line, appeared in everyone's sight again. He had a slightly transparent telekinetic shield on his body to protect him. The huge speed directly smashed the sand wall stone just now, fell to the ground and rolled several times, and then flew up again without stopping. All the heroic excitement just now suddenly disappeared as if changing his face. Lu Xingchen said to everyone with a serious and solemn expression at this time. "Everyone, I have checked it. Everything is safe ahead. Brother Lin, the car is in good condition, and our Infinity's armor is special." The way he said this, it seemed that everything just now, nothing had happened. Everyone, Hey. Shasha covered her eyes directly, and said in a very disgusted tone, "Brother Lin, can you let him fly farther? I want to go to bed." "Go to sleep." Lin Xian couldn't help laughing and patted Sasha's head. Then, the little girl yawned and left. Ding Junyi turned around and left without saying anything. Shu Qin and the building both had complicated looks. "Captain Lin. I'm going to take my turn." "Brother Xian, I haven't finished with that gun yet." The two quickly looked for an opportunity to retreat. Left behind was Chen Xishuan, who looked at Lu Xingchen flying outside with complicated eyes, and then looked at Lin Xian again, worriedly. "Is it really okay?" "It's okay." Lin Xian crossed his arms and sighed. He is a heroic brother. He has been walking on thin ice all his life. He has seen all kinds of scenes. How could he be in trouble? "Let's leave quickly, and Kiki too." "Why?" Chen Xishuan looked at him puzzledly. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Xingchen, who was flying all the way, and smiled faintly. "If we don't leave, how can he have the nerve to come back?" Chen Xishuan smiled directly after hearing this, and understood Lin Xian's intention, so she turned around and left, preparing to continue resting. After Kiki came back, Lin Xian said to Brother Hua through the communicator, "Brother Hua, it's now in the polar night, and using too much fire may cause hidden dangers. It's better to come back as soon as possible." "Brother Lin is right." Lu Xingchen responded immediately. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked directly to the rear carriage. When there was no one around, Lu Xingchen tried his best to control the direction, and then slowly flew into carriage number 5. After landing, Lu Xingchen patted the dust on his clothes, and found that many parts of his clothes had been torn into catkins by the strong wind. In addition, he had just hit the mountain and fell into the mud, which was already in a mess. He immediately looked at the carriages in front and behind that were empty inside. It's really embarrassing. Although flying is fun, his control is still extremely unstable now, but as long as he masters it a little in the future, he will definitely be more flexible. After thinking about it, Lu Xingchen looked at the power armor suit that Lin Xian arranged for him. Originally, he didn't need this thing at all. After all, it was not convenient to use his supernatural power, but now, he was interested again. At least wearing this thing, he didn't have to worry about the problem of clothing when flying, and it also had good defense. Although his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, breaking through the wind barrier almost tore his skin. How to say? It hurts. Lu Xingchen, who planned to return to the carriage, picked up the crucible as soon as possible. He planned to study the transparent flame of the gold bracelet carefully. He noticed this from the beginning. The temperature of this flame was extremely high, even more powerful than his burning sky sword. He was very sensitive to flames and immediately returned to the room, changed into a comfortable set of clothes, and then boiled a pot of tea again and continued his research. Taboo? What is taboo? It's so magical, it can fly with the wind, and it can also spit fire like a wheel. The wind and fire are like a wheel. Why not call it the infinity ring? Lu Xingchen took off the gold bracelet and saw it curled into an infinite symbol. He couldn't help but have an idea. Very good, very good. Chapter 308. Lin Xian walked towards the storage compartment and the living compartment, checking the conditions of each compartment, and Kiki followed him and said, Lin Xian, are you really relieved about this thing? What if I'm not relieved? Lin Xian responded, we can't throw it away. Now that we have seen the benefits, we should use it first. There is no need to affect our judgment for unknown concerns. After the farce just now, Lin Xian found that this taboo seemed to have been successfully contained by some kind of accident, and the tragic situation caused by the taboo containment that Kiki had given before did not happen, which made him have the current idea. That's right. Kiki thought about it and nodded. This thing can spit fire, maybe it was just taken in by Brother Hua. This is the only explanation I can think of. Lin Xian suddenly stopped while walking and smiled bitterly. We have stepped on too many pits. Now we are lucky, but it still feels unreal. I now think it is incredible that we can escape from the corpse driver intact. At that time, when Lin Xian saw the corpse driver and the vast group of strange bodies above the mountains outside Yijin City, his mind went blank at the first time. He still remembers the desperate suffocation. Although Brother Hua speaks eccentrically, he is also a very cautious person. If there is a problem, he will deal with it immediately. I believe him. After Lin Xian said this, he was relieved. He didn't need to worry about everything on the car. Choosing to trust his teammates is precisely a kind of growth for him. Looking back, if Brother Hua was really parasitic, his actions were indeed for the safety of the rest of the team. In the end times, he chose to face death alone in order to protect his teammates. Wouldn't Lin Xian trust such a teammate and hand him a taboo? Besides, Brother Hua was lucky enough to pick up that thing. Now it seems that this guy really has some incredible luck. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki smiled. Hey, it seems that you are brighter after you stopped worrying so much. Lin Xian was slightly startled when he heard this. Are you saying that my face is pale? That's true. Lin Xian looked at the time and said with relief, we are almost leaving the polar night area, but because it is still night, we can't be careless. You should also take a rest. The radar is running at full power. We don't have lights on now, so we rely on this. Okay, Kiki stretched. Then I go to sleep, don't wake me up. No, you must call me if you have something. Kiki thought about it, and felt a little worried. She came over and put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, looking at him with watery eyes. How about I accompany you? Lin Xian looked at the rear carriage and shook his head. No, you should go, and have a good rest. The explosion of the Mushroom Tower must have had a great impact on you. There are so many people on the joint train now. You don't have to worry about me. Go, and have a good sleep. Sufficient rest is very important for dealing with crisis. Lin Xian understood this after leaving Jiang City, and a very critical point is that the dark power of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum is transformed. Resting is exactly the best time for the body to evolve. Lin Xian was the only one who didn't need it in the whole car, because these powers were directly converted into mechanical source points by the heterogeneous magic cube, which was direct and simple. Okay. Kiki knew that Lin Xian was concerned about her, so she didn't act stubbornly. Then be careful. When Sister Chen and I wake up, it's time for you to go to bed. Yeah. After saying that, she glanced at Lin Xian, then turned and left. After Kiki left, Lin Xian looked out the window at this time. The silent Gobi Desert became wider and wider, and it was as dark as the sea. He activated the mechanical heart and began to check the condition of the carriage and the frame. At this time, he came all the way to the number 12 carriage. Here, Grace stood quietly in the shadow, with a beautiful mechanical face and a special luster flowing on the silver-black metal skin. Lin Xian walked up and reached out to touch something. In an instant, there was a strange resonance in the coldness that made his mechanical heart seem to be shocked. In the dark carriage number 12, Grace stood quietly, and at this time, in the Gemini 11 our nuclear-powered carriage behind the number 12 carriage, in a special metal lead box, the containment device containing the heavy suspension catheter actually lit up quietly at this time, emitting a cherry red light, and a black shadow appeared in the contents inside, and then it slowly extinguished and returned to calm again. Lin Xian's face changed slightly, and he took his hand away and looked at the beautiful face of Grace. Strange, it's obviously turned off. Why do I feel that you are still looking at me? After looking for a while, Lin Xian retracted his gaze and felt a little confused. He walked to the back, where there were a bunch of maintenance tools that Lin Xian had originally used in the infinite tool carriage, but now there is a very large tool area with various equipment for repairing trains. Many of them were scanned by Lin Xian on the road and then made. In the building on the train, Lu Chong and a few other people who know some maintenance can already bring a group of team members to share a lot of train maintenance work for Lin Xian. After Liu Yang and Li Yi's team joined, he had more helpers for the train maintenance work. Liu Yang's team was a group of top university students who were good at technology and had strong hands-on skills. Li Yi's team members were even more combat-capable and technical men, as can be seen from the fact that they transformed the engineering vehicle into a Doomsday vehicle. If the intelligent brain, Grace, and the PX-05 maintenance robot were added, and the fully automatic bullet punching machine was manufactured, the pressure on Lin Xian could be reduced by at least 60%. Then, he could focus on improving the combat effectiveness of all members, strengthen cooperation and communication with the Phoenix Society, and continue to upgrade the internal living space, making it green, entertaining, and intelligent, and completely turning the infinite train into a mobile steel fortress. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately found an empty corner to sit down, preparing to make a set of Black Hawk Silent Hunter power armor for himself, and also make some modifications to completely improve his combat effectiveness. Then make two PX-05 robots as backup, and use them when reorganizing the carriages later. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as they said it, the mechanical manufacturing light curtain was activated, countless materials began to fly out, and they began to forge from the most basic mechanical units. Clang, clang. The joint train was speeding across the vast Gobi wilderness, with the wind whistling all the way, and the steel wheels kept spinning. From 1400 hours in the afternoon to 1900 hours, the black curtain on the sky seemed endless, and there was no end in sight. Looking at the endless dark wilderness, it seemed as if there was a sense of loneliness abandoned by the world, until a certain moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded in the communicators of all the teams at the same time. All teams, we have left the polar night area of Star Abyss number 5, but we are still within the coverage of the dark tide. According to the tidal speed of Star Abyss number 5, the dawn time should be around 9 to 10 o'clock tomorrow. We have no dark mark now, and are in a silent state, so all teams can turn on the lights and carry out normal operations, but be cautious. In the infinite carriage, Lin Xian looked at the driving record detection in the mobile terminal and announced the news with the communicator. Huh? After saying that, Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time entering the polar night area. Although it was only the extreme edge of Star Abyss number 5, it was completely thrilling. Broken tracks, parasitic hyphae, fungal blankets that can destroy steel, sky mushroom towers, crimson worlds, and corpse drivers were all full of dangers and frightening. This successful escape was not based on strength, nor was there any magic method. It can be said to be a miracle. It seems that the ancient saying that those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future is true. The great disaster in Shilon City has just ended, and Ijin City almost makes people despair. If you are not strong-willed, you will not even have the courage to live on this doomsday journey. Tang Yun is a living example. Her husband left, and she was unwilling to face the end of the world. She would rather choose to be swallowed by mycelium than to escape. When a person loses the courage to live, what awaits him is to be eroded by darkness and become a zombie. The last time a large area appeared was on the first day of the defense of Shilon City. The city was suddenly attacked by the sinkhole of the Abyss Worm, and the whole city was in chaos. So with the great waves, unless they are seriously injured and there will collapses, or in the desperate situation of the fall of Shilon City, there are very few cases of transformation into zombies in the survivors' convoys. Lin Xian's words spread to each team, and immediately caused the captains of each team to shout excitedly. Great! We are out of the range of polar night? Thank God. Captain Lin, Captain Sure, you have worked hard. Yes, We must not be careless before seeing the dawn. Everyone try to let the wounded and women and children rest first, and other people should also arrange shifts, and people and radars must be there. Yes, don't worry, if every car works together, we will definitely see the dawn. Okay. On the front launch on number 1, Ning Jing, who was commanding in the cockpit, was relieved at this time. She explained to her subordinates in the cockpit and immediately walked to a lounge at the back. The bandage on Shi Diyuan's body had been removed by half, leaving the shoulder blade area. The wound there was the most terrifying, and it was almost torn open by a snow demon and a winged demon. Thinking about it now, it is still shocking. Even Shi Diyuan's abnormal recovery rate of violent beast-shaped ability has not recovered yet. Brother Lin, you've worked hard. When we run out at dawn, we should enter the western towns of Rob, and we may stop to rest at that time. As Ning Jing walked in, she heard Shi Diyuan contacting the captains of several major teams. She took a look and said, "This time we can break out of the polar night. We rely on Captain Lin again. This man not only has means, but also has strong insight. He seems to be a natural leader." Shi Diyuan laughed at this. "I told you a long time ago that he is not simple. When he was in Yubei, he had 2 power cores in a train, 1 gas turbine and 1 nuclear power, and dared to rush into the corpse tide of Yubei City with 5 or 6 people. Even Miss Jane of Finger Group had to look at this kind of person differently. At that time, I felt that this kid was a big shot and very much to my taste. Now you see, did I make the right choice?" Ning Jing found a seat and sat down, nodded and said, "What are the plans for the future? When we were exploring Yijin City, I heard Captain Lin say that they should want to go to Jihai and go around the star orbit again. It seems that they will pass through Shuguang City. Although there are many people there, it is the territory of the former Federation, and the situation must be extremely complicated." Shi Diyuan heard what Ning Jing meant, and his eyes froze slightly when he heard it, and he began to think. Obviously, after leaving Quancheng, if we follow the north line to the northeast and drive at full speed only in the daytime without stopping, we will definitely catch up with the Dawn Center in less than a week. Even if we encounter some troubles and obstacles, we can rush to the Qianga Strait and meet up with the Dawn Center within half a month. The strait bridge there has been broken, and it is not an easy task for the ferry system to transport 6 million people, and there are also a steady stream of survivors heading northeast to Tianji. Now the Phoenix Society and the survivors in the 2 big cities of Donghai and Tianji are even no less than Jihai. It will certainly save a lot of trouble to follow the Dawn Center." Steve Yuan concentrated and said, "Entering the Dawn Center is basically like finding the base camp. Although this base camp is mobile, each team has already found a backbone. However, the strategic mission of the Dawn Center is different from that of the Sky Phoenix City and the Sea City Noah. The former's focus is not on escaping, but on gathering survivors from all over the world and bringing them to the Polar Doomsday base. Therefore, the Dawn Center moves very slowly. It will stay in each area of the route for at least 20 days or a month before moving to the next main city. Dragon Country has a large population, and the Dawn Center will stay for at least several months before crossing the Qianga Strait. The various departments of the Phoenix Order, the various interstellar armies, and the Phoenix Order's joint fleet are also constantly collecting resources and transporting them to the polar regions at all costs. So the Phoenix Order's various city stations and ocean ports are all heavily guarded cities. The construction group headed by Xinghua Heavy Industry has already built the last defense line of mankind, Xuanwu City and Kunlun Star Hub, in the polar regions. Food supplies and mineral resources from all over the world are being transported there continuously. It will be a final fortress that can accommodate tens of millions of people, and it is also the last starship port for humans to escape from the Blue Planet. Therefore, the survivors who choose the Doomsday train as a vehicle, in addition to the defensive advantages of the train itself, have another main reason, that is, the circumstellar orbit, which can directly cross the Pacific Ocean and the Black Ocean to the polar ice cap without following the Dawn Center through the ocean orbit, and enter the polar front as soon as possible. In this regard, Longshan No. 1 and Silver Star have the same purpose. The former is safer, while the latter is a little more aggressive. However, the commonality of human beings is that they have preconceived concepts. If the polar night cannot be stopped and the world falls, then the only way for human beings is to escape from the Blue Planet. However, resources are always limited, and there will always be people who cannot board the starship and eventually die in despair in the polar night. Therefore, the Phoenix Club is a multi-line strategic plan. Among them, the starship plan is placed last, and the purpose is very straightforward, that is, not to let the survivors give up hope and to defeat the night as the main direction. My idea is that we may have to go to Ji-Hai. Sure Yuan pondered for a moment, and then said to himself, I know that you want to completely transform the all-terrain drive of Longshan No. 1 and make plans for the follow-up. Yes. Sure Yuan took a deep breath and said, even if we catch up with the Dawn Center, we still have to live on the train. The track problem is a constraint for us, and it is also a constraint for the Dawn Center, so they will definitely solve this problem. If there is really trouble at that time, should we abandon Longshan No. 1? Ning Jing nodded. I understand, that's perfect. We can travel with Captain Lin and his team, and we can take care of each other. Starting with Longshan No. 1 and Infinity, the lights of the carriages began to turn on one by one. The light yellow light shone through the windows covered with steel armor, illuminating the Gobi Sand and Achnatharum splendens on the roadside. Soon, nearly 500 carriages of Train 22 also turned on the lights one after another. The 15-kilometer-long steel dragon was like a chain of light, traveling on the vast land. In the living compartment of Longshan No. 1, Xiaoqing was fully armed and wiping her gun blade. When the light came on, she slowly raised her head, and her indifferent eyes became more lively. She immediately looked at Abai who was sleeping on the bed opposite, picked up a can, waited, frowned, and changed to an empty can, and then threw it at Abai. Bang! Abai was hit, and suddenly woke up. What's wrong? The light is on, Xiaoqing said in a low voice. Abai raised his head, and looked at the light above his head with his sunglasses. He could only see a little light piercing the endless darkness in his sight. He raised his hand and stretched it in the direction of the light, and his young face smiled. Great, we are leaving the polar night. In the other living compartments, it suddenly became lively. The lights came on, indicating that the most dangerous time had passed. Many people stood up excitedly, and people in the originally quiet carriage began to exclaim. The sound of people chatting came from the men and women in charge of logistics. They came to the restaurant, moved the food in the material carriage, and began to prepare hot food and soup. Some carriages even had music coming from old music players. The suffocating feeling of oppression in the polar night seemed to be driven away instantly as the lights came on. The train was the Doomsday home of these people, and everyone's sense of security was placed on the steel track fortress. On the Joker team side, Chandler changed his cloak and put on a fashionable shirt and pink windbreaker. He walked into the rear carriage with steady steps, and a group of men watched him quietly, because this group of people had no experience on the train, and the carriage had not been properly arranged. But the sense of security brought to them by the train was something that everyone could feel. Xiandeli glanced at everyone with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Isn't it time to prepare meals, set up your cabins, pack weapons and ammunition, and prepare the carriages? Let's get moving. Boss Qian. One of the sturdy men with a gun on his back and wearing a chef's uniform stood up and said with a simple smile. Everyone said that we got steak this time. Qiandeli glanced at everyone indifferently, and saw that his men all looked eager. He chuckled and said inexplicably, Why are you asking me? Eat steak if you have it. The better the steak, the less it can be frozen for too long. Enjoy it. Who the hell knows whether we will live tomorrow? Lao Zhou, whether it is fried, stewed, braised, stir-fried, or deep-fried, you can make it whatever you want. Bring out the wine too. Really, you still need to ask me such questions? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face lit up, and they stood up and said excitedly, Yes, start cooking. There is rice, seafood, and steak. Quick, quick, get moving. Xiaoming Qiandeli turned to Xiaoming and said, Please arrange it for me. I just want to eat some vegetarian food. After that, he turned and sat down on the sofa beside him, smiling as he watched his subordinates start to get busy. Xiaoming glanced at her captain. Although Qiandeli was very picky and sharp-tongued, and didn't look very manly, Xiaoming, who had followed Qiandeli the longest, knew that Qiandeli was a very free and easy person, absolutely straightforward, and never hid anything from his subordinates. All the people in the car had an attitude of living a happy life, and they all resisted without hesitation. If it weren't for Xiaoming, the deputy captain, who was in charge of the basic material allocation, the whole car would probably have to go hungry. In the Queen Emo, the fully automatic carriage was extremely quiet. After the lights came on, the fully armed men had not yet reacted, and then, they saw the door of carriage number 1 open, and Monica slowly walked out wearing a white power armor lining suit. This lining suit has the characteristics of fireproof insulation, and improving the movement efficiency of power armor. The price is very expensive. Originally, only the high-level special soldiers and pilots of Iron Hunter and Phantom Wolf in the Interstellar Army could be equipped. Monica took off her power armor, But this tight mecha lining suit perfectly outlined her figure, instantly attracting everyone's attention. As members of the Queen MO, although they have become accustomed to Monica's different dressing style, they still feel amazing at this time. Monica likes the whole carriage to be spotless. Her cloakroom alone takes up 1/5 of the space in carriage number 1. Even in the environment of Doomsday, she always maintains elegance. When everyone saw Monica coming out, many men were stunned. On this male-dominated Doomsday train, the only woman was their leader. Moreover, this woman had a beautiful figure, excellent temperament, and wild personality. She gave people a sense of affinity and a sense of superiority. Normally, in the Doomsday when the world logic collapsed, no matter what kind of woman, it would be impossible to maintain such a posture in front of a group of men with combat effectiveness and productivity, but Monica was different. Her superpowers were extremely powerful, with violent strength, and she also had an automated Doomsday train that was almost at the level of a battle fortress. The supplies were even more abundant. In addition, her 70% fierce and 30% soft means of controlling people made her gain many confidants, who were willing to sacrifice their lives for her. So although some men in the car body were dissatisfied with her, or coveted her, they did not have the courage to go against her wishes. This is how the apocalypse works. Whether you are a man or a woman, strength, supplies, and shelter are symbols of status. Moreover, these people have food and drink with Monica, and their living conditions can be said to be top-notch. There is also the boss lady who changes her clothing style to please the eyes. Although you can see but not touch, it is better than looking at rotting zombies. What else can you ask for? Monica walked out, looked at everyone, and then raised her hand and waved. An automated terminal computer on the wall stretched out. She stretched out her hand and clicked on it a few times. At this time, the mechanical arm of the material compartment stretched out, and the meals made by the chef and the automated robot were quickly delivered. The meal plate contained steak, vegetable juice, fruit, red wine, and even a cigarette. This scene made everyone stare at it. Monica raised her lips slightly, holding a red wine glass in her hand, and said in a high and elegant voice, "Everyone has worked hard. Everyone has contributed to escaping from the polar night this time. I toast everyone with this glass. Sister MO, Queen MO, we should toast you." The men were extremely happy, holding up their glasses and looking at Monica, and said nervously, "Yes, yes, yes. Sister Mo, you've worked hard. We saved our lives by following you. Following Queen MO is the best thing I've done in my life." Everyone stood up immediately, looking at her with passionate and respectful eyes. At this moment, Monica was like the savior queen under the desperate death of the Doomsday. Her tall and sexy figure was like a glowing light, with a kind of temperament that aroused men's primitive and violent desires, but dared not blaspheme her. Even Song Hao and the fat man stared at her with men's undisguised desire. Monica naturally felt these eager eyes, smiled slightly, and enjoyed this gaze that was like a trophy to her. Cheers! She smiled and drank a glass with her men, then turned around and left gracefully. Chapter 309. Under the silent night sky, the dry tumbleweeds on the Gobi Desert rolled with the wind. After leaving the extreme cold vortex, the temperature has returned to above 0 degrees, but the temperature difference in the Gobi Desert at night is very large, and the wind and sand are a bit cold. The large track base laid on the Gobi Desert is raised by hard stones. There is no railway guardrail in this uninhabited no man's land. Dang 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 dang. A crisp vibration of the rails gradually sounded, and the yellow sand around was shaking. With a dazzling flash of train lights, a black and green heavy armored locomotive came with a violent momentum. Behind it was a long steel dragon winding to the end of the earth. More than 500 carriages all lit up the lights, and people gathered in the carriages, some sitting, some standing, some walking, and some chatting. These are all survivors of the Doomsday and civilized exiles. The outside of these carriages are covered with heavy armor, which is full of bullet holes, claws, blood, rotten monster limbs, and steel wheel shock absorbers shaking wildly, rushing all the way. 2069, September 3rd, Apocalypse Day, D97. The joint train led by Longshan No. 1 and Infinity escaped from the polar night from the Shilon City Great Transfer and No. 5 Star Abyss. There are still 3 days before the Apocalypse Day. In less than 100 days, the Blue Star with a population of tens of billions has now been extinct by 99%. The 13 Annihilation Star Abysses continue to expand. The Dark Invasion has alienated humans into zombies and strange people. Blizzards, black rains, and other natural disasters swept the earth. Extinct animals and plants, and human cities were occupied by zombies and strange bodies. The 4 oceans of Geoja were desolate. The survivors who had fled for months looked at the goby outside the carriage. Some were confused, some were afraid, some were worried, and some remained positive and optimistic, constantly encouraging their teammates. The Sun followed behind the Joker team and Queen Mo. Like Chien Deli, this temporary train team was not very accustomed to the train, but adapting to the vehicle was not a problem for this team that had fought its way out of the blizzard. In the front carriage, Luo Yang led the original members of the Sun chasing team, including Amin Luoluo, Li Guangwen, Xiaobai, etc., gathered in a carriage. This was originally a passenger carriage, and all the seats were removed and replaced with simple bunk beds. More than 30 men and women were eating and talking to each other. These young people knew a lot, the atmosphere was lively, and they didn't know a lot, such as cooking. Everyone simply took canned food and some biscuits, chocolates, candies, and the like to eat, and they were happy to discuss a topic. Join Infinity. Oh my god, I didn't expect that we would really join Team Lin's team. That's great. A girl sitting cross-legged on the upper bunk exclaimed loudly with a spoon and a can. Captain Lin is really amazing. He actually has mechanical abilities. A talkative boy stood by the window and described with great excitement. Did you see that the armor of the Infinity is amazing, just like a mecha, and there is even a G3 electromagnetic railgun on the car, which is a model of the federal military, and Captain Lin made it with just one finger. Yes, I heard that when we were fighting the bugs, the Gatling guns that the Infinity gave us were all made by Captain Lin. Awesome. I will regard this ability as the best in the world. Hey, do you think Captain Lin can make a nuclear bomb with his hands? Of course, it can definitely be done. Superpowers can evolve, okay? Maybe Captain Lin can even build a starship in the future. Wow, a starship. Yes. And there are also Sister Kiki and Brother Hua from Infinity. One of them is a telekinetic, and the other is a fire type. It's amazing. Li Guangwen, your explosive power has met an opponent. You must learn from it. Li Guangwen smiled unhappily. Zhou Chaoxian, you are making fun of me. How can I compare with these great gods? Let me fire some cannons. Ha. Everyone laughed. Luo Yang sat on the side eating canned food and smiled along with him. His eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. He and his classmates loved to tinker with weapons. His classmates, including him, were either studying mechanics or electrical engineering, and there were also laser and power engineering departments. These people's admiration for Lin Xian was growing day by day, especially after seeing the towering Unit 01 in Shilin City fighting against the S-class giant sea urchin. Lin Xian completely became the mechanical god of war in their hearts. Luo Yang looked at Luo and Amin on the side, and immediately asked, Amin, is your abdominal injury better? Amin nodded. It still hurts a little, but it's much better now. Sister Chen told us not to do strenuous exercise within 48 hours. Luo Yang sighed. Well, now everyone has power armor, so we should train more and improve. It won't be just you two fighting alone in the future. Luo smiled when he heard this. But Amin and I work well together. You forgot that our limit coefficient is 1.7, and the peak index of 600 has also exceeded the violent level of 1000. Now with the new armor, we must be more powerful, don't you think so, Amin? Amin nodded unyieldingly. That's right, we will still be the main force in the future. Sisters are worth too. Luo Yang nodded in cooperation. Of course, Captain Lin recognizes your strength, but... As he was talking, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Luo Yang looked up and found that it was Li Yijing who came in, with a few middle-aged men and women carrying 2 large soup pots. We cooked some broth. Let's eat together. Li was pregnant. There was only one dining car on the car. She saw that no one on Luo Yang's side had prepared pots and utensils. Knowing that they didn't make extra hot food, she cooked 2 extra pots and sent them to them. Cooking hot food does not necessarily mean cooking a big meal. Luo Yang and his friends are not incapable of cooking simple soups. The main reason is that a group of young people used to eat takeout, and now they are used to eating cold canned food. At the same time, in order to facilitate the march, no one thought of getting some pots and pans to cook in the wild. So when distributing supplies in the permanent warehouse, Luo Yang and his friends only asked for canned food and those simple self-heating foods, and did not ask for rice, flour, oil, or meat. Wow, it smells so good! As the 2 big pots were brought in, the young people who were used to eating cold canned food immediately smelled a strong meaty aroma, and in an instant they felt that the cold canned food in their hands was not fragrant at all. Seeing this, Luo Yang hurriedly stood up and said in surprise, Sister Li, we are already eating. I know. Li smiled and looked at the group of young people. The conditions on the train are much more convenient than when we drive. Seeing that you all eat cold food, I will cook it together. We can eat more hot food if we can, and we will feel energetic after eating. Really? That's great. I want to drink it. Thank you, Mama Lee. Thank you so much. Wow, I haven't eaten cooked food for a long time. I'm so touched. I have a bowl too. When everyone heard Li Yi's words, they immediately gathered around. Yu took a bowl of broth, carefully holding it. After drinking it in one gulp, a warm feeling immediately swept over the whole body, making people feel very satisfied, as if most of the fatigue was dissipated at this moment. Why are you being so polite? We have all come this far, and we will be a family that depends on each other in the future, Li said with a smile while busying serving soup with the people around him. You young people don't like to cook hot food, it doesn't matter. There is division of labor and cooperation in a team. In the future, we will do the laundry, cooking, and cleaning together. Those men over there may not be good at weapons research, but they know more about mechanical equipment. Then we can work together. Okay. Luo Yang smiled happily, and happily served a bowl of soup from Li Yi's hand. He looked at Li Yi, who was still bringing them food with a big belly, and felt a little warm in his heart. He said, "We will all follow Captain Lin together in the future. The team will get bigger and bigger, and everyone will play to their strengths. Our team will definitely survive this doomsday. Don't you think so?" Yes. The young men and women echoed one after another. For a moment, the carriage, which was originally full of cold canned food, suddenly seemed to have entered a big family. In this steel carriage under the doomsday of the night, a bit of warmth was integrated. Infinity did not have a dinner party like other teams, because of the busyness of the Zero Element Center and the escape, and in order to be able to replace Lin Xian after dawn, in the master bedroom of carriage number 1, Chen Xishuan took the time to rest. In the comfortable luxury cabin of the shelter, Chen Xishuan slept soundly. She knew in her heart that as long as Lin Xian was there, she could completely let go of all her defenses and vigilance. Even if there were corpses everywhere outside the car, she would not panic. Carriage number 2, Kiki and Shasha's private space, two specially made enveloping sleeping cabins were staggered and alternating. Both of them slept very soundly, only the information center of the entire carriage number 2 was still lit, on the screen. In addition to the radar monitoring system, there was also a parsing program set by Kiki that was constantly running the system data of Grace. Carriage number 3, after Ding Junyi finished the last experimental process, she took back all the experimental instruments, and after placing the Hell Black Chrysanthemum and Silver Dragon 10,000 errors, she took a set of underwear to the bathroom of carriage number 1 and took a shower, then turned off the lights and returned to her own lounge, took off her glasses, stripped off everything, and lay flat on the bed. Even sleeping meticulously, because of work reasons, she had high requirements for her sleep quality, and she was also the only person on the train who did not have to consider taking turns to rest. Except for Lin Xian's arrangement, she maintained her standard habit of going to bed at 9 o'clock and getting up at 7 o'clock before the apocalypse day. However, she changed one habit. She used to lock the door before going to bed, which made her feel safe and peaceful. But now, even if the door of the restroom is equipped with a lock, she will not lock it. For her, if robbers and strange bodies rush in, it is useless for her to lock the door. Death is a peaceful thing for her. But if the door is locked and Lin Xian is not able to come in, it would be an unbearable betrayal for her. So this is a simple logical problem for her. Such a habit can be corrected, because in Ding Junyi's heart, Lin Xian can come in whenever he wants. Carriage number 4, after transformation, and with the blessing of Ding Junyi's plant-related ability, the 30-meter-long carriage has become a green forest. The neatly arranged aerial vegetable cultivation tanks are full of green grass, spinach, sprouts that do not require light, water celery, kale, etc., and on both sides of the carriage, Lin Xian has planted a row of green radish and ivy for water and oxygen circulation, as well as moss walls, maidenhair ferns, etc. The whole carriage number 4 already has the flavor of a green forest. These plants can not only be used for viewing, but also for air circulation. After being used by the team members, the pure water in the whole car will be given to the plants through a circulation mechanism for growth. After the second circulation, it can be used for sanitary supply. Then, the multiple water purifiers made by Lin Xian will separate, discharge the stains and waste, and circulate the water back for drinking. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, it is also a helpless situation in the end of the world. The clean water resources that have not been invaded by darkness are very tight. In fact, according to the filtration standard of the A1 level subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier made by Lin Xian, plus the shielding of the Dark Invasion force by the heterogeneous magic cube. The water that the members of Infinity drink has always been the first-level pure water standard, and it has little effect on how many times the water has been circulated. But even so, the drinking water problem faced by Infinity has begun to have some pressure. The snow water in the extreme cold vortex is highly toxic. Since Qinshui Town, Infinity has not replenished fresh water for a long time. With the Black Rain and the invasion of darkness, the concentration of dark invasion in land water resources has become increasingly serious. At present, the problem of basic filtration can still be solved all over the world, but the invasion of darkness is still a big problem. In Carriage 5, Delu was in charge of the rotation in the middle section. As usual, he maintained all the weapons in Carriage 5, including the new G3 electromagnetic railgun installed by Lin Xian, and the lifting machine gun turret. At this time, Delu was wiping the machine gun, while a pot of hot tea was placed on a small table next to him. Delu would take a sip from time to time and sigh with emotion, which could be regarded as a way to relieve the loneliness of the night watch. Since becoming roommates with Lu Xingchen, Delu has added drinking tea to his few hobbies and habits. Tea is not a scarce commodity in the Doomsday. Although it is circulated among the survivors, most of it is used to cover up the smell of drinking water. For Lu Xingchen to really use it to taste tea is simply a luxury, because that means you need to have a safe and clean environment, and you also need time and opportunity to taste tea. While drinking tea, the building looked at Lu Xingchen's room from time to time, knowing that this guy must still be studying the gold bracelet. At the same time, he was also thinking about his ability improvement. After Shilon City and a series of events, many team members have improved their combat effectiveness, especially after having power armor. The combat effectiveness of the genetic evolution team members headed by Miao Lu and Lu Chong has greatly improved, not to mention Xu Qin. Although he and Xu Qin were evenly matched during the ability test, Xu Qin was a genetic evolutionist, and was born with the advantage of using power armor to increase his strength exponentially. But Delu couldn't. First, he couldn't wear it. Even if he did, his ability would only be improved through blood and qi. So Delu was a little distressed. He was tall and strong, ate a lot, and took up a lot of space. He also had a 12-year-old sister. Although Shasha was also very motivated, Delu always felt that he had to stand up and become Lin Xian's right-hand man to live up to Captain Lin's life-saving grace and care for his brother and sister along the way. Thinking of this, Delu's eyes froze. After wiping the last gun, he started to do physical training again, such as push-ups. Add 20 more sets. He shouted in his heart, and at the same time thought of Lu Xingchen's reminder. The next time he fought against the monsters, he planned to try to directly contact the black smoke of the monster corpses at close range without the help of gas masks. Even if the dark invasion power would bring great physical pain, he could definitely hold on, with his ability to bear it. The lights in the number 6 dining car were turned off, but a bright warm light was still on in front of one of the electric stoves. A small iron pot on the stove was bubbling with a sweet smell. Xiao Yuan stood quietly beside the stove, like a well-behaved daughter-in-law, watching the pear soup in the soup pot boiling. This was a pot of improved pear soup. Because of the supplies obtained from the Yongbei warehouse, Xiao Yuan specially added red dates and wolfberries to the pear soup, which not only quenched thirst, but also cleared heat and reduced fire. After cooking, she took a bowl and carefully put it in, opened the lid, and wanted to let it cool down first. While waiting, she knew that Lin Xian was still busy in the number 12 car, so she frowned and blew on the pear soup anxiously. What she didn't know was that Xu Qin, who was in charge of patrolling and guarding, was standing in the aisle of the dining car watching this scene with a bit of helplessness on her face. Many team members can see what Seiyuan is thinking, but it's nothing. It's because it's the end of the world, and men and women are more likely to develop feelings for each other in the face of adversity. Xu Qin has seen a lot of this. Even if we don't talk about cliched love, solving physiological needs in the end of the world is a big deal for humans. It helps to release psychological pressure and relieve depression. Even the joyful love between men and women is beneficial to resist the invasion of darkness. But Xu Qin is a little helpless because Xiao Yuan likes Captain Lin. In fact, many women in the team have some interest in Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian is the captain of the team. He is not only young, handsome and powerful, but also has the demeanor of a leader and savior. It is difficult not to have a good impression of such a person under the recognition of a sense of belonging. But no matter how much she thinks, she is the only one who can express it directly like Xiao Yuan, because everyone knows the relationship between Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan, and there is a beautiful and powerful Kiki as his right-hand man. She couldn't say much about this matter. There were no restrictions on marriage customs in the Doomsday. Xu Qin just saw that Lin Xian might not have that kind of intention for Xiao Yuan, and was worried that she would be unhappy later. However, at this time, Xu Qin looked at Xiao Yuan's expectant look, blowing the bowl of pear soup over and over again, and could only smile helplessly. Well, that's right, as long as she is happy. In the number 12 carriage, the mechanical light kept flashing, and countless materials were forged and gathered in the air. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the corner, his expression focused. In front of him, a silver-black Phantom Wolf-class full-cover armor gradually took shape. Although it was the men's version of the Black Hawk Silent Hunter, Lin Xian changed the material of the outer armor, and used the composite armor configuration that scanned the arm of Unit 01 before, which was also the material of Unit 01. So it took a little more time to use than the set given to Teacher Chen, because Lin Xian considered that he often needed to rush into the monster group, which was different from Teacher Chen's long-range sniping. So he also slightly upgraded the outer armor material of the body. At the same time, Lin Xian also made 2 retractable hooks on his shoulders, which were strong magnetic absorption type, so that he could use the Thunder Falcon 2000 to hoist himself and fly. The power of the 2 Thunder Falcon 2000's hull propulsion engines would not be a problem to take him out of the air. Of course, the disadvantage is that the speed is not very fast, and the power consumption of the unmanned attack aircraft is also relatively large. But this armor also has a low-altitude leap thruster, and the combination of the two basically solves his flying maneuverability problem. Rub, rub, rub. As the last piece of armor was manufactured, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he stood up and looked at the full-covering power armor designed for him in front of him, with an extremely maneuverable expression. Finally, it has a bit of Iron Man flavor. After saying that, he could no longer hold back and immediately turned on the power armor. A holographic spectrum automatically lit up on the armor and scanned Lin Xian's face. Then the chest plate in front of the power armor automatically opened. At the same time, the bolts, retainers, and armor units of the leg armor began to automatically release, making a burst of mechanical sounds that made people excited. Lin Xian walked directly in and stood in the fully covered armor. Black Hawk Silent Hunter Armor 01 starts, and performs program self-test. A cold mechanical female voice sounded. Squeak, the head armor slowly closed, and a light curtain flashed in front of Lin Xian's eyes. The progress bar was introduced, and various subsystems such as movement, defense, radar, situational awareness, and life support appeared one by one in the light curtain interface. Then the armor units on his body began to close, and the bolts were automatically tightened. In an instant, he felt that he was wrapped by a powerful mechanical creation. The cushioning lining of his whole body perfectly bound him. Lin Xian raised his hand and looked at his mechanical arm through the holographic vision. Then he slowly clenched it. With the torque output of the hand power unit, with almost zero delay, Lin Xian immediately felt a strong force. This palm seemed to be easy for him to crush steel. The system is detecting the driver's vital signs. The vital signs are in good condition: heart rate, body temperature. The comodal system is turned on. Current combat system training value, 0. Need to learn the circuit through movement and actual combat parameters to better match the driver's action habits. Lin Xian was in the power armor at this time. His eyes reflected the light of the power armor's holographic vision, and he said excitedly, "There is no need to spend time importing the movement parameters of the TRB power armor, so let this armor learn again." Teacher Chen was able to master it in a very short time. The intelligence level of this power armor is still very high. Although it is a full cover armor, Lin Xian's feeling at this time is obviously different from that of Unit 01. Unit 01 is 10,000 tons, with more than 4,000 engine muscles. It requires 2 people to interact with each other in a neural sympathetic manner. It has the power to lift the world, but its agility is definitely far behind that of a personal armor. Even compared with Sasha Sally, there is a huge delay difference between the actions. This is also unavoidable due to the limitations of physical laws. The advantage of a personal armor is that it is as easy to use as an arm, with almost zero delay reaction, just like its own armor skin, which solves the problem of poor human defense. Especially for genetic enhancers, wearing armor is even more powerful. Their own agility, reaction, strength, and even combat experience can be perfectly adapted to the mechanical platform. A set of powerful armor can definitely greatly improve the combat effectiveness of genetic evolvers. From this point of view, the Phoenix Club's Ability Evaluation Index reference can only be said to be very basic for the combat effectiveness of genetic evolvers. Human technology and machinery, matched with human evolutionary power, can indeed reach a level that matches that of superpowers to a certain extent. This is one of the reasons why the 90% of survivors without superpowers can survive in the dark. Chapter 310. Squeak. After getting familiar with the system of the Black Hawk armor, Lin Xian opened the armor with excitement and walked out, admiring this masterpiece he made from the outside, full of a sense of accomplishment. Ever since he first saw the Iron Guard 3 military assaulter at the North Bay Town outpost, he has been determined to be able to build an Iron Man-like armor himself, and now he has finally achieved it. Lin Xian's ability is different from others. His physical fitness growth progress is much different from that of genetic evolutionists like Shu Qin, and before he had the gravitational lens and mechanical amplification skills, his combat ability was far lower than his support ability. Many times, he had to rely on the mechanical heart to drive the Infinity to run wildly. His body was too fragile to face those weird bodies, and the steel plates and ice walls he made could not resist them at all. But with the full cover armor, his mechanical ability has a perfect adaptation platform. First, he put on the armor, which gave him unlimited energy and allowed him to repair his own machinery during battle. He could also make many modifications to the armor and manufacture it on the spot, so that he could handle the monster wave with ease. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately sat down without stopping, preparing to manufacture the PX-05 robot to prepare for the assembly of the new train. After leaving Jiang City, Lin Xian spent almost all his time, except for running away and sleeping. He was either manufacturing, devouring, or repairing. He was really tired, but the Infinity was getting safer, and the mortality rate was low, which was one of the motivations for him to work tirelessly. Click, 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 the mechanical light flickered, and the PX-05 robot began to be manufactured. Compared with the 3 or 4 hours it took to manufacture a PX-05 robot in Jiazhou City, his mechanical manufacturing level was level 3 at that time, and now it is level 5, and it only takes less than an hour to manufacture it. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was 1900 hours. He planned to build 4 PX-05 robots as backup, and then make a batch of powerful thermal weapons such as the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun and Meteorite No. 3 to prepare for Liu Yang and Li Yi's people. Although the arc pulse gun in the individual suit is powerful, its disadvantage is that the firing rate is too slow and the firing range is not far. Therefore, kinetic weapons are also indispensable for the current train group, especially when encountering strange tides. Only high-rate weapons such as 1130 and Gatling can withstand the impact of tsunamis. Others are not so good. While manufacturing, Lin Xian heard footsteps. Looking back, he found that it was Xia Yuan who came over with a bowl of pear soup. Captain Lin. It's Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan came over and carefully placed the bowl of pear soup that had just been warmed up next to Lin Xian. She looked up at Lin Xian timidly, bit her lower lip and said, "I saw that you were tired all night, so I cooked you a bowl of pear soup. You drink it." "That's great, I'm so thirsty." Lin Xian was delighted when he heard it, and he accepted it directly and generously. Seeing Xia Yuan, Lin Xian felt a little warm in his heart. It should be said that it was difficult for anyone to refuse the feeling of being liked and cared for. He recalled that in Shilin City, this girl had such courage to bring Hell Black Chrysanthemum to help him lead away the abyss worms. It was hard not to be moved when he was on the verge of life and death. She was also seriously injured for this. According to Teacher Chun, her internal organs were severely squeezed and fractured on a large area. If it weren't for the Infinity's full-effect medical cabin that rescued her for more than 4 hours, the girl would have died. Even though she has recovered now, she still looks very weak. Lin Xian estimated that her physical evolution might also be affected by this. But the girl had no worries on her face at this time. Her chubby face was smiling, and she looked at Lin Xian with her big watery eyes. Seeing Lin Xian's enthusiastic acceptance, her eyes lit up and joy spread in her heart. Lin Xian took it and gulped it down. He immediately felt a clear and sweet taste flowing down his throat. The refreshing and clear feeling made him feel that the stiff muscles in his back were stretched. He couldn't help but sighed. "Tisk, it's really delicious, Xia Yuan. Your cooking skills have improved." It must be said that being able to drink this kind of drink in the Doomsday is definitely an unusual enjoyment, which makes Lin Xian feel that he will not regret killing a few more snow demons. I just cooked it casually. Captain Lin, if you like it, then I will cook it for you often in the future, okay? Xia Yuan said nervously, looking at him eagerly. This sentence did not sound like a simple inquiry. Okay, I drink it if you cook it later. Lin Xian smiled and agreed without thinking. Then he ate the soup and pear meat with relish, and the dryness and stuffiness of the western Gobi Desert seemed to be swept away at once. When Xiao Yuan heard this, her face turned slightly red, and she nodded quickly. She took the bowl and spoon from Lin Xian, like a sensible young wife, stood up and left with pink bubbles all over her body. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Yuan's back side softly, and thought to himself that she was a really good girl. Being taken care of like this, it seemed that he was more motivated to work. Lin Xian smiled at the corner of his lips, and continued to make things in his hands. Time passed by minute until the early morning. Lin Xian made a total of 4 PX-05 robots, 10 Rohrer K-23 electric rotary machine guns, and Meteorite No. 3 anti-material sniper rifles plus a large amount of 1130 ammunition, and then took out the mobile terminal, and designed the flying blade for Kiki according to her idea. The design that Kiki found belonged to a certain type of military mecha's ejection-shaped flying blade. This type of weapon was not very practical in the interstellar army, not as good as the chain sword, so it was already a very early eliminated version, and no one knew how she found it. However, Lin Xian understood Kiki's intention. This flying blade did not require a precise ultra-high voltage electric blade design, but was purely used by her as a weapon controlled by telekinesis, so he only needed to consider the material and size according to this shape to fit Kiki's use. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to make it with tungsten titanium alloy. This metal is the material for making electric knives. It is not low in hardness, and is not light in weight. The kinetic energy damage caused by telekinesis will also be relatively large. He raised his hand, and quickly made 3 sizes of configurations: small size 60 cm, medium size 100 cm, large size 150 cm, and the large size weighed more than 20 kilograms in his hand. The cold edge was sharp, and one was as high as Kiki's shoulder, which looked amazingly lethal. With the girl's current ability to control her, hundreds of tons are not a problem for her. Making 1,000 blades is only more than 20 tons, which is completely easy. Lin Xian looked at his decomposition center and preparation center. Tungsten titanium alloy type 1 is considered a third-level advanced material. He seems unable to make so many at once. If all the materials are used up, Lin Xian is worried that it will be difficult to find devouring materials in this western Gobi Desert. When the team needs to manufacture on a large scale, it will be embarrassing if there is no material. Forget it, let's test the waters for her first, make 100 blades, and then install a hidden flying blade box on the roof of the No. 2 carriage, and use it first. Lin Xian made a bunch of new blades with cold light. It was past 2 a.m. when he finally couldn't stand it anymore. In the No. 12 carriage, Lin Xian looked at the masterpieces on the ground and felt relieved. He looked at the time and said with a long sigh, "Let's sleep for 4 hours before building the weapon station." There are not many places for the weapon station in the 12 carriages of the Infinity. Carriage 2 has an electromagnetic railgun, server and information center. Carriages 3/4 are scientific research stations. Lin Xian can't use the special Cole 3 biological science research cabin to modify weapons. Carriage 5 also has an electromagnetic railgun, YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun, and machine gun tower. Carriages 6 and 7 are dining cars and material storage warehouses. Carriages 8, 9, and 10 are living cars. Carriage 11 is a mecha hangar and mechanical arm car. Carriage 12 is also loaded with 1130. Only Carriage 10, where Shuqin lives, and his own Carriage 1 are slightly empty at present. In fact, Lin Xian planned to rearrange the weapon station after merging the trains and planning the integrated power system. The tactical functions of the 1130 and electromagnetic rail guns were different. There was also the YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun, including the missile system to be built. He didn't want to do it on a whim. It would be difficult to change it after it was done. If the configuration was unreasonable, the dispatch of nearly 200 people and the defense line of the Infinite would be in chaos. After thinking about it, Lin Xian thought it was better not to rush, so he returned to carriage number 1, took a good shower, and went to bed. When Lin Xian came back, Chen Sichuan had already woken up. She immediately took over the responsibility of the rotation and watched the situation of the whole car, so that Lin Xian could sleep at ease. Lin Xian's idea was to sleep for about 4 hours and make some preparations before dawn, but he didn't expect that the explosion in Yijin had a great impact on him, so that he, Kiki and Brother Hua, the 3 of them, felt weak and heavy all over as soon as they fell asleep, and a cold feeling suddenly hit them. At that moment, Lin Xian realized that his body was definitely contaminated by a large amount of dark invasion power, but when he reacted, it was too late, and a strong negative emotion swarmed in his mind. Sadness, pain, despair, fear, and the howling of hell filled his ears. At this moment, He seemed to be connected to the painful cries of tens of billions of zombies around the world, like an endless nightmare, which completely swallowed him up the moment he closed his eyes. This was the first time that Lin Xian felt the power of the dark invasion so clearly. He was sweating all over and lying on the bed, like a ghost blocking the wall, unable to move. Die, die, you will be free when you die. I will be eaten and rotten. In the vision before him, there was an endless dark abyss filled with countless indescribable terrifying creatures. There were strange whispers in his ears, like devilish sounds. Lin Xian felt as if he was suffering from the most severe torture in the world. His fingers were broken, his face was peeled off, and his bones were eroded and his heart was scratched. He was extremely desperate. At this moment, Lin Xian wanted to shout madly, wanted to call Teacher Chen, called everyone, wanted to activate the mechanical heart, and wanted to use the force field, but he couldn't do it at all. Those fears were like billions of ants constantly crawling towards his head, drilling into his 7 orifices, and gnawing at his brain. Suddenly, the dark energy that was automatically transformed by the hell-black chrysanthemum slowly entered Lin Xian's body through the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, and his mechanical heart started to work automatically. In an instant, Lin Xian felt that all his senses and control systems seemed to be activated, and his mental power took the lead again. Not long after, the erosion pollution gradually subsided, and the pain all over his body was suppressed. Lin Xian sweated profusely, felt exhausted, and finally fell into a deep sleep. From then on, Lin Xian finally understood why the power of the dark invasion could kill tens of billions of people in the world overnight on the day of the apocalypse, and the survivors would also encounter such pressure once their willpower was depressed or injured. Fortunately, the Infinity has the artifact of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, otherwise there would be too many people on the train, and it would be impossible to control the mutations inside. In order to avoid this situation, Longchamp No. 1 arranged a carriage captain and a deputy carriage captain for each carriage. These people were selected by Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing with strong abilities and combat effectiveness. The two were not only responsible for the daily management of the carriage and the combat sequence, but also for mutual supervision. Once there was a problem, the carriage would be blocked. The distant Jiazhou city has long been covered by the No. 3-star abyss. The dark city rooftops were full of corpse crows. They were densely packed, and their gray eyes were full of parasitic nematodes. The abandoned city after the Doomsday was bleak, cramped, smelly, and hidden. All the roads, tracks, and highways out of the city, the dead and rotten survivors were eaten away by the darkness. Gaga gaga. At this time, the corpse crows suddenly began to get agitated, gradually becoming manic, forming a chain reaction, and the crows of crows rang in the Jiazhou city. Countless corpse crows flew around frantically, like a group of black thick clouds. The reason why the corpse crows were so manic was that above the sky of the airport in the high-altitude corridor far away from Jiazhou city, a huge floating shadow slowly pressed down into the air, covering all the starlight, and the entire Jiazhou city ushered in an absolute darkness. Even the outline of the city disappeared. The floating giant shadow caused a series of trembling sound waves in the air of the earth, and smoke and dust rose on the streets, like a sandstorm burying the city. Federal Star City, which was originally the first technology city of Dragon Country, and was known as the Star City, but now it is the seat of the old federal government, and has been renamed Dawn City, which means the last dawn of human civilization. The dark city buildings radiate from the twin star towers, as the center of the skyline, like a dense steel jungle. There is a huge and magnificent city ring above the inner ring of the city. It was originally the city's aerial rapid magnetic levitation track channel of the Star City, and it is also the iconic magnificent view of the Star City. Even in the low Earth orbit, this blue city ring can be seen. But after the apocalypse day, the Star City ring has been completely extinguished, and 1/3 of the passages have collapsed, leaving only a broken city giant structure, telling the afterglow of human technology. In sharp contrast, in the non-high-rise areas, countless electronic neon lights are flashing, and the streets and alleys are full of various Doomsday vehicles that are rushing to Dawn City. The federal parliament has issued a ban, prohibiting the appearance of light in areas above 100 meters. Because the height of the Dawn No. 1 defensive wall is 100 meters, at the edge of the Dawn City inner city, a huge wall rises from the ground, surrounding the entire Dawn City area, towering and majestic, and the construction is still in an unfinished state. Countless automated cranes, transport robots, and tens of thousands of dangerous construction workers are working 24 hours a day. On the 196-kilometer-long No. 1 city wall, countless signal lights flicker like beacons. That is the steel defense line under the end of the world. In addition, in the starport, area where the inner-city Twin Towers are located, there is also a built Starport No. 2 city wall, which is the last barrier of the Dawn No. 1 underground city and the Federation Starship port, and is also the place to isolate the densely populated outer city. So outside this 18-kilometer No. 2 city wall, all the Dawn City areas are collectively called Old City. The original technology capital is now like a cyber black market under the wasteland, crowded with at least 3 million people, cramped, dirty, crowded, dark, and suppressed under the heavy tidal sky. The sky was cloudy and rainy, and there was a strange smell in the old alley. The neon signs of various vulgar advertisements were crooked, and the broken light tubes flickered. The alley was quiet, with only the condensed rain on the wires dripping on the iron trash cans, making a ticking sound. Snap, the flame of the lighter flickered, and a young man wearing a black leather jacket and a hood stood in the shadow of the corner. The flickering light reflected a slightly young face. Not long after, footsteps were heard not far away. The young man stepped on the cigarette butt and lowered his head to pull the front of his hood. As the footsteps approached, a tall and gloomy man came over. The man was wearing an alternative rivet jacket and an exaggerated mohawk hairstyle, with a clear gang style. The man walked to the corner and looked back. When he found that no one was following him, he said to the young man in the corner in a hoarse voice, "Where is the thing I want?" The young man's eyes flashed, and he took out something from his leather jacket. It was a well-structured mechanical prosthesis, but it looked a little old from the degree of wear and tear. There was also a purple-red cat head graffiti sprayed on the forearm, which seemed to be the logo of a mechanical modification alliance. The man's eyes lit up at the sight, and he immediately took the prosthesis, removed the original prosthesis on his left arm, and then skillfully connected it to the gate connection port of the left arm joint. Click, the servo system started, and the man slowly clenched his fist, and a slight hissing sound was emitted under the transmission of the wrist knuckles. He clenched his fist, and the blue electric light on the fist bone flashed. Looking at the surging electromagnetic light, the man's eyes were a little excited. Not bad. After saying that, he glanced at the young man coldly, took out a micro-storage device from his pocket, and threw it to the young man. Now the people in the city are panicking, not only the patrol team, but also the garrison, and the group of people in the Angel Project have been dispatched. I can't help with this kind of thing in the future. The young man took it in his hand and looked at it, then raised his hand, and the skin on his left wrist opened automatically, revealing a data access port. After he connected the storage device, he took a deep breath, and then turned and left without saying anything. It was raining non-stop. This black rain was full of poison from the invasion of darkness, and in the dark night, there was a outer city curfew suppression order issued by the Federation, so few people appeared on the street. The young man walked briskly, walked through the streets and alleys, turned into an inconspicuous building passage, walked for a while in the dark, and began to hear deafening sounds from inside. The young man opened the door, and a noisy underground bar appeared in sight. All the customers who drank were wearing various weapons. Even the waitresses wearing super short hot pants and black fishnet stockings had 2 large caliber explosive revolvers hanging around their waists, and a small red round bead was tattooed on the slender back of her waist. It was a strange blood essence shape, revealing a charming beauty, but this tattoo also represented another meaning in Dawn City. You only need to spend 1 blood essence to have a romantic experience for a night. The young man in the hat walked through the noisy crowd and came to the corner of a booth. A man and a woman sat on the booth. Next to the booth, there stood several people with extremely high fluctuations in the spirit value. The woman was wearing a black windbreaker, with an outstanding and elegant temperament. Her presence in this dilapidated and old underground bar seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding environment, while the other man was wearing a windproof jacket, looking capable and chic. He sat in the shadows with interest and observed the various people in the bar. "Brother Jiang?" The young man walked over quickly and handed the storage device to the man. The man sitting here was none other than Jiang Yun, who had rushed up the climbing channel with Lin Xian before. The woman opposite him was the head of the Finger Group and the current leader of the Silver Star Doomsday train, Jian Shiwei. Jiang Yun reached out to take the things in the young man's hand, took out one of his small terminals, and opened the storage device. Inside, there was a surveillance video. A day ago, a case of a ghost attack occurred in the Oakland district of the Old City. This was originally the work of the City Defense Patrol. In the dark night, there were many incidents of ghosts and ghosts in Dawn City. Generally, incidents that did not cause 50 casualties were not considered major incidents. But the difference in this incident was that a convoy called Free Wind was attacked. Although the number of people in this convoy was small, more than a dozen people were all superpowers, And there were 4 violent levels. The strange thing was that all the superpowers in the entire convoy disappeared overnight. This was a very strange situation in the city, with strict surveillance and patrols and garrison. The Free Wind team has a strong reputation in the area where they are stationed. They have been involved in several night raids, and this sudden destruction has directly caused panic among all the survivors in the Oakland block. And this surveillance video is a surveillance video of that block. All surveillance networks in Dawn City are uniformly supervised by the upper level, so the acquisition of this information can be said to be top secret. The picture only lasts for 3 seconds. In the dark night, a man who is slightly taller than an ordinary person walks quickly from the corner of the street. When he is about to get close, the picture suddenly goes black. It is obvious that the surveillance is affected by some kind of electromagnetic interference. Jiangyan frowned, slowed down the speed, and played it back. He found that the man was wearing a strange bowler hat, and his clothes were like the style of another century. Because the picture was far away, even with the night vision system, he couldn't see his face clearly. Snap. A delicate finger suddenly touched Jiangyan's mobile terminal, slowly pulled it, and then clicked pause. Look here. Jian Shui pointed to the eyes of the shadow, and a faint red light seemed to appear in the picture. Jiangyan exhaled and said solemnly, Sure enough, it's this kind of red ghost, mechanical and human ghost creation. I really don't know what disgusting things the deep red world is researching all day long. Jian Shui looked at the noisy crowd in the distance and said seriously, Our people observed that Silent City is now paralyzed in Luling Forest after coming out of Star Abyss number 5. The Federation has sent people there. There are corpses everywhere outside the city, and there are mutations and red ghosts in the city. In addition to the problem of supplies, Dawn City is already in internal and external troubles. I guess that group of people finished repairing the number 1 city wall and put the city defense. After paying taxes, they will completely abandon the outer city. I think it will be difficult to repair it. Jiangyan smiled. It's not safe to hide in the underground city. If the most serious water resource problem is not solved, the so-called 100-year reserve is just a joke. Now the starship manufacturing berths in the starport are all full. People outside are not fools. How can they not guess the Federation's thoughts? Jian Shui frowned. This problem is troublesome for both the Federation and the Phoenix. No matter how advanced the technology of water purifiers is, it is meaningless if it can't stop the invasion of dark toxins. Miss Jian? Jiangyan stared at her, playing with the wine glass in his hand, and said, I have been waiting for your plan for a long time. Jian Shui's face was very calm, and she said slowly, What's the hurry? The night is coming, and this Dawn City is about to become the eye of the storm. You and I can't go anywhere, but that person has finally come. Lin Xian? Jiangyan looked expectant when he heard the words. According to the intelligence from the Fire Book of the Phoenix Order Global Radio Station, he has done something big in Shilon. Now, whether it is the Phoenix Order, the Federation, or the Adventist Organization, this mechanical mutant friend is already. Speaking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a concentrated voice. Global Target. Chapter 311. Ding ding. In the chaos, Lin Xian felt that the alarm sound of the watch seemed to be coming from far away in the darkness, gradually deafening. He realized that he was awake, or back to reality. On the big bed in the cabin of carriage number 1, Lin Xian felt that his eyelids were very heavy. Before he opened his eyes, a heat wave accompanied by a noisy howl had already poured into his brain. The brain responded immediately. Dull, hot, dry, and depressing. Lin Xian opened his eyes with dry lips. Next to the pillow was the visor of the Infinity. The heat wave and howl came from outside. Lin Xian concentrated his mind and first raised his hand to look at the watch. 11 o'clock. I actually slept for 9 hours. Rubbing his heavy head, Lin Xian recalled the experience of being invaded by darkness before falling asleep, and frowned slightly. That feeling was unforgettable, and people really didn't want to endure it a second time. He raised his hand and opened the sunshade. Ugh! Ugh! Ah! The next moment, the scorching sunlight made Lin Xian's pupils shrink, and countless withered and rotten zombie faces appeared outside the multi-layer bulletproof windows of the train. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned and sat up immediately. At this time, outside the infinite train, there was a sea of corpses. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Endless, like a tide and a sea. The corpses were like magnetic powder all over the sky, densely attracted towards the direction of the joint train. And under the train tracks, the sounds of crushing and tearing were endless. Because of long-term lack of water and bloodlust, These zombies were almost all blue-black and dry and rotten, and most of the original human clothes on their bodies turned into rags. The sun was blazing, the sky was cloudless, and the yellow sand filled the air. When Lin Xian woke up, the whole infinite train seemed to have rushed into a wasteland world. Seeing the situation outside, Lin Xian's mind was a little confused, and he quickly pressed the communicator to ask Qin Sixuan. Bang! After a while, the door was opened. Qin Sixuan took off the Black Hawk armor and wore a cool shorts. Seeing Lin Xian wake up, she immediately said, "You woke up? What's going on?" Lin Xian looked at Qin Sixuan and then at the zombies outside. "Don't worry." Qin Sixuan looked at the zombies outside and said to Lin Xian, "Since we left the polar night, there have been more and more zombies in the Gobi Desert, and after dawn, there are even more corpses." "So many?" Lin Xian looked at the dense zombies outside the car and said, "Is it troublesome?" Qin Sixuan shook his head and responded, "Don't worry, the convoy is moving normally, and these zombies have not caused much impact on us." Lin Xian reacted after hearing this. He felt the speed of the train and understood why Qin Sixuan was so calm, because these zombies had almost no impact on the armored train. The mass and kinetic energy of the 15-kilometer-long steel dragon were like a mountain. The combined power of the 22 train convoys was more than 1,000 megawatts. With the current protection of the infinity, there was really no need to worry about these ordinary zombies. Zombies are so pitiful, they can't even stay in the polar night. Lin Xian recalled seeing Chu Yin in Yubei City in his dream. There were very few zombies there, and even if there were, they remained motionless, and the entire city was almost occupied by dark creatures. Qin Sixuan said, "So we all guessed that this situation should be caused by the zombies being driven out of the polar night area by the corpse driver." Corpse driver, corpse driver. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this, thinking that this is what the corpse driver meant. This has never been officially heard from the Phoenix radio station. It seems that the Phoenix has no clear statement on this kind of phenomenon. After a sigh of relief, Lin Xian recalled his experience last night and immediately asked Qin Sixuan, "By the way, how are Kiki and brother Hua?" "Them?" Qin Sixuan said, "Pretty good, just like you. They slept for a long time, probably because you went to blow up the mushroom tower and were tired." Lin Xian immediately got up and walked towards the back car with Qin Sixuan. When he arrived at car number 2, he saw Kiki sitting in front of the information center, operating the drone to observe the situation on the path in the Gobi Desert. "Hey, you finally woke up?" When Kiki saw Lin Xian, she smiled and said to him, "How is it? Are you scared by so many zombies?" Lin Xian asked directly, "Did you feel the influence of the dark invasion when you slept last night?" Kiki frowned, shook her head first, and then nodded. "I had a nightmare, but it didn't affect me." "What's wrong?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Qin Sixuan keenly perceived the meaning of Lin Xian's words, and couldn't help asking him. Lin Xian paused, his eyes changed, and he just explained slowly, "Last night, the explosion of the mushroom tower should have infected us with a large number of dark invasions, but judging from the current situation, it should be no big deal." What surprised him was Kiki's reaction. He thought Kiki would be the same as him, but Kiki was not as serious as him. Lin Xian secretly thought that it should be the reason why Kiki and brother Hua's ability index was extremely high, and his mechanical heart. At this time, Qin Sixuan said to Lin Xian, "Oh, good news, Lian Lei woke up, and brother Shi's injury also recovered a lot. The Phoenix Society is right. Dawn is indeed of great significance to us." Lin Xian was delighted when he heard this. This is good news. According to the Phoenix Society, we have accumulated too much dark invasion power in our bodies, so we need to neutralize it during the day or with vegetable juice. If we stay in the dark all the time, we will definitely be finished," Kiki said. From Shilun City to now, the team has been in darkness. Even with the heterogeneous magic cube, everyone has absorbed a lot of dark power. This power urgently needs to be neutralized and digested. It may cause irreversible effects on the body over time. Lin Xian's mind was clearer now. He sat down beside the bed, opened the sunshade, and looked at the dense zombies in the wilderness outside and said, "Have you received any news from the Phoenix Society or other survivors' radio stations?" "We have not received any news from nearby radio stations, but we have received the Phoenix Society's global radio station." Qin Sixuan took out the dark radio station and played the recorded radio content. Zizizi. The Phoenix Society notified the world that the Nightwalker Department and Xinhua Technology have jointly developed the latest soul-dangling value detector, Spirit Compass, which can detect the peak value of one's own soul-dangling value and the concentration of dark mark by consuming blood essence and can also detect the fluctuations of strange bodies in the surrounding environment, helping all survivors find a relatively safe area to station before dark. At the same time, the Phoenix Society issued the following warning to Dark Mark. First, the marking concentration is divided into 1 to 5 levels, of which 1 to 4 levels are superimposed after being marked by different weird bodies, and the 5-level mark is marked by the S-level weird body. Second, all marks can be reduced by killing the weird body and absorbing the black air. Third, the marking concentration and the night attack are positively correlated, not absolutely correlated. If you are in the territory of the S-level weird body, even the 1-level mark will be locked. Finally, the Phoenix has urgently manufactured 3 million spirit compasses for the Nightwalker Postman group to be used for airdrops in cities around the world that are not covered by the polar night. All survivors are called upon to pick up the spirit compasses and pass them on to others to jointly defeat the night. We haven't found this spirit compass yet. When we go to Quanchum or meet other convoys, we should have a chance to see it, Qin Sichuan said. Is it free? Sasha was wearing gloves and holding an arc-pulse string vibrator excitation circuit in her hand. She couldn't help but say, "Will others be so kind to give it to us?" Kiki heard this and said, "In this day and age, why would others give you things for free? But doesn't the Phoenix Society give it for free? That's the Phoenix Society." After saying that, she looked at Lin Xian, "Or let your brother Lin skin it, and then you can make it yourself?" Lin Xian said, "We have the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, and this thing only has the function of measuring the peak of superpowers. Moreover, the Phoenix Society can make 3 million sets, and will make more in the future. It's useless to sell it at a high price. Since the Phoenix Society can make it, the blueprint for the outside world must have been released for free. By then, organizations like Silent City, the Old Federation, and various organizations with R&D and manufacturing capabilities will definitely be able to make it, and it won't be too expensive. And this thing is even easier for him. He can now scan remotely and copy mechanical structures easily." After saying that, Lin Xian pressed the communicator and began to communicate with Longshan No. 1 and other convoys. "Brother Lin, we estimate that we will reach Rob in 2 or 3 hours. I don't know if there will be fewer zombies there. If the situation is good, I want to stop and ask someone to go out to find water." As soon as Lin Xian finished asking, Sidi Yuan's voice came. Lin Xian heard this and said, "Are you short of water?" "Not at the moment." In the cockpit of Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan looked at the water level of each water tank of the train and the bottled water in the supply car, and said with a slightly gloomy face, "Just in case, after passing the Western Gobi Desert, there is still the Takhon Desert. We may have to stop if something goes wrong. At that time, water shortage will be more fatal than food shortage." Hearing Shi Diyuan's words, the captains of the other teams also expressed their approval. Lin Xian looked at Qin Sichuan at this time, and Qin Sichuan also frowned and nodded. "Yes, our current water situation is not very optimistic. The last time the Infinity replenished fresh water was when it was in Qinshui town. At that time, the water tank was fully filled, and there were also many bottled water in the supply car. But since they left Hingshan Pass, they have not replenished water resources. The concentration of dark invasion toxins in the snow water of the extreme cold vortex is extremely high, so high that even the heterogeneous magic cube will alarm. So there is no difference between being in the snowfield and being in the wilderness." When in Shilan City, Qin Sichuan did exchange some fresh water back to the car, but water is still becoming increasingly scarce. At that time, Qin Sichuan also mentioned this issue to Lin Xian, but at that time, facing the dead end of the whole city, the problem of water resources was actually the smallest problem. Now, after rushing out of the number 5-star abyss and entering the Western Gobi Desert, the fleets that had not replenished fresh water for a long time began to have red lights on water resources. Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan immediately took stock of the current water resources on the Infinity, and the result was worse than he expected. The Infinity has achieved water-oxygen circulation, and the gray water of the entire vehicle has entered the circulation and filtration system together, including bath water and sanitary water, and even the urine of men and women on the vehicle will be filtered and supplied to the number 4 green plant compartment to achieve ecological circulation. After 3 filtrations, it will be connected to the drinking water pipeline. In the case of the heterogeneous magic cube, the water in the entire vehicle will not be affected by the secondary dark invasion, but the heterogeneous magic cube and filter do not have the ability to filter the dark invasion when the water is first injected into the vehicle. It can only isolate the bacteria to the maximum extent. Only after being absorbed and neutralized by the human body, the water in the vehicle gradually becomes clean. But water cannot be used indefinitely. Human evaporation, train consumption, nuclear-powered carriage cooling systems, and even green vegetables are all gone without return. The Infinity is already in a relatively good situation among many fleets, with fewer people and more storage, but the water problem is still getting worse. We get some bottled water from Shilon City and Zero Element Center. Now I have controlled the supply of each person to half a bottle per day. If you drink it all, you will start drinking recycled water. In the number 7 material storage carriage, Chen Sichuan reported to Lin Xian. Now there are 2 major water users. One is the nuclear-powered carriage, and the other is our number 4 carriage planting room. These corpse tides also have some impact on our travel speed. According to what Brother Sher said, it will take us 2 or 3 hours to reach Rob. If we don't stop, we can't reach Uxai before dark. As for Quancheng, it will probably be the day after tomorrow. Our food resources are more than water, which is indeed a problem. Chen Sichuan said with some worry. The Western Gobi Desert is too big. According to the current situation, if we arrive at Quancheng without supplies, we will be in trouble. Even if there are, according to the Phoenix Society, the concentration of toxins in the water will be higher every night. Chen Sichuan said, there is no better way to isolate and filter the invasion of darkness at present. We can only rely on human body absorption and resistance. Quancheng is a lost city located in the Takhon Desert. It is a place more desolate than the Western Gobi Desert. From there, continue eastward and cross the Takhon Desert of more than 6,000 kilometers to reach Jinhe. Another direction is to go south to Luling or Baisha, but they are all in the desert, and it is difficult to leave in a short time. So at present, the water problem has become a big problem for all teams. Then find some water resources along the way. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. As for the toxins of the Dark Invasion, those who can survive until now should be able to resist it with their evolved bodies. It is better to filter it a few more times than to die of thirst. At least at this stage, we will not be swallowed by the dark tide for a long time. Countless zombies with black blood on their faces and withered hair rushed towards the high-speed joint train. Under the huge kinetic energy and mass, they instantly turned into a blood mist. Oh! In one of the carriages of the Sun train, a group of children were lying by the window, watching the zombie corpses explode along the way, and couldn't help but exclaim. The man in charge of guarding the carriage was a bearded man named Lao Dong. He smiled and said, "How is it? Is it very explosive? Children, watch less for a while. If you watch too much, you can't sleep at night." As the train was moving, both sides of the train were stained with dark red blood plasma, as if it had come out of a sea of blood. Lin Xian came to the number 4 planting carriage at this time. Looking at the green in his eyes, his expression was a bit complicated. Seeing this green in this world full of yellow sand is undoubtedly a relief, but at the same time, the water problem made Lin Xian have to start worrying. If the concentration of dark invasion of global water resources becomes higher and higher, one day, the fresh water directly pumped in by the Infinity will trigger the alarm of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. The polar night has not yet been completely covered, and this serious problem has been placed in front of all mankind. Lin Xian didn't know how many people were left in the world, nor how many people died every day. Looking at the dense army of zombies, which one was not a living human on the blue planet? Clang, clang, the train was running fast, and all the members of the Infinity had recovered well. Brother Hua opened all the sunshades in the carriage. He was wearing an Infinity bracelet on his hand, and he was floating in the middle of the carriage. From time to time, he used his fingers to spray fire to adjust his position to keep the speed parallel to the train. He completely ignored all the zombies and sunbathed comfortably. Since he got this strange thing, he suddenly became enlightened and felt a sense of freedom to travel freely in the world, and completely forgot about the previous Joey incident. Everyone, we may have to stop in the Rob town ahead to look for supplies, mainly water sources, and everyone should prepare. Lin Xian's voice sounded in the channel in the car. Everyone heard it, and began to wear power armor and prepare weapons. Being cautious at all times has been engraved in everyone's blood. When Lu Xingchen heard this, he immediately pressed the communicator. "Brother Lin, I am willing to go for such an important task." After Lin Xian knew that this guy could fly, he was eager to go and responded directly. "Okay, I will send you as the advance team. Just be careful not to cause any trouble." "Brother Lin, don't worry." In carriage number 1, Lin Xian had already brought the Black Hawk armor over. At the same time, 20 Thunder Falcon 2000s were neatly parked on the ground and were being charged. Chen Sichuan looked at the situation outside the window and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that our guess is right. The further we go, the less dense the zombies are. These are all driven out by the zombie drivers. Now that you mention it, I feel a little bit like the zombies. Lin Xian picked up his black gun and adjusted the power value of the magnetic control engine on it and said, Chi-Chi. Chen Sichuan also put on the armor directly at this time. The mask fell down and said with a mechanical voice, the further we go, the closer we are to the federal area. When we were at Hingshan Pass, we heard that the situation here is very complicated. I don't know how much the cost of entering Dawn City has increased from 3 blood essences. 3 blood essences. Lin Xian opened a small drawer, and inside was the iron box that Wei Kishua gave him, which also contained 3 blood essences. For someone like Wei Kishua, it is not easy to collect 3, and he is still in the Phoenix organization. For other survivors, it is conceivable that if there is no powerful person around, it would be difficult to kill 3 white giants or red centipedes. Everyone, please pay attention, we are entering Rob ahead. Chapter 312. Stefan's voice came from the communicator, interrupting Lin Xian's train of thought. Lin Xian turned around immediately after hearing this, his eyes flashing mechanically, and in an instant, the sunshades of all the carriages of the infinity opened. Outside the window, a hard-earthed Gobi desert and a desolate land covered with yellow sand came into view. The entire joint train was winding on the land. Through the window, a small town in the yellow sand no man's land gradually came into view. The scorching sun steamed up visible heat waves in the desolate Gobi wilderness. The town in the distance looked like a dried camel corpse. The rib-like electric poles were inserted diagonally between the sand dunes. The broken wires trembled slightly in the heat wave. Looking into the distance, there were large fruit and vegetable greenhouses in the wilderness. The black tarpaulins on them had long been tattered, looking like regular wounds on the earth. The platform for entering the station is an old-fashioned open-air platform. The 3 words Luobu Station on the rusted iron sheet seem to be a product of the last century. The reason why this small place has a railway is that it passes through the spring city and is rich in melons and other fruits. However, at this time, these rare fruits are no longer available. The joint train is too long. Longshan No. 1 started to notify the deceleration and braking in advance before entering the station. It slowed down for half a kilometer before the whole train finally stopped under the harsh sound of the rails. Lin Xian and Shi Yuan discussed it. They just need to send some people to check the several teams in front of them. There is no need to stay too long in a small place like this. If there is no place to replenish water, then hurry to the next area and try to stop in Oxai before dark. After the train stopped, Lin Xian arranged Brother Hua, who was eager to try, and asked Xu Qin to take Lu Chang and others. The 2 groups searched the town from the sky and the ground respectively, while Longshan No. 1 was Ning Jing and Xiao Qing Abai's combination to go together. With Abai, Lin Xian didn't have to consider asking Director Ding or Hell Black Chrysanthemum to take action. He could finally enjoy the leisure of waiting for his teammates to explore on the train. Lin Xian made more than a dozen communication posts and gave them to Xu Qin and others, asking them to place one within 2 kilometers to avoid communication damage. Kiki also released a drone to search the surrounding airspace and observe the vicinity. Under the scorching sun, the automatic door of carriage number 5 opened at this time. Before Lu Xingchen and Xu Qin went out, a dry and stuffy wave of fire came towards them. The wind on the Gobi Desert was strong and the sand fell on people's skin like a knife, and even the air was full of the smell of gravel. The power armor was not full coverage, but there was a separate gas mask kit. Lu Xingchen felt it was troublesome, so he put on a handsome windproof mask directly, and then the whole person flew out with fire on his fingertips. Xu Qin also put on the power armor and jumped down with people holding guns. Creak, the sound of teeth grinding came from the hard soil of gravel and yellow sand. A few withered zombies in the distant platform and around several abandoned houses were rushing towards the train. Whoosh, a rotating flying blade flew out quickly, cutting off the heads of these zombies in the blink of an eye. Lu Chang put away the electric knife, and then followed Xu Qin to quietly explore the town. The other train convoys that followed, some opened the windows to look through the telescope, and some raised the drone. After stopping the train, the survivors began to calm down, waiting for the exploration feedback of the advance team ahead. In carriage number 2, Kiki was operating the drone. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan were standing at the back. In the picture from the information center, the small town called Rob was as desolate as a forgotten place. It was only 100 days since the apocalypse day, and many parts of the town, where no one was removing the sand, seemed to have been covered with a thick layer of sand. Dry weeds were everywhere, and the tattered wooden doors of the shops were half hanging on the door frames, swaying in the wind and making whimpering sounds. Under the scorching sun, Only the dried zombies that could still stand and attack people were left, wandering slowly in faded and weathered clothes. The sound of the drone's rotors attracted the attention of some zombies, who raised their heads and looked for the sky with their rotten white eyes. Don't even mention water in this place. You can't even find a broken car that you can devour. Kiki looked at the surveillance screen and quickly moved the joystick in his hand. Lin Xian looked calm. It's just a small place we passed by. We will set off immediately after they inspect it. Qin Sichuan heard this and looked at Lin Xian. By the way, after leaving the Polar Night, several teams proposed that this joint team should always be united, but after I told Brother Shi that we might change the route later, their idea was dispelled. They all want to chase the Dawn Center directly to the North Line, right? Qin Sichuan nodded. Of course, after going through so much, these people want to catch up with the Phoenix Club's main force directly, which is also safer for them. I can understand this. Lin Xian said, if it is true. If we are on the same route, it is not a problem for everyone to join together. There is strength in numbers. Hey, we can join together, but we can't merge. Kiki turned around and said, we can't take care of so many people, and there are some convoys really. Qin Sichuan frowned and asked in confusion, what convoy? Lin Xian saw Kiki's expression and immediately understood. He smiled and explained to Qin Sichuan, Longshan No. 1 has investigated the situation of more than a dozen convoys except us, so they put together this joint train. Brother Shi and his team have done a good job in this regard. Then when we were in Yijin City, Sister Ning told us that the ocean team and the team was mainly engaged in some reselling business in Shilin City before. There were all kinds of people on the team, and the management was chaotic, so they had problems on the first day we entered Yijin City. In addition, there is also a Rose team. 80% of the women in the team survived by selling sex in the Doomsday, and the men were responsible for protection and pimping. There is also a team called Hell Warriors. Hell Warriors? Qin Sichuan frowned and repeated, what's wrong? But Kiki's face changed when he heard it. Lin Xian looked at Kiki with a strange expression, and then said, it's nothing. What does it mean that there are a lot of muscular men in the car? You think too much. I don't think too much. Kiki arched his nose and glanced at Sasha beside him. Sasha, have you seen your brother wearing denim shorts? Snap. Sasha, who was tinkering with the circuit maker, couldn't help shaking her hands when she heard this. The circuit maker suddenly short-circuited and burst out a string of white sparks. Immediately, Sasha turned around with a look of horror. What is this? Look! Kiki pointed at Sasha's expression. Even she reacted like this. Qin Sichuan also looked strange when she heard this. Lin Xian said calmly, so I said, we just go together, and the merger is definitely fine. And when they get to Quancheng, they will take the northern route, and only we and Longshan No. 1 will take the southern route to Jihai. What about the Queen Imo and the Joker team? Kiki responded, doesn't that woman still want to follow you? Lin Xian suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. We talk about it later. If they want to go all the way, it won't do us any harm. Qian Deli and Monica's teams are both strong, and their abilities are also very powerful. It's no problem for him to have a few more people with Jihai. Captain Lin. At this time, Shuqin's voice came from the communicator. We searched several streets, but nothing has been found so far. There have been some traces of convoys camping here, but nothing useful. On a desolate street, the road was half covered by yellow sand, and the cold tumbleweeds rolled by with the wind. Shuqin and Lu Chang stood on the corner of the street and the roof of a small building, observing the surroundings respectively. There are still a few streets and a big market. We will finish searching in about 10 minutes. Okay. Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Brother Hua, how is the situation over there? Hoo. Flying high in the sky, Lu Xingchen was enjoying the pleasure of flying freely in broad daylight. With his speed, he could see the whole town in a short moment, and the scorching air had no effect on him. Therefore, for the entire joint team, he was the happiest person in this lush desert. Brother Lin, no situation has been found yet. I will expand the search range. After saying that, Lu Xingchen smiled unrestrainedly and sprayed flames into the sky. At this time, in a farm northeast of Rob Town, more than a dozen modified off-road vehicles with exaggerated shapes and wild spikes welded all over their bodies surrounded a convoy camp that was a combination of buses and cars. These off-road vehicles were welded with barbed steel spears and had red vulture patterns on their bodies. The shapes were distorted and designed according to the Phoenix standard of the Phoenix Society. The front of the vehicle was modified into a rotary meat grinder, the blades were stained with dried flesh and blood, the doors were replaced with serrated circular saws, and the wheels were equipped with barbed chains to crush all obstacles while driving. One of the trailer trucks was converted into a steel cage, with dozens of survivors like prisoners inside. These people did not seem to be from the same team. Some of them wore special metal masks and bracelets and anklets, which seemed to be prepared for people with special abilities or enhancers. Apart from that, most of the people in the carriage were men, children and some older women. Some of the survivors who had just been caught on the bus were screaming wildly, trying to break free from the cage, because in a warehouse in front of the prison van, dozens of thugs were reveling wantonly. These people were all fully armed, wearing riveted jackets or alternative vests and windbreakers. They were shouting wildly at this time. There were 6 or 7 women in the crowd who were beaten with kicks and gun butts, and most of their clothes were stripped off. The thugs tied their hands and feet with iron chains and tied them to abandoned wooden boxes and then lined up to violate them. There were still several executed survivors lying on the ground, and the hot blood plasma had not yet cooled down. For a while, the whipping of the onlookers, the crying of the women, the roar of the teammates, the rampant screams of the thugs, and the howling zombies outside the barbed wire of the farm formed a hellish scene of human depravity in the Doomsday wasteland. The leader of this thug team was nicknamed Brother J, and he was a squad leader of the Red Vulture group. Unlike the other subordinates, he was wearing a clean white shirt, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was greased and neatly groomed, looking like a sophisticated middle-class person in a big city. But the opposite style was that he was holding a Nepalese army knife in his right hand, and pulled a middle-aged man, who was tied up and struggling in front of one of the girls. The girl was the youngest among the women, and was tied to the edge. Although her clothes were stripped off, she was not violated first, as if she was left there for him. The girl was crying as she watched the leader slash the middle-aged man's shoulder in front of her. Blood immediately flowed like a pillar, and the middle-aged man screamed in pain. "Ah! Dad!" The girl's face was pale, and her eyes were red as she cried hysterically. She seemed to have completely collapsed and lost her mind. She frantically tore the iron chain, and the barbs on the iron chain cut her feet and hands into a bloody mess. Hearing the girl's cry, a group of thugs around her smiled strangely, and Brother Jay's eyes immediately showed a crazy trend, revealing a weird sense of a gentleman in this doomsday wasteland. He was refreshed. The woman's reaction seemed to stimulate his strange habit. He immediately unzipped his pants and said to the girl, "Yes, yes, that's the expression. Keep shouting, look at your dad and shout. Ah! Let her go." The middle-aged man's eyes were red, and he screamed in pain. At this time, he seemed to have forgotten the knife wound on his body. At this time, a glare of telescope flashed on the roof of the big truck of the thugs' convoy. The man in charge of surveillance changed his face, and picked up the walkie-talkie while watching. "Brother Jay, it's terrible. Rob has a big guy." Brother Jay, who was about to get into the state, heard the voice on the walkie-talkie, and his crazy face stopped immediately. He immediately pulled up his zipper and shouted coldly to the people around him, "Stop playing. In the Western Gobi, you can't be careless at any time, especially the information of your stalker." All the thugs are very clear about this. In an instant, whether they hadn't played yet or were in the middle of the invasion, they all pulled up their pants, picked up their guns, and began to be alert outside. Brother Jay immediately returned to the car, picked up the electronic telescope, and looked in the direction of the stalker. Suddenly, his pupils condensed. In the distance of Rob Town, a fully armed Doomsday train was like a long steel dragon with no end in sight. The sides of the carriage were soaked with blood and flesh, like a chariot of destruction rushing out of hell. Just seeing this momentum, Brother Jay's face immediately changed, and he immediately gave an order. "It's a big force coming from Shillong, retreat quickly." Just by looking at it, Brother Jay knew that this was an existence that his team could never afford to offend. The other party would definitely explore when they stopped in Rob. Fortunately, they didn't have to go on the track. As long as they rushed into the depths of the Gobi before being discovered, these rail trains would not be able to do anything to them. As soon as the voice fell, all the thugs got on the car, and the engine of the modified metal chariot began to roar. A thug who got on the car took out a fire bomb and prepared to throw it at the warehouse to burn the group of white women who didn't have time to finish playing. As a result, a big bearded man in the front row of him turned around and slapped him in the face. Brother Jay said to retreat, which means not to cause any noise. "Are you stupid?" Just when the convoy was about to start, the person in charge of surveillance seemed to see something, pointed at the sky, and shouted with his mouth wide open, "Oh no, it's a flying mutant!" The voice instantly spread through the intercom to all the cars, and everyone immediately drew their guns and loaded them, ready to engage the enemy. "Fuck, shoot him down! Run!" At this time, in the sky, It was Lu Xingchen who came to search for Rob Town. After flying around the town and finding nothing, he expanded the scope, and then saw the farm with a big water tank from a distance. With an idea in his mind, he immediately flew over with a whistling sound. Lu Xingchen, who was high in the sky, saw those vehicles and thought it was a survivor's convoy. He wanted to negotiate and inquire, but when he got closer, he saw corpses all over the ground and prisoner cars loaded with people. When he reacted, a hint of frust instantly appeared on his face. Duh. At this time, the vehicles below started shooting into the air first. At the same time, those vehicles also accelerated and started, and the wheels rolled up yellow sand and dust, as if they were preparing to escape. Dare to kill and rob in front of me. Today is the day you are waiting for death. Boom, the convoy below was rushing, dozens of guns were shooting at the sky, but the next moment, a giant fireball as big as a basketball court seemed to cover up the light of the scorching sun, and it came from the sky. Fire fist. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the scorching sun, dozens of Doomsday vehicles drove out of the horizon in the heat wave. On a Gobi desert outside the Infinity, hundreds of people gathered. These people were the captains, or backbone elites of the 22nd Convoy. At the same time, on the roof of the joint train, electromagnetic guns, 1130, various machine gun sentry towers, and countless patrolling personnel with guns protected this area tightly. The zombies in the distance were solved in advance before they approached. Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan, Kiki, Shi Diyuan of Longshan No. 1, Qian Deli of the Joker team, Monica of the Queen Mo, Liu Yang, Li Yi and others stood together, watching the convoy coming from a distance. Soon, the team members sent by Longshan No. 1, together with Xu Qin, Lu Cheng, Ning Jing, Xiao Qing and others, drove all the vehicles of the Red Vulture group and the looted convoy over, including the iron cage prison van. The dozens of people crowded in the prison van were terrified at this time. Seeing this mighty long steel dragon, many of them widened their eyes and swallowed nervously. The sudden change of the farm also made the group of robbed prisoners a little overwhelmed, not knowing what kind of fate they would face next. Crash. After the leading truck stopped, Xu Qin and Xiao Qing led people to throw the remaining 7 or 8 thugs off the car, including Brother Jay in a white shirt. All the weapons of these people were disarmed, and they were also put on their own iron chains. And the bus was full of the survivors of the robbed convoy. Several women who were violated were wrapped in clothes and trembling all over. Some were unconscious, and some were crying. The companions around them were taking care of them. Whoosh, with a sound of breaking through the air, Brother Hua fell from the sky and stepped directly on Brother Jay's back. The huge force made Brother Jay almost vomit his internal organs and spurted blood. Fuck you, do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will all die. Brother Jay's mouth was full of blood, and he looked around at Lin Xian and his people with angry eyes. He was a prisoner at this time, but he was still arrogant. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian with some apology. Just now I saw this group of beasts bullying men and women, and they lost their humanity. I was so angry that I accidentally burned a few more people. Lin Xian glanced at Brother Jay on the ground and asked Lu Xingchen, how many people died? There should be more than 40 of them, and only these 7 are left. Ning Jing pulled a thug out of the trunk and threw him directly from a long distance, like a sandbag. The thug fell to the ground with a bang, smoke and dust rose, and a sound of broken bones came. He fainted without even a wailing sound. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Qing beside her. The blade of the girl's gun was covered with blood. If I didn't stop them, they would have been gone. Xiao Qing suddenly looked at the 7 thugs on the ground. Her face seemed to be emotionless. If Ning Jing hadn't called them, there would probably be no one alive. Despicable people, damn it. Xiao Qing spoke in a rare cold voice, and Lin Xian couldn't help but look at her. The girl's tone of voice seemed to be ancient. He wondered if it was not 2069 now. Could Brother Hua's problem still be contagious? Fuck, this kind of beast, just kill it, why bring it back? Shi Diyuan glanced and said loudly. There must be a reason. Qian Deli looked at the outfits and chariots of this group of people. These vehicles are specially modified for the Gobi and desert roads, which means that they are not migrants, but sand bandits stationed in the Gobi in the west. Shi Diyuan frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, do you want to pry something out of their mouths? Kill them, if you want to die, kill them, and see if you can get out of this wasteland. Before Lin Xian spoke, Brother Jay suddenly shouted again. Stop making so much noise. Kiki just heard what these guys did from the communicator, and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. At this time, she pinched Brother Jay's mouth with 2 fingers and closed it directly. In an instant, all the teeth burst and the blood plasma could not be sprayed out. Lin Xian gestured to Shu Qin, who came out and kicked Brother Jay on the shoulder, turning him over. She then used a gun to unbutton his shirt. At this time, a dark golden hexagonal device suddenly appeared on the left chest of the man, as if it was embedded in his heart. Is this the device? Yes. Shu Qin nodded. According to him, they have a Desert Iron Alliance of more than 10,000 people, and they are united by interests. The thing on him is called the Iron Alliance Order. As long as his heart stops beating, all the Iron Alliance convoys in the surrounding area will attack us. Yes. At this time, another thug also shouted, "Dare to mess with us, you will never get out of this desert, and all the people in the Iron Alliance will unite to bite you to death." Bullshit. Sure, Yuan glared at him. Do you think I'm a fool? Can your thing have such a signal? It's true. At this time, the prisoner. In the car, a young man with a sunburned face grabbed the iron fence and said in horror, "These sand bandits are united, specializing in robbing the convoys heading to the Phoenix Society and the Federation. The thing on his body can transmit regional signal packets, just like a radio station. If the signal packet in the area is not responded to every 3 hours, other convoys in the surrounding areas will be linked together and rush over here together. There will be more and more people. That's how our convoy was bitten to death by them. Yes, our convoy was also targeted in this way. They are hungry wolves." Another middle-aged man in the prison car also gritted his teeth and said, "So that's it. No wonder you can be so tough when you are about to die." Sure, Yuan sneered. 10,000 people alliance? Want to scare me? Signal packet. Qian Deli crossed his arms and said, "It sounds like the same principle as the Phoenix Society's fire book signal packet. These sand bandits are fighting for their own interests. How could they unite?" Li in the crowd was puzzled. Indeed, this is a bit unreasonable. Luo Yan also spoke. Lin Xian. Jin Sichuan whispered in Lin Xian's ear, "This guy is still so arrogant now. Does he really have such a reliance?" Lin Xian looked at Brother Jay and found that he was hesitant with blood all over his mouth, so he winked at Kiki beside him. Well. After being released by Kiki's telekinesis, Brother Jay's heart was full of horror and fear. It was too terrible. This group of people was really too terrible. The means emerged one after another. He, the leader of the team, had no ability to resist in front of the younger brother, and the captains in front looked even more unfathomable. At this time, Brother Jay knew that he was almost dead. Under the instinct of survival, his adrenaline soared, and he emerged with a sense of arrogance and tyranny, covering up the fear in his heart. He struggled to get up from the ground and used his mouth. In a slurred voice, he said with blood foaming, "Don't believe it? Then kill me, ha ha ha, such a long train, full of treasures, beauties, and a lot of supplies. We have been spotted by the Iron Alliance, and we have dug up your tracks, making it impossible for you to escape. Hee. Seeing you come out to find resources, you must be short of water. In this area, even the army dares not to mess with us. Even if I die, it will be a great gift to the Iron Alliance. The other brothers of my Red Vulture group will enjoy it, ha ha." When these words came out, everyone's face changed. Who would have thought that a small thug convoy would dare to turn around and threaten their joint train of more than 4,000 people, but his words really made the people in the dozens of convoys present a little suspicious. If what he said was true, then these hyenas wandering in the wilderness are indeed a threat that cannot be underestimated. Once they are targeted, although your train has strong defenses, they are not strange bodies, and will not fight you head-on. Instead, they will destroy the tracks along the way as he said, and then disperse and harass you. They will suddenly attack you at night, and attract strange bodies to surround you. That is the real trouble." Thinking of this, some team leaders began to look a little ugly. It was easy for them to kill these people, but they had no idea about the consequences. At this time, they could only turn their eyes to Lin Xian and Shi Yuan to see how these core figures would decide. Ning Jing's face was slightly cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Oh really? The weapons on our train are all prepared for monsters. I just don't know if your Iron Alliance is enough for us to kill. Humph, a group of wild dogs are worthy of threatening our infinity." Lu Xingchen gathered fire with one hand and shouted sternly, "Even if there are another 100,000 people like you, it's not enough for me to kill. Brotherhood is domineering." Sha couldn't help but cast a look of approval at Lu Xingchen. "That's right, we have killed even the S-level weird bodies, so why are we afraid of the threat of these caterpillars?" Delu stood forward silently with the steel-cutting sword, staring at a few people. As long as Lin Xian said something, he could immediately send this group of scum to hell. I didn't expect that the Doomsday Sand Bandits could actually play the game of alliance. The wolf pack tactics are really interesting. In the crowd, Monica was wearing high heels and fanning herself with her hands. The team members behind her even held up a parasol for her. She continued with a calm smile, "But you made a wrong calculation when you met us. Our train can run without tracks. As for your Iron Alliance, I don't know if you really have the courage to besiege by a wolf pack." She said this with great confidence, which gradually froze the crazy smile on Brother Jay's face. His eyes kept flickering. In front of him were the Infinity and Queenemo. The armor of the carriages of these two trains was extremely advanced. There were electromagnetic rail guns and 1130 terrifying gun muzzles on the tops pointing at them. The fire control lights of the arc pulse string vibrator flickered slightly. He couldn't understand the trains, and didn't know whether the Infinity and Queenemo really had all-terrain mobility, but he could see that the Doomsday train in front of him was very advanced. So Brother Jay was a little panicked at this time. If he died, although the Iron Alliance would definitely react, he knew that it was not about his life or death, but because he had passed on a message about a prey to other teams. Facing this joint train, whether it succeeded or failed in the future, it had nothing to do with Brother Jay. If he died, he died. So he panicked, but he still looked stern. This was his only chance to survive. Even if he survived, it was better than dying immediately. Brother Lin. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Shi Diyuan turned sideways to look at Lin Xian, lowered his voice and said, "Sister Mo is right, playing the trick of the devil is easy to deal with, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Their Iron Alliance does not seem to be a simple organization, but they want to control us with a few words, which is too disrespectful of us." That's right. Kiki also came over. Even if these people kill them all, it's a bargain for them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he swept across the vehicles and the iron cage prison car, and then he walked straight to Brother Jay with blood on his face. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. Brother Jay was shocked to see a rather young man walking towards him. He could tell from the reactions of others that the young man was the leader of this long iron dragon. He immediately felt a little more contempt. It seemed that this was definitely a group of cars organized by some rich young master. From the perspective of form, the longer he lives now, the more it shows that the other party is beginning to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Brother Jay's eyes became more hopeful, and he began to become confident. Lin Xian walked over and glanced at the group of thugs in strange clothes. His face looked very serious. "You mean, as long as we don't kill you and you are alive, there will be no such problems?" Brother Jay fixed his eyes when he heard this. What the other party said was what he was most worried about, but he had already thought of a strategy to deal with it. "Hey, it doesn't matter. You can probably lock me up, or cut off my hands and feet, and throw me in the wilderness. If you lock me up, the signal device on my body will expose your position. If you make me live a life worse than death, I will die directly. Anyway, I have a miserable life." He stared at Lin Xian with a provocative look on his face, and said arrogantly, "And you will suffer the old punishment." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. "Then it seems that I can only let you go? Ha ha ha. It's up to you, you choose, idol." Brother Jay laughed crazily with blood all over his mouth. At the same time, several of his tied brothers around him also laughed. Seeing Brother Jay's arrogant appearance, the others were all black at this time. Lin Xian looked around at everyone, as if he had considered for a while, and then said to Brother Jay, "It's impossible to let you go. The problem you mentioned really worries me. It seems that we can only lock you up first and find another way." Brother Jay's face froze slightly when he heard this, but he didn't stop smiling. In fact, he knew that the other party would basically not let him go, but now at least he still had a chance to live, so he made the right bet. As for what kind of suffering he would suffer, or finding another opportunity to escape, that would be troublesome later. Looking at Lin Xian's expression at this time, he felt a little relieved. He was indeed a leader with no courage. Even he couldn't play with such a person, and he still wanted to play with their Iron Alliance. He would be a piece of meat on the chopping board sooner or later. "It's up to you." Brother Jay laughed strangely, and his smug expression made people want to pinch him to death immediately. But Lin Xian looked at the white shirt on him and said with interest, "Not bad, you can still have such a style in such a remote place. You should have been doing well before the apocalypse day. You are so tender and delicate. I really have to treat you well." Brother Jay's face suddenly became a little inexplicable when he heard Lin Xian's words. What does delicate skin and tender flesh mean? Who knew that after Lin Xian finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and shouted to the back, "Brother Dadong. Hey! Captain Lin." A magnetic and majestic male voice responded from the back of the crowd, And then Brother Jay saw a group of people suddenly began to retreat, especially some men, all of whom had strange expressions. Some were surprised, some gasped, some reacted and gloated, and some looked resistant. Click, click. At this time, 4 or 5 tall and mighty strong men walked in quickly from the back of the crowd. These people looked to be in their 30s or 40s, and their bodies looked like they came from the fitness circle, with surging muscles and strong bodies like bulls. The shortest one was at least 185 centimeters tall. The leader was a standard big guy, with a Mediterranean face, a beard, curly chest hair under a tight vest, and tattoos all over his arms. Although these guys look very majestic and powerful, many people here know that the big guys in the Hell Warriors team all have a preference for men, and even ordinary men dare not look directly at them. What are you going to do? Jay looked at the big guys who suddenly came out, and his face changed. Lin Xian ignored his words, turned around and looked at Brother Dadong and said seriously, Brother Dadong, these guys robbed the team and raped women. I want to ask you, how should we deal with them? Dadong was a little confused when he heard Lin Xian's words. Why did he ask him such a question? So he blurted out, this kind of bastard must be killed. What I despise most is this kind of man who bullies women and weak people. Ugh. That's right, it's best to kill them directly. Kill them! The several strong men around him also echoed, and then Dadong changed the subject and said to Lin Xian respectfully, but let's listen to Lin Xian. Let's follow the team's arrangements. I do what you say. Lin Xian nodded and said to him with an embarrassed look, that's what I think. Let's lock them up first and teach them a lesson. But there are women and children on our bus. They definitely don't want to stay with these guys. I heard that your car is relatively empty. Otherwise, can you help? Dadong was stunned when he heard it, and then he immediately reacted. At this time, he looked at Brother Jay and his eyes lit up. He swallowed hard and said, Captain Lin, I understand. He looked at the bus, and then smiled at Brother Jay. TSK, don't worry, Captain Lin, you hand over these delicate, not sons of bitches to us. We will definitely take good care of them for you, and definitely hand them over to you in one piece. As he spoke, he twisted his thick neck with a playful look, making a crisp sound. The other big guys also reacted, all of them smiled, and even breathed a little heavier. The way they looked at these thugs changed from glaring at the beginning to playful and appreciative. Oh, Captain Lin really trusts us. I hate rapists the most, I must do them. I must kill them. Not. Great, I was saying that this place is boring. Brothers, catch him. Jay and the thugs felt the eyes of these people at this time, and couldn't help shivering. He looked at Lin Xian fiercely, and shouted angrily. Don't play these psychological tactics with me, I don't buy it. Lin Xian ignored him, smiled at Dadong, and waved his hand immediately. After receiving the order, Dadong and his men glared and immediately walked forward to drag and carry the thugs towards the train behind. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am? The last Brother Jay looked at Dadong walking towards him, and said in horror. Dadong had a bit of an evil smile in his eyes, and whispered in a tone that only Brother Jay could hear. I heard that you like to hear people call you daddy. Don't worry, baby, I will let you call enough later. Brother Jay took a breath of cold air when he saw this, and his eyes were scattered. Before he could struggle, he was grabbed by Dadong, pulled hard, and carried on his shoulders. Even so, he was still struggling frantically, staring at Lin Xian with blood foam in his mouth and roaring. Kill me quickly. At this moment, all the onlookers had complicated and strange expressions. Some men couldn't help but grit their teeth and gasp, as if they could imagine what kind of fate Brother Jay and his men would face. The air seemed to be filled with a sad atmosphere. Even Delu leaned to the side. Although they were both towering men, Delu felt that his preferences were relatively normal. If he met such a guy, he would definitely kill him. Ning Jing and others here looked at Lin Xian's arrangement. Although they were relieved, they couldn't help but say after they left, Captain Lin, if you hand the people over to them, I'm afraid they won't survive. Lin Xian turned around and said calmly, I didn't tell them to live. Didn't Brother Dadong say that they should be kept safe and sound? He looked at the bus and sneered. It's a pity to kill these scumbags directly. Since they like to rape others, it's better to let them experience the feeling of being raped before dying. This is fair. Ah? Lin Xian's words caught everyone off guard. Monica looked at Lin Xian with interest. Don't you care about the Iron Alliance he mentioned? What can I do if I care? It's just a show of strength to scare people. Qian Deli sneered. I think he is right. He will never release him. He is treating us like fools. Damn it. Shi Diyuan crossed his arms and said sternly, "Yes, what are you afraid of? We will fight back when the enemy comes. We may meet many people from the Iron Alliance when we pass by this place. Do they have such means that we are just mice seeing a cat and have to hide? Humph, I don't believe it. That's not what I meant." Lin Xian shook his head calmly, raised his hand, and waved it. In front of everyone, he directly performed mechanical manufacturing. Countless tiny materials flew out, and were quickly forged and assembled in the air. It didn't even take a minute. Soon, the golden hexagonal life-binding signal device on Brother Jay's chest was directly made by Lin Xian, and then he said calmly, "It sounds mysterious, but it's actually a very simple physical sign and radio wave device. The most complicated thing is that there is a unique signal feature, which should be their identity code." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he reacted from his anger just now. So Brother Lin wants to use this thing to replace the original, so as not to trigger the signal of his death? Oh, so stupid. Before he finished speaking, the small girl Shasha in the crowd immediately rolled her eyes at him, and said with a puffy mouth, "I thought you were so domineering just now." "Ah? I guess Brother Lin's intention wrong again?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. Qin Sichuan smiled slightly. "You think, carrying this thing and carrying him are not the same thing, but it becomes the tracking signal of the Iron Alliance. So Lin Xian's intention is to put this thing simulating a life signal far away, so that we can avoid the trouble of the Iron Alliance." Kiki smiled and said, "Yes, we could also trace the path of the Red Vulture group, dig out its nest, and catch them off guard. Aren't they robbing the convoys that defected to the Phoenix Society and the Federation? Maybe we can find a lot of resources along the way. Isn't this turning passive into active?" Qin Sichuan and Kiki's words instantly enlightened everyone present, and everyone looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian looked back at the two women. "Good guy, each one knows me better than the other, and I am almost a worm in his stomach. Wow. Good idea. This works. I think it works. It's worthy of being Captain Lin. Haha, that guy thought we could control him? We are worried about the lack of resources. I think we can do two things at the same time. All the survivors agree that we should kill every one of these convoys." "Yes." "Oh." Shi Diyuan clapped his hands and said happily, "We are worried about not being able to find water resources, and these guys are delivering it to us. Let's be desert bandits for once, ha ha ha." Lin Xian nodded and looked across the desert. This place is deserted, sparsely populated, and full of zombies. It is not easy to find water, but these desert bandits must have a way. Since they are delivered to the door, let Dadong and his team squeeze them first to see what information they can squeeze out. I will also trace the route of the convoy's movement, and I should be able to find a lot of useful things. Some troubles cannot be avoided and others will come to us, so it is better to take the initiative, and the locals are definitely more troublesome than these outsiders. To be familiar with, seeing the group of people in the prison car, Lin Xian guessed that this group of people might be doing some kind of human trafficking business, and the resources that can be touched in these places must have been touched long ago. If you want to find resources, it is easiest to look directly from these sand bandits. Lin Xian thought that he explained this very clearly, but as soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at him with a complicated look. Squeeze, what a ghost word. Just now you were obviously helpless in front of that Brother Jay, and you didn't consider whether he was dead or alive at all, and you didn't care about the threat of the group of wolves from the Iron Alliance, but you were thinking about what torture method to use to make the other party more doubtful of life? The solution you came up with was to let the big guys on the train squeeze these tender thugs? You are really good. Satan will find you to open a training class when he comes, and the weird body seems amiable in front of you. Chapter 313. Bang! The steel cage was opened, and dozens of survivors captured by Brother Jay regained their freedom. Half of them were members of the Rob Bus team. Basically, all the combat-capable people in the team were captured. Of course. If it was a woman, even if she was combat-capable, she would be played with by this group of people first. Dad. The girl on the bus got off the bus and rushed to the middle-aged man with a slashed shoulder. Thank you. The middle-aged man looked pale, and it seemed that he had just recovered from despair. Based on some sympathy, Lin Xian asked Xu Qin to return their vehicles and the stolen supplies to the team. Some teams and other train groups also sent them some things, which was considered mutual assistance in the Doomsday journey. The remaining people were all survivors from other teams. Judging from their condition, they had been locked up in this iron cage car for at least 2 or 3 days. They were all very excited when they were released. Some of them were wearing helmets and anklets, and they were people with superpowers. Lin Xian discussed with other teams. So some of these people were incorporated into some small train groups of the joint train, and some joined the bus team, otherwise these people would have to be exposed in the wilderness. However, these people's combat effectiveness was not weak, and the ocean was eager to grab it. Lin Xian picked up one of the anklets, and found that there was actually a remote-controlled high-voltage discharge device on it, which was specially used to restrict some low-level superpowers. In addition, the Red Vulture group, a team of more than 40 people, actually had 2 vehicle-mounted arc pulse cannons and 20 standard rocket launchers, as well as various types of explosives, ammunition, and even self-destructing drones. It didn't look like a wild way at all, which made Lin Xian and others notice something unusual. At the same time, the United Train Corps also obtained a lot of useful information from this group of captives. The most important of these is the information about the Desert Iron Alliance mentioned by Brother J. It is said that this Iron Alliance is a bandit alliance that has only emerged in the western Gobi and Tagan Desert in the past month or so. It has become notorious for its brutality and plunder in a short period of time. Although the major survivor alliances and even the interstellar army stationed in the Phoenix Society in Jinha and other places are constantly besieging it, the strange thing is that this force has not been eliminated, but has continued to grow. Relying on this Mad Dog Alliance model that attracts siege by provoking one person, the fleeing survivors can't avoid it. The people of this Iron Alliance will directly rob and kidnap when they encounter weak ones, and flee when they encounter large car groups by relying on the vast uninhabited terrain of the Gobi Desert, and then organize more Mad Dog teams to counterattack. If it weren't for the large-scale Alliance convoy, a large convoy of hundreds of people would have no way to deal with this group of people. In order to avoid trouble, even those Alliance convoys wanted to simply give out some supplies as tolls. But this does not necessarily mean that they can sit back and relax. Maybe they bribed a certain Sand Bandit team, but they might encounter another one before dark. In this Doomsday, the thugs of the Sand Bandits will not talk to you about any morality. After all, the goal of the survivors is to escape, and this group of Sand Bandits are completely extreme Doomsday thugs. They built a secret base in the Gobi Desert, just like a Doomsday carnival. You should pass through Oxai next, right? Just as everyone on the joint train was cleaning up and preparing to set off, the young man, with a sunburned face, spoke to this side. Yes, do you know anything? Sure, Yuen responded directly. The young man hurriedly said, I know a piece of information. I don't know if it is useful to you. There is a large caravan stationed in Oxai. The leader of the caravan claims that he knows a secret route that can bypass all the Sand Bandits and go directly to Quancheng. Let us buy this secret from him at the price of 5 people for 1 first-level blood essence. What? Everyone exclaimed. 1 blood essence for 5 people. Does anyone believe this? It's a lie. Announce it to the public? Sure, Yuen glared and laughed and cursed. What a crazy idea. Is the Sand Bandit a fool? Or is it that the Sand Bandit can't hear or see the information he sent to the public? So why let people pass? Lin Xian noticed something unusual and asked the young man, You mean, you were attacked because you didn't pay the toll? The young man nodded quickly and explained, In fact, we didn't believe it at first, but the people in the convoy said that they had negotiated with the Sand Bandits, and most of the blood essence had to be handed over to the Iron Alliance, so it's not a route in essence, it's just a toll. So I understand. Qian Deli stared at him and said, after talking for a long time then, the gang is actually in the same group as the bandits. Hey, if it's the bandits, why don't they just rob them all, and go through all this trouble? So it must be a lie. The young man shook his head with a dark face and said, I don't know if it's true, but I know that this large group of vehicles has been stationed in Oxai for 2 weeks and has never been attacked by bandits. And because of the problem of the Dark Mark, they don't allow other teams to spend the night in Oxai. At that time, many teams with us didn't dare to go deep into the Gobi Desert for fear of encountering bandits, and they were also worried about the night, so they chose to stay around Oxai and hug each other. But at night, there were so many zombies and strange bodies, so everyone couldn't resist and either paid the toll or took a detour. Our team took a detour at that time, and the result was interesting. Lin Xian said with interest. The bandits in the Sand united and formed an alliance. Even the Phoenix Federation could not clear them out. After spreading their bad reputation, they found an agent to collect tolls, which not only prevented the convoys from making a desperate counterattack, but also collected tolls without shooting. They are really good at it. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. After hearing his analysis, they all had complicated expressions. This bandit alliance seemed to be much more difficult than they imagined. The idea of this alliance is really rampant. Qian Deli clicked his tongue and said, They are only allowed to bully others, and others are not allowed to provoke them. They also want to collect tolls. They are really arrogant. Humph! That's because they didn't touch us. Kiki snorted and crossed his arms. These guys are too hateful. If they dare to provoke us, we will definitely crush them all to death. This method is acceptable. I agree very much. Lu Xingchen, who had been silent, couldn't help but raise his eyes slightly when he heard this, and responded in a stern voice. Ning Jing frowned and said, "For us, we are indeed worried that they will attack the tracks." Lin Xian looked at her and smiled helplessly. This is the point that people are more troublesome than strange bodies. When evil people want to kill you, it is not you who decides whether to cede land or pay compensation. Since they are sand bandits, the only way to solve the problem is to kill them. That's right. Shi Diyuan shouted sternly. Whether it's looting or tolls, I see this time. The monsters of Shilin didn't scare us. Can a group of sand bandits skin me alive? At most, we will fight. That's right. These scums can't deal with strange bodies, so they only dare to deal with their own people. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They had just rushed out of the sea of blood and corpses. They knew that even if they were worried about this situation, it would be meaningless. It would be better to make adequate preparations. And Lin Xian used his mechanical ability to temporarily turn this crisis into an opportunity for initiative, which was an opportunity for them. Just like Shi Diyuan said, it would be better to be a desert bandit. They could take the initiative to solve the problem, and have the opportunity to obtain resources. Now their joint team is strong and in urgent need of resources. There are all kinds of people from all over the world. How could they be fooled by a group of desert bandits? Qi, Wu. At 1300 hours, the joint train stopped in Luobu town set off again, aiming to rush to Oxai before dark. In the number 2 carriage, Kiki was using Brother J's signal device to copy the device made by Lin Xian for data analysis. The backbones of the Infinity also gathered here to discuss the situation. Even Luo Yang and Li Yi were called by Lin Xian to run in the team in advance. Lin Xian had created an additional analog signal and placed it in a corner of Luobu town, and the one on Brother J had been shut down by him. The 7 people were handed over to the 80-something strong men of the Hell Warriors team to take good care of them. Delu sat on the sofa with a gun in his arms, and Lu Xingchen next to him was playing with the Infinity Ring in his hand. They usually spoke less, so they just had to listen quietly. Captain Lin, I think this group of sand bandits should not just be here to rob. Li was pregnant. It was her first time to come to Lin Xian's Infinity. She was still a little restrained on her face, but she still actively expressed her thoughts. We have encountered this kind of thug team in the past. They burned, killed, looted, and did everything. Although they were bad, they were not stupid. They built a big cage to catch people, and brought them back. There must be some purpose. I think so too. Qin Sichuan nodded and said that special headgear and hinge are not something that an ordinary small car team can get, which means that when they attacked the car team, they were ready to kidnap those superpowers. Human trafficking? Kiki sat on the swivel chair, holding his chin with his hand and analyzed. What's the purpose? Could it be to sell it to those Advent organizations? Shu Qin responded seriously. For example, the previous Foundation and the Crimson World, didn't they all use superpowers for biochemical experiments? That makes sense. Luo Yang raised his glasses and responded seriously. That's why they have a steady stream of resource support and are becoming more and more rampant. Then why are they collecting tolls again? Lu Chang said. Kiki said, it's easy. If you collect the toll, you can't rob again. It's just to paralyze others. Who will really believe the bandits in this environment? I think it's easiest to just wipe them out. Lin Xian sat at the edge, observing the dark golden hexagonal life information device with a face as dark as water. Hey Lin Xian, do you see what it's all about? Kiki leaned back and looked at Lin Xian. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on him. This thing looks small, but the exquisiteness of the internal design is no less than the Phoenix Order we got. Lin Xian exhaled and said, so you guessed it right. There must be a powerful organization behind this group of bandits, not just an alliance like this. But I am a little confused now, especially the convoy in Oxai. What exactly is going on? If there is a powerful organization that brings the sand bandits together, exchanges interests, and lets them kill, rob, and kidnap in the western Gobi Desert, it is relatively simple to understand. But the toll sounds a bit contradictory. So it seems that what Kiki said is the most reasonable, and the biggest possibility is nothing more than a trick of plundering and robbing. How about it? What useful information can be traced back? Lin Xian felt that his thoughts were a bit confused, so he focused on the information package analysis that came with the Iron Alliance order. Not so fast. Kiki pointed to the screen at this time. This thing is essentially a mobile shortwave transmitter, which integrates environmental radio wave storage technology, but we don't have satellite positioning, so this kind of information packet can only find the location through mobile direction finding. I have used an omnidirectional antenna to scan the target frequency band, lock the area with the strongest signal, and searched for reflected signals all the way. And I can only find the ones with the highest overlap. The signal is still very weak at present, and we have to drive a distance to know it. She turned her head and said, if we go in the opposite direction, then we can't do it, but if we can find a few more, it will be easier to remove duplicate information. Not the other way around. Lin Xian said, their lair will only be in the opposite direction of the polar night, and it will only be lost if it exceeds the range of the antenna. Lin Xian, our route will definitely pass through Oxai. What do you think? Qin Sichuan looked out the window, frowning slightly. On the Gobi Desert south of the train track, more than a dozen vehicles of survivors were running at full speed next to the joint train. This was the convoy that was attacked just now, and it seemed that they also wanted to follow behind and seek some shelter. We are lucky to have encountered this small convoy. Qin Sichuan said coldly, looking at the arrogance of the gang. It is definitely not the first day they have done this kind of thing. Lin Xian thought for a while, and said, let's not go into Oxai first. Stop in advance and find out the situation first. Before the situation is clear, Lin Xian decided to move step by step, especially in some towns, where there are many zombies and weird bodies gathered, and now there is a group of unknown teams entrenched, so it is even more impossible to rush and recklessly. The joint train is running fast, driving quickly on the wilderness track. In order to reach the area near Oxai before dark, the whole train is still speeding up. Around 1500 hours in the afternoon, the train passed a salt marsh area and entered a dry ancient river channel. The track meandered eastward along the weathered river channel. The wind and sand cut the sedimentary rocks into mushroom-shaped stone pillars, forming a reddish-brown wind-eroded Yodin landform. According to the distance traveled, the joint train should be less than 2 hours away from Oxai. At this time, all the dark radio stations of the convoys received a radio wave signal in the civilian frequency band of the survivors, which came from the direction of Oxai. ZZ, Oxai notification, all convoys that want to seek a safe route to the Spring City, please go to the Black Rose Bar in Oxai before dark. Please note that convoys and armed personnel are not allowed to enter the city. Only leaders and individual personnel are allowed to enter the city with light luggage. Those who are not sincere or not afraid of death can directly bypass it. Those who rush into the city without authorization will bear the consequences at their own risk. ZZ. Damn, they actually broadcast tolls on the radio. Isn't this too arrogant? On the Infinity, everyone heard the voice on the radio and immediately felt a little unbelievable. Still not letting the convoy enter the city. Lin Xian, why don't we just rush in and let them take everything? Kiki was immediately furious when he heard the radio. The toll was collected on their Infinity. Was it because the temperature of the electromagnetic gun was not high enough, or the firing rate of 1130 was not fast enough? Don't worry. Lin Xian was calm. We have a lot of people, and a lot of cars now, and the target is too big. There must be sand bandits around Oxai. In order to avoid alerting them, we didn't plan to enter the city. It would be safer to spend the night in the wilderness. The incident in Rob Town did remind the United Train Group that sand bandits were rampant in this area, and they had formed a huge alliance with a complete chain of interests and arms supply, which should not be underestimated. In this case, their train with more than 500 sections and a length of 15 kilometers can easily be targeted. Although those hunting bandits may not be able to compete with a joint train in terms of firepower, flies and mosquitoes are also troublesome. There are two concerns facing the joint train. One is the lack of water, and the other is the strange body in the dark night. So Lin Xian and Shi Diyuan both decided not to rush into the town blindly. They now have drones, flying superpowers, and even night-flying star hypersonic aircraft, which can be used to find out the truth and act after planning. Compared with the previous team's exploration in the city, there are many more means. Anyway, the expansion speed of the number 5-star Abyss is very slow now, so they don't have to worry about the coverage speed of the polar night for the time being. Then what? Qin Sichuan asked. Lin Xian looked at everyone. Do you feel that the voice in this radio station is familiar? Ah? Familiar? Who is it? Everyone looked puzzled. Kiki frowned when she heard this, so she turned up the volume of the radio again, and at this time, the voice of the broadcast sounded again. ZZ, Oxai reported that this is the Fu Lu Shou convoy, all those who want to find a safe route to Quancheng. Fu Lu Shou? It's that big gold tooth. Shasha exclaimed. Good guy, that stinky profiteer came here? Miaolu also widened her eyes. For this person, everyone in the infinite number has a deep memory. It's the Hengshangwen convoy. Even Luo Yang and Li Yi had dealt with them in Hengshangwen. Who was it? It turned out to be this guy. Kiki frowned. How did this guy get involved with the sand bandits? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Let's stop the car later and go to Oxai with a few people from the convoy to explore the situation. Maybe we can meet this old friend. When he heard the lazy and somewhat profiteer voice on the radio, Lin Xian remembered the guy who bought a car of automatic rifles from Hengshangwen. This person had given him a lot of useful information before, and the two had talked about cooperation. At this time, this person appeared here inexplicably, and was related to the sand bandits. The joint train had to pass Oxai, so Lin Xian decided to take people to explore the situation in Oxai. He now has various drones, including Kiki, and there are many flying superpowers. Even without entering the city, he can roughly understand the situation. Half an hour later, the joint train stopped in an empty Gobi desert. Except for the foundation stones of the track, no human buildings could be seen. In the wilderness, not even a zombie could be seen. Only loess, sand and dead grass were left. A gust of wind blew across the Gobi desert, stirring up waves of dust. The harsh sound of the brakes on the iron wheels stopped, and the black steel dragon stopped on the hot wilderness. Seeing the joint train stop, the bus team of the survivors also came over and stopped next to the train. Because they all knew this team, the other train groups didn't say anything and let them follow all the way. At the same time, two large off-road vehicles drove down from Longshan No. 1. The armor was not strong, but the advantage was that the chassis was high and powerful, and it was also painted in desert, which was very suitable for driving in the Gobi Desert. In addition to Ning Jing, Xiaoqing Abai, and Qian Deli from the Joker team also followed. Kiki was going to go with Lin Xian. On Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan originally wanted to go in person, but his injuries had not healed yet, and Lin Xian also wanted him to stay and take charge of the overall situation, so this time, Ning Jing and Xiaoqing Abai followed him to Longshan No. 1. Abai, the mobile hell black chrysanthemum with laser eyes, can help Lin Xian solve many problems. Although it is broad daylight and the sun is shining, it is always right to be more careful. I thought we were going to drive the aircraft over. Qian Deli came over and said with a puzzled look on his face when he saw the two off-road vehicles. Not necessary for the time being. Ning Jing said seriously at this time, although the speed of the aircraft is very fast, this distance can be reached in 1 minute at the speed of the Night Star aircraft, but the terrain here is open and cloudless, and the sound of the hypersonic aircraft breaking through the air cannot be covered at all, which will definitely alert the enemy. We won't go into the city yet, we just explore the periphery, and see what happens later, Lin Xian explained. Although these people can be carried by Kiki's telekinesis, in order to conceal the joint train, the stop location is still more than 100 kilometers away from Oxai. It's a bit inconvenient to let Kiki carry the whole distance, so we drove there, which can be more flexible. I see, Qian Deli said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that an unexpected person also came over, and seemed to be ready to join. Monica. Qian Deli saw this graceful woman in the ghost wolf armor coming over and said inexplicably, Hey, when will you, Monica, go out to explore the road yourself? Monica gently pressed her ear, opened the visor on her head, glanced at Qian Deli, and then looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, As the captain of the team, I also have to be responsible for the team. In addition, I always want to get out and move around after staying in the car for a long time, which also helps to improve my supernatural power. Lin Xian's eyes condensed slightly. I can hear a sound 1 kilometer away. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Monica raised her lips slightly, and said to Lin Xian with confidence, Get on the train. Lin Xian smiled when he heard it, and without any nonsense, he directly invited the train queen to get on the train. Qian Deli glanced at her with a look that said, I don't know what you're thinking yet. He then took out a bottle of moisturizing spray from the inner compartment of his windbreaker, and sprayed it on his face. He was originally going to Lin Xian's car, but he simply walked to Ning Jing's car in front. So the two cars started to move towards the depths of the Gobi Desert, one after the other, and the wheels brought up a cloud of sand. Kiki was driving, Lin Xian was sitting in the passenger seat. He looked at Monica in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The weather was hot. He took out a bottle of water and took a sip, then broke the silence and said, Monica, why haven't I heard of you having this ability before? Monica leaned on the back seat with her legs crossed, looking at Lin Xian with a smile on her face. My ability is Sound Blade. It is normal to be sensitive to sound vibration frequency. But I never tell anyone, otherwise my teammates will not dare to masturbate secretly at night calling my name in the future. Puff. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian sprayed a mouthful of water on the front window. Even Kiki, who was concentrating on driving, blushed immediately, gritted her teeth, and muttered in lip language, "Disgusting." This Monica always surprises people when she speaks. Lin Xian wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, feeling a little sorry for the wasted water. At the same time, his face began to become inexplicable. This Monica's words were really shocking. If it was according to what she said, wouldn't she know everything he said and did on the Infinity? Monica seemed to have guessed Lin Xian's thoughts, and said directly, "But you can rest assured that using superpowers consumes my energy. Unless it is related to interests, or for reconnaissance purposes like this, I don't have the habit of eavesdropping on other people." Monica's words were not lying. Using such an ability is equivalent to her using superpowers. For her, eavesdropping on her subordinates is one of her means of controlling the entire car. Those people's private thoughts are actually under Monica's control, but she does not have the hobby of prying into the privacy of others, except Queen Mo. Lin Xian coughed dryly. "Your superpowers are much more powerful than I thought." "Thank you." Although Monica did not lie, she did not respond to Lin Xian clearly in her words. As for whether Infinity was related to interests for her, only she knew. In the reflection of the rearview mirror, Monica looked at the vast field outside, with a faint smile on her lips. Lin Xian's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't figure out the woman's intention. Once this ability was known to others, they would normally be on guard against her, but she told Lin Xian so bluntly. Whether it was to show sincerity, or for another purpose, he didn't know. But Lin Xian knew that he should have underestimated this woman. Chapter 314. The two cars drove along the Gobi Desert beside the railway towards Oxai. The wheels crushed the gravel and yellow sand, and the vibration of the engine made the sand and dead grass on the ground along the way shake. At this time, the two cars turned and drove up a hillside, stopped the car under a huge wind-eroded stone, and then everyone got off the car and walked to the cliff of a sandy hill. In the field of vision, a town appeared in the vast wilderness in the distance, sitting alone in the middle of a large Gobi Desert. This Oxai has a national highway and a northern track passing through it. It is a little larger than the previous Luobu town. The whole town is also covered with sand, the same color as the Gobi. There are no high-rise buildings, most of which are old low houses in the west. Some more modern roads and streets are now extremely desolate and occupied by yellow sand. Several people took out their telescopes and looked in the direction of Oxai City. The town looked desolate, but there were many convoys stationed in the city. Lin Xian adjusted the direction of the telescope and looked outside Oxai City. Along the national highway, he saw many convoys of fleeing survivors, stationed near an abandoned gas station. After observation, this was different from what Lin Xian had expected when he heard the radio. Didn't they say that other convoys and armed personnel were prohibited from entering the city? Ning Jing held up the telescope and said in a serious voice, "It seems that no one cares." "Abai?" Abai shook his head, indicating that he found nothing. Qian Deli said, "These convoys should be ordinary convoys, but they are all gathered here. Maybe they have something to do with the Sand Bandit Alliance." "Are you talking about fear?" Monica said. Qian Deli said calmly, "Not necessarily fear, some may just find it troublesome. There are zombies everywhere here, and the soul value is not low. There will definitely be strange bodies at night. After Oxai, there is a no-man's land of thousands of kilometers. It is best to hurry during the day. So for people like us, the less trouble we can have, the less trouble we can have." The group of sand bandits also think of the survivors. Monica put down the telescope and said calmly, "There are so many large convoys gathered here, and they don't seem to take the sand bandits seriously." Lin Xian looked at Kiki, who was operating on the mobile terminal, and said, "How is it?" "Hee, you guessed it right. This Iron Alliance order is really the same as the Phoenix order. It can receive information packets in the close range. There are many near Oxai. There are many similar signal characteristics." Kiki tapped his fingers and continued, "There are none in Oxai. It seems that they dare not attack Oxai directly." Lin Xian nodded. "As for the sand bandits, it's okay to harass and bully small convoys. There are dozens of convoys here. At least 1,000 or 2,000 people are stationed. Unless the sand bandits have a brain problem, they will attack here." Ning Jing frowned and said, "Then how dare this Fu Show convoy collect tolls here? Seeing is believing, hearing is false." Lin Xian stared at the town in the distance, and made a signal antenna several meters high behind him. But since he dared to say such words in front of so many convoys, There must be a reason. After speaking, Lin Xian pressed the communicator and adjusted the signal communication with the joint train. Test, Teacher Chen, can you hear it? Zizi. Lin Xian, I can hear it. Brother Sure. Hey, Brother Lin, you say? After connecting the signal with the joint train through the signal poles he made along the way, Lin Xian directly arranged. Brother Sure, Teacher Chen, the joint train can go another 100 miles, and then organize 10 assault teams as mentioned before. I will give you the coordinates later and disperse your actions. Okay. Immediately Lin Xian stood up and said to everyone, Our people are here, let's go and meet that old friend in the city. I heard that there is actually in this desolate place. There is a bar, it's really interesting. Xian Deli was in a good mood. It's much freer than staying in the polar night. Monica walked to the car and was about to get in when she suddenly said to Lin Xian, Wait for me a moment. After that, she turned on her power armor and walked out, took off her lining, changed into a desert sunproof windbreaker, put on sunglasses and a sandproof scarf, which made Lin Xian stunned. This woman also stored casual clothes in her power armor. The two off-road vehicles started again, rushing towards Oxai City along the wind and sand. There were waves of fire on the wilderness, and scattered wandering zombies kept rushing towards the vehicles. At this time, two silver cold blades flew out, like a storm spinning and buzzing along the horizon, and instantly cut off all the zombies attacking from both sides of the convoy. Kiki, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a wave of telekinesis in her eyes and raised her lips slightly. It's really useful. Lin Xian frowned and looked at her. Where did you bring it? How come I didn't find it? The roof. Kiki pointed upwards. I brought two to try out. Lin Xian smiled. This move is good, it is a must for clearing the tide of monsters and corpses. I just don't know if I can cut those weird bodies. I give it a try when the time comes. Kiki responded. Monica sat in the back seat, listening to the conversation between the two with a smile on her face. Captain Lin, how come the people who follow you are so powerful? How did you recruit the team members? Recruit? Hearing the word recruit, Lin Xian recalled that when he was in Jiang City, he also posted a message to recruit members of the Infinite Train Plan, but he didn't find any. Chen Sichuan and Kiki were both outside the plan to some extent. He responded while driving. No, we all met along the way. There was a glare in front of them. As the two off-road vehicles approached the city, many telescopes looked at them. Looking around, there were dried zombie bodies everywhere outside Oxai. Some teams set up camps at gas stations or motels outside, and more drove directly into the city, and set up camps in streets of all sizes. The car rolled over the sand and began to drive on the dry town road. The sides of the road and some rooftops were full of various survivors with guns on guard, looking at them. These teams gathered from different places and set up their own camps. There was no communication between them. It was just that as a tacit understanding among travelers, just looking at the vehicles could roughly know the style of a team. As for Lin Xian's two off-road vehicles, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were not the main vehicles for their escape to the east, but were here to explore the way. This situation is not uncommon. Many cautious convoys will inquire before the main convoy enters. Places like Oxai are full of people at this time. They all come to rest or get information. There won't be too lively scenes. Lin Xian followed Ning Jing's car, and finally found the Black Rose bar next to an old market. There were many cars parked around the street. If it weren't for the old sign of the bar that was covered with yellow sand, the dilapidated surroundings, and the vehicles that had undergone various Doomsday modifications, it would suddenly be thought that this was a busy street before the Doomsday. There were many fully armed survivors next to the parked vehicles on the street. They were all from various convoys. Lin Xian and others attracted a lot of attention as soon as they got off the car, because this group of people were too young, and their appearance and makeup did not look like the vicissitudes of fleeing for months in the Doomsday. Strange eyes were frequently cast. Is this a real bar or just a cover? Why do I feel a little uncomfortable? Xian Deli looked at the people constantly coming in and out of the door of the bar, with a strange face. Monica raised her face and observed the surroundings under her sunglasses. Yes, I am curious about what to do here at night. Go in and see, Ning Jing said. Lin Xian and his friends walked forward. Two big men in power armor stood at the door of the bar. They raised their hands to block the way. Then one of them pointed at Xiaoqing and the team. Sorry, weapons are not allowed. Several people are psychics, and only Xiaoqing is holding a gun blade, so he was stopped. Xiaoqing looked at Ning Jing and said directly, I guard the car. After saying that, she turned back to the car. Okay. Ning Jing nodded, and then the two big men let them go immediately. As soon as she entered the Black Rose bar, the scene in front of her suddenly became bright. Unlike the yellow sand and dilapidated sign at the door, the abandoned decoration inside was actually cleaned up again. A smell of alcohol mixed with yellow sand from the journey immediately hit her face. The bar was dimly lit, and the single table and the bar were full of people. The bartenders at the bar were 2 men wearing sunglasses, and the waiters were several beautiful women. But from the way they were dressed, it was obvious that they were all temporary roles, and the people who came in also had some purpose, and each of them quietly drank the few types of drinks here. Just when Lin Xian was amazed at Hu Lushou's incomprehensible operation, a waitress with tattoos on her face came over, her eyes full of expressions that killing zombies was easier than doing this job, and she said to the few people impatiently, "Please come this way." As she said that, she took Lin Xian and the others inside. Lin Xian followed behind the waitress, looking around, and also noticed that many eyes were on him. At this time, he noticed an unusual look, and then looked sideways, and found that a young man wrapped in a sand mask was sitting alone in a corner, looking at him motionlessly. His eyes were narrow and long like lightning, giving people a sharp and indifferent feeling. Lin Xian paid special attention to this young man. He was dressed like a wind and sand traveler, with a bag beside him, and nothing else around him. In addition, Lin Xian also noticed several rather unfriendly eyes at the same time, but when he looked over, those people withdrew their eyes. The waitress took Lin Xian and his friends to a booth and sat them down. She then took out a card and threw it on the table. There were 3 kinds of drinks written on it: whiskey, rum, and brandy. "We are not here to drink," Lin Xian said bluntly. "I'm looking for your boss." The waitress looked around the bar and said to Lin Xian, "They are not here to drink." "Then what do you mean by giving us this?" Kiki asked. "If I'm not mistaken, these 3 kinds of wine represent 3 different meanings." Monica picked up the card and calmly said to the waitress, "Buy supplies? Buy information? Toll?" The waitress glanced at her. "Yes." Ning Jing looked puzzled. "You really charge tolls?" "It doesn't matter. It's up to you whether to pay or not." The waitress said bluntly, "If you are strong, you don't have to consider it." Qian Deli smiled when he heard it, looked at a few people and whispered, "Sure enough, the radio station is just alarmist." Lin Xian understood and pointed directly at the whiskey. Snap. The waitress threw down a pen and motioned Lin Xian to write it on it himself. Lin Xian thought about it and wrote down his needs on the card. The waitress picked it up and looked at it. She frowned and looked at Lin Xian with a very strange look. "Are you sure?" "I am sure." Okay. It was the first time that the waitress saw such a strange material demand. She kept looking at the people, then walked to the bar and explained a few words, and then walked into a small door. Not long after, another waiter came up with 6 glasses of iced whiskey. Monica smiled and picked up a glass and looked at it. "Not bad, it looks quite good." Kiki took a sip and said, "Well, it's not bad. It seems that this guy has got a lot of supplies, even so many kinds of drinks." Ning Jing looked around. There are quite a few people. Everyone who comes here knows a little about the sand bandits. After Oxai, there is a large uninhabited area. Our train will take at least a day and a night to reach Quancheng without stopping. So everyone who comes here will be more cautious. It's better to get some information or sign up for a group than to blindly enter the uninhabited area. Qian Deli crossed his arms and analyzed calmly. "Abai." Lin Xian looked at Abai, who was silent at the side, and said, "Dark mark, do you feel it?" Abai put down the cup with both hands and nodded to Lin Xian. "Yes, a lot." Ning Jing heard it and said, "Now that there is a method to detect dark marks, it is not easy to form a group. Others will check whether the people in your team have dark marks, otherwise they will cause trouble for themselves." Qian Deli nodded. "Without the protection of a large team, you can only find a way to deal with it yourself with dark marks. Not every team can find it." Lin Xian looked at the wine sipper Monica, who was tasting wine at the side. Others haven't drunk much yet, but she has already finished it in one gulp. "Monica, can you help me pay attention to a few people?" Oh, Monica looked at him with interest. "Tell me, see if it's different from what I guessed." Lin Xian lowered his voice and told her, and Monica's eyes lit up. "Bingo! Captain Lin, what did you notice?" Ning Jing asked at this time. Lin Xian looked at her and said softly, "Sand bandits." Ning Jing frowned immediately. In a secret basement of the bar, the lights were on, the floor was covered with thick carpets, and the corners were filled with various supplies. An old-fashioned fan was humming, and Hu Lushou, who was wearing shorts and a shirt, was putting strange blood essence into a metal box with a serious face. 98, 99, 100. Hu Lushou grinned, spat secretly, and then put away the metal box. Facing so many first-level blood essences, he did not seem happy, but looked worried. And there were several such metal boxes in the basement at this time. Hu Lushou paced back and forth anxiously, staring at a special communicator on a low table from time to time, but the light on it was always glowing red. Bang! The heavy alloy door was opened. This basement was originally a small anti-nuclear explosion shelter. After all, Oxai was once a nuclear explosion town, and many atomic weapons test sites were in a secret base somewhere here. The person who walked in at this time was none other than his deputy Sun Chang. The mechanical arm on Sun Chang's body seemed to have been systematically upgraded, and the whole body was replaced with red armor parts, which seemed to have greatly increased its strength. Boss. Don't look for me, I'm annoyed. Hu Lushou sat down on the messy sofa with a sullen face. An acquaintance came to the door. Sun Chang came over with a cold face and handed a card to Hu Lushou with a mechanical arm. Hu Lushou was a little puzzled when he heard it. He looked at the card, fixed it, and then directly took it and looked at it in front of his eyes. Order 1000 Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles? Who is this stupid? Before the word came out, Hu Lushou's eyes froze. He looked up at Sun Chang and then at the card in his hand. Who gave it to you? They are outside, 3 men and 4 women. The fluctuation of the soul value is very high, although it is not the peak, but these 7 people alone are enough to overturn our bar. Sun Chang said calmly. Hu Lushou's eyes kept changing, and he hurriedly shouted to Sun Chang, Quick, quick, invite them all in. Sun Chang glanced at him, said nothing, turned around and left. Hu Lushou was anxious and ran around the room. He was going to hide the boxes of blood essence, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea, and instead tidied his clothes, cleared the messy sofa, and then found a bottle of good wine from the private wine cabinet, and quickly took out a few glasses. Not long after, footsteps came from the stairs. Hu Lushou looked back and saw Sun Chang and Lin Xian walking into the basement at this time. Wow, there's such a big space down there. Kiki looked around curiously as soon as she came in. When Hu Lushou heard this voice, he immediately confirmed the other party's identity, Captain Lin. Lin Xian took off his windproof mask at this time. Looking at Hu Lushou in shorts and shirt, he couldn't help but say, Boss Hu, you are worthy of it. You have done business with the bandits. Chi. The alloy explosion-proof door slowly closed. In the spacious basement, Lin Xian, Kiki, Qian Deli, Monica, Ning Jing, and Abai were invited by Hu Lushou to sit in the reception area. He immediately poured drinks for them, and said with a smile on his face, Captain Lin, oh great, why are you here? We wanted to ask you something. Kiki came straight to the point and slammed the table and said, Tell me, what's the matter with collecting tolls from the sand bandits? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Hu Lushou. Sun Chang stood aside, still with a poker face. Hu Lushou paused while pouring wine, and smiled awkwardly. Everyone is familiar with each other. I won't hide it from you. It's actually like this. He cleared his throat, sat down on the sofa beside him, and said, The sand bandits are rampant in this place, and recently they have formed an alliance, which is notorious and evil. I don't know how many convoys have been robbed by them, robbing, killing, raping, and doing anything. As for me, I stand up decisively from the perspective of maintaining justice and vow to tell the truth. Sun Chang on the side suddenly spoke up, not giving him, the boss, any face. Lin Xian smiled at Hu Lushou, checked the time on his watch and said, It's getting dark, don't waste time. I just want to know what the toll is, if possible. It's also good to know the movements of the bandits. Hu Lushou's eyes changed slightly. It's not complicated. I met the bandits as soon as I got here, but I negotiated with them, and said I could help them collect tolls. As long as the convoy paid the toll, it would be given a special signal device, and then when it went to Quancheng, the bandits along the way would turn a blind eye. That's what it meant. So you cooperated with the bandits to save your life? Ning Jing said with a cold face. That's wrong. Hu Lushou immediately stood up and retorted, You don't know. Since I reached this deal with the Sand Bandit Iron Alliance, the number of attacks in the entire western Gobi Desert has been reduced by at least 70%. 70%, everyone. Even if I am not allowed to enjoy the Imperial Temple, I should at least be grateful. Lin Xian chuckled and stood up immediately. I don't know about the Imperial Temple, but the group of sand bandits around Oxai should have prepared an iron temple for you to go in and feel comfortable. After saying that, he pretended to leave. Captain Lin, save me. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Hu Lushou's smug expression changed instantly, and he knelt on the ground with a plop, and immediately said with a pleading expression, Don't go, I explained to you, I explain everything, okay? Wow, you knelt fast enough, Kiki said in surprise. The other people were also a little stunned at this time. On the contrary, Hu Lushou's deputy Sun Chong had a disgusted expression, as if she had seen her boss kneel many times. After Lin Xian sat down again, Hu Lushou hurriedly stood up and said with a complicated expression, "To be honest, Captain Lin, you may not believe it. In addition to making money and saving my life, I also do this to help those small teams find a way to survive." Lin Xian looked at him. "Do you believe this yourself? Those are sand bandits. Will they also be honest?" Qian Deli said sarcastically, "Even if there are, 5 people have 1 blood essence, you are making money from banditry." Hu Lushou sighed and said, "Of course I know that sand bandits are unreliable." "Then you still..." Hu Lushou raised his hand, motioning for him to finish. He pushed the cup on the low table away, and underneath was a map of Oxai. He pointed at the map and said, "Because of Star Abyss number 5, Hike can no longer be taken, so Oxai is the main road to Quancheng. Of course, I know that 1 blood essence for 5 people is very expensive, and I also know that even if the blood essence is paid, those sand bandits will not be too restrained. It's just that the several large bandit groups nearby behaved a little more calmly because they paid the toll to them, but those in other places will not. They say they are an alliance. Bah, how can a group of Doomsday thugs still have morality? But the key is that as long as these survivors gather in Oxai, whether to pay tolls or rest, with so many convoys here, those sand bandits will not dare to harass and rob, after all," he said, glancing at Lin Xian, and said with a guilty conscience, "There are still many people who paid tolls." After that, he immediately became serious again. "So the convoys here, whether they pay tolls or not, can do one thing." "What is it?" Kiki asked. "Alliance." Hu Lushou suddenly slammed the table, and said seriously, "Because those sand bandits actually only target small and medium-sized convoys, they dare not provoke any larger convoys, so if small and medium-sized convoys can unite here, it will be much safer." Oh, Kiki looked at him with interest. "So what you mean is that you provide such a platform, which is to collect tolls on the surface, but in fact it is to remind passing convoys that there are bandit problems here, so that they can come together to keep warm and tide over the difficulties together." "Right." Hu Lushou clapped his hands, with a touching expression that his good intentions were finally seen. Lin Xian looked at him. "We have encountered those sand bandits before. They were doing kidnapping and looting. The weapons in their hands were not ordinary goods. There must be a big organization behind them. If so, why did they agree to cooperate with you?" Hu Lushou smiled when he heard this. "In fact, the sand bandits are not stupid. No matter who they cooperate with, they are all for profit. Kidnapping and looting require knives and guns to kill people. He can get benefits without firing a shot. If I were a sand bandit, I would agree." And Hu Lushou suddenly came up and said seriously, "The people in the big convoy outside don't really care about the sand bandits, because the biggest danger in this place is not the sand bandits at all." "You mean the night?" Hu Lushou nodded. "Leader, there is a big problem in the western Gobi Desert, sandstorms. Even in the daytime, strange creatures will appear in the sandstorms. The most common one is a thing called sand ants. They are inexhaustible. Even if the interstellar army is here, they have to hide obediently. Moreover, strange creatures are very likely to appear in any open wilderness. It is difficult to avoid the dark mark. Someone who escaped from the no man's land by chance found the right direction, and saw some terrifying atmospheric creatures there, swallowing people and cars into the air." He said more and more, and said to Lin Xian seriously, "Also, I know a piece of information. A taboo appeared in the no man's land." "Taboo?" As soon as this was said, Lin Xian, Kiki and others were all surprised. "Yes," Hu Lushou said in a mysterious tone. "Because of this, the Federation's Angel Project sent people here, and there is also an organization that specializes in studying taboos, called something Holy Revelation, which also appeared in Oxai, and its whereabouts are mysterious." "Holy Revelation? I've heard of this name." Monica crossed her arms and said, "It was also separated from the Angel Project and belongs to the Advent sect, but this organization is more mysterious, and I haven't heard of it many times." Lin Xian nodded. "I've heard of it too," Hu Lushou said at this time. "That's why I said that the sand bandits are not the most troublesome problem. Now at night, no matter whether you have a dark mark on your body, you must not move. Even the most notorious sand bandits have to hide in the caves." Lin Xian looked at Ning Jing, and their eyes met. In their opinion, this information is more important than the sand bandits. It seems that this uninhabited area from Oxide to Quancheng is the biggest trouble for us. Ning Jing said. Boss Hu, what are the specific characteristics of this sand ant? Lin Xian asked Hu Lushou. This? Eating people. At this time, Sun Chong, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up. Sand ants pass through, and the wind eats away. You can only hide in the car, and you must protect yourself tightly. Once you get in, you will be dead. Yes, yes, yes. Hu Lushou nodded fiercely. This is not the most terrifying thing. In the depths of the no man's land, there are many strange bodies that you can't imagine. They are 120 times more terrifying than what we encountered in Hingshan Pass. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hu Lushou. Thank you for the news, Boss Hu. Tell me, how do you want me to help you? Seeing Lin Xian was satisfied, Hu Lushou immediately put on an embarrassed expression and said, Now I receive a lot of blood essence every day. Every 3 days, the people from the Sand Scorpion Gang and the Red Vulture Group will come to collect tolls. If I leave, then these small teams will. Lin Xian raised his hand to stop him. It's useless to talk about those things. You have to save your own life now. Hu Lushou, who was about to be sentimental, smiled awkwardly. Nothing else, Captain Lin, I am in a dilemma now. Although I only receive 20% of the benefits, if I leave, those sand bandits will definitely not let me go. They will definitely want to eat up my entire group, so I have contacted several teams now, and I want to form a big group with them, and then retreat? Kiki laughed. Hu Lushou nodded. Oh, that's unfortunate. Monica said politely at this time. We have just found out that your plan has been exposed. Now there are at least 3 spies from the Sand Bandit team in the bar outside watching you. Even if the whole city runs away, they will not let you run away. Who made you so fat? Qian Deli looked at the room full of rare materials and boxes of blood essence, and couldn't help but sigh. You are a talent. You took on such a dangerous job. Captain Lin, save me. Before everyone reacted, Hu Lushou fell to his knees again. Even Sun Chong couldn't stand it anymore. She closed her eyes and said, Captain Lin, what they want is information about the bandits. Hu Lushou stopped crying halfway, looked up at Lin Xian. Lin. Captain Lin, these bandits have at least 500 or 600 people in total, and they have a lot of weapons. You can't be their opponents. Based on Hu Lushou's understanding of Lin Xian, Infinity, although it has heavy artillery and supernatural masters, the whole group has only 30 people. How can it fight those bandits? So, Lin Xian said seriously, with your caution, you must have investigated the base information of those bandits who came to collect tolls. You? What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid that these bandits will unite? Hu Lushou said with a puzzled look. Lin Xian shook his head, looked at Hu Lushou earnestly and said, I'm afraid they will run away. Chapter 315. I'm afraid they run away. When Lin Xian said this, not only Hu Lushou, but even Sun Chong was stunned, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Qian Deli and Monica also looked at Lin Xian with strange eyes. They thought being a desert bandit was just talk, but from your tone, not only is he more of a desert bandit than the leader of the desert bandits, but he's also going to attack Pingan County. Kiki giggled on the side, with a sly look on her face. Lin Xian's plans often seem counterintuitive, but they are also very foresight. Lin Xian knew that the most dangerous time was the night. Even if everyone worked together, they might not be able to survive in the dark, but if the villain stabbed them, the whole army would most likely be wiped out. Thousands of defensive means were no match for the destructive consequences of Tang Hai and the Crimson World digging up the tracks. Next, the joint train would rush into the no man's land, and the hidden dangers, like the desert bandits, should be eradicated as soon as possible. Humans are much smarter than the weird bodies in how to cause trouble for their own people. He now has more than 4,000 people in the joint train, more than 1,000 armed personnel in tactical power armor, plus countless violent superpowers, and the firepower is even equal to that of an interstellar military brigade. Why should he be cautious in dealing with the sand bandits? So the only thing he is worried about is that if they are not completely eradicated, some trouble will be left. Through the data of Brother Jay's Iron Alliance order package, it can be found that these sand bandits have their own territories, and they are not united with each other. The interests are complicated, and it happens that Hu Lushou and several major sand bandit gangs in the area near Oxai are involved, which is just an opportunity for Lin Xian. Captain Lin. Hu Lushou's eyes widened. What do you mean? When was your original evacuation plan? The day after tomorrow. How many convoys? 3, plus the 4 of us. The largest one, the Dawn Convoy, has more than 200 people, with a lot of heavy weapons. The remaining one, the Haven Convoy, and the Oxide Brotherhood, are all small convoys. The 4 convoys together only have 400 to 500 people. We checked and found that none of them have dark marks. You are quite cautious. Lin Xian sat on the sofa and leaned forward, snapped his fingers at him to signal him to come closer, and then whispered his plan to him. Ah! After hearing Lin Xian's words, Hu Lushou's eyes almost popped out. This is really... Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly took out something and gently threw it into the wine glass in front of him, making a tinkling sound, and said to him in a tempting tone. How about it, boss Hu? Let's cooperate again. When Hu Lushou saw the object in the wine glass at this time, his pupils immediately condensed, and he took a deep breath. Okay. I, Hu Lushou, will go all out, and I will rely on you, Captain Lin. At 16:20, Lin Xian and his party came out of the Black Rose Bar. All of them covered their faces with sand masks, and then drove back along the original route. Outside Oxide City, the setting sun was scorching, and the horizon was full of heat waves. 2 off-road vehicles crossed the Gobi gravel beach all the way, and in a hidden windproof dry river valley, a temporary camp consisting of 2 armored base vehicles and 7 or 8 vehicles of various types appeared in sight. When they got closer, they saw that the people in the camp were Chen Sichuan, Lu Chang and others. Teacher Chen, clear the airspace at 3 o'clock. Received. Chen Sichuan, wearing a desert-colored windbreaker, calmly fired a shot from a crouching position on the roof of the base car towards the rear of Lin Xian's 2 off-road vehicles. Bang! The roar of the sniper rifle reverberated across the wilderness, and just in the air behind Lin Xian's car, a small concealed drone suddenly exploded, and a small cluster of fire burst out in the air. Kiki looked back, and couldn't help frowning and said, Why can't I find the guy who drove the drone? It's impossible for him to have a remote control signal that far away, right? Monica in the back row smiled and said, He is a superpower, well-trained, good at hiding behind the wind-eroded stone behind us. I see. Bang. The 2 off-road vehicles stopped in front of the camp, and Lin Xian immediately asked Lu Chang to lead people to chase in the direction Monica just said. He has already run away. We should not be able to catch him. Seeing Lin Xian and others coming, Chen Sichuan got out of the car and said cautiously. Lin Xian looked back and said with a smile, We found someone's drone. How can we justify not sending people out to search for it? Ning Jing, who got out of the car in front, came over with Xiao Qing and a bai. She looked at the camp and looked at Lin Xian curiously. I thought you called people here because you were worried that we would get into trouble in Oxai and come to support us. It turned out that you used them to act? No, Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Sister Ning, don't think too much of me. I was worried that we would get into trouble at the beginning, so I asked the team members to hide around Oxide to prepare for support. It was only after knowing the situation inside that I changed my mind temporarily. Qian Deli looked at Lin Xian in amazement. So you have already discovered that someone has been following us all the way, and you deliberately didn't solve it? Of course, you forgot that Lin Xian is a mechanical mutant. How could he not find a drone following behind him? Kiki yawned and said, But that guy is like a lizard, without any sound, really hidden. Monica came up, raised her windproof scarf in the wind and sand, and whispered, The sand bandits followed us when we left the Black Rose Bar. They saw us enter the basement, and thought we were a joint convoy with Hu Lushou, so they naturally dispatched. Check our background. Lin Xian looked at her at this time. What else did you hear? Monica crossed her arms and said with interest, A lot. There was a discussion between me and Ning Jing, whose butt and breasts were bigger and more elastic, and there was also a discussion about how many of us women were your concubines, your sexual ability, Lao Qian's sexual orientation, Kiki's breast size. Every one of us women was discussed by them, and you men were ridiculed by them. The tone and words were unbearable to hear, extremely disgusting. Which part do you want to hear? After these words came out, the air suddenly solidified, and everyone looked at Monica in shock, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Monica looked at the quiet crowd, shrugged her shoulders and smiled helplessly. So I said, I don't have the hobby of eavesdropping on others. Sometimes knowing too much and hearing too much is a kind of distress. Fortunately, Monica is proud. Unlike other women, she can accept the words of men coveting her behind her back with a happy attitude, because in her opinion, this represents the embodiment of her personal charm, and it also allows her to see the hypocrisy of human nature. Ahem. Lin Xian cleared his throat and broke the silence. It's not these, it's mainly about the information of the sand bandits. They have indeed been keeping an eye on the fat fish of the Fu Lushou convoy, And now they have almost figured out the situation of the convoy cooperating with Hu Lu Shou. Monica said seriously. Anyway, as long as Hu Lu Shou makes any unusual moves, they are ready to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs at any time. Now they also regard us as one of the convoys that may be in cooperation with Hu Lu Shou. So after we left the city, they said people to follow and inquire about the situation. The reason is to find out our scale and combat effectiveness. Lin Xian nodded. At this time, Lu Chong came back from outside with a dozen people, and said with some shame, Captain Lin, the people ran away. It's good that they ran away. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Ah? Lu Chong was confused when he saw Lin Xian's face relax. How could it be a good thing if he didn't catch anyone? Lin Xian swept his eyes across the Gobi Desert that was about to enter the evening, restrained his expression, and said to everyone, Okay, we should withdraw. Hu Lu Shou said that the Gobi Desert is extremely dangerous after nightfall, and we should go back and prepare in advance. Everyone agreed, and soon, the engines of this temporary convoy camp roared and left in the flying dust. Oxai, Black Rose Bar, basement. Hu Lu Shou's face was full of anxiety, and he kept pacing back and forth. I just want to make some money safely. Why is it so difficult? Sun Chong stood quietly by the side, speechless. It was the end of the world. How could there be any peace? So she said coldly, It's getting dark, boss. I know. Hu Lu Shou's eyes kept changing anxiously, and suddenly he stopped and looked at the glass on the low table. There was a dark golden life information packet device, the Iron Alliance order. Hu Lu Shou knew better than anyone what this thing represented. Lin Xian had solved a member of the Iron Alliance, but he dared to enter Oxai with a few people. This meant that the chain threat of the Iron Alliance was useless to him, or that the people of the Iron Alliance did not dare to touch him, or it might mean that Lin Xian had cracked the identification problem of this information packet network. No matter which one it was, it represented that Lin Xian's means and the energy of the team were definitely not ordinary people. At this time, Hu Lu Shou remembered that at the Hengshengwen Stadium, Lin Xian directly made a Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun in front of him, which made him stunned at the time. This made him realize for the first time the horror of mechanical superpowers. Thinking of this, Hu Lu Shou looked at the dark golden Iron Alliance order. His eyes must be. Call someone. Hearing this, Sun Chong turned around and went out. 20 minutes later, a dozen people sat in an independent box of the Black Rose Bar. These people were mainly divided into 4 forces. The largest force was a force called the Dawn Team. The leader was a slightly fat middle-aged man in his 40s named Lu Zhao. He was wearing a tactical uniform and had a face as dark as gold. He gave people a serious feeling. His team had more than 200 people, various electric heavy trucks, and anti-aircraft weapons. It was considered a medium-sized team with good strength. The other team consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Compared with the people in the other convoys, they had a more nervous feeling. Their attire seemed a bit messy, and they carried tactical flashlights, daggers, guns, and water bottles very neatly. This convoy named Oxai Brotherhood was actually a newly established convoy, which was reassembled from several convoys that had been shattered after encountering sand bandits and crisis after entering the western Gobi Desert. The leader was named Xieguan, who looked weathered in his 30s. After the convoy was destroyed, he took the remaining people to unite the broken small convoys around Oxai and named them Oxai Brotherhood. Now the number of people is gradually increasing, but the weapons and equipment and team strength are still extremely mediocre. The last team is a convoy called Shelter. There are not many people in this convoy, more than 60 people, but the vehicles and equipment are very good, and the combat power is not bad. The team leader Wu Daping is also a middle-aged man, who looks the most easygoing in this room. Hu Lu Shou sat opposite with his deputy Sun Chong, and asked his men to pour drinks for everyone. Boss Hu, aren't we going to evacuate the day after tomorrow? Why did you call us here at this time? Lu Zhao of the Dawn Team frowned and lowered his voice cautiously. This afternoon, our people found people from the Sand Scorpion gang in the Broken Flow Valley area. Those sand bandits are staring at Oxai every day, and they don't hide. There must be sand bandits in this city. If the sand bandits know that we are united, we will be passive. It's okay. Hu Lu Shou smiled and patted his chest and said, I am still here with such a big convoy. What are they worried about? Besides, I helped them make so much money without spending a single soldier, so I am their ancestor. Which fool would cut off his own financial resources? Huh? Lu Zhao snorted and laughed, looking at Hu Lu Shou and said, It's fine if you deceive others, but you don't know that this toll is indeed your idea, but you, Boss Hu, are not irreplaceable to the sand bandits. They let you collect tolls here for more than 2 weeks. They probably plan to eat you up, and then they collected it here. Why should they give you 20%? He said with a smile. Brother, you are staring at the lice on the tiger, and the tiger is staring at your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked us to run away together, right? The man named Xie Guan from the Oxai brothers also said at this time. Now all the convoys in the city should unite, and prepare to enter the no man's land at dawn tomorrow. If there are no new convoys, there will be only a few of our convoys in the city. At this time, we will discuss secretly. If the sand bandits notice anything, I am afraid they will be ready to move. Wu Daping of the Safe Haven convoy looked at the few people with some concern. We have at least 500 people in total, right? Do those sand bandits really dare to rush directly into the city? Humph! Lu Xiao snorted coldly when he heard this, and the fat on his face trembled. Captain Wu, our 500 people are 500 people with their families, and at most 300 can come up to help. There are no old, weak, sick scholars in the sand bandit convoy. After these words came out, Xie Guan and Wu Daping's faces sank. Wu Daping sighed and looked at Hu Lushou. Boss Hu, didn't you say that you can contact the Xingchen garrison? Is it the Red Shao Commando sent here? How is it going? Any news? Yes. At this time, Lu Xiao also said directly, Boss Hu, although we have received some benefits from you, you said before that you know a safe route to Quancheng and can contact the Red Shao Commando. This is what I care about. Otherwise, why would we risk confronting the sand bandits to cooperate with you? What Lu Xiao said was true. His team was strong, and he could choose to join forces with other teams or simply pay a toll and leave Oxai directly, but he also knew that this toll was likely just a short-term experience card. Although joining forces with other teams was a good way, the thousands of kilometers of uninhabited areas and various rumors of strange bodies made him really worried. Lu Xiao was used to fighting a sure battle, so he found Hu Lushou to buy some useful information from him, and was fooled by Hu Lushou to get on the Alliance chariot. The Axe Brotherhood has a different perspective. They are a small team with weak strength and little say in the team alliance. Joining this united team is not only beneficial to them, but also a powerful supporter. So Xie Guan discussed with the team, and everyone was willing to take such risks. Even if they were really targeted by the sand bandits, they were willing to risk their lives to fight the sand bandits. Anyway, these people have more or less relatives and friends who died at the hands of the sand bandits. Everyone hates the sand bandits, and is the group that supports Hu Lushou the most. I be frank about this. Hu Lushou said to everyone with a high-pitched expression, I gathered everyone here before dark just to tell you that the Red Shao Commando can't come here. They are now stationed in the area of Shashiku. Time doesn't wait, so the evacuation plan needs to be changed. Change? When? Hu Lushou turned his eyes, made up his mind, and said, tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lu Xiao frowned. Really? Really? Hu Lushou said seriously. Wu Daping was very surprised. Boss Hu, you don't want to move with those convoys before dawn. What he said also hit the thoughts of the other two convoys. Lu Xiao said with a gloomy face, Boss Hu, those convoys will not pay attention to us. No. Hu Lushou waved his hand and said, Didn't I tell you, I have a way. Lu Xiao looked at him with a scrutinizing eye. Are you sure that the Red Shao Commando will really pick us up? Don't worry. Hu Lushou smiled and signaled everyone to calm down. Since I have arranged it this way, I will definitely not fight a battle that I am not sure of. Everyone, keep your heart in your stomach. Tomorrow, each convoy will assemble as planned, prepare enough ammunition and set off, but always stay alert. We should enter the Oxai no man's land before noon. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Xie Guan of the Oxai Brotherhood nodded first and agreed. Okay, Boss Hu, I will go back and arrange it right away. Lu Xiao looked at Hu Lushou with burning eyes for a long time, and slapped his thigh and said, Okay, since we have already formed an alliance, there is no need to worry about this or that. In this world, life and death are all gambles. After passing this gate of hell, there is no guarantee that the next one will not be a single plank bridge. I have seen a lot, so I am not afraid of him. Wu Daping of the shelter convoy was very nervous at this time. There may be bandits secretly following us in this city. We will definitely gather tomorrow. It will attract attention, so I suggest that we don't make too much noise tonight. This is nonsense. How much noise can we make? Lu Xiao laughed angrily. I don't even have time to hide from those sand ants. If I encounter some weird body tonight, it will be troublesome. After that, he looked at Xie Guan of the Oxai Brotherhood. Mr. Xia, your convoy had better drive into the city tonight and find a spacious place. If the situation like last night happens again, no one can save you. Hearing this, Siegwon remembered what happened last night and nodded heavily. Okay, then there's nothing else to do. Let's retreat. After Lu Zhao finished speaking, he got up and left first. A secret joint meeting ended just like that. It was getting dark, and the atmosphere of the survivors' convoys surrounding Oxai gradually became depressing. The people in each convoy began to carefully check the vehicles. Even the air intake passages of the cars were strictly blocked with sponges and other items. Some convoys had already got on the cars one after another, after distributing food and supplies in advance, and locked the armor and doors. In the basement of the Black Rose Bar, Hu Lushou was constantly collecting his own property. Relying on his clever mind, Hu Lushou earned hundreds of blood essences and various rare materials and exquisite goods in just over a week. In fact, there is one thing that the bandits don't know, or the bandits don't care about, that is, Hu Lushou doesn't charge 5 people 1 blood essence for every team. Many times, he gives out the security badge in a cheap form, or in exchange for a little benefit. This is why many teams that came to Oxai did not have obvious opposition to Hu Lushou's team. For large teams, this security badge can be regarded as a thing to avoid some troubles, and by the way, they can also get some useful information from Hu Lushou. In comparison, giving up some benefits is completely acceptable. As for the small team, even if they get the security badge, they will not feel at ease at all. In the end, they still have to seek alliances with other teams. So from a certain perspective, Hu Lushou did a good thing. If you want to cross the no man's land, alliance is the best way to increase the survival rate, and the sand bandits are just one of many troubles. Tomorrow may be a fierce battle. Sun Chong stood at the door of the basement, still speaking in a calm tone. Nonsense. Hu Lushou took a deep breath. We still have to find a relatively safe base to make great plans. In this world, everyone treats me as a fat sheep before I have strength. As he said this, his mouth twitched, and he looked at his supplies with tears in his eyes and twitched. Poor me. I have earned so much, but God has not let me enjoy any blessings. As Hu Lushou spoke, he picked up a bottle of expensive whiskey and took a big sip. Sun Chong rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and began to arrange for his men to evacuate. At this time, in the desert Gobi under the afterglow of the setting sun, a car quietly drove out of Oxai and drove to an abandoned motel far away on the road. With a squeak, the car swept up a puff of dust and stopped. The door opened, and 2 figures looked around and walked in. The dilapidated and abandoned hotel was already in a mess, with a few dry and rotten corpses lying on the ground, and yellow sand covered various tables and chairs. At this time, the people who walked into the hotel were none other than Wu Daping from the Safe Haven team and one of his men. He changed his casual expression, with a bit of gloom in his eyes, and then walked to the center of the hotel lobby, stood there, and said, "Don't hide, it's getting dark soon, hurry up and do things." At this time, in the corner of the wall, a figure that almost overlapped with the environment suddenly moved, and the light and shadow on his body changed. A bald young man with tattoos on his face appeared in sight. This man could change the color of his body like a chameleon. The bald young man chewed gum in his mouth and said as soon as he came out, "Go ahead." The man surnamed who changed his plan and wanted to run away tomorrow. "The time is tomorrow morning. Go back and inform the eldest brother immediately," Wu Daping said fiercely. The bald young man looked puzzled. With other teams? No, he wants to go to Shashiku, saying that he has contacted the people of the Red Shao Commando. Bullshit! The bald young man laughed. There are people who believe this kind of nonsense. That place is full of our people, ha ha. I didn't expose him. This guy has wanted to escape for a long time. Now he wants to run away by tying up a few convoys. He really thinks we are fools. Wu Daping smiled and said, he wants to get benefits from our Sand Scorpion gang and the Red Vulture group and run away. Big Brother guessed this at the beginning, but Big Brother thought this method was good, so he let him open the way for us and save his life for a few more days. The bald young man nodded. Okay, I will rush back now, and tomorrow none of them will escape from Oxai. I heard that this guy is very fat now. These hundreds of people are definitely enough for us to eat for half a month. In addition, there is the Dawn team, which seems to be quite powerful. Wu Daping sneered. Don't worry, I will cooperate with them from inside and outside, and they won't be able to stay for long. By the way, after saying that, Wu Daping looked at the bald young man. What is the background of the convoy I asked you to follow at the beginning? They have had contact with the man surnamed Hu, and they may have been fooled by the man surnamed Hu. TSK? The bald young man sneered. A car full of handsome men and beautiful women, I I thought it was some awesome team that took care of the people so well, but it turned out to be a small team with no more than 40 people in total. Are you sure? Wu Daping frowned slightly. When I was in the bar, I felt that this group of people was very unusual. There were only so few people. Could it be an elite team composed of superpowers? Boasting. The bald young man said disdainfully. I followed them with a drone for 30 miles, and they didn't find me. What superpowers are there? I took a special look and saw that there were more than a dozen vehicles in their camp. There are 2 big trucks with good configurations, and other than that, there are a bunch of new recruits who can't even catch up with me. If the boss hadn't told me not to alert the enemy, I would have sent a few of them away on the spot. Wu Daping's eyes lit up after hearing this. Fuck, it's a good thing I didn't alert the enemy. The women in this group are too high-end. What's the matter? The bald young man looked at Wu Daping with interest. Aren't you worried that this group will unite with the Hu guy? TSK. Wu Daping glared at him unhappily. I'm afraid they run away. Chapter 316. In the wind-eroded valley and the dry river channel, a 15-kilometer-long heavy rail train quietly stopped, with more than 500 carriages winding like a dragon, as if extending to the end of the horizon. 1800 hours. The afterglow of the setting sun on the Gobi Desert dyed the gravel beach rusty red, and the sand grains appeared fine golden scales in the afterglow, but were blown into a flowing red tide by the sudden north wind, carrying gravel and crashing into the half-buried abandoned oil barrels, making an empty echo. On the joint train, more than 4,000 people were preparing to deal with the night without stopping. It is said that sand ants are not the same as the ants we understand, but for safety reasons, all gaps, exhaust vents, and even bathroom pipes should be checked. In the Infinity Communicator, Chen Sichuan walked quickly between the carriages, reminding everyone. Lin Xian also checked each carriage, just as carefully as he had dealt with the snow water leakage before. However, he knew that sand ants were definitely different from snow water. They might be able to get into any cracks. What he was most worried about now was whether these sand ants would be able to mark people with darkness, like the snow monsters before. Didn't Hu Lushou say that the teams he contacted didn't have dark marks, and those teams have been in Oxai for a few days? Logically, they shouldn't have dark marks, right? Kiki followed Lin Xian all the way to carriage number 3 and said, It's always better to be more careful. Lin Xian pointed out the window. I have reserved a few rotor drones and prefabricated explosives outside, just in case. Director Ding. After saying that, Lin Xian said to Director Ding, who was conducting an experiment on mycelium, I will temporarily close the air circulation channels of these 2 coal experimental carriages. It shouldn't have any impact on the plants, right? Ding Junyi looked up at him, from a botanical perspective. Director Ding. Lin Xian looked at her meaningfully. No. Okay. Lin Xian nodded happily, and he really liked Director Ding's conciseness. After that, he pressed the communicator and said to all the train captains, Repeat, don't panic when sand ants pass through, and no one should open fire. Understood. This time, the captain of the ocean responded first. Although Lin Xian had synchronized the information he had learned about the night in Oxai to each team as soon as they came back, he still felt it necessary to repeat it again. More than 4,000 people? This is not a small number. Before the apocalypse, Lin Xian didn't even want to be a college dormitory leader. Who can take care of mushrooms growing on the balcony of a group of rough men? Not to mention that the people on the joint train are now a real mixed bag. Although everyone is united in their situation in camp and obeys Lin Xian's orders, from the perspective of management, Lin Xian knows that there are still many fools, so he took out the greatest patience in his life, hoping that there will be less trouble after nightfall. Brother Lin. Sidiyuan's voice came from the communicator. Before you come back, I have also asked someone to check the dark marks on the whole car. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. Don't worry, Captain Lin, our team has 0 loopholes. Monica said softly, while sitting in the number 1 carriage of her Queen Emo. We don't have to worry either. Qian Deli also said. Captain Lin, we have no problem either. The voices of Li Yi and Luo Yang were also heard. Li had already made arrangements for the children's carriage. They had encountered situations in the dark many times, such as strange wood lice and zombie tides. These children had already learned to be quiet and concentrate, without making any noise or making any noise. They were very well behaved. Captain Lin. At this time, Shu Qin came over and said to Lin Xian, when you were away, the people from the Hell Warriors told us that the group had confessed a lot of information, especially about kidnapping people with special abilities. They did trade them with a certain organization. The trading location was a place called Taigua Valley. We checked, and there is no such place on the map. Taigua Valley? Is it related to the terrain? Lin Xian thought of this point immediately. According to his description, there are many abandoned radio telescope antennas in that place, so it is called this name. Radio telescope? Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. That should be some kind of star observation station. This is easy. Kiki on the side immediately took out the mobile terminal and searched. Got it, by Lytton Star Observatory, but it stopped operating in 2056. It has been abandoned for 13 years. According to the location on the map, they did have changes in this path before, but the overlap is very small, because they only go there once at a fixed time. Lin Xian took it and looked at the location and said, "We have solved the sand bandits in Oxai, so we have to go here to take a look." Lin Xian had always overlooked a point before. He had been excluding areas with low signal packet overlap in order to find the sand bandits' lair, but now it seems that the transaction location is also worth exploring. Shu Qin nodded. In addition, there is their transaction price. According to them, a diamond-level genetic evolver can be exchanged for 2 first-level blood essences, but if it is a mutant, it can be exchanged for 5, and the violent level will be increased by 5 times, and the destructive level will be increased by 20 times. What? Kiki pointed to her nose. So I'm only worth 25 blood essences? Not bad, 2.5 tubes of cold dark reagents. Lin Xian teased. Humph. Kiki snorted and said coldly, I'm afraid they won't be able to get them alive. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said with a stern look, if you rob a small convoy of 20 or 30 people, you may only get a little supplies and a few blood essences, but with this population transaction, those sand bandits may get more than 10 or 20 blood essences. Although they may not be able to deal with those violent and destructive characters, there are many small and medium-sized convoys in the fleeing team, so they are targeted by them. This is much more profitable than the previous robbery. Shu Qin said, if you exchange dozens of blood essences for supplies, you can't eat them all in a month. No wonder these bandits are so crazy. Lin Xian looked at Shu Qin. Is there any news yet? Shu Qin shook her head. No news at the moment. That Dedong brothers said that they are still squeezing them, but one of the 7 people has died. He also wants me to ask you if you can keep them for a few nights, and don't kill them first, because they still have dozens of brothers. Let them, let them. Lin Xian immediately raised his hand to stop Shu Qin from saying, and said with a black face, this group of people has no value to us. Just don't let them go, let them. Okay. Shu Qin showed a strange smile on her face, and didn't continue. When Kiki heard this, she immediately let out a long disgusted sound, and looked at Lin Xian with a tut-tut. Really, it's disgusting. You can't say that. Lin Xian took a long breath. Everything in the world is mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Isn't this the best punishment for dealing with such thugs, who like to rape women? Besides, the enemy is suffering, but our teammates are happy. Huh? Kiki frowned and looked at Lin Xian with his chin shrunk. I don't want teammates like this. Lin Xian smiled helplessly, and turned to Shu Qin. By the way, tell the people in the Windwalker team outside about this news. The Windwalker team was the bus team that was robbed. At this time, it was quietly parked on the Gobi Desert next to the joint train. Lin Xian also synchronized the situation of the sand ants with them. At this time, the team was also prepared accordingly. Okay. Shu Qin looked at Lin Xian, understood what he meant, and turned away immediately. It was about to get dark, and Chen Sichuan had arranged to distribute food to the whole car. Now each bottle of water needs to be drunk for 2 days. Everyone also realized the current pressure on water resources. Even if the weather was hot, they dared not drink water in large gulps. Every car of the joint train on the wilderness began to close the windows and sunshades, and the tense atmosphere in the car began to rise. Lin Xian closed all the gates of each carriage, and then went to the cockpit with Chen Sichuan, looking through the porthole of the cockpit at the Gobi Desert outside, which was about to fall at night. Russell, on the desolate Gobi Desert, it seemed that only the sound of the strong wind rolling the gravel was left between heaven and earth, and the yellow sand particles hit the carriages and portholes, making a dry rustling sound. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan sat on the left and right, quietly waiting for the night. The other teams of the joint train and the communication band also fell silent at this time, and everyone was watching the time. I remember when we just came out of Jiang City, we also waited for the night to come like this. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sichuan, who was cautious and couldn't help but speak. At that time, Chen Sichuan was still a university teacher who had just grabbed a life-saving straw in despair and panic. She curled up in the corner of the cockpit aisle, holding the bread given by Lin Xian. And Lin Xian was holding a short knife. listening to the scratching sound of zombies outside the car and being alert. Chen Sichuan glanced at him sideways, and then turned her head away. Although there is no dark mark, I don't know why, I always feel uneasy in such a desolate and open place. As she said this, she looked into the depths of the vast wilderness in the distance, her eyes slightly condensed. The world is too big, the horizon is too far, and in the depths of the empty no-man's land, Chen Sichuan inexplicably felt that it was more crowded than in the town. She didn't know why she had this idea, and after realizing it, she was also shocked. Lin Xian swept his eyes over, and also held his breath. Beep beep. The reminder sound of the watch suddenly sounded in the quiet car. The sound was very small, but it seemed that it could be clearly heard in the wilderness several kilometers before the night fell. It's getting dark. Buzz. Above the sky, a light curtain, like a tide, swept across, like a curtain covering the stars, and quickly opened. The next moment, the world turned off the lights. The sunset had not yet fallen into the horizon, but the entire western Gobi Desert entered the night in advance. The starry sky and the sky seemed to be covered by some kind of chaos, and it seemed not so transparent. The earth was dead silent. Everyone held their breath at this moment. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan sat quietly in the cockpit, as if they could only hear their own heartbeats. At this time, the sound of the wind suddenly began to get louder, and the sound of drizzle gradually sounded. It's raining? Lin Xian frowned slightly. No. Chen Sichuan looked out the dark porthole, and said solemnly. It's the sound of the earth. In the living compartment, the lights had long been turned off, and the children all held their breath and concentrated, not daring to make any sound. Duo lay on the pillow, looking through the gap in the sunshade at the dark horizon outside. The sound of rain seemed to be getting louder and louder, from drizzle to a shower of beans, but there was no water mark on the window. She stared at the outside with her big eyes, and suddenly, a strange insect suddenly stung and climbed onto her window outside, crawling quickly, like a spider with a long tail, but it was less than the size of a thumb, and the actual appearance could not be seen at all. She only felt that the little insect seemed to be constantly twisting and deforming, but at the same time, it was climbing over the window at a very fast speed. Duo was startled and immediately shrank back. The next moment, more black bugs crawled over the windows, gradually becoming denser, and the sound of rain gradually changed from showers to heavy rain. Wah 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 wah. In an instant, it seemed that only this strange sound was left outside the entire joint train. All the people in the carriages only felt like sand and gravel hitting the outside of the carriages in a sandstorm, and the sound was dense and overwhelmed all hearing. In the cockpit of the Infinity, Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan looked at the portholes in front of them covered by dense black bugs, and subconsciously stood up and took a step back. At this moment, all the lights seemed to be blocked, and the carriage was pitch black. Sand ants passing through. A feeling of suffocation enveloped the entire 15-kilometer-long joint train, because no one could see any light, and outside the carriage, the sound like a heavy rain continued to sweep the entire carriage. The side of the car, the roof, the bottom of the car, all around, it was dense. It seemed that only this sound was left in the world. People's heartbeats quickened, some people grabbed the handrails and weapons, but they didn't dare to act rashly at this moment. In the completely dark environment, at this moment, everyone could only pray. Nothing crawled into the car. In the number 2 car, Kiki and Shasha snuggled together and covered their ears. At the same time, Kiki created a small telekinetic shield to protect the two of them inside, fearing that in this darkness, the flesh-tearing and bone-eating insects would suddenly crawl onto their bodies. Lin Xian's eyes were solemn at this time, and he frantically operated the mechanical heart to check the entire Infinity train, trying to cover the metal texture of the Infinity train. But the more he did this, the more he could clearly feel that he seemed to be surrounded by billions of strange creatures, crawling, and his whole back was numb. This strange suffocation lasted for 2 hours, and the sound of the torrential rain began to gradually weaken until it disappeared. At this time, the window that was originally covered by sand ants became clear again, and the faint stars and horizon outlines in the wilderness outside could be seen. Huh? Lin Xian took a long breath, and his originally hanging heart was finally put down half. Just when he was about to press the communicator to ask about the situation of other teams, Chen Sichuan suddenly stepped out and covered his mouth. Look over there. Chen Sichuan's surprised tone poured into Lin Xian's ears, and then Lin Xian looked in the direction Chen Sichuan pointed, and his pupils shrank immediately. Just a few kilometers away from the joint train, above the desolate Gobi Desert, a thick cloud of yellow sand gathered in the sky like a sticky boiling soup, and from the thick cloud, several huge and strange arthropod-like feet slowly probed down from the cloud. And everyone could see the irregular and strange outline. The insect legs hanging down from the sky were dangling in the air, gently sliding across the Gobi Desert, as if unconsciously moving slowly towards the depths of the no man's land with the accumulated thick clouds. Sandstorms rolled up all around, and the wind blew on the United train, making a whistling sound. Many survivors who saw this scene felt cold all over. It was not just pure fear, but the insect legs hanging under the thick clouds seemed to carry some strange spiritual shock force, wrapped in a super-concentrated dark fear invasion, rushing towards the wilderness in all directions. A large amount of dark fear force impact detected. In an instant, the alarm light screen of the heterogeneous magic cube appeared in front of Lin Xian, and a thin layer of ice mist began to condense on the windows of the United train. Lin Xian was completely helpless at this time, and could only concentrate and hold his breath to prevent himself from making any noise. For a moment, the hearts of everyone on the United train seemed to be lifted up. As time went by, the outline of the insect's feet under the yellow sand and thick clouds gradually disappeared in the depths of the Gobi Desert, and the entire ancient river beach finally returned to silence. Woo, the cold night wind blew, blowing the Dryagnatharum splendens and tumbleweeds with a rustling sound. Lin Xian felt his hands and feet begin to warm up, and he looked at Chen Sichuan, who was also horrified. When their eyes met, they both felt a sense of loss on the edge of fear. Fortunately, we don't have the dark mark. Chen Sichuan's face turned pale, and she said with some fear. She and Lin Xian had experienced a lot together, and even saw S-level weird bodies, but the scene just now was not only shocking, but also made her deeply experience the heavy depression brought by the infection of the dark fear power. Lin Xian exhaled heavily. He had felt this feeling just now, when he fell asleep last night. The toxicity of this dark invasion is absolutely devastating to human mental power. This is why tens of billions of people turned into zombies overnight on the day of the apocalypse, and those who survived, although they gradually adapted and evolved by receiving dark energy, were still immature in the face of real darkness. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately pressed the communicator. All teams, report the situation. Rose team, 2 people are on the verge of mutation and have been controlled. Triangle team, currently 6 people are unstable, 1 has mutated, and a fight broke out in car number 2, and has been annihilated. Hidden World Team. Ocean Team. The situation on Longchan number 1 is stable, but many children and women are vomiting and diarrhea, and they are being treated urgently. Ning Jing's voice came. Team Lin, it's almost the same here. Li was busy in the children's car with his people. Many young children were livid and vomiting crazily. On Liu Yang's side, many young people in the car were shaking unconsciously. Li Guangwen slapped his thigh fiercely and gritted his teeth and said, "It's really a ghost, shaking hair. I can't control it." Another companion said hurriedly, looking at his shaking hands. On the Queen Mo, Monica looked at the vital signs of all the team members on the monitoring screen, her eyes slightly fixed, and then pressed the in-car call button. Everyone calm down, Weka. Prepare a cup of hot coffee for everyone. Okay, Queen Mo. A subordinate in charge of catering responded immediately. On the Joker team side, Qian Deli walked between the carriages at a swift pace, followed by Xiao Ming and several capable subordinates. He pressed the communicator. Captain Lin, I suggest turning on the lights and heating in the whole train to drive away the bad air. Okay. On the Infinity side, Lin Xian also had the same idea. At this time, there was no other movement in the Gobi Desert. He immediately notified all the teams to turn on the lights and heating to make the team active to resist the fear and oppression. Rip, in an instant, the lights of a train carriage were turned on, and the air circulation system and heating system started to operate at the same time. The entire joint train seemed to have traveled from the edge of hell. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan also rushed all the way, from carriage 2 to carriage 3, all the way to the living carriage at the back. Because of the existence of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, the Infinity can be said to be in the best condition. He checked the information of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and looked at the situation of the team members. Everyone felt a chill on their backs and pale faces. Chen Sichuan quickly distributed the vegetable juice prepared in advance. After Miao Lu wrapped herself in a blanket and drank the vegetable juice that was not very tasty but exuded a fresh fragrance, her trembling heart was slightly relieved as the temperature in the car warmed up. Looking around, other people were in the same situation as her. Xia Yuan had just recovered from a serious illness. At this time, her chubby face was still a little pale. She said nervously, "It's so strange, it's like being stared at by a ghost. I can't help but feel scared." Yes. Lu Chong nodded fiercely. "It's like being pressed by a ghost." At that moment, I seem to have lost the courage to resist. Lin Xian handed a bottle of water to Shu Qin. How are you? Shu Qin shook her head. Captain Lin, I'm fine. She said with a complicated look. Just now, it reminded me of the day of apocalypse. Lin Xian nodded. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong dark invasion in the Gobi Desert. We are still not fully prepared. Shu Qin said, Captain Lin, this situation should not be very common, otherwise the people in Oxai would not stay peacefully for so many days. But since we have encountered it, our people should be more prepared in the future. Yeah, Lin Xian groaned. For the dark invasion, humans have complicated feelings. It seems to be the source of all Doomsday, but it is also the source of the evolution of the survivors now. Everyone is maintaining balance and trying their best to survive, just to avoid being swallowed by this force in the end. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the suffocating feeling of depression has passed, and the joint train began to calm down. Lin Xian came to the number 2 carriage, ready to call the backbone and the teams to discuss Oxai's plan. At this time, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in Lin Xian's R&D center. He then remembered that the G3 electromagnetic railgun blueprint he was developing and upgrading had been successfully upgraded. G3 electromagnetic railgun blueprint upgraded and developed successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Solar Prominence K1 Orbital Star Shaker blueprint. What? Looking at the super-scale blueprint in the holographic vision, Lin Xian's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. Isn't this thing the main gun of the Interstellar Army's starship? Can this be installed on a train? Chapter 317. The blueprint in the R&D center made Lin Xian feel his brain buzzing. He never expected that the R&D center would give such a blueprint. Because this is the latest model of ship-borne energy weapon that has just been put into service by the Interstellar Army. Before the Apocalypse Day, Lin Xian had discussed it enthusiastically with a group of military fans on the internet. The thermal damage caused by this weapon is extremely terrifying. The strong electromagnetic field release can also induce the target circuit to produce a transient high-voltage EMP effect, but Lin Xian's first reaction at this time was, can this thing be installed on the train? He looked at the parameters. The main gun size is more than 53 meters, and there is also an extremely energetic particle accelerator that is half the size of a basketball court. He can't even install this thing by dismantling 2 carriages. Even if it can be installed, the second problem is that the energy density is not enough. The thermal efficiency of Gemini 11R's nuclear energy is 290 megawatts. If you want the energy storage device to complete the particle acceleration to the critical point, it is estimated that the entire train will have to turn off the power and turn off the lights first. R&D Center, you're playing a big joke on me. Lin Xian's heart was like 1,000 horses galloping through it. Even if he had a blueprint for this thing now, he didn't know where to start. Convert the train into a starship? Let's not talk about whether Lin Xian can do it now. Isn't it for a plate of vinegar dumplings? A difficult problem is here. At this time, Lin Xian looked at the R&D center and felt a headache for no reason. Originally, he wanted to upgrade the railgun blueprint and then put the 1130 into try, but now Lin Xian can only give up this idea. It took so long to develop the blueprint, but it can't be used for a while. Although this Shinshin cannon looks very powerful and domineering, if it is just a blueprint, it is useless for Lin Xian's current situation. And those basic weapons don't seem to need to be upgraded at present. Just at this time, Lin Xian turned his head to look at Sha, who was wearing goggles and studying the arc string vibrator, and immediately thought of another killer. Vulcan, this blueprint has a high level, the current mechanical manufacturing level, 5, the research and development time is increased by 50%. T8Z Vulcan offensive type, blueprint, research and development time, 28 days and 23 hours. Lin Xian looked at the information popped up by the R&D center. His expression was determined. If this thing can develop a higher model of heavy mecha, even if it is overweight, it should be able to be towed away by train. With the experience of Shilin City, Lin Xian's optimism about mecha has greatly increased. In the face of large-scale disasters, the tactical value of large mechas with both offensive and defensive capabilities is sometimes higher than that of most psychics. But currently, Sha is the only one in the team who can drive. So Lin Xian thought that he could build a few more Vulcans when he had time, and also upgrade this killer. Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly confirmed the research and development. Brother Lin, this desert area is strange and unpredictable. It seems that we must solve the problem of sand bandits as soon as possible, otherwise if we stay for too long, we may encounter some ghosts at night. In Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing and a group of key members were in the meeting car, listening to the reports from each car with gloomy faces. Fortunately, there was no exchange of fire or fighting tonight, so everyone was not panicked. Otherwise, under the high-intensity darkness, Shi Deyuan had no idea how many of the thousands of people in Longshan No. 1 would fall. He was really sweating just now, so before Lin Xian could speak, he expressed his worries first. Yes, water is also a problem. The no man's land is too big. We will need at least 2 or 3 days, and that doesn't include unexpected situations. Lin Xian said in the communicator at this time. The backbones of the Infinity also came to the No. 2 carriage. At this time, Lin Xian briefly discussed the situation of Oxai and Hu Lushou with the team members. Although they have the advantage of both the first move and the advantages of numbers and combat power, this is the first time for the entire joint train to fight as a whole. In addition to the situation of the Sand Bandits, Lin Xian currently only knows that there are no more than 1,000 people, but there is a lack of information on firepower and the situation. Therefore, in order to defeat the enemy in one blow and eliminate future troubles, Lin Xian feels that he must go all out and consider multiple situations. The information provided by the Fu Lushou convoy is that there are 3 main Sand Bandit Iron Alliance teams within the hundreds of kilometers of Oxai and Shashiku. One of them is the Red Vulture group we encountered. There are more than 200 people. There are 3 teams mainly carrying out looting missions outside. We have killed one. The leader is nicknamed Red Eagle. He is a superpower, but we have never seen him take action. The largest convoy is called the Sand Scorpion Gang, with more than 400 people. The leader calls himself the Emperor of the Desert, and is nicknamed Old Scorpion. The convoy has cannons and heavy firepower, and there are many superpowers following. It is also the strongest. The remaining one is called the Earth Dragon Society. It has the least number of people, more than 100 people, but there are many high-speed vehicles. It belongs to the Gobi guerrillas, and is good at harassment. The leader is Wagulong. At most, there are 800 people in total, but from the perspective of predicting the enemy's strength, we have to treat these 3 groups as 1,000 people, not including those guarding the nest. Qian Deli of Joker Team heard Lin Xian's words, and expressed his opinion directly. There are so many people, we can't kill them all. Just defeat them. In the No. 2 carriage, Lin Xian said loudly, there are many enemies of the Sand Bandits in this place. As long as we kill the main force, and seize the heavy weapons and supplies, the remaining scattered soldiers will not cause any trouble. Shi Deyuan nodded heavily in the communicator after hearing this. That makes sense. The remaining small fish and shrimps will not be able to make a big difference. Even if the Iron Alliance wants to counterattack, it will not be able to move as fast as us, and they are all in other areas. As long as we reach Quancheng, I don't believe that a group of bandits dare to charge the city. I think we shouldn't take the Iron Alliance too seriously. Monica sat in her No. 1 cockpit, holding a glass of red wine, and said leisurely, it's just a group of Doomsday thugs. No matter how crazy they are in front of the electromagnetic gun, they will have to pee their pants obediently. Captain Lin is right. Kill all the main forces. For the rest, there will definitely be people who want to beat the fallen dogs, such as the Oxai Brotherhood. They can't wait to eat those Sand Bandits alive. Then Captain Lin, what if those Sand Bandits run away? Luo Yang asked a key question in the communicator. They can't run away. Lin Xian looked at the Iron Alliance order in his hand. Thanks to their Iron Alliance order, in addition to searching their paths, it can also identify whether their boss is in charge. We have investigated during the day. Those Sand Bandit groups have been wandering and stalking in the uninhabited area of 100 to 150 kilometers around Oxai for several days. So even if they don't come tomorrow, I'm going to organize an action team to clear the point-to-point. Clearing the obstacles for the joint train is one of them. This group of Sand Bandits must have a lot of resources in their hands after looting in this uninhabited area for several months. Lin Xian just wants to use them to prepare supplies for crossing the uninhabited area. Another point is that we can also find out the source of the kidnapping of superpowers, and obtain some useful information. Okay. Brother Lin, we will all listen to your arrangements. Shi Deyuan said in a heroic tone. But the terrain of Oxai is open, and the wilderness is vast. If that group of people attack the city and defend it, we will rush over like this. There is no cover in the Gobi Desert. I'm afraid we will be hit by a lot of heavy firepower. I thought of this too. On the Infinity, Lin Xian looked at everyone and said fiercely, so, I have a slightly exciting plan. Exciting? In the communication band, all the captains of the fleet heard this word, and their hearts skipped a beat. At 5 a.m., the cold wind in the Gobi Desert in the dark night was as sharp as a knife, rolling up the gravel. The train carriages were still very busy. In the No. 12 carriage of the Infinite, Lin Xian sat on the ground, using mechanical manufacturing in the closed and quiet carriage. The countless materials of the decomposed space were constantly combined and forged in front of him, and the circuit boards began to take shape. While manufacturing, Lin Xian looked at the time. In the carriage, he did not plan to rest today, and was fully preparing the equipment. In each carriage, everyone was preparing for the battle intensively. Lin Xian assigned tasks to almost everyone in the battle plan tonight. Of course, there was only one person, except for one person. Ding Junyi, Director Ding. Lin Xian gave her the task of staying alive, staying elegant, and taking good care of green plants and flowers. In carriage number 5, Shu Qin, LV Chong, Miao Lu, and the building were preparing ammunition seriously, and all the power armors in the car were charging energy. Sasha wore goggles and used tools to pad the ladder to install a new arc pulse string vibrator on her Sally. She removed the heavy Vulcan chest armor. A single piece weighed more than 100 pounds. She actually grabbed it with her little hands and threw it lightly to the ground, and then continued to be busy in a pile of circuit boards. In carriage number 2, Xia Yuan was learning the automated operation of all weapons in the information center with Kiki. The little girl was extremely serious about the important task assigned to her by Lin Xian, and she held a small notebook in her hand to take notes from time to time. On Luo Yang's side, Li Guangwen and the entire team all wore power armor, and Amin Luo was telling the team about the experience of using power armor. In the back, Li also led a group of strong workers to follow Lin Xian's requirements to make tactical arrangements. Liang Lei, who had almost recovered, took off the bandage and shook his hand. The whole arm quickly turned from flesh and blood into dark silver metal skin, and an indestructible momentum emerged. Lei Zi, how is it? Very good. Liang Lei stood up and twisted his neck, with an excited face. Finally, I will fight side by side with Captain Lin. I will definitely not let him down. On the Longshan number 1 side, Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing led a group of people to study the terrain around Oxai. In another car, Xiao Qing had a cold face and maintained her weapon with knife oil. The girl was fully armed at this time. She held the handle of the gun blade with one hand, and a slight vibration and trembling sound suddenly sounded out of thin air. Abai, who was lying quietly on the bed, wearing black glasses, said softly, "Your knife is so sharp, be careful not to get hurt." Xiao Qing paused and looked at Abai. "You are." In the Joker team, Deputy Captain Xiaoming was seriously preparing weapons and combat equipment, while Qian Deli was leaning back in a chair with a leisurely look on his face. An old record player found from somewhere was playing the cheerful "I Be There For You." Xiaoming wore black power armor, and her beautiful figure was filled with a sense of coldness, like a blade. She said to her subordinates, "Everyone, adjust the output value of the power armor's running assist system to the highest level. There will be a lot of maneuvers tomorrow." On the Queen Imo, in the quiet number 1 carriage, Monica was lying in a spacious bathtub, enjoying the pleasure of bathing in the desert Gobi. She held a red wine glass, and the mobile TV screen in front of her was playing The Count of Monte Cristo, which she had watched countless times. The mist in the bathtub made her beautiful cheeks flush a little. In the rippling water, the whiteness of her chest was like a stormy wave, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Next to the bathtub, on the big bed were high-end underwear, armor lining, and a special Ghost Wolf level full cover armor called Hestia's Eye that was being charged by Monica. For Monica, there were the fewest people in her car, and the most abundant water resources. In addition, the car had an advanced water circulation system, so she could take a bath as she pleased. Anyway, some people outside were teasing her, hoping that her bath water would not be filtered so that they could taste it and satisfy their inner strange habits. All the trains ahead were now lit up, and the carriages were filled with tension. Of course, one of the trains, called the Hell Warriors, was an exception. The next day, at 8:30, the sky was still dark. According to calculations, the dawn time should be around 9:15, but in Oxai, countless survivors' convoys had already turned on their lights, and a large number of cars roared their engines and began to drive towards the East City exit. From the corridor, they went east for hundreds of miles, and after passing through the Sand Snake Pass, they would enter the endless Oxai no man's land. A series of convoys in the dark night were like light strips traveling through the vast wilderness, slowly moving forward in a tense atmosphere, bringing up large areas of yellow sand and dust. These convoys either formed alliances of 3 or 5, or prepared sufficient supplies and equipment, and drove towards the Sand Snake Pass together. Until dawn, the city began to become empty, leaving only the Dawn Caravan and the Oxai Brotherhood's caravan camp parked in the suburban streets, still with lights on. At the Black Rose Bar, Dozens of large vehicles were parked in the square outside, neatly arranged. These large vehicles were well equipped and well stocked. More than 100 members of the Fu Lu Shou caravan were all dressed neatly, including an elite team wearing power armor, and the leader was Sun Chong. Inside the bar, Hu Lu Shou, wearing 2 sets of bulletproof vests, sat at the bar, looking at the empty bar with a complicated expression. He inexplicably felt that he hated his talent for not being in the right era, and couldn't help but pick up a wine glass and began to look at his reflection narcissistically. Hu Lu Shou, your parents gave you this name. Didn't they hope that you would be happy, prosperous, and long-lived? Then today, this lifespan must continue, right? As he said this, he looked towards the basement of the bar, his eyes flashing solemnly. At this time, an engine sounded, and then the door of the bar was pushed open, and the leader of the Dawn team, Lu Xiao, and Xie Guan of the Oxai brothers walked in together. Lu Xiao saw Hu Lu Shou sitting there alone, and immediately said, "Boss Hu, those teams have left, shouldn't we also leave? Our people are also ready." Xie Guan said seriously. Is it time?" Hu Lu Shou took out a gold pocket watch from his arms and looked at it, then raised his head. Where is Wu Daping? I called several times on the communicator, but there was no response. Lu Xiao said. I saw their team was still parked in the west of the city. Xie Guan said. Is he asleep? Lu Xiao cursed. No response? Hu Lu Shou's face darkened, and he quickly pressed the communicator. Captain Wu? It's a bit strange. I just asked someone to go over and check. This old guy is usually very cautious, so it shouldn't happen like this. Lu Xiao said directly, and then he looked at Hu Lu Shou with an anxious face. And which route are you talking about? You made it so mysterious. Are you afraid that other convoys will see it? Hu Lu Shou cleared his throat after hearing this. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just that we go with the northern track. Railway? Lu Xiao and Xie Guan were both surprised when they heard this. Why? Lu Xiao said. The railway is indeed a good route. If we follow the railway, at least we won't get lost in the uninhabited area. Although the road in the Gobi Desert is not easy to travel, it is indeed a method. It is the fastest route. There are very few train groups passing by now, and those sand bandits may not focus on it. Before Hu Lu Shou spoke, Xie Guan began to analyze the situation. The more he analyzed, the more excited he became, and Lu Xiao looked puzzled. It sounds right. Many teams have mentioned this route before, but... Lu Xiao frowned. Is this the secret route that you, Boss Hu, have been talking about for so long? The disadvantage of following the track line for the team is that there is no road. Although the Gobi Desert is open, it does not mean that there is a road. The Gobi Desert is rocky and windy. Although the vehicles of these survivor teams have been modified for the end of the world and can handle most terrains, the speed is definitely slower than taking the national highway and the hardened surface of the highway to cross thousands of kilometers of uninhabited areas. No. Hu Lu Shou coughed mysteriously and said, taking this road is not just a matter of route. There is another important reason. What reason? Bang, bang, bang. Before he finished speaking, a strange gunshot suddenly sounded in Oxai City. When Hu Lu Shou heard this sound, a bitter look of trouble is coming appeared on his face. Something happened. Lu Xiao and Xie Guan were shocked when they heard the gunshots and immediately rushed out of the bar. Hu Lu Shou looked at the backs of the two and sighed helplessly. You will know the reason soon. The gunshot sounded abrupt and harsh in Oxai City before dawn. The people in the several convoys parked in the city were nervous at this time. Lu Xiao ran out of the bar with his men. Before he asked, his team members' voices came from his communicator. Boss Lu, Wu Daping's convoy shot at us. What? Lu Xiao was shocked and immediately pressed the communicator. Wu Daping, what the hell are you doing? But no matter how he shouted, there was no response in the communication band. Not good. At this time, Xie Guan behind him pressed the headset and said in astonishment, Our people saw a large number of convoys rushing in from the north of the city. Look at the paint job, it's the sand bandits. Boss. The observation post of the Dawn convoy at a high altitude in Oxai City also reported to him at the same time. Sand bandits are lurking in the Bazipo in the southern suburbs. Lu Xiao felt his scalp tingling when he heard it. How could the sand bandits seize the opportunity so accurately? Bang! Lu Xiao and Xie Guan pushed open the door of the Black Rose bar again. Boss Hu, we are being targeted. Let's retreat quickly. There is no place to retreat. Hundreds of sand bandit cars are coming from the direction of Shashiku, and they are all surrounding this side. Sun Chong walked in from outside at this time, with a stern look in her eyes. Two small convoys are coming together, We have been chased back, and now the situation has turned sour. We are being attacked from all sides, and we can only defend the city. All sides? Xiegguan was stunned. We can't go to the west of the city? Wu Daping shot at my people, and you can't see it. Lu Zhao said angrily. It must be this bastard who reported the news, and now he is blocking our retreat. He is not the one who reported the news, he is a sand bandit. Hu Lushou, who was sitting inside, slapped himself in the face in annoyance, and cursed. Damn it, Hu Lushou, have seen countless people, how come I didn't see that this old guy is a sand bandit? Sand bandits don't write on their faces, and the equipment of the shelter convoy is all clean. As long as they don't expose themselves, no one will know that they are sand bandits. Sun Chong said bluntly. Fuck, it's useless to say this now, pack up your stuff and let's fight our way out. Lu Zhao shouted angrily. Xiegguan shook his head in panic and said, so many bandits must have been prepared in advance. Even if we rush out, we can't get rid of them. We will only be exhausted to death in the no man's land. Then what do you say we should do? We can only defend the city. Sun Chong still looked calm. Captain Xie is right, there are still battles in the city, and rushing out is tantamount to committing suicide. Yes. Xiegguan said anxiously at this time. After dawn, there may be another convoy passing by. These bandits can't always surround Uxai. Will other convoys care about us? Fanciful. Hurry up and inform the people in the convoy that Wu Daping is a bandit. Lu Zhao was so anxious at this time that he glanced at several people and immediately turned around and rushed out of the bar. Xiegguan also ran out immediately and began to gather their own convoys to shrink into the city and set up a defensive formation. Our people have been arranged around the square, and the commanding heights and firing points have been set up in advance. Sun Chong looked at Hu Lushou. The sand bandits in several directions add up to at least 700 to 800 people. Judging from the situation, Old Scorpion, Red Eagle and others are probably here this time. I know. Hu Lushou frowned and rubbed his hands, and said to Sun Chong, their few superpowers may be a bit troublesome. Tell them to be more careful. Don't open fire without my order. Chapter 318. Bang, 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 duh. At 9:15, the sky cleared up and the entire western Gobi Desert welcomed the dawn again. The sun rose high, and the empty Gobi Desert was filled with the roar of engines and the sound of crisp gunfire. On the horizon, hundreds of exaggeratedly modified sand bandit vehicles were chasing the two survivors' convoys, rushing all the way from Shashiku to Uxai, bumping and running wildly on the gravel beach, and the tires rolling over the weathered camel thorns, making crackling sounds, like the whine of bones being chewed. The vehicles of these sand bandits were like a torrent of steel, stirring up rolling yellow sand on the Gobi Desert. The desert bandit convoy was rushing in the front, with a half-forged truck with tank tracks welded to its head, and a flamethrower modified from an oil pipeline on its roof. The leader of the Red Vulture group, Red Eagle, wore a welded gas mask, and a voice changer process roar came from under the mask. Men are caged, women are captured alive. Oh. This sentence seemed to make the adrenaline of this group of desert thugs soar, and all the vehicles began to scream. Someone fired a rifle into the air, and a modified mountain off-road vehicle quickly rushed out of the team. A thug with a mohawk shaved on his back stood up from the roof of the vehicle with a rocket launcher, and then he grinned at the survivors' convoy that was fleeing frantically not far ahead, and then pulled the trigger. Swish, boom, the rocket exploded on the back of a modified off-road vehicle that was behind, and fireworks immediately exploded. The whole vehicle was thrown forward, and the rear wheel on the side was ignited with billowing flames and rolled out. The car behind rushed up and threw Molotov cocktails at the shattered window of the SUV with wild laughter. Boom! Flames exploded, and the few survivors inside, who had not escaped yet, were burned with flames, howling miserably. The survivors' team also kept firing back at the rear. A thug who was shouting wildly was immediately blown to pieces by the metal jet, with half of his chin hanging in the air. The smell of blood instantly filled the air. Seeing the scene, the thugs were not afraid, but even more excited. In the team, a heavy truck with a golden shell had 2 rows of exaggerated exhaust pipes erected high behind it, and black smoke was billowing. A strong man wearing a razor mask and naked upper body stood in the back of the pickup truck, holding a modified Gatling gun in one hand, and madly shot at the rear window of the survivors' team. Blood and glass shards exploded in the cab, and screams were swallowed by the roar of the engine. And in the passenger seat of this golden truck sat a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a strong body, the leader of the Sand Scorpion gang, Old Scorpion. He called himself the Emperor of the Desert. He was 1.9 meters tall, and his waist was twice that of a normal person. His exposed right arm was as muscular as a steel cable. From the back of his hand to his forearm, he had a tattoo of a disassembled diagram of a man-eating chainsaw. His belly was overflowing from under his open riveted leather armor, but he deliberately did not cover it. On both sides of his bald scalp, there were 2 strands of washed hair hanging, which looked very greasy. In the back row, 2 beautiful women with chains tied around their necks. One of them massaged his shoulders, and the other occasionally picked up ice cubes and fed them to his mouth. He sucked on the woman's fingers, and then he bit the ice cubes fiercely, making a creaking sound. At this time, a signal light with red smoke suddenly rose slowly into the sky in the distant Oxeye City. After seeing this, the old scorpion picked up the intercom and said in a hoarse voice, "Red Eagle, Bone Dragon, Wu Lauer has sent a signal, and the west of the city has been blocked." "I see." The triangular eyes under the Red Eagle's gas mask were shining red at this time. "The convoy didn't enter the city yesterday, and my people have already gone to their camp." "Old Vulture, the women in that convoy are so beautiful. No matter what you say, you have to leave me one that hasn't been played with." The leader of the Earth Dragon Society, Wagulong, was wearing camouflage power armor, and his thin face was full of shrewdness, but his eyes were covered with black bags, as if he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. "Don't worry," Red Eagle said coldly with the voice of the Transformer. "Old Jay's team is still active in Luobu, and hasn't come back yet. This time I let the team with Pockmark go." Wagulong cursed immediately after hearing this. That old Pockmark man is even more fucking perverted than old Jay. What the hell is he doing? By the way, why are your subordinates either beasts or perverts? The prostitutes in Tuolingji are afraid of them. Ha ha ha. The wanton laughter of old Scorpion sounded in the communicator. "She's just a woman, no matter how beautiful she is. Tell your men to keep their eyes open. Don't let anyone out of Oxeye. You can't run away." Wagulong smacked his lips. "In this desert, even if it flies up to the sky, I can shoot it down." Buzz buzz buzz, the convoy roared, and yellow sand spread everywhere. It didn't take long for the convoy of the Sand Bandits to approach Oxeye City, and the abandoned buildings around it gradually increased. All the way to Oxeye, the Sand Bandits did not completely annihilate the 2 survivor convoys, but the armed forces chasing the 2 convoys were basically crushed by the bloody means of the Sand Bandits, and then after forcing the convoy of survivors full of fear and fragmentation into Oxeye, the vehicles of the Sand Scorpion gang began to slow down. At the same time, the bandits from the southern suburbs of Bizipo and the north of the city gradually began to gather together, and soon these convoys began to circle around Oxeye City, surrounding the entire city. Oh! A large number of incendiary bombs, rockets, and remote-controlled self-destructing drones began to bombard the city continuously, creating a crazy scene of apocalyptic looting. For a time, the sound of explosions and gunfire filled the sky over Oxeye, and countless abandoned residential buildings and shopping streets began to catch fire, with billowing black smoke rising into the sky and burning on the Gobi Desert Plain. "Fuck them." In a room in a high-rise building, Lu Zhao looked at the flood of bandits outside the city with an electronic telescope. His face was fierce. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to his men, "Back off, Lao Zhao, take your men to block the front street. Don't let Wu Dapeng attack us from behind." "Okay." In the square below, 2 survivors' convoys that were unlucky enough to be intercepted were severely damaged. They had no time to catch their breath after fleeing back to the city. Several groups of bandits had already rushed into the city and approached along the streets. Da-da-da, bang-bang-bang. The Dawn Convoy and the Oxeye Brotherhood, who had already set up a defensive line, immediately opened fire and fought back. The hundreds of people with fierce firepower suppressed the offensive arrogance of the bandits in an instant, and the people of the 2 convoys were finally able to take a breath, drove the convoy into the square, organized rescue of the wounded, and the combatants also rushed up to resist. The main convoy of the Sand Bandits outside the city did not seem to be in a hurry to attack, but kept harassing the periphery, laughing wildly at the burning streets. Boom! 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 Several loud tremors sounded, and several buildings outside the street square suddenly exploded with layers of smoke and dust. A sand bandit with earth and rocks all over his body rushed through the houses like a tank and appeared directly in front of the Dawn Convoy. When the survivors here turned their guns to prepare for defense, a flying psychic with eagle wings and a helmet suddenly rushed over from the sky. After killing several innocent survivors, who escaped from the burning car with a burst of bullets, he arrogantly threw several special dirty gas bombs into the defensive convoy. Woohoo! Swish! The defense team was not to be outdone. A mimicry with 4 or 5 tentacles exploded from his hands and flew into the air. He grabbed the bombs in the air and threw them in the opposite direction towards the stone-type psychic. Boom, boom, boom. A brown-yellow explosion sounded. The mimicry threw one of his bombs too slowly and immediately blew one of his tentacles into a bloody mess. Rockets. Swish. 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 In the distant street, 3 rockets arrived in an instant and exploded in front of the heavy trucks on the convoy's defense line. The windows and bodies of the trucks burst immediately, and a group of people were blown away by the flames. In the small city of Oxai, smoke and gunfire filled the air. Wu Daping. Damn you! On the high building, Lu Xiao saw the approaching convoy and was immediately furious. A fierce attack doubled the pressure on the survivors, and casualties continued to increase. But the survivors relied on the streets and defense lines to temporarily withstand this wave of attacks. At this time, the bandits seemed to have received some instructions. After a tentative attack, they immediately withdrew their offensive before everyone was prepared. The gunfire suddenly stopped. What's going on? Don't fight anymore? Run away? Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. Pull the people back. Xie Guan, who was commanding the battle below, shouted with red eyes. In just a dozen minutes of tentative attacks by the bandits, he had already lost several people. The oppressive firepower made him desperate and angry. As the bandits retreated, the survivors on defense also noticed something was wrong. The bandits seemed to hide, and the boiling exchange of fire suddenly quieted down, leaving only the sound of burning buildings. Buzz, squeak. At this time, a sharp electric current sound from a loudspeaker sounded in Oxai City. On the main road out of the city in the east, a golden big truck stopped in the middle of a group of escort vehicles. Lao Xie picked up the loudspeaker, and his voice would be broadcast to Oxai through the loudspeakers that his brothers had just placed in several areas of the city. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we disturbed this beautiful morning. As Lao Xie spoke, he stroked the woman under his crotch like stroking a cat, and said in a hoarse voice, "My name is Lao Xie. You may not have heard of my name, but it doesn't matter. You only need to know that this person sent you to hell. Our purpose today is very simple, and everyone can see it. It's nothing more than you killing me, or I killing you all. It's not complicated, right? Ha ha ha." As Lao Xie's voice came out, hundreds of sand bandits surrounding Oxai laughed in various strange ways. This hoarse voice echoed in every street in Oxai City, making all the survivors look extremely heavy, as if they were facing a great enemy. Beside the big truck, the Red Eagle of the Red Vulture Group and the Bone Dragon of the Earth Dragon Society looked at the old scorpion with wildness in their eyes. "Oh!" Feeling the naughtiness of the woman under his crotch, the old scorpion breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "However, we are actually reasonable bandits. We are all for a living, and we don't necessarily have to fight and kill. For example, we agreed to cooperate with Boss Hu and collected tolls before, so we are dedicated to guarding the safety of Oxai and clearing the way for the convoys. It is our duty. Look, in the past half-month, Oxai is very safe during the day." The old scorpion smiled coldly. "But why did we come today? There is no other way. The brothers guarded everyone's safety, and had no food to eat. You said that we would do things for you and charge some hard work fees. It is logical, right? It is logical." On the square, the Dawn team immediately raised a loud speaker and shouted to the distance. At this time, Lu Xiao, Xie Guan, and the 2 captains of the team who escaped back gathered at the Black Rose Bar to discuss strategies. Lu Xiao was a hot-tempered person. When he heard the old scorpion's words, he glared and cursed. "Robbery is robbery, and you are just fooling your father with your nonsense. If you want to fight, fight. Even if all my people die, today we have to see whether half of your hundreds of people can survive. Oh, you are still a tough guy." Wagulong laughed when he heard this. The old scorpion on the other side snorted coldly, but he was not angry. Instead, he said, "It doesn't sound like Boss Hu. By the way, where is Boss Hu? Tell him quickly that we are mainly looking for him today. The other teams are innocent. Boss Hu has already paid your tolls for you. You can leave now without worry." As soon as these words came out, many people in the defensive teams in Oxai City changed their expressions. The morale of the originally solid defense line seemed to be affected at once. Is what he said true or false? That's the Sand Bandit. Do you believe what the Sand Bandit said? What if it's true? The toll. Isn't it really okay if others pay it? They have killed him at the door, and you are still dreaming. At the Black Rose Bar, Hu Lushou's face sank when he heard this. He looked at the captains of these teams and swallowed quietly. Sun Quan beside him also realized that the other party was trying to split their camp. Although it seemed very straightforward, It was hard to guarantee that someone would not lose their mind in this situation, so she also stood forward with some vigilance. Unexpectedly, when Lu Xiao of the Dawn team heard this, he immediately glared and laughed inexplicably. He picked up the megaphone and sneered, "Ha ha ha, no wonder you are the leader of the Sand Bandits. Although you are mentally ill, you still know a little bit of military tactics. First, you want to make a mountain sound to scare the tiger, and then play the game of siege, right? You are trying to sow discord at this time. Do you think I am a fool? Do you think I believe your words, the Sand Bandits, or believe that the strange body tonight is a white and tender woman?" Hu Lushou was surprised when he heard Lu Xiao's words, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Captain Lu is really a god. He saw through the other party's evil plan at once. Lu Xiao threw the megaphone in his hand on the table, his face still heavy. Although he looks big and strong and has a bad temper, it does not mean that he has no mind, nor does it affect the fact that he was once a master student. He saw the cunning mind of the old scorpion at a glance, but despite this, the current predicament is still severe. Lu Xiao's words suppressed the voices of discussion in the teams, and made the survivors realize the reality. Wu Daping, who was blocking the west of the city, narrowed his eyes, and called his younger brother next to him immediately. The people surnamed Lu are now in the Black Rose Bar. Take people to watch over and wait for the boss to speak. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. For these teams, the team leader is the backbone. If he is killed, the defense line will soon collapse. Okay. The younger brother left in response. When the old scorpion heard Lu Xiao's words, he couldn't help but flash a cold light in his eyes, and then he still said with a stern face, "Oh, it seems that the captain of this team is not willing to drink a toast, and then he will drink a penalty. Since your people don't want to leave, then as long as they are your team members, the men will dig out their eyes and cut off their noses, and the women will be gang raped on the spot. No one will be spared. How about it? Is it worthy of your toughness?" His words directly instigated Lu Xiao and his team members to oppose each other. It must be said that he was extremely cruel. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly when he heard this. Although he knew what the other party was doing, these Sand Bandits would definitely pay a price if they wanted to wipe them out. They just wanted to play some psychological games to break up their group of survivors and then easily defeat them. But he had no other choice for the time being. The initiative was in the hands of the other party. They had no choice but to defend. "What should we do now?" Xie Guan said with a heavy face. "We are sure we can't win. Should we keep dragging it on? No, with the methods of these Sand Bandits, they may cause us some trouble at night. When we get into trouble with the weird body, we will really be finished." The captain of another convoy said with a look of embarrassment. "What if they keep setting fire to the city like this?" No, don't worry." Hu Lushou came over at this time, reached out to take the megaphone on the table, grinned and looked at several team leaders tentatively. "Since the other party called my name, let me negotiate with the old scorpion first." Then Hu Lushou picked up the megaphone under the eyes of everyone and cleared his throat. Hello. The sound of the high-power loudspeaker outside was deafening, echoing in the street. Hu Lushou smiled awkwardly, and then his face became serious. "Is it the old scorpion leader, the red eagle leader, and the bone dragon leader? It's me, Hu Lushou. What's wrong today, bringing so many people and getting so angry?" Hu Lushou's voice echoed in Oxai City. On the Sand Bandit side, the old scorpion and the other three smiled slightly when they heard Hu Lushou's voice. The old scorpion picked up the megaphone. "Boss Hu, what's the matter? You begged me on your knees to help us brothers collect tolls. Now we are all working hard outside, but why are you abandoning us brothers and running away? No, how could it be possible? Who told you that?" Hu Lushou immediately denied it 3 times. "I was going to hand over the hard work fee collected in the past 3 days to you today. You must have heard it wrong." "Humph." The old scorpion snorted coldly, and the fat on his face trembled violently. He said with interest, "Forget it, don't try to trick me. I have seen your mind a long time ago. I know you are not the same as us. So, you keep the 20% of the benefits you collected. For your hard work, I will let you in your..." The convoy left safely. "How about this? I know you don't want to stay here. You want to run away when the polar night comes, so I will collect tolls by myself from now on." Hu Lushou was stunned when he heard this, and tentatively shouted, "Is it true? Will you let me go?" "Of course it's false, ha ha." The old scorpion smiled arrogantly, and said with a sharp look in his eyes, "To be honest, although you are not strong, you are smart and a talent. I really don't want to let you go, so if you are willing to follow me, let's just forget about this today, And you continue to collect tolls for me here? How about it? Hu Lushou looked puzzled. If I follow you, can I still survive? Hu knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the voices outside suddenly quieted down. The eyes of several people in the Black Rose bar changed, and after a while, the old scorpion laughed again outside. I'm still lying to you. How can I trust a profiteer like you? I'm going to capture all the men and women in your group and sell them today. This is the most worthwhile business. Hu Lushou stared at the megaphone in his hand in amazement. This was the first time he was fooled so thoroughly in his life. No, it was the second time. Last time, someone sold him thousands of Xingho 26 type fully automatic tactical rifles. Lu Zhao looked at Hu Lushou's expression and his face darkened. The bandits were simply arrogant and arrogant. He. Just as Hu Lushou was angry and everyone was silent, a crisp laugh suddenly sounded from the basement passage behind the bar. Who? Lu Zhao and others were immediately startled, but saw Hu Lushou quickly blocking them. As soon as the voice fell, a purple-haired girl walked out with light steps, trying hard to hold back a smile on her face. I am dying of laughter. You lied to him 3 times with one sentence. Boss Hu, don't you call yourself a Doomsday businessman? The barrel of the gun has been poked into your throat, and you still want to negotiate? Another calm voice also sounded from behind him. Lin Xian, wearing the Black Hawk Silent Hunter armor, walked with a sonorous step, opened the mask, and looked at Hu Lushou with a smile on his face. Why, you have no confidence in our plan. Following Lin Xian, in addition to Kiki, there are 2 2-meter-tall Iron Tower strongmen, Delu and Liang Lei. Each of them carries 2 heavy roaring Gatling guns, and the momentum is terrifying. Behind them are more than 20 masters wearing power armor, including Chen Xishuan, Li Guangwen, Luo Luo, Amin, etc. These people have quietly entered the city before dawn under the escort of Kiki's telekinesis, and hid in the basement of the Black Rose bar. When Hu Lushou saw Lin Xian coming out, his eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled. How could that be possible? A businessman? What is a businessman? He is someone who can discuss everything. I am not doing this to paralyze the bandits, and give us a head start. Seeing this group of impressive people coming out, Lu Zhao, Xie Guan and others retreated one after another, their eyes full of surprise. Boss Hu, who are they? They are here to support us. Hu Lushou explained hurriedly. Support? Seeing this scene, Lu Zhao's face suddenly brightened. Do you have a secret passage? No, we came in early in the morning. Lin Xian said bluntly. TSK, Lu Zhao was stunned when he heard this, and slapped his thigh and said, How can you call this support? Are you walking into someone's encirclement? That's not necessarily true. Defending a city is much easier than attacking it. Besides, Lin Xian smiled, and looked at the team leader named Lu Zhao with a sharp look in his eyes. It's not certain who will encircle whom. After saying that, he took the megaphone from Hu Lushou and said calmly, Listen to all the survivors defending Aksai. Those people outside are. If the bandits were really capable, they would have slaughtered us long ago. Why would they use loudspeakers to launch a propaganda offensive? In fact, they are just worried that they can't handle hundreds of us and end up seriously hurting themselves. By the way, Old Scorpion, Red Eagle, and Bone Dragon, right? The names are quite interesting. You are from several gangs, right? What's going on? Have you discussed which people to send up as cannon fodder? The one who is seriously injured may be swallowed up by your good brothers. As soon as these words came out, they were heart-wrenching. The old scorpion sitting on the big truck had a cold face when he heard this, and his anger rose up. At this time, the woman under his crotch made some mistakes, and he was so angry that he pulled the chain violently, and pulled the woman away directly, almost pulling her neck to death. The other Red Eagle and the Bone Dragon also had flickering eyes at this time, and did not show any expression. Of course, they knew the purpose of the other party's words, but knowing did not mean that they would not think so. Now that the other party had exposed it, there was obviously a subtlety between the 3 Sand Bandit teams. Which team are you from? Do you have the right to speak here? Seeing the old scorpion's dark face, the Red Eagle picked up the intercom and shouted at Lin Xian. Didn't you investigate my team yesterday? Forgot it overnight? As soon as the voice fell, the old scorpion and the other 2 looked at each other and communicated with the internal communicator. It's the convoy with that beautiful woman, Wagulong said immediately. How could it be? Didn't Wu Lao mention other convoys that entered the city? Chiang's eyes condensed. It seems that Mozi and his men will be in vain. Lao Xia pondered. I don't like unexpected events, let's just do it. It doesn't matter to Lao Xia and his men that there are a few more people in the city, but a convoy they are tracking suddenly appears in a place where it shouldn't be. This shows that there is something wrong with their intelligence, and it also shows that the other party is well prepared. The cruel Lausia immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Viper, Scorpion, Granite, get ready. Instantly, all the sand bandits surrounding Oxeye received the order at the same time and immediately started firing. Several superpowers in the sand bandit team went out one after another. Chapter 319. The brief negotiation came to an abrupt end. The survivors in Oxeye City suddenly gained confidence when they saw that the bandits were silent. Although the bandits were fierce, it would take a lot of effort to wipe them out. Just then, the sound of shells breaking through the air began to be heard in the distance of the street. When the defenders heard it, they immediately shouted, "Mortar! Air mines!" Boom, boom, boom. A large number of explosions began to appear in the blocks around the square, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. In the sky, countless missiles were flying from all directions. Along with the vehicles of the bandits, all kinds of heavy machine guns, arc pulse guns, and rocket launchers were firing at the square at this moment. A siege war was completely launched. Hold on. Fight with them. Blow them up. The members of the Dawn team, the Oxeye Brotherhood, and the Fu Lu Shou team fought back frantically at this time, and all kinds of heavy weapons were put into use. For a time, the glass of buildings in various streets was smashed to pieces. Some bandits, like the death squads, rushed out of the smoke of shells with strange screams, holding special high explosives and incendiary bombs, and throwing them into the defense camp. As soon as the bandits appeared, they were beaten into pieces by the strong firepower of the survivors, but the explosives thrown out suddenly blew up and burned the defense vehicles one after another, and a large number of defense members were killed and injured. These bandits driving high-speed mountain bikes were like crazy, rushing out one after another, and heavy armored vehicles continued to advance towards the square in the back. Be careful of the superpowers. Swish! The flying superpower Viper quickly flew over the rooftop, holding a gun in both hands and shooting directly at the crowd. At this time, a beast-like superpower in the Dawn-breaking team, who had transformed into a leopard, quickly jumped out from the rooftop and pounced on Viper. The two fell together on the top of a bungalow, and then rolled into the alley, starting a bloody melee. At the same time, more psychics joined the melee in the streets, and the team wearing power armor on the Fu Lu Shou team began to move together. In a flash, the battle became fierce, and the square was in chaos, with all kinds of sounds of collapsing houses and breaking walls. Behind the sand bandits, the three chariots of Old Scorpion, Red Eagle and Bone Dragon were slowly approaching. Wu Lauer has found the location. They are all hiding in the Black Rose Bar. Kill them directly. Don't waste time. Old Scorpion said hoarsely. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, in the square, the Earth Rock Psychic Granite held a piece of abandoned tank armor and smashed all kinds of burning cars and roadblocks along the way, and rushed into the car array under the hail of bullets. The survivors behind the car defense line saw this scene, and their faces changed. They shouted, "Don't let him rush in. Concentrate fire. Use pulse cannon to repel him." At this time, two survivors raised an arc pulse cannon and charged it directly, and fired at the granite. Buzz! The surging arc burst out and instantly hit the tank steel plate, exploding the dense magnetic storm current, blocking the granite for a while. But before they could react, the arc pulse cannon in their hands exploded instantly, and the ejected fragments also shattered the arm of a survivor. "There is a sniper! Be careful!" The survivors below shouted. On the lookout tower in Oxeye City, the Scorpion held a high-precision anti-material sniper rifle, chewing gum in his mouth, looking at the scope with evil intent, hiding behind the wall and harvesting lives wantonly through a hole in the wall. Bang! 5. Bang! 6. Yes, that's right. I like to kill multiple people with one bullet. You'd better stand in a row. In the corner of the square, no one noticed that an invisible man whose figure was almost integrated with the ground and the wall was holding a sharp dagger in his hand. He walked through the defense line without paying attention to anyone else, and then walked towards the Black Rose Bar on the innermost street. He was the superpower who followed Lin Xian yesterday, Chameleon. After you go in, find the right time to kill either Lu Xiao or Hu Lu Shou. There are the most people in their two convoys. As long as they are solved, the battle outside will be resolved immediately. Wu Dapeng stood in a broken window of a building, holding a telescope and looking in the direction of the Black Rose Bar, and said to Chameleon through the communicator, "No big deal." Chameleon strolled to the outside of the Black Rose Bar, and was about to raise his hand to push the door, but his hand suddenly stopped in midair. He sensed a hint of something bad. As a scout who has been hiding in the dark for a long time, Chameleon has a strong sense of crisis and believes in his sixth sense. So he withdrew his hand, took a step back, and prepared to retreat to the side to observe. He couldn't move too fast, because if he moved too fast, his changes would be easily noticed by people around him, who knew that at this time, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind him, which immediately made him feel scared. "Who are you looking for?" Chameleon's nerves were tense, and he turned around and stabbed with a knife subconsciously. Ding! The sword seemed to hit a hard object. Chameleon looked carefully, and found that behind him was a spherical drone floating in the air, with a huge red eye staring at him. Drones? The chameleon, sensing something was wrong, was ready to run away, but the next moment, countless spherical drones slowly descended and surrounded him from all sides. In the thermal imaging sighting system of the Thunder Falcon 2000, the chameleon's body temperature and heartbeat were rapidly rising. Squeak! The drone in front of the chameleon's eyes automatically shrank in focus, and then instantly turned red. He immediately felt cold all over, and the light on his body changed wildly. Ah! Cluster! Before he could shout, a red plasma arc pulse ray directly hit him in the head. At the door of the Black Rose bar, a dull sound of falling to the ground was heard, and the camouflage halo disappeared. A bald man with tattoos on his face fell straight to the ground. A thumb-sized dark red hole appeared in the middle of his forehead, and his eyes were full of fear. Lin Xian sat in the bar, watching the images dropped by the drone, and immediately arranged in the communicator. "Brother Sure, the battle has already started. Let's do it." "Okay." Woo! At this moment, a fully armed heavy train was rushing across the Gobi Desert at a very high speed. Above it, the plasma pulse engines of 5 Nightstar hypersonic aircraft burst into a buzzing sound, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, like 5 black swords slicing through the sky. Boom! On the defense line on Oxeye Square, Granite, holding a tank armor, accelerated again and rushed towards the convoy. Seeing that he was about to rush to the front, everyone was about to be unable to resist and had to shout, "Retreat!" But at this time, behind them, a nimble figure jumped directly onto the roof of the car, rubbing his hands, and smiled sternly at the Granite rushing in. Explosive fist. Li Guangwen shouted and punched the tank armor directly. Buzz! A distorted air wave vibrated out, and the vibration directly hit the armor, and the heavy alloy steel plate was instantly twisted and dented. The next moment, the vibration suddenly exploded, tearing the armor steel plate directly into fragments and hitting the Granite behind. The Granite was blasted open on the spot by the huge explosion, and several steel pieces were inserted into the hard soil and stone skin. At this time, 2 giant shadows like iron towers directly passed through the retreating crowd and walked out of the convoy's defense line. Building, Lian lay. The 2 men looked fierce, holding 4 Gatling guns, like gods of war. In an instant, the motors of the rotary machine guns turned, directly aiming at the Granite, and the convoy charging from behind, firing at full power. Beep! The violent metal barrage poured out like a rainstorm, hitting the Granite into stone chips and flesh flying everywhere. He couldn't resist for a few seconds, and his bloody head was shattered by the metal jet. And the convoys rushing from behind directly collided with this powerful firepower face to face, and several mountain bikes and off-road vehicles were instantly shot into sieves. In other directions, a group of masters wearing power armor suddenly appeared, rushed into the street at an extremely fast maneuvering speed, and instantly reversed the situation. The Scorpion on the watchtower saw the originally broken front suddenly burst out with extremely high combat power. Yu Ran's face suddenly became serious, and he even forgot to chew the gum in his mouth. He cursed secretly, and immediately adjusted the gun head to aim at Li Guangwen on the front line. Bang! The dull sound of the sniper rifle sounded over the city of Oxai. The Scorpion lying on the watchtower had his head exploded in a jet shape, along with the bunker in front of him. Before he died, his finger was still on the trigger. 5. Hundreds of meters away, a nimble figure in Black Eagle armor holding Meteorite 3 leaped rapidly from one building to another. The main propulsion system behind him accelerated Shen Sichuan's speed to almost a mechanical afterimage. After landing on the roof of a low house, she leaned over and braked. The armor rubbed against the ground and sent a burst of sparks. At the same time as landing, her upper body had already posed a shooting action in another direction. Bang! Another shot penetrated the sand bandit carrying a rocket launcher on a large truck, and the 2 people in the back seat at the same time. The brains, bones, and skin exploded directly on the car window wall. The only survivor in the car was the sand bandit driving the car. Seeing this bloody scene at this moment, the madness of killing others before has turned into deep fear in his eyes. His eyes trembled, and his mind seemed to be blacked out. He kept thinking about whether he should step on the accelerator or brake at this time. Bang! However, after only 0.5 seconds, his head also disappeared from his neck. 8. At this time, Lao Xie had already noticed something was wrong. The combat power of the survivors in the city seemed to be far beyond their expectations. It must be the group from yesterday. Qi immediately scolded, and then said to Lao Xie, "There are several masters. We must deal with them immediately." Bang! Lao Xie had already kicked open the door of the big truck, and stood on the wheel. His eyes were fierce, and kept scanning several directions of the street. "Qi, you and Wu Lao Er attack the street. Hua Gu Long, there is a sniper who killed Duxi. Find him. Everyone else, follow me to the Black Rose Bar. I want to scatter the ashes of those team leaders with my own hands." Chiang and Wagulong's eyes flashed coldly, and they immediately gave orders to their men. The bandits surrounding Oxai began to rush into the city in large numbers. Half of Oxai had been set on fire by these bandits. The streets in the city were filled with heat waves, and bandits were firing guns and cannons on every street. All kinds of modified bloody killing weapons were directed towards the survivors' convoy. Several bandit leaders attacked at the same time, but just when these bandits realized that the inner city was difficult and were preparing to press forward with their troops, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in the sky. Woo! Above the sky, several black aircraft suddenly flew past at high speed from a distance, and at the same time, several ground-to-ground missiles rushed towards the chariots of the old Scorpion at an inclined angle at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the missile explosion was like a flame plowing the land, instantly destroying the chariots of the old Scorpion and the chariots of the bandits on the entire street. The strongman, with a Gatling gun on the back of the golden chariot, didn't even have time to raise the gun to see what was in the sky. The whole person was destroyed in the explosion of the missile, and the razor mask covering half of his face flew hundreds of meters away and landed in a dilapidated garbage dump. At this time, the old Scorpion, who had just escaped a disaster, saw his car destroyed in the distance, and his face changed immediately. Airspace fighter? Is it from the Federation or the Phoenix? Boss! Boss! It's bad. At this time, the voice of the younger brother in charge of surveillance suddenly rang out from the intercom. "A train is coming from the west. They. On the roof of a tall building on the edge of the city, a sand bandit with yellow hair raised an electronic telescope with trembling hands and looked at the Gobi Desert in the distance. In his sight, a long steel dragon suddenly rushed out from the sandy hilly area at high speed, and moved towards Oxai at high speed along the track on the flat Gobi Desert. Train? How many people? Old Scorpion shouted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The younger brother adjusted the view with the telescope, but found that the heavy armed train had no end in sight. The front of the train had already gone several kilometers, and the carriages far away in the hills were still coming out continuously. It's countless, hundreds of trains, all armed with armor, heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, howitzers, anti-aircraft guns, close and defense guns are everywhere. They. The younger brother was stunned at the blue light electromagnetic gun main gun on one of the carriages that slowly turned around the base, and his jaw fell to the ground. They also have electromagnetic rail guns. Woo! Z. Before he finished speaking, the electromagnetic rail gun had already fired beyond the visual range, and the blue jet was aimed directly at the west of the city to block the retreat. The safe haven convoy only heard the sound of electromagnetic shock. Several heavy firepower armored vehicles behind Wu Daping's convoy that were heading to the city for support exploded, and several houses were directly blasted through. In an instant, there were explosions and screams. What the hell? Ah! Electromagnetic gun? The sand bandits harassing the west of the city were all shocked at this time. They had received the order from the boss to encircle the city, but suddenly a steel giant came roaring in the wilderness behind them. The yellow sand on the entire Gobi Desert was slightly shaken by the high-speed sprint of this giant dragon. After seeing the armored train armed to the teeth, and the heavy artillery on the top of the train used to fight monsters all lowered their firing range and aimed at them, the sand bandits were stunned. Just as the joint train approached, all kinds of heavy weapons on the roof of the train, whether automatic or manned, were all aimed at the convoys of the sand bandits that were besieging the city. The next moment, full fire, boom boom boom. Where did this train come from? Air and space fighters, armed trains. Did the interstellar army go out? No, isn't it a bit too much to use electromagnetic rail guns to aim at people? That train is so long. Before being submerged in the fire network, this was the last remaining information in the minds of those sand bandits. On the Infinity, Xiao Yuan operated the fire control radar of the Infinity, locked the vehicles and areas of those sand bandits, and activated all weapons at the same time. 1130 G3 electromagnetic rail guns, at this moment, all fired at full power. In an instant, those sand bandit war vehicles full of spikes and steel plates, and the sand bandits hiding in the streets and buildings, were all spared. Those thin buildings in the Gobi Desert were like paper for these heavy weapons. Under a round of fire, the outside of the city, along with several streets and buildings, were all destroyed under the heavy firepower of the joint train. In the city, Lao Xie heard the report from his men, and immediately climbed up to the roof of the nearest building with a few leaps, and immediately picked up the telescope to look. The moment he saw the joint train, his gloomy eyes twitched violently, and his pupils were full of anger. At this moment, he knew that the other side was well prepared. With his mind changing rapidly, he immediately and decisively shouted to the teams on the intercom, "Red Eagle, Bone Dragon, the point is difficult, retreat." Hearing Lao Xie's voice, Red Eagle and Bone Dragon, who had stopped their actions and hidden because of the fighter plane just now, immediately changed their faces, and immediately climbed onto the nearest car of their men, and loudly arranged, "Retreat." In an instant, the originally hot battle in the city began to change direction. The sand bandits, who were desperately attacking, turned around and began to flee to the surrounding blocks. The vehicles coming in from the periphery also changed direction urgently, and the three sand bandit gangs quickly evacuated from the east, south, and north. After the bandits, who were unable to escape, were quickly dealt with by the survivors, everyone felt the pressure disappear instantly, and they were all a little confused. The bandits ran away. Our support has arrived? Is it the Red Shao Commando? Great, we are saved. The plane just now must be from the Interstellar Army. Everyone, look, there is a big train rushing over from the west. At this time, many people climbed to the roof and looked around, and they all saw the joint train rushing in the wilderness. But at this time, accompanied by a roar, there was a billowing smoke and dust behind the joint train. Everyone looked and found that two all-terrain trains were separated from the long steel dragon and rushed out of the Gobi Desert, one black and green, and the other black and red, rushing towards the north and south of the city in a trident formation. Those are the all-terrain trains of Longshan No. 1 and Queen Mo. Looking at the momentum, they are preparing to encircle the bandits, who want to escape from the south and north of the city. Boom, boom, boom. The high-speed maneuvers of the two trains soon surrounded and blocked the roads out of the city in the north and south directions. The electromagnetic guns and heavy weapons on the trains began to bombard the fleeing bandit convoys. The Red Eagle, wearing a gas mask, saw a black and red fully automated armed train rushing towards him. The pupils under the mask kept trembling. He immediately yanked the steering wheel of the driving brother, turn around and run to the east of the city. The bone-changing dragon on the other side also found that the route was blocked. Seeing the armor of the heavy train and the heavy weapons on the roof that made his scalp numb, he knew that it was impossible to rush into the Gobi Desert like this, otherwise he would only become a target on the open ground. Because they had been chasing the survivors in this way, but now the roles were reversed, so of course he knew that he could only change direction at this time. At this time, several convoys in the city began to fight back under Lin Xian's arrangement, constantly squeezing and cleaning up the sand bandits fleeing in the streets. In a short period of time, the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Red Vulture Group, and the Earth Dragon Society suffered heavy losses, and the scattered sand bandits were killed like a sickle cutting wheat. On the roof of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Xian looked at the rolling yellow sand rising in the east block of the city, and the fleeing sand bandit convoys all heading towards the east of the Sand Snake Mouth, and said to Kiki and Chen Sichuan beside him, "Teacher Chen, you and them will meet the train to clean up the city. Kiki, let's go." Da-da-da. Boom boom. Under various gunfire and artillery fire, the old Scorpion and other remnants of the sand bandits fled from the east road in a panic, with gunfire and bullets behind them. The armored vehicles of the Fu Lu Shou convoy, including the vehicles of the Oxai Brotherhood, were completely bloodthirsty under the leadership of Xieguan. This group of people were persecuted by these bandits and became homeless. Their own team lost countless people. Now they were gritting their teeth at the fleeing bandits. Now that the situation had reversed, and they had a chance to take revenge, they wanted to step on the accelerator and kill all of Lao Xie and his men. The people of the Dawn team stayed in the city to clean up the remaining bandits hiding in the streets. On the bandit chariot, Lao Xie looked back at the pursuing vehicles, the flesh on his face twitching constantly, and in his rage, he crushed the door armrests of the chariot. At this time, there were only a dozen vehicles left in his convoy, and there were less than 100 people in total. Old Scorpion cursed angrily, and suddenly he raised his sight and looked at the sky. There were actually several people flying. The leader was a man in armor, and there were 2 strong men and a dozen people wearing power armor. Such advanced equipment, it must be this group of people. So many flying superpowers? Hua Gulong looked back in panic at this time. He had a vicious eye and knew that the power armor on Lin Xian and his people did not have the ability to fly at high altitudes. It should be some kind of superpower who took them to fly. Qi Ying said coldly at this time. His eyes were like lightning, and he kept looking at the rearview mirror. His pupils turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Can't run away, kill a few to check the goods." After speaking, he raised his leg and kicked the car door open, then grabbed the roof of the car with his hands and shouted, and the whole person directly flipped onto the roof of the car. Then, braving the hail of bullets, he stretched out his hands towards the convoy behind him, and Lin Xian and others who were chasing him in the sky. There were 2 burnt black flesh holes on his palms. The next moment, the blood vessels on his arms began to turn black. With a bang, 2 streams of black smoke suddenly spurted out. There was a bandit tank behind him. The driver saw this scene and hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but the black smoke still stained the rear of his tank. In an instant, the steel made a sizzling corrosion sound, and a strong poisonous smoke came out at the same time. Lin Xian, who was flying in the air and approaching the convoy rapidly, saw Qi Ying's actions through the sighting system of the armor and reacted immediately. Poisonous fog. Kiki. Hey! Kiki moved everyone back with one hand, and then she accelerated to the front of the heavy convoy of Fu Lu Shou and others. Her eyes flashed with supernatural light, and a huge telekinetic barrier was lifted on the spot like a tsunami, wrapping all the black smoke, and then rushing to the planes on both sides. Qi Ying's face changed drastically when he saw this. His poisonous smoke was all-pervasive. Even an S-level superpower would have to retreat. If it was a sudden attack, even a master of the destruction level would die. How come Kiki could control all the smoke with this move? This is his nemesis. Fuck. Hua Gulong saw this scene and immediately said in shock, "Qi Ying, what's going on? Your poison is useless?" Qi Ying was almost invincible with this move, especially when facing others' pursuit. As long as the wind was right, he could almost be said to be 100% counter-killing. But this time, his trump card was not used. Qi Ying's eyes trembled slightly, looking at the girl flying in the air, and said in disbelief. She opened. Opened what? Cluster. Before Qi Ying could reply, the next moment, a charred hole appeared on the forehead of his gas mask, and his eyes were blurred, and he fell out of the car. High in the sky, some kind of virtual metal device appeared outside Lin Xian's fingers, and the sound of some kind of motor storing energy and rotating could be heard faintly. Mechanical energy cannon. Oh my god! Waigulong immediately took a breath of cold air, turned around and picked up an arc pulse gun to shoot at Kiki in the air. Swish! The arc energy came out in an instant, but the bombardment disappeared strangely in front of the girl, as if he didn't hit it at all. At this time, Lin Xian appeared behind Kiki, and an force field shield appeared in front of everyone. Old Scorpion, this group of people is too weird. What should I do? Waigulong felt that he might have to explain here today, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Qi Ying died without a sound. The opponent's attack immediately gave Waigulong a sense of oppression without any resistance. Old Scorpion sat in the lead car, his eyes kept changing, thinking about countermeasures. At this time, his eyes fixed, and he slowly picked up the walkie-talkie. Stop! Woo! The sand bandit convoy that was running at high speed suddenly began to slow down, and then slowly stopped in an open area, bringing up a gust of yellow sand, and quickly formed a defensive formation. The Fu Lu Shou convoy, the Oxai Brotherhood, and the Dawn convoy in the rear saw the sand bandits stop, and they also started to stop, and kept a distance from them. Da-da-da, bang bang bang, both sides stopped the car at this time, but the firepower shooting did not stop. The sand bandits on the other side retreated to the back of the car, and kept shooting at the pursuing convoy. Dense bullets bombarded the armored vehicle, and countless metal jets poured out. Fight them! Don't be afraid, our support will arrive soon, and our people are everywhere in Shashiku. Out of the city is our territory, these guys are too happy too early. The remaining dozens of sand bandits still have some arrogance, shooting and cursing. Over there, Lao Xia and Hua Gulong got together, and a younger brother took out a loudspeaker again and placed it on the roof of the car. Lao Xia picked up the megaphone and shouted loudly. Who are you? Since you dare to provoke our Iron Alliance, it seems that you don't want to stay in this no-man's land, right? On Lin Xian's side, Kiki led everyone to fall from the air. For safety reasons, Everyone also stood behind the armored truck of the Fu Lu Shou convoy. Oh, this group of people are ready to play that threat theory with us again. It seems that they know that they are about to die, Kiki said immediately. He's waiting for support, Lin Xian said seriously with a stern look. But the old scorpion and the bone dragon must have some tricks, be careful. Yeah, Kiki nodded. Captain Lin. At this time, a younger brother from the Fu Lu Shou team, wearing a black suit, also came up with a megaphone, and then he pointed to the roof of the car and said with a smile, German brand, excellent sound quality, must be better than the opponent's miscellaneous brand loudspeakers. From being desperately besieged to killing the sand bandits, this group of younger brothers are now excited, and they all regard Lin Xian as a big boss. Lin Xian smiled in astonishment. How come all of Fu Lu Shou's younger brothers are just like him, with the tone of a profiteer? However, from the perspective of his own people, this younger brother has good vision. Lin Xian picked up the megaphone in his hand and looked at it, then pressed it and said, Is it the leader of the Scorpion gang? I heard that you are going to put all our men in cages and capture all the women alive. Why are you not tough now? On the side of the sand bandits, the old Scorpion's eyes jumped and said in a deep voice, This brother, you are a dragon crossing the river, we can't afford to offend you. But you should know that the entire Western Gobi and Tagan Desert are our Iron Alliance people. We have the Iron Alliance order to connect the areas. If you provoke us, aren't you afraid of receiving any gifts in the dark night of the no man's land? In the eyes of the old Scorpion, the firepower of Lin Xian's group is really not afraid of the harassment of the Sand Bandit team. They also have all-terrain trains, and the only way that the Iron Alliance can cause trouble to them is the night. For all human beings, this is the biggest threat. So the old Scorpion knew clearly that only by talking about this can the other party be afraid. Don't be afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian responded immediately. The Iron Alliance order is just a regional signal packet technology. It cannot be transmitted over long distances. It can only be learned through regional cross-regional communication. That is to say, if something happens to you, unless the force closest to your territory comes, it can be known that you are dead at a specific location. But I guess, you are an alliance on the surface, but the scope of each force will not run around at will. In addition, even if one force finds out, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to spread the message to all the Iron Alliances. That is when other forces are rushing to use radio stations to help you spread the message. Can you still find us at that time? Besides, those of you so-called alliances, knowing that all 3 of your forces have been wiped out by me, do you really have the courage to provoke me? Lin Xian had actually seen through this Desert Iron Alliance organization a long time ago. He had the Phoenix Order. Even an official organization with super high execution power, like the Phoenix Club, could not make short-term dispatches to large areas under the Dark Shield, unless they used a global radio station that consumed extremely high blood and essence resources. The Sand Bandits, to put it bluntly, are just a bunch of Doomsday thugs. How could they possibly have such a level of response? Even with the Iron Alliance order, it is more of a deterrent. Those small and medium-sized teams have no ability to deal with it, so of course they stay away from the Sand Bandits. On the Sand Bandits side, Old Scorpion and Bone Dragon both looked cold when they heard Lin Xian's words. They exchanged glances, and it seemed that they had already guessed that the other party was not afraid of the Iron Alliance's threat at all. Lin Xian also hit the falsehood of the so-called Iron Alliance. Apart from anything else, under the current situation, other teams really don't have the courage to rob this joint train. Moreover, even if the Iron Alliance really united, no one knew where they had gone. The so-called a single move affects the whole body was nothing more than a bluff. The old Scorpion's knuckles cracked, he groaned, and picked up the communicator again. Does this brother have any grudge against us? I don't remember seeing you. So many of you fled eastward for survival. Why do you have to provoke us bandits? Don't tell me that you want to uphold justice in this world. Tell me your purpose. We have a lot of resources here, at least 500 blood essences. As long as you let us go, we can talk about these. The survivors in the convoy here were all shocked. From the words of the old Scorpion, it can be seen that the other party is begging for mercy now. Lin Xian couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He looked at Kiki, then at the building and Liang Lading and others, and said speechlessly, I really don't understand. He immediately picked up the communicator as he said, By the way, I almost forgot that I already knew the location of your base, so... Lin Xian cleared his throat and said in a sharp tone, Stupid, killing you is still mine. Puff. Kiki couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and all the survivors looked weird. The response of Captain Lin is always unexpected. When Old Scorpion and the others heard Lin Xian's words, their faces suddenly darkened. He almost crushed the loudspeaker subconsciously. Just when Old Scorpion was in doubt, the bone dragon beside him suddenly looked around and saw many vehicles appearing in the south, north, and the direction of the sand snake mouth at the same time, raising a large amount of yellow sand in the distance on the horizon. Seeing this scene, Wagulong's eyes lit up, and he jumped up immediately. Haha, reinforcements are coming. The remaining group of sand bandits also became excited. Here they come. Our people are here. Turn the situation around. This is our territory. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Everyone responded. The Old Scorpion's eyes jumped, and he immediately reacted. His angry expression finally relaxed, and a few drops of cold sweat dripped from the fat on his face. He picked up the megaphone again. This time, his voice seemed much more relaxed, and the momentum of controlling the situation returned again. Excuse me, brother, look around you. Why do you think we stopped to tell you so much? Ha ha ha, you are still a little naive to fight me on my territory. The Old Scorpion let out a long sigh and continued, This time, I am the one who got into trouble. But since this feud has been established, I hope you'd better get out of the western Gobi Desert as soon as possible, otherwise your train may become my presidential suite. Ha ha! As soon as the voice fell, many sand bandits laughed wildly. Wagulong spat fiercely. He also knew that they could only escape with the arrival of reinforcements, but it was almost impossible to counterattack the other party's joint train. With that kind of firepower, anyone who went up would die. But no matter what, being able to save their lives and continue to live freely is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. The people of the Fu Lu Shou convoy, the Oxai Brotherhood, and the Dawn convoy saw the yellow smoke rolling in all directions, and everyone began to be shocked. Lin Xian, however, had a calm expression, picked up the megaphone and said, They say the sand bandits have bad brains, but I haven't heard that their eyes don't work well either. How about you look more carefully? Who are those people? Lin Xian's words suddenly stopped the laughter of the bandits on Lao Xia's side. After hearing Lin Xian's words, many people immediately took out their electronic telescopes and found that the car approaching at a high speed in the distance did not seem to be the bandits' car, but was led by some kind of heavy armed-based vehicle, with many off-road vehicles. What's interesting is that the cars in these directions have the same base vehicle, and they are from the same force at a glance. Looking at the picture in the telescope, Lao Xia and Hua Gulong's faces suddenly changed drastically. Lin Xian walked out of the convoy at this time, picked up the loudspeaker, and sighed deeply. When you were fighting Oxai City, all your brothers were dealt with by me. Before dawn, in order to completely block the retreat of this group of bandits, Lin Xian had already arranged an assault team in advance to conduct a point-to-point sweep of the high overlapping area previously locked by the Iron Alliance signal wave. Brother Hua went to the Sand Snake Mouth area, and Shu Qin and Lu Chan led the team to the Salt Claw area, and then joined Brother Hua at the Sand Snake Mouth. Qian Deli and Xiao Ming led a team to the Black Oil Ditch in the northern area. Ning Jing led Xiao Qing and other people from Longshan No. 1 to sneak into the southern Wind Erosion Gate area. Monica went to the Rusty Slope in person, accompanied by Abai. Finally, there was one more place, which was the fake camp where Lin Xian and his team stayed yesterday. In order to ensure that everything was safe, Lin Xian specially arranged a group of people to wait there. Dadong and others from the Hell Warrior team. 20 minutes ago, Ma Zi, the captain of the second squad of the Red Vulture group, took the task of the Red Eagle and turned directly from the Rusty Slope to the direction of the camp where Lin Xian and his team stayed yesterday in the west area of Oxai. A team of more than 20 vehicles and a lot of heavy equipment rushed all the way across the Gobi Desert. Ma Zi had no pockmarks on his face, but because he was splashed with zombie blood when killing zombies before, he was infected with some skin toxins, resulting in small red spots on his face. He led more than 60 men to the camp of this small convoy. In the car, Ma Zi held an old mobile terminal in his hand, on which were photos of several people, including Lin Xian, Kiki, Ning Jing, Xiao Qing, Abai, Qian Delu, Monica and others. It was obvious that they were secretly photographed by the bandits at the Black Rose Bar yesterday. Although the photo was a little blurry, Ma Zi's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. What a top-notch one. Are you talking about men or women, brother Ma Zi? You are talking nonsense. Hee, I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching this morning. It turns out that the boss gave us such a cool job, said one of the very wretched bandits. Brother Ma Zi, it's a good thing that Brother Jay is not here. If he knew that we caught so many top-quality girls this time, he would probably be so angry that he would die, ha ha ha. Ma Zi sneered, that idiot, he always argues with me. This time, I deliberately didn't kill him, but left two alive to let him see how I play with women. Brother Ma Zi, can you leave the purple-haired woman to me? Why, do you like this type? Brother Ma Zi, I want the one with the biggest breasts. With a face full of arrogance, this kind is the most exciting. I want this. I be second. Then I be third. The convoy sped across the Gobi Desert. Before they arrived, the bandits were already full of excitement. When they turned the car into the wind-eroded valley, they didn't find a single car. At this time, Ma Zi led the team to stop the car. He was so proud just now, but now he was confused. No, the coordinates given by Chameleon are here. Bang bang bang. Before Ma Zi could react, fierce gunshots suddenly rang out in the surrounding valleys. In less than 5 minutes, this group of sand bandits was instantly wiped out by firepower from all directions. Soon, there were less than a dozen people left in the assault convoy of more than 60 people, all of whom were disarmed and knelt on the ground obediently. In the eyes of the sand bandits full of fear and despair, 70 or 80 bearded men wearing vests and showing chest hair came from all directions with the momentum of landslides and cracks. Ma Zi raised his head and saw a group of armed men in front of him. He felt that he was surrounded by a group of mountains. He immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know that you have provoked our Iron Alliance?" Bang! Iron Alliance threat theory. Before he finished speaking, Ma Zi was slapped by a big man and almost fainted. The leader, Dadong, looked at the bandits with eagerness in his eyes. He, I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching this morning. It turns out that Captain Lin gave us such a cool job. When Ma Zi and the others heard this, they couldn't help but shudder inexplicably. They raised their heads and looked at the sweaty strong men. The look they gave them seemed familiar. Just like the look they usually showed to girls was exactly the same. Chapter 320. In the Gobi Desert, the wind and sand gradually intensified, and the sky in the distance seemed to be dyed into a turbid rust color. The old scorpion who once called himself the Emperor of the Desert felt that he was about to die. Facing the stranglehold that surrounded him from 4 directions, his face twitched fiercely, and the loudspeaker in his hand was crushed by him. Not long ago, he had teased Hu Lushou 3 times with words, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face by the other party 3 times. The old scorpion now understood that the other party was not a temporary idea, but had already made full arrangements for this, with the purpose of wiping them all out. The bone dragon looked ashen, and kept looking at the convoys approaching from several directions. There was a smell of despair in the air. Old scorpion, what should we do? I'm afraid we're going to fail this time. The old scorpion looked at the rolling yellow sand on the distant horizon, and suddenly shouted, "You can't fall." After saying that, he grabbed the bone dragon, and the yellow sand of the Gobi Desert flowed towards him like a living thing, and instantly rolled up the 2 of them, swimming towards the direction of the sand snake's mouth at a very fast speed. The old scorpion was fat and strong, and he could actually manipulate the desert sand. His superpowers were extremely advanced. In the air, the Lei Falcon 2000 drone captured the old scorpion's movements, and Lin Xian, who was hiding behind the car below, condensed his eyes slightly. So it's this kind of superpower. Although the old scorpion and others were at the end of their rope, Lin Xian was still very cautious, because he knew that the strength of these people who could become the leaders of the sand bandits was definitely extraordinary, and no one even knew what their superpowers were, just like the Red Eagle just now. If it weren't for Kiki's telekinesis system, he and these people really had no good way to resist. The wind was against the wind, and it seemed that the Red Eagle had killed many people in this way, and it was definitely not an ordinary thing. So Lin Xian prepared to surround him, wait for Qian Deli, Huigu, and Monica to come together to kill him from a distance, and try not to cause casualties among his own people. After seeing the old scorpion's ability, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Controlling sand and soil is really advanced. No wonder it can be rampant in Oxai. Go! Lin Xian immediately ordered. At this time, the team members and the masters such as Liang Lei of the building took action at the same time. Lin Xian and Kiki quickly passed the battlefield and chased the rushing yellow sand. Woo! Dozens of Thunder Falcon drones flew rapidly around Lin Xian, locked onto the yellow sand and began to launch a rapid pulse ray attack. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red rays blasted into the surging yellow sand, triggering a series of explosions. But the old scorpion and the bone dragon were hiding under the sand, and even the life detector could not sense the specific location of their bodies. They were extremely cunning. Brother Hua, Shaoqing, pay attention, the other leader is approaching your direction. Zizi. I saw it. There were the fewest cars coming from the direction of Shashiku, and it was Shu Qin and Lu Chang who were making a roundabout way. At this time, a fire meteor flew quickly in the sky. Lu Xingchen heard Lin Xian's voice in the communicator, and immediately locked his eyes on a group of moving yellow sand on the Gobi Desert. Without thinking, he rushed down directly, gathered fire with one hand, and shouted softly, "God Brahma Flame Sword!" Boom! A cluster of slender jet rockets hit the quicksand directly like a meteor falling to the ground. In an instant, a giant fireball burst up, and the rolling flames shook, completely blowing up the quicksand. At this time, a black shadow actually shot out from the sand pit and approached Brother Hua at a very fast speed. Lu Xingchen didn't expect that something could jump so high, so he immediately blocked it with both hands, and the fire gushed out. Wow! At this moment, the team members from other places were approaching, and everyone saw that the flames in front of Lu Xingchen in the air were pressed away like a wall of fire, and the whole person flew backwards. The black shadow blocked by the fire rotated rapidly, and after losing kinetic energy, it began to fall to the ground quickly. Lin Xian, who came over, focused his eyes, and found that it was actually a shrunk ball. The bone dragon was wearing power armor, and sharp bone spurs grew all over its body. It quickly rotated after landing like a rolling dragon, and then quickly fled to an open place. Lu Xingchen in the air looked at his hands at this time. The hand armor of the power armor was scratched by the rotating bone spurs, which was amazing. It was a close call. Fortunately, Brother Lin reminded me to put on the power armor, otherwise my hand would be useless. After discovering the bone dragon, Lin Xian immediately began to lock on the old scorpion's position. The enemy detection system of the Black Hawk armor kept searching. Next to the explosion pit, a sand pile suddenly rushed out in the direction of the rust slope. The convoy coming over there was Monica and Abai. Lin Xian frowned. He saw a rolling sandstorm coming from the direction of the sand snake's mouth in the distance. The old scorpion must want to escape from the gap of Shu Qin and Monica's blockade and rush into the sandstorm. Seeing the other party's purpose, how could Lin Xian let him succeed? Shu Qin, Monica, stop him. Shu Qin and Lu Chang also stopped the car at this time, and the power armor started at full power. They ran fast like cheetahs on the Gobi Desert and approached the direction of the sand pile. I go left, you go right. Shu Qin held a gun in her left hand and a knife in her right hand and ran almost close to the ground. The two of them separated, and just as they were approaching, Shu Qin suddenly threw the steel knife in her hand. At the same time, Lu Chang's rotating electric knife also flew out, blocking the upper and lower spaces of the sand pile horizontally and vertically. Squeeze! The old scorpion under the sand pile felt the danger and suddenly shot out, shaking up the yellow sand. He raised his hand and blocked Shu Qin's flying knife with his steel armor. Then a large piece of yellow sand rose behind him and formed a hard shell, blocking Lu Chang's flying blade. He immediately raised his hand and waved several sand spikes like thorns and waves and rushed towards the two people. Bang! Shu Qin's Remington immediately fired 2 shots, and then the two jumped at the same time to avoid the flying sand spikes. The sand wall blocked all the steel balls of the shotgun, and then he rolled up a sand wall and crushed it forcefully. The yellow sand on the ground gathered quickly like a living thing, and 2 sand hands were born, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Shu Qin and Lu Chang. Die! The old scorpion shouted, but who knew that the next moment, a laser beam accompanied by a harsh sound blade came in an instant. The sound blade cut off the 2 sand arms directly, and the laser beam hit the sand wall beside the old scorpion, and the yellow sand burned into a torrent of magma almost instantly. The sudden terrifying attack power made the old scorpion's eyes cold. Without thinking, he immediately raised his hands and raised a large-scale yellow sand explosion. Boom! The yellow sand sprayed up from all directions, and the smoke and dust rolled. Then the old scorpion drilled into the yellow sand again and headed towards the rust slope. On the other side, the bone spur ball transformed by the bone dragon rolled on the Gobi Desert at a very fast speed, even faster than the speed of the car, and here, Ning Jing and others also turned their cars and chased the bone dragon. Xiao Qing! Ning Jing said to Xiao Qing in the passenger seat while driving. Xiao Qing did not say a word, and nimbly got out of the car and climbed onto the roof, aiming directly at the direction of the bone dragon with the jet hook device in his left hand. Bang! A thin hook shot out and nailed directly on a huge wind-eroded stone. Immediately, the device on her left hand began to shrink rapidly. Xiao Qing jumped into the air and broke through the air at a very fast speed to approach the bone dragon. Before landing, Xiao Qing bent her body in the air and kicked. The leg jet device of the power armor suddenly fired, allowing her to achieve a second sprint in the air and rush directly in front of the bone dragon. The next moment, She raised the gun blade in her hand and chopped it. A sharp feeling that shook the air seemed to split the wind and sand in the air. With a ding sound, a row of bone spurs on the bone dragon were cut off by her. Ha! The bone dragon quickly stretched its body and ejected the bone spurs on its back like meteors. Fire fist. Boom! The bone spurs haven't arrived yet, but the raging fire has. The roaring fire wave directly washed away all the bone spurs. Lu Xingchen flew over, with flames flying all over his body, and said sternly, "Evildoer, don't run." The red flames were reflected in Xingchen's pupils. She immediately looked up at Lu Xingchen, shot out a hook rope again, and rushed through the flames, rushing towards the fleeing bone dragon with an extremely fierce momentum. Lu Xingchen didn't expect that this girl would be more interested in stealing the limelight than himself, and was slightly stunned. The next moment, he chuckled, accelerated, and accumulated a ball of fire in his right hand, smashing it towards the bone dragon. God Flame Explosion Star! Boom! A huge flame explosion exploded in front of the fleeing bone dragon, and he was blown directly into the air. At this time, a black figure came swiftly, holding it in his hand, and then slashed with a knife. Swing! Xiaoqing also whispered the name of a move at this time. This was her own idea, and she said it quietly. But Lu Xingchen, who had sharp ears, still heard it. Huh? Swish! A sharp blade slashed down, and actually cut the bone spurs on the bone dragon's body and his power armor together, and the entire left arm was cut off by Xiaoqing. Ah! The bone dragon screamed and fell to the ground. Swing, what a good name. Lu Xingchen fell to the ground, looked at Xiaoqing and said, and couldn't help but admired. Xiaoqing looked at him with a dark face, and her eyes were a little evasive, as if she didn't want others to hear this line. But every time Xiaoqing shouted it quietly, she felt that it was cool. The bone dragon wanted to cry and curse at this moment. What kind of monsters were these people? How could there be so many powerful superpowers? As a bandit leader, he didn't even have room to fight back. It was okay for the fire god, but the alloy power armor could be cut off by a knife. Is this still on Blue Star? What did he do? Have the genetic evolutionists evolved to this level? Feeling death approaching, the bone dragon just wanted to run away. At this time, he saw that Lu Xingchen and the others did not finish him off at the first time, but started talking. He realized that the opportunity had come, so he immediately prepared to roll into a ball and run away again. As long as he ran into the sandstorm, he would be able to save his life. But just as he was about to roll up, a woman suddenly flew over and landed beside him, picked up the bone dragon with one hand, and raised her other hand to accumulate power. Bang! Then a punch hit his power armor. In an instant, the bone dragon felt that he was hit head-on by a 100-ton king. The power armor on his body was instantly shattered, along with his internal organs. Puff! Hack your mother. The bone dragon spurted blood and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him unwillingly. I kill you if I catch you. The bone dragon didn't know what to say at his last words, so he just said this sentence. Ning Jing frowned coldly, threw him to the ground, and stomped on the bone dragon's head. What are you two talking about? After getting rid of the bone dragon, Ning Jing looked at Lu Xingchen and Xiaoqing. Quick, there's another one over there. Lu Xingchen looked at the corpse of the bone dragon on the ground and felt a little annoyed. He thought that his attack was not fierce enough, and the enemy must be burned to ashes before he could feel at ease. On the side of the old scorpion, Lin Xian and Kiki, who had rushed over quickly, saw that Abai's laser beam did not hurt the old scorpion in the first time, and their eyes suddenly sank. The sandstorm ahead had already hit, and the visibility around began to gradually weaken. The wind began to roar. At first, it only rolled up scattered sand particles, which whipped against the exposed rock wall and made a fine crackling sound, and then more dense sand and wind rushed in the face. Monica, wearing a rose-red power armor, flew over the horizon, and two invisible sound blades were slashed, directly cutting the ground of the Gobi Desert into a long and narrow cutting surface. The old scorpion rolled up the yellow sand and kept dodging. At this time, Lin Xian directly mounted several drones and rushed forward quickly. The sighting system aimed at the yellow sand, and 20 Thunder Falcon drones were launched at the same time. Boom! The red pulse rays gathered together and instantly detonated the sand dune, blowing the fat old scorpion out and rolling to the ground. Kiki immediately prepared to catch it with telekinesis, and Lin Xian raised his hand to prepare to use the mechanical energy cannon. Unexpectedly, the old scorpion shot out from the sand pile, and then threw a disc-shaped device towards Xu Qin and Lu Cheng. The device emitted a strange vibration frequency, and kept shaking on the ground. Lin Xian saw the device, and immediately shouted to Shu Qin reflexively, "Retreat!" Shu Qin and Lu Chang also realized that something was wrong at this time. They hurriedly retreated, but at this moment the ground was like quicksand, shaking unsteadily. Kiki, who was about to attack, quickly grabbed Shu Qin and Lu Chang with telekinesis and lifted them into the air. Boom! The next moment, several strange tentacles broke through the ground and rushed up, grabbing Shu Qin and Lu Chang. "Be careful!" Crack! The jets of Shu Qin and Lu Chang's power armor started instantly, and with the help of Kiki's superpowers, they exploded and accelerated in the air, and suddenly jumped dozens of meters, barely avoiding the attack of the tentacles. Ziz! At this time, a laser beam swept across and directly cut off all the tentacles, and a Bai rushed over. After the tentacles were cut off, the ground of the Gobi Desert began to vibrate strongly, and the gravel on the ground began to boil, as if something fierce was angry. "Be careful!" Kiki rescued Shu Qin, and said to Lin Xian immediately. "Everyone back off!" Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the old scorpion had such a method. He immediately scanned the resonance device, and swallowed it through the air. Then he raised his hand and pointed. Seeing that there was a strange body surging under the sand, his mind changed. Fearing that he would provoke the dark mark, he suddenly changed from the mechanical energy cannon to the gravitational lens, ready to kill the monster that was about to drill out of the sand and the old scorpion together. "Want to hide?" Buzz! A distorted space suddenly appeared in the sky, quickly gathering the sunlight that was about to be covered by the sandstorm, and then swept directly towards the fleeing sand pile. Gravity solar rays. Swish! The hot rays as thick as a bucket swept through the sand pile, leaving a dark red burning tunnel on the ground. The underground monsters that had not yet emerged seemed to be shocked by the violent light, and the riot on the ground began to disappear suddenly, and the sand pile that the old scorpion had drilled into was also directly cut open. "Ah!" The old scorpion screamed, and the yellow sand around him shook away. His fat body rolled out like a potato. At this time, his legs and lower body were directly burned and vaporized, leaving only a huge fat upper body and fat belly rolling on the sand. "Don't kill me, I have important information that can exchange for my life. The last means of saving life has failed." Feeling that death is approaching, the old scorpion quickly began to beg for mercy. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the tentacles of the strange body that had drilled out of the ground shook violently, then quickly retracted into the ground and disappeared. "Important information? Tell me." In the dust, Lin Xian felt the strange body disappear, and said in a deep voice. Old Scorpion hurriedly shouted, "I know a top-secret information about the Federation. There is a huge treasure in the no man's land." As he spoke, he quietly pressed the mechanism in a finger bone, which was connected to a highly toxic explosive device in his stomach. Old Scorpion watched the figures of several people approaching him. At this time, he heard the faint sound of countdown in his stomach, and he smiled in his heart. "Even if I die, I will take all of you guys away." Listening to the countdown of his life, the old Scorpion was extremely angry. After the apocalypse, he was very cool in this western Gobi Desert. He killed people and robbed people when he wanted. He used to be a social scum. He gambled and sold his wife and daughter. He was muddle-headed and accomplished nothing. Unexpectedly, the end of the world came, and he became the emperor of the desert. He founded the Sand Scorpion Gang. He robbed when there was no food and seized when there were no weapons. He was submissive in the dark, but he directly hit the survivors who fled. In a short time, his strength continued to expand. He raised more than a dozen beautiful women in his stronghold. There were all kinds of tastes. He lived very happily. When he thought that such days were gone, he hated them. He hated these guys who came to make trouble. "Treasure? What treasure?" Kiki asked in surprise. "Come here, I tell you." The old Scorpion smiled wildly, watching the few people getting closer and closer, and the smile in his eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he stopped hiding and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, treasure, you are my companions. Die!" The old Scorpion opened his hands and shouted with a crazy and arrogant face, but as the countdown stopped, nothing happened, no explosion, no death. At this time, a cheerful bell sounded from the old Scorpion's stomach. "What is your father's name?" "Your father's name is Grandpa." The wind and sand swept past, and Lin Xian slowly appeared in the old Scorpion's sight. The old Scorpion wanted to move, but he was suppressed by an invisible mental force. He heard the strange song coming from his stomach at this time, and the crazy smile on his face froze instantly, and he couldn't figure out the change in the situation at all. "Where are the bombs and the detonator? What are you waiting for? Will the bomb explode?" Lin Xian walked out, put down his armor mask, and looked at the old scorpion with an indifferent face. The mechanical device on the other party was like running naked in front of him. Before the other party started it just now, the explosive device in the old scorpion's stomach was directly swallowed by Lin Xian, and he replaced it with an alarm clock. The old scorpion's pupils continued to expand, and looking at Lin Xian's cold face, he felt a deep fear. It was a fear that he couldn't even choose how to die. No, no. The old scorpion said incoherently at this time. I really have a secret. Swish. 20 Lei Falcon drones fired pulse beams at the same time. Before the old scorpion finished speaking, he was shot into a sieve by the dense pulse beams. Lin Xian reached forward with one hand, scanned and swallowed the dark golden Iron Alliance order at the heart of the old scorpion, and then made a new one with his backhand, and then made a detonator, put the Iron Alliance order in it, and threw it aside. This is just a matter of convenience. Whether there are other people from the Iron Alliance or not, it can be regarded as a small surprise. Whoever picks it up will die. This guy is full of bad water. He wants to hurt people before he dies. Kiki grabbed the old scorpion's body with his telekinesis and threw it out. Monica, who was walking over, whistled and the fat and ugly body instantly exploded into blood mist. He can actually summon strange bodies? Shu Qin walked over with surprise on her face. It shouldn't be a summoning. Lin Xian looked at the sandstorm, who Lu Shou said before that strange bodies would appear in sandstorms. This guy used a device similar to bait. Looking at the device blueprint in the mechanical heart, Lin Xian's expression became serious. This is definitely not something that the sand bandits can make. Like the Iron Alliance order, this disc device has a precise structure and must have extremely strong industrial manufacturing capabilities to manufacture it. Then we suggest that we retreat to the convoy first to avoid its sharp edge. Monica couldn't help but say, as she saw the sandstorm that was about to sweep over like a black cloud. Let's go, it's all done. Let's go back to Oxai first. After the sandstorm is over, we will count the material losses. Everyone nodded, and then the 4 groups of people immediately turned around and headed towards Oxai. At this time, the joint train had already entered the platform of Oxai. The more than 10 kilometers long body of the train was dragging across the wide Gobi Desert. In the city, Hu Lushou, Chen Xishuan, Lu Zhao, and others had already cleared the sand bandits in the city. After receiving the notice from Lin Xian and others, they immediately summoned all the survivors back to the vehicle to avoid the sandstorm. Lin. Captain Lin. There will be strange bodies in the sandstorm. You must keep quiet. Hu Lushou used the communicator to tell Lin Xian to remind them to pay attention to safety, and then he and Sun Chong quickly hid in the nuclear explosion basement of the Black Rose Bar. Everyone, please pay attention. Don't make any vibration sounds after entering the vehicle. Lin Xian scanned the disc device and knew that it would emit a special vibration. Although he was not particularly clear about this, he at least knew that vibration might cause problems. Soon, all members of the joint train, including the Infinity, returned to the train, closed the doors and locked the windows. For safety reasons, Lin Xian arranged for all the teams to turn off all kinds of electrical equipment, including water purifiers, air conditioning and other systems, and keep absolute silence in the car. He came to the cockpit and looked through the porthole. The sky in the northeast seemed to be cracked. A sand wall over 1,000 meters high was pushing forward at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. The surging sand clouds on the top were like a tsunami. At the bottom of the sand wall, the gravel and various waste oil barrels were rumbling. The wind was no longer flowing air, but materialized sandpaper. The sound of sand rubbing against the rock wall gradually changed from low-frequency humming to blade-like whistling, interspersed with cries that were not sure whether they were real or hallucinated. Suddenly, the sandstorm poured down like the night, swallowing up the entire Gobi Desert. At this time, on a canyon wind rock in the distance, a young man wearing a sand mask stood there, looking in the direction of the joint convoy. He immediately pressed a recorder to start recording a log, and a dull sound came from under the mask. Time, D99, Oxai area of the western Gobi Desert. An unknown taboo object was found, temporarily listed as 0051, and the receiver is a fire-type mutant.